You are a good person, but you cannot provide what I need. We are destined to inhabit different worlds. Therefore, Li Muhán, please do not cling to me any longer. Farewell. With an angelic visage, the young girl bowed to Li Muhán before taking her seat in the passenger side of a luxurious sports car. The vehicle sped away, leaving Li Muhán, still clutching 2 ice cream cones, in a state of bewilderment. Everything had seemed perfectly fine. How had he been so abruptly cast aside, and in such a conventional manner? Damn it, let them all go. I can indulge in double portions of ice cream now, he muttered to himself while seated on a park bench, savoring both cones as memories of Guruoshi flooded his mind. Li Muhán and Guruoshi had been childhood friends, attending the same middle and high schools, and they had officially become a couple in their senior year. For her sake, Li Muhán had studied relentlessly, ultimately gaining admission to the same university as Guruoshi. Yet, within the first month of college, he distinctly felt the truth in what his friends had warned, that both boys and girls would fundamentally change once they entered university. With new horizons before them, they were exposed to countless experiences and temptations previously unknown. Li Muhán refused to believe that Guruoshi could be swayed so easily, convinced that she must have compelling reasons for their breakup. Wait, will this make me seem too desperate? Is there any chance we could negotiate? Perhaps I could claim I wish to reconcile for other reasons. Very well. Considering that Guruoshi's parents were also his guardians, he realized that their relationship should not be strained unduly, as they would inevitably cross paths in the future. Thus, he resolved that if they could not be lovers, they might at least remain friends. Still a bit of a fool, aren't I? In a fit of despair, Li Muhán succumbed to his grief, and thus concluded the story. Forgive me, father, let us consider a second version. For the past few months, Li Muhán had earnestly attempted to salvage their relationship, or perhaps their friendship. He even gritted his teeth and purchased a bracelet costing 2,000 yuan, a significant expense for someone working his way through university. Today, however, he had witnessed Guruoshi embarking on the future she desired, drifting further from him. At that moment, he realized the bracelet he held bore little resemblance to what she truly yearned for. Weary and despondent, Li Muhán returned to his rented apartment. Alone in a foreign city for his studies, he had resolutely rented this place in hopes of living with Guruoshi, but she had only stayed for a week. At some point, she had moved all her belongings, leaving the room stark and empty. In an instant, Li Muhán felt as though he had lost everything. Ding ding ding. The sound of a phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. Li Muhán, Xià Yuè from the night shift has a situation. You need to cover for him. It was the owner of the 24-hour supermarket where Li Muhán worked. Though love had slipped through his fingers, life must persist. Rent was due next week. Li Muhán's parents had passed away long ago, and he had severed ties with most relatives. Thus, the notion of seeking assistance from family was rendered obsolete. Although Guruoshi's parents were his adoptive guardians, it seemed rather brazen to solicit financial aid after they had generously supported his education through university. After refreshing himself, Li Muhán made his way to the supermarket. Fortunately, the store was not crowded that evening, allowing him to remain in a dazed state unnoticed. At 5 in the morning, as Li Muhán exited the supermarket, he noticed the rain beginning to fall from the sky. He opened his umbrella and, burdened by fatigue, trudged homeward. However, as he passed a park not far from his residence, he suddenly spotted a young girl sitting on a swing, unprotected from the rain. Xià Yuè. Li Muhán recognized the girl. She was somewhat of a celebrity at his university, a fellow freshman like himself, renowned for her aloof demeanor and flawless beauty that left no room for critique. Even among first-year students, there was an unspoken distance maintained from Xià Yuè, and whispers circulated about her being a rebellious soul, dabbling in smoking, drinking, and brawling. This only served to amplify her notoriety, making her a frequent subject of conversation even for someone like Li Muhán, who typically paid little heed to campus gossip. Gazing at Xià Yuè, who sat in a trance on the swing amidst the rain, he paused for a moment before summoning the courage to approach her. Are you Xià Yuè? Under the torrential downpour, the young girl's solitary figure appeared exceedingly diminutive. Her once beautiful black hair now looked dull and lifeless. It was only when Li Muhán held his umbrella over her, shielding her from the elements, that she slowly lifted her head. The girl regarded Li Muhán with a look of confusion. Her hair tips were soaked, droplets trickling down her face, while her hooded sweatshirt, plaid skirt, and black stockings clung to her, thoroughly drenched. Surely, she would catch a cold if this continued, Li Muhán thought to himself. You're bound to catch a cold like this, it's none of your concern. Xià Yuè's voice was faint, perhaps drowned out by the roar of the rain. Li Muhán felt as though, had he arrived any later, she might have been completely engulfed by the storm. She had made it clear that she did not require his interference. Yet, as he observed her petite frame, memories flooded back of his own solitary endurance amidst a downpour. What had he wished for back then? To be helped, to be noticed, he'll walk you home. Thus, Li Muhán spoke up. He assessed Xià Yuè's attire. The thoroughly soaked sweatshirt appeared somewhat worn, the creases in her skirt were pronounced, and her stockings bore several tears. She looked as though she hadn't changed clothes in days. Xià Yuè gripped the swing's ropes, her gaze fixed ahead, as if speaking to herself. I have no. What? Li Muhán leaned in, straining to hear her words. I have no home. Are you also an orphan? Li Muhán felt he had uttered a rather foolish remark. Indeed, Xià Yuè fell silent, merely closing her trembling lips, chilled by the cold. Best to leave quickly, her voice urged within Li Muhán's mind. This girl was nothing but a delinquent, known to roam the streets at night, and he should certainly avoid any entanglement with her. It was true that Xià Yuè's reputation at school was far from favorable. Rumors circulated that she brought boys home at night and lingered in the park during such hours. There must be some hidden circumstances, and the wisest course of action was to depart swiftly and avoid trouble. Yet, the speed of his thoughts could not match the impulsiveness of his tongue. Before Li Muhán's mind could issue a command, his lips had already betrayed him. By the way, would you like to come to my house? It's quite spacious. Xià Yuè's frosty demeanor momentarily softened, revealing a hint of confusion, as even Li Muhán was taken aback by his own words. It's not ideal for you to stay here, especially so late at night. There could be unsavory characters nearby. At the very least, you could take a shower at my place. Oh no. Li Muhán wished he could slap himself for his increasingly chaotic speech, even mentioning something as private as a shower. Xià Yuè gazed intently at his face, and after a prolonged silence, her expression shifted slightly. Is that all right? Her tone carried a blend of reluctance and sorrow. In her eyes, Li Muhán found no trace of the notorious bitch or delinquent spoken of in rumors, but rather a pitiful girl clutching at a final glimmer of hope. As long as you don't mind, it would be my pleasure. Thank you. Thus, under the same umbrella, Li Muhán and the girl returned to his modest rental apartment, navigating through the rain. Everyone has likely fantasized about the days of living with a beautiful girl. In fact, Li Muhán has almost realized this dream. Albeit for a fleeting week during which they accomplished nothing of significance. Indeed, Li Muhán and his ex-girlfriend Gu Ruoshi have transitioned from childhood friends to lovers. Yet their physical relationship has remained confined to mere kisses. At this moment, he sits in the living room, listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom. His gaze drifting to the pile of feminine clothing in the laundry basket outside. Li Muhán finds himself lost in contemplation. Just today, he had finally come to terms with his feelings for his ex, yet here he is, bringing another girl home in the evening. What on earth am I doing? He places a hand on his forehead, as a sense of clarity washes over him, realizing the irrationality of his actions. What if this is a trap? If Xià Yuè truly embodies the chaotic lifestyle the rumors suggest, then her resorting to deceitful tactics would be entirely plausible. Are there burly men lurking outside, poised to burst in at any moment? Just then, the water ceases, replaced by the sound of rustling, and the bathroom door swings open. A girl with damp hair peeks out. Thank you for letting me use your shower, she says, stepping out clad in an oversized t-shirt and denim shorts. And thank you for the clothes. Li Muhán's heart races as he gazes at the freshly bathed Xià Yuè, her slightly damp black hair cascading over her delicate, fair shoulders. Coupled with her slightly flushed cheeks post-bath and the loose neckline that reveals a hint of her shoulder, an extraordinary atmosphere envelops him. Did I say something wrong? Xià Yuè tilts her head in curiosity, noticing Li Muhán's unwavering stare. No, not at all. I washed your old clothes and will return them to you. But your socks were torn, so I disposed of them, he replies hastily, turning away, unable to meet her gaze. It is perplexing. He felt so at ease with Gu Ruoshi, yet with this unrelated girl, he is overcome with anxiety. Thump, thump. He can even hear his heart pounding. Xià Yuè glances down at herself, then surveys the room. Gradually, she approaches Li Muhán, a resolute expression on her face as she speaks. I understand your intentions. Huh? Li Muhán is bewildered by her statement. As he raises his head, he is startled to find that Xià Yuè has positioned herself directly in front of him. Her petite, slender figure stands before him, water droplets still trickling from her hair onto his trousers. In return, I will allow you to do what you desire. Li Muhán is momentarily speechless. His mind feels as if it has short-circuited, leaving him unable to command his mouth, rendering him dumbfounded as he stares at the girl before him. Typically, when boys bring girls home at night, they might anticipate such an outcome, especially with someone like me, who is homeless and without resources. This body is all I have to offer in return. As she speaks, the girl slowly places her hand behind her back, turning her head slightly to the side, seemingly shy about her own words. My goodness, does she even comprehend what she is saying? Li Muhán marveled inwardly. Although he had entertained such thoughts for a fleeting moment, he had just experienced a breakup. How could he possibly be in the right frame of mind to engage in such matters, especially in a time of vulnerability? He raised his hand, intending to push Xià Yuè away or perhaps guide her to sit aside, allowing himself to slip away unnoticed. However, just as his hand ascended, he noticed the girl tremble with palpable anxiety. Wait just a moment. Her voice quivered as she spoke. There is something else I must convey to you. If you can accept it, then please proceed. Li Muhán wished to express that he had no such intentions, but before he could utter a word, the girl let out a soft sigh, and her gaze turned as cold as ice, looking down upon him seated on the sofa. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker, casting everything into a dance of light and shadow. Was it an unstable voltage? He was certain he hadn't switched on any high-power appliances. Confused, Li Muhán glanced at the chandelier above. With a crash, everything succumbed to darkness. The human eye requires time to adjust to the absence of light, and in that interim, one's hearing becomes acutely sensitive. Li Muhán seemed to perceive a sound, a rustling, as if something was unfurling. Goodness, is that Sadako? You might as well be a succubus. As you can see, I am not human. Accompanying the girl's voice was a pair of crimson-hued eyes glowing faintly. By this time, Li Muhán's sight had adjusted to the darkness, allowing him to discern the figure before him, and know that was no ordinary girl. Behind the once delicate and petite girl had emerged a pair of broken, devilish wings. And although her visage remained beautiful, it now bore an air of sinister allure. Her slightly parted lips revealed two sharp canines, reminiscent of a predator. And even more astonishing was the transformation of her once black hair to a striking white. Li Muhán's mouth fell agape, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. Is this a demon? He found himself at a loss for words. Observing his reaction, Xià Yuè gently closed her eyes. And as the crimson hue was concealed beneath her eyelids, the overhead lights brightened once more. The wings behind her vanished, and she returned to her previous state, as if she had just stepped out of the shower. Essentially, I am what you humans refer to as a vampire. If you are not afraid, I can offer my body as recompense, for aside from it, I possess nothing else. Rest assured, I will not resist or harm you. Li Muhán swallowed hard, still reeling from the shock of the revelation. If you are unwilling, I shall depart at once. As she spoke, the girl glanced at her white shirt. I will find a way to clean it and return it to you. Noticing that Li Muhán remained in a daze on the sofa, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. By the time he regained his senses, she had already reached the door. Wait. Li Muhán rose from the sofa. Xià Yuè slowly turned her head to gaze at Li Muhán, her eyes regaining the despair and desolation reminiscent of their earlier encounter in the park. Li Muhán, uncertain of what to articulate, grappled with the reality that the person before him was a vampire, the creature of the night. Yet, she appeared devoid of any intent to harm him. I brought breakfast when I returned, would you like to share it? He suggested, pointing toward the soy milk and yotia on the table. This time, it was Xià Yuè's turn to be taken aback. She looked at Li Muhán with disbelief, her brow furrowed in confusion. After learning that I am not human, are you still willing to have a meal with me? Did you not mention your homelessness? It is still raining outside, and regardless of the circumstances, my upbringing does not permit me to turn a homeless girl away. Let us have breakfast together, for now. He scratched his head, seemingly perplexed by his own words. Thank you. Xià Yuè's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if Li Muhán were her savior. Li Muhán sat across the table, observing her as she took a bite of the yotia. Delicious, she exclaimed to herself, then continued to devour the food. Not too much, please. This yotia contains a high level of aluminum residue. You humans often indulge in such junk food. The girl's pointed canines flickered into view, subtly reminding Li Muhán that what he had witnessed was no mere figment of his imagination. How peculiar, Li Muhán remarked. Eh? What do you find strange? Xià Yuè queried, glancing at him while chewing. Do vampires partake in human food as well? Anticipating this question, Xià Yuè responded nonchalantly, human food provides us with the most basic energy, however. As you know, to sustain our existence long-term, human blood is essential. Upon hearing this, Li Muhán's grip on the soy milk cup faltered slightly. Noticing his trepidation, Xià Yuè propped her chin on her hand, taking a delicate bite of the youtiao, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as she reassured him, "Fear not. I shall not drink your blood unless you consent. Will being drained by you turn me into a vampire?" Li Muhán's unexpected query momentarily stunned the girl, who seemed to ponder before replying, "If I wish to, it is indeed possible, however, it is quite troublesome. Human society will not permit the indiscriminate increase of vampires. And creating a progeny requires a very specific condition." "What condition?" Li Muhán inquired. Xià Yuè's expression grew somewhat troubled as she sipped her soy milk. Eventually, unable to withstand the fervent curiosity reflected in Li Muhán's gaze, she confessed, "We must be united in body and soul." "Oh, I see. This notion seems oddly familiar." She continued, "So rest assured, I will not drink your blood nor turn you into my progeny. However, if you desire, I can allow you to taste my blood." With a soft thud, the youtiao slipped from Xià Yuè's grasp, her expression one of incredulity as she stared at Li Muhán. "What did you just say?" "I must admit, I am rather curious about the experience of being drained by a vampire. It must be said that at this moment, Li Muhán was somewhat indulging in self-destruction. Being cast aside by his childhood sweetheart with such a brutally pragmatic excuse made it impossible for him to adopt a perspective of detachment. At least not in the short term. Another reason for his despair was his exhaustion. From a young age, he had resided in an orphanage that resembled a hellish nightmare. Each day, he had to engage in fierce battles with peers over the meager scraps of food. The headmaster and teachers there were nothing short of embodiments of cruelty. They employed the most severe corporal punishment and embezzled donations from the government and benevolent outsiders, even demanding absolute submission from the children. If one remains perpetually ensconced in darkness, they will never yearn for the light. Originally, Guruoshi had been the first ray of dawn that Li Muhán had encountered in this world. However, that light had vanished all too swiftly, leaving him engulfed in shadows. He pondered whether being slain by a vampire would constitute a novel experience. Suddenly, he noticed the vampire girl opposite him blushing profusely, and he realized that his words had been misconstrued. He meant merely to request a simple act of bloodletting, not to become her thrall. "Apologies, I failed to articulate my intentions clearly." Upon uttering this, a wry smile crept across Li Muhán's face. Even the mere act of soliciting blood from a vampire was a remarkably audacious endeavor. Xià Yuè gazed into Li Muhán's eyes and discerned the same despair and hollowness that she had once felt herself. In the blink of an eye, the girl materialized before him, standing at his side and cupping his face in her hands. Her eyes radiated a crimson glow, and her face bore a manic yet beguiling smile, with her sharp fangs glinting ominously. "You are indeed intriguing. Not only have you brought a stranger home without seeking any reward, but you even requested that I drink your blood upon learning of my true nature. You are the most fascinating human I have ever encountered." As she spoke, her fangs pierced Li Muhán's neck. He braced himself for excruciating pain, yet none came. Instead, he was enveloped in a warm sensation, a comforting embrace that lulled him into fatigue. His eyelids grew heavy, and his body began to lean forward, weakened. The girl cradled him in her arms, greedily savoring his lifeblood. "Your blood is extraordinary, it evokes such exhilarating feelings within me." Li Muhán felt himself being pressed onto the bed, utterly devoid of strength to resist, helpless as the girl entwined herself around him. "I'm sorry. I seem to have lost control." Upon hearing this final utterance, Li Muhán sensed a hand reaching towards him. Does this scene seem familiar? Such moments were unfolding across the galaxy at this very instant. You might just be the next. Unless you can make the most crucial decision of your life, snap, and prove to everyone that you possess the strength and courage to pursue freedom. Join the ranks of the Grand Wizard Association. The incessant ringing of an alarm clock jolted Li Muhán awake. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He had slept exceptionally well. Perhaps the most peacefully since the loss of his parents. Sitting up, he glanced at the time. It was 6 p.m. Had he truly slumbered from 7 a.m. until now? Ordinarily, such a long sleep would leave one feeling dizzy, yet Li Muhán felt remarkably alert and invigorated. He picked up his phone and noticed that his ex-girlfriend, Gurwashi, had posted 2 updates on social media. He had forgotten to remove her from his list of special contacts, which had now become a source of annoyance. With a sigh, although he had no intention of checking her posts, curiosity compelled him to open Gurwashi's profile. Last night was my first time attending a gala. And it was also the first occasion I wore such an extravagant evening gown. It will undoubtedly be a day I shall never forget. The accompanying photo showcased Gurwashi in an exquisite sky blue gown, standing amidst the opulent backdrop of the gala. Her figure was graceful, her hairstyle meticulously crafted. And she held a delicate wine glass while standing next to a tall, handsome man, exuding a youthful charm that was simultaneously enchanting. Li Muhán recognized that this was the other world Gurwashi had spoken of. The very dress she wore, adorned with embellishments, was far beyond his financial reach. The winter sky may not boast a dazzling array of stars, but if I could draw nearer to the heavens, it seems I might even grasp the moon. The second image depicted Gurwashi nestled against the tall man in an open-air dining area on the top floor of a luxurious restaurant, gazing at the moon together. Clearly, this man was the key to her passage into another realm. A pang of discontent surged within Li Muhán. He had believed he had moved on. Yet upon witnessing these moments, he couldn't help but feel a resurgence of resentment. How the tides of fortune shift. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Suddenly, a commotion arose beside him, startling Li Muhán. He turned to see a dark-haired girl lounging next to him. She blinked, her sleepy eyes open, lazily checking her phone. Is this your girlfriend? Startled, Li Muhán nearly leaped from the bed. What are you doing here? And why aren't you dressed? He exclaimed, looking at Xià Yuè, who was half covered by the blanket and rubbing her eyes. Your room only has this one bed, so I had no choice but to sleep beside you, she replied, yawning. Clearly still in a daze, Li Muhán struggled to recall the events of the previous night. He remembered bringing home a vampire girl and had even asked her to drink his blood. What had transpired afterward? His memory was a blank, save for the vague recollection of Xià Yuè biting his neck. I have fulfilled your wish, and even if you regret it now, it is too late. Just as Li Muhán was about to respond, he realized that when Xià Yuè sat up, her loose shirt had slid off her shoulder. And one more inch would reveal more than he wished to see. He quickly turned his head away, unable to look. Please, put on some clothes fast. Li Muhán stood outside the bedroom door, waiting for the young girl to finish dressing before he dared to continue the conversation. In other words, being drained by a vampire does not necessarily lead to death. Li Muhán inquired, glancing at Xià Yuè, who sat across the table. High-ranking bloodsuckers do not rely on human blood for survival. Feeding is merely a means to sustain their power. Surprisingly, being drained by a vampire can be rather pleasant. Li Muhán recalled the sensations from the previous night. Aside from the warmth experienced during the feeding, he had also encountered a feeling of unparalleled comfort in his dreams. However, upon hearing Li Muhán's words, Xià Yuè spat out the water she had just taken a sip of. What the heck? Startled, Li Muhán hurried to fetch her a towel. Why such a strong reaction? Xià Yuè snatched the towel from him, inadvertently grasping his hand. What do you mean by comfortable? You are shaking. Please. Let us not bring up last night again. Her tone was not serious, but rather tinged with a hint of pleading. Please, don't mention it again. Li Muhán was momentarily taken aback but nodded in agreement. May I take another shower? Xià Yuè suddenly asked, her cheeks flushed, as the water she had sprayed dampened her clothes. Feel free to wash, I will prepare a change of clothes for you. Thank you. Just as Xià Yuè headed to the bathroom, contemplating whether to order takeout or prepare a meal, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. They've arrived. Li Muhán walked to the door and opened it. Upon seeing the visitor, he froze. For it was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Gurwashi. In that instant, he did not immediately recognize her, as she appeared utterly transformed. Her ponytail had been replaced with an exquisitely styled hairdo. The once playful attire of a casual outfit and jeans had evolved into a luxurious gown that was unmistakably expensive. Her gentle, expressive eyes, which had previously offered Li Muhán hope, now seemed to be veiled in a thin layer of frost, regarding him as a mere stranger. This air of aloofness and coldness was something Li Muhán had never witnessed in Gurwashi. I need to talk to you about something. Her voice was flat, devoid of any emotional inflection. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Muhán nodded. Look, just when I thought we were avoiding glitch plotlines, here it comes. He turned to the empty room, gesturing towards Guruoshi. She ignored his remark, instead fixing him with a disdainful gaze. Since you are here, I've packed up some things you didn't clean up last time, you can take them with you. You can just throw those away, I no longer need them. Just throw them away? Li Muhán felt a sense of confusion, those items were remnants of their past. Most of the clothing and accessories being gifts he had given to Guruoshi. Now, in her eyes, they had become mere objects to be casually discarded. Disregarding Li Muhán, Guruoshi strode directly into the room, casting a scornful glance at the dining table. Is there a problem? Li Muhán, having closed the door, turned around to meet Guruoshi's disdainful expression. Li Muhán, we are both adults now, no longer children. I know you have feelings for me, but it is simply impossible. The sudden declaration from Guruoshi left Li Muhán perplexed. This woman had come all the way here at night just to say such things. I have previously told you not to harbor any expectations, you are an intelligent man, Li Muhán. Do not waste your thoughts on the unattainable. What are you talking about? Li Muhán furrowed his brow slightly. Guruoshi approached the dining table, he picked up a cup and turned to Li Muhán with a smile. This is my cup, right? You still keep it, and you even use it. Don't you find that repugnant? No, sister, you misunderstand. I haven't used this cup, it's just that I have guests. Li Muhán attempted to explain, but Guruoshi swiftly tossed the cup into the trash. Do not use my belongings, and nor keep anything of mine. It will only make me look down on you, Li Muhán. Li Muhán fell silent. Gazing at this beautiful yet unfamiliar woman, he felt a twinge of sadness. I know what you're thinking, you believe I am vain. Indeed, Li Muhán, you are an orphan, and my parents were merely ordinary wage earners. They struggled with poverty their entire lives, to the point that it instilled fear in me. I once contemplated striving alongside you. But that was due to our naivety and lack of worldly experience. Guruoshi's parents, to Li Muhán, represented a life-saving grace. After the orphanage scandal, they had adopted him. So, in a certain sense, there existed a bond akin to that of siblings between Li Muhán and Guruoshi. Yet at this moment, Guruoshi regarded Li Muhán with the disdain one might reserve for refuse. She lifted the bag she was carrying slightly. Do you know how much this bag costs? It's an amount you could never earn in a year of labor. And this bracelet, this pendant, do you comprehend what they symbolize? Seeing Li Muhán remain silent, Guruoshi grew more animated. These are keys to the upper echelons of society, Li Muhán. You must have seen my social media posts last night. He took me to a garden restaurant that you could never imagine in your wildest dreams, featuring lobster and abalone, all prepared on site from ingredients air freighted in. Do you understand what this signifies? Does it mean you are now a wealthy lady? Li Muhán quipped with a smile. It signifies disparity, Li Muhán. It signifies happiness, a happiness you could never provide for me. Guruoshi surveyed the room, her face betraying an unmistakable disdain for the space Li Muhán had rented for their shared life. I once genuinely considered living in this pigsty with you. It is hardly a place fit for human habitation. Do you know where I reside now? What on earth could you possibly offer? Can we expedite this? I currently live in Xià Yuè, the most upscale affluent district in Tianhai City. And then? Li Muhán felt a growing impatience. He could not fathom why his feelings for Guruoshi had transformed so dramatically. Indeed, he had once endeavored to salvage their relationship, even going so far as to invest a considerable sum in a bracelet. However, at this moment, all he desired was for this woman to live swiftly. Admittedly, she was beautiful, yet some qualities are immutable, such as one's demeanor. Her current display of gold and silver adorned attire made her resemble a jester desperately trying to assimilate into a world that was not her own. As for the cup she mentioned, it was merely because there were no spare cups at home that Li Muhán had cleaned one for Xià Yuè to use. He no longer even had the chance to explain himself. My boyfriend is waiting for me downstairs. You must have seen that car, I won't disclose its price, lest it breed envy within you. But it is only natural for you to harbor such thoughts. Li Muhán, heed my words, let go. Do not dwell on me any longer, I came today solely to retrieve our photograph. Without uttering another word, Li Muhán entered the room. Moments later, he emerged with a frame containing a photo of himself and Gu Ruoshi. Once upon a time, the two in the photograph bore youthful faces leaning against one another, their expressions radiant with joy. Yet, everything had changed now. Gu Ruoshi seemed disinterested in the photograph, perhaps due to the shift in their statuses, feeling disdainful towards the past. Or perhaps a flicker of guilt towards Li Muhán lingered deep within her heart. In the end, she opened her bag and placed an envelope on the dining table. "This is the best compensation I could conceive for you, Li Muhán, please accept it." "Is this from your boyfriend?" Li Muhán retorted coldly. "Yes. The money inside is ample enough for you to complete your university studies without the burden of laboring daily. Take your money and belongings and leave quickly." Seeing Li Muhán's demeanor, Gu Ruoshi assumed he was still unable to let her go, so she spoke directly. "If you continue to cling to me, I will." Just as Gu Ruoshi was speaking, the bathroom door swung open unexpectedly. Wrapped in a towel, Xià Yuè emerged, her face flashed from the shower. Droplets of water glistening on her skin, enough to captivate any man. Coupled with her striking features that overshadowed Gu Ruoshi's, this rendered Gu Ruoshi momentarily speechless. "Who is she?" Gu Ruoshi inquired, pointing at Xià Yuè, her tone laced with an air of superiority, as if still the mistress of the house. "That is none of your concern. Have you collected your belongings?" Li Muhán had no intention of introducing Xià Yuè to her. Yet Gu Ruoshi persisted, casting an irritated glance at Li Muhán. "Li Muhán, I have not even moved out my things when you have already allowed another woman to reside here. You truly are something else." Facing Gu Ruoshi's scornful remarks, Li Muhán remained non-committal. Just as he contemplated urging her to leave once more, Gu Ruoshi suddenly noticed something. She scrutinized Xià Yuè's face closely before letting out a cold laugh. "I thought I recognized you, so you are the renowned figure from school." Gu Ruoshi approached Xià Yuè, her expensive and exquisite high heels clicking against the floor, a hint of derision gracing her smile as she spoke. "You must be Xià Yuè, a fellow freshman like us. Yet, I have heard tales of your notoriety. They say you are a woman who thrives on wealth. How much did Li Muhán offer you?" Perhaps it was the sight of a woman whose beauty eclipsed her own gracing Li Muhán's abode that ignited an inexplicable resentment within Gu Ruoshi. Her pride could not tolerate the thought of Li Muhán choosing a girlfriend more exceptional than herself, even if it was merely in terms of appearance. Thus, this discontent morphed into an extreme malice directed towards Xià Yuè. However, Xià Yuè remained unfazed, leaning against the restroom door, her fingers twirling a few damp strands of hair. As if accustomed to such judgments. "Li Muhán, let me offer you a piece of advice. A woman like her possesses nothing beyond her exterior. She is a mere parasite to the affluent, a waste of space. Do not be ensnared by someone who can be bought with money." "I do not." Xià Yuè raised her head slightly to glance at Li Muhán, seemingly wishing to clarify something, but her intent was swiftly interrupted by Gu Ruoshi's overpowering voice. "You know well who you are, and I need not remind you. Your escapades, your entanglements with unsavory figures outside of school. Even the circumstances surrounding your foster parents' demise remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps they are linked to you." Before Gu Ruoshi could finish her taunt, Li Muhán stepped protectively in front of Xià Yuè, his cold gaze fixed intently on Gu Ruoshi. "I heed your advice, Gu Ruoshi. I shall not linger on a woman who merely clings to the wealthy and can be purchased with money." "Li Muhán, you..." Gu Ruoshi discerned the mockery in his words. Yet she found herself unable to retort. Indeed, she was currently leveraging a wealthy heir to ascend the social ladder. Can one truly buy affection? She pondered, reflecting on how she had forsaken her boyfriend of many years for monetary gain. The irony stung. She had just attempted to cancel Li Muhán with words that now seemed to reflect her own reality. In a fit of indignation, Gu Ruoshi pointed at Xià Yuè. "How could a woman as vile as her ever compare to me? With enough wealth, even the most ordinary can rise to prominence." With a sudden, fierce motion, Li Muhán slammed his fist against the wall behind Gu Ruoshi, forcing her against it. His eyes glinted with an icy ferocity, radiating an unsettling chill. "Li Muhán, are you truly willing to strike me for this woman? Out of respect for your parents, I shall refrain from retaliating. Now leave. And let me make one thing clear, she is my woman. Can you depart now?" This was the first time Gu Ruoshi had witnessed such a side of Li Muhán. During their relationship, he had never raised his voice at her. She had assumed he was perpetually docile, akin to a submissive pup. But now, this seemingly meek creature revealed its fangs, all sparked by that woman, Xià Yuè. Xià Yuè too stood in stunned silence. For she is but a monster. It is astonishing that there are humans willing to defend her even after discovering her true identity. Just moments ago, he declared that I belong to him. You are truly beyond redemption, Li Muhán. This matter is far from over. Take your money with you. Li Muhán forcefully returned the envelope to Guru Woshi. She hastily approached the door, casting a final glance at Li Muhán and then at the silent Xià Yuè. What a desperate woman she is. Willing to pick up a man discarded by others, a wretch indeed. After muttering this under her breath, the Guru Woshi slammed the door behind her. Li Muhán exhaled a sigh of relief, noticing the cuts and blood on his hand from striking the wall, then he fell into deep contemplation. How could he have lost control so suddenly? Suddenly, he felt someone gently grasp his hand. Unbeknownst to him, Xià Yuè had arrived before him, her hands tenderly enveloping his. Concern etched on her face. I'm sorry, she said. I should have mentioned that she is my ex-girlfriend. You needn't heed her words. I will take a shower to calm myself. Li Muhán attempted to withdraw his hand, but Xià Yuè unexpectedly pressed him against the wall with surprising strength. She held his hand tightly, her mesmerizing crimson eyes gazing intently at him as she slightly tilted her head. I apologize, I find myself unable to resist. Could I perhaps take another sip of your blood? She implored. Didn't you mention that high-ranking vampires should refrain from such acts? Look at the atmosphere, dear girl. I am truly sorry, yet after tasting your blood last night, I find myself increasingly unable to control my urges. Her voice trembled, and her eyes, filled with thirst, appeared incredibly alluring. It was evident that Xià Yuè was striving to restrain herself. Perhaps she spoke the truth, prolonged abstinence from blood could lead to weakness. But it should not incite such a fierce craving. The mere act of allowing her to taste blood had been akin to tossing a piece of fresh meat to a starving beast, an irresistible temptation. At least allow me to shower first, Li Muhán chuckled helplessly. Though most reluctant, Xià Yuè ultimately released his hand, her face a portrait of reluctance. She slightly parted her lips, her two pointed fangs barely visible, yet they failed to instill fear in Li Muhán. Rather, he found the girl before him irresistibly captivating. Just bear with me a little longer, I want to run away, she promised. Li Muhán gently ruffled Xià Yuè's hair before he hastily retreated into the bathroom. As he showered, Li Muhán wrestled with his thoughts. So much had transpired recently. His childhood sweetheart, with whom he had shared many years, had betrayed him and discarded him without hesitation. In his despondency, he had brought a troubled girl from school into his life, only to discover that she was not human, but a vampire. He had even allowed her to taste his blood. All of this was utterly surreal. Upon finishing his shower, with a towel draped over his head, Li Muhán opened the bathroom door only to find Xià Yuè standing at the threshold. At that moment, the girl fully revealed her vampiric form. With flowing silver hair, blood-red eyes, and sharp canine fangs, coupled with an insatiable, seductive gaze, all signals pointed to Li Muhán that escape was futile. May I proceed now? She inquired politely, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Li Muhán nodded, and as he uttered that single syllable, a pair of enormous demonic wings enveloped him entirely. The slender and delicate form of the girl pressed against him, and the towel that cloaked her body suddenly slipped away. In that moment, Li Muhán was intimately close to Xià Yuè, and before he could fully appreciate the softness of her form, those sharp fangs eagerly pierced his neck. As before, an indescribable wave of comfort flooded through him the instant the fangs made contact. This sensation was utterly addictive. He did not resist, instead, he gently embraced the vampire's body. As consciousness began to fade, he heard her whisper tenderly by his ear, "If you just claimed I am yours, so you must take responsibility." After that, he could hear nothing more. Meanwhile, Guru Woshi exited the apartment and made her way to a luxurious sports car. That little brat. How dare he lay a hand on you? Damn it, I'll have his skin. No need, my dear. Don't stoop to the level of such a pauper. He's merely acting out of spite. Let us not concern ourselves with him. All right, as you say it, darling. Can we leave now? I've reserved a table at a seaside restaurant and even arranged for a master musician to perform. I recall you have a fondness for the piano. You are wonderful, darling. Let us hurry. Gu Ruoshi carelessly tossed a photo frame out of the window. She had no regard for the frame or the picture it contained. As the fiancée of this young master, she wished to rid herself of any remnants of her past with her ex. However, as the sports car rode to life, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly emerged from the shadows. How dare you, filthy human, humiliate my master like this? With a loud pop, one of the tires burst the moment the car began to accelerate, causing it to skid uncontrollably and crash into a tree. Observing the disheveled couple emerge from the wreckage, the figure in the shadows scoffed. If it weren't for the Special Management Bureau, you would not have been granted such a mere lesson. With that, the figure slowly vanished into the darkness. As the sounds of the crash and alarms echoed from below, Xià Yuè gently propped herself up in bed, where Li Muhán lay fast asleep beneath her. She donned a jacket and approached the window to gaze downstairs. A luxurious sports car had collided with a tree due to a blown tire, attracting a crowd of onlookers. As she surveyed the bustling throng, Xià Yuè's gaze shifted to an adjacent deserted alley. As she stared into the void of that lifeless passage, her violet eyes began to darken to a deep crimson. "Come forth," she uttered coldly, and then a shadow flickered through the window. Bathed in the faint moonlight, the slender, tall silver-haired girl appeared in Li Muhán's bedroom. She wore a white shirt on her upper half and a long black skirt below, her delicate features appearing particularly frigid under the moon's glow. "Master," the silver-haired girl said, slightly lifting her skirt, and performed a graceful curtsy towards Xià Yuè. "It was you, wasn't it?" "Master, I do not wish for anyone to speak disrespectfully to you." "Do not call me master, you are not my kin." As Xià Yuè conversed with the silver-haired girl, she felt as if she had transformed entirely. Her gaze was icy, her demeanor haughty, completely contrasting the timidness she had displayed before Li Muhán. The age of the blood clan has passed. Now it is the era of humanity's dominion over the world. Should you attract the attention of the special administration, do not expect me to come to your aid. "Rest assured, master, I will never implicate you," the silver-haired girl replied, her gaze shifting toward the sleeping Li Muhán on the bed. A flash of crimson light flickered in Xià Yuè's eyes, and in the next moment, she stood before the silver-haired girl, looking down coldly. "Do not covet him, Chen Gongwei. I am not your master, nor are you my kin. You need not continue following me, there cannot be two blood clans in one city." "Master," the silver-haired girl wanted to say something more, but ultimately, she slowly lowered her head, then her form began to dissolve into a shadow, which then scattered into a swarm of bats that flew out of the window. Xià Yuè turned and walked back to the bedside. Observing the already slumbering Li Muhán, her expression softened slightly, then her eyes returned to a faint lavender hue. She gently extended her hand, intending to caress Li Muhán's cheek, but her fingers halted upon contact. In the end, she simply lay down obediently beside him and closed her eyes. The following day was Monday. Both Li Muhán and Xià Yuè had morning classes, and they shared breakfast before heading to the university together. "I will be in that teaching building." After saying this, Xià Yuè waved goodbye to Li Muhán and departed. For some reason, Li Muhán sensed that Xià Yuè seemed reluctant to exchange even a word with him at school, as if she feared being seen as associated with him. Muhán. At the end of the school day, Li Muhán was called by his friend Luo Yang. He was one of Li Muhán's few friends, a fellow high school classmate who was also acquainted with Gu Ruoshi. Naturally, he was aware of the situation between Li Muhán and Gu Ruoshi. "Have you and Gu Ruoshi completely ended things?" As they walked home after school, Li Muhán accompanied Luo Yang, who was pushing a bicycle he had cherished since middle school. "Yes, it's over." "What a pity. You two seemed so close in high school, always flaunting your affection in front of me." Li Muhán and Gu Ruoshi had practically spent every day together during high school, and since Li Muhán was an orphan, her parents had taken great care of him, even considering him a prospective son-in-law. Who could have imagined it would turn out this way? If Li Muhán were to tell Luo Yang that he almost threw 2 punches at Gu Ruoshi yesterday, he wonders what expression would adorn Luo Yang's face now. Noticing Li Muhán's silence, Luo Yang assumed he had unintentionally touched a nerve and, feeling a pang of guilt, said, "All right, don't be upset. You're not working today, right?" "Yes, I'm not working today," Li Muhán replied. "Then let's go out for barbecue, I know a place that's exceptionally good." Initially, Li Muhán intended to decline, uncertain of when Xià Yuè would return home and whether there would be dinner awaiting her. However, after some contemplation, he remembered he had given her a spare key. Worst case, he could return home early and bring back some barbecue for her. Thus, the two made their way to the barbecue restaurant. Muhán, look at you. Tall and handsome, how could you possibly struggle to find a good woman? We don't need those types who would kick you to the curb once they've secured a wealthy partner. After a few drinks, Luo Yang was becoming quite inebriated. He patted Li Muhán on the shoulder, offering words of comfort, while Li Muhán remained internally composed. The food at this barbecue stall was indeed delightful. It was rare that Luo Yang had chosen well this time. Li Muhán chuckled as he teased the already tipsy Luo Yang, recalling a previous visit to a noodle shop where, after a prolonged wait for the food, he had urged the owner for an update. The owner had nonchalantly replied, "Don't worry, it's coming right out," leaving Li Muhán utterly perplexed. Surveying the surroundings, Li Muhán noticed a vibrant atmosphere, filled predominantly with young patrons, though a few elderly couples were also seated together. Yet none of the tables resembled theirs, which consisted solely of two men. "Muhán, do you doubt my words? I've told you, if you want to find a girlfriend, it would be a piece of cake. Look, that girl over there seems quite nice." Following Luo Yang's pointing finger, Li Muhán's gaze landed on a female server at the barbecue stall. She possessed a delicate, petite figure. Her long black hair tied back in a ponytail, and a mask obscured her face. She wore a simple white long-sleeve sweatshirt that appeared a size too large for her. "Wait a moment." Li Muhán squinted. The clothing she wore looked strikingly familiar, as if he owned an identical piece. Despite the mask, her enchanting eyes radiated a faint purple luminescence. "Hello, is this your barbecue?" At that moment, the girl approached, placing a platter of grilled meat before them. Her voice carried an ethereal quality, cool and distant, reminiscent of a gentle night breeze, leaving a refreshing sensation. Li Muhán found her voice oddly familiar, as though he had heard it several times recently. "Yes, thank you," he nodded. The girl turned to leave, yet Li Muhán's gaze remained fixed on her retreating figure, as if the memory was on the verge of surfacing. "Hey, Li Muhán. What's going on with you lately?" Luo Yang's voice interrupted Li Muhán's reverie. "You've downed 6 bottles of beer. How come your face is scenty even flushed? I recall your poor tolerance for alcohol. 2 bottles would leave you inebriated. How is it that you now seem so resilient?" It was only upon Luo Yang's reminder that Li Muhán realized he had consumed 6 bottles of beer. Although it wasn't an excessive amount, he felt absolutely no effects, especially when compared to the noticeably tipsy Luo Yang. Li Muhán's complexion remained entirely unflushed. "Enough of that. What did you think of that girl earlier?" "What do you mean?" Li Muhán replied as he severed his skewer and raised his cup for another drink. This time, he took a moment to appreciate the taste. Aside from a slight fullness in his stomach, he felt no other sensations. It was as if alcohol had completely lost its potency on him. "Let me tell you, even though she wore a mask, based on my extensive experience with women, she is undoubtedly a beauty. Old Luo, you've never even had a girlfriend, yet you claim to have extensive experience." Li Muhán teased. Luo Yang, clearly somewhat intoxicated, lifted his cup and drunkenly pointed at Li Muhán. "Don't underestimate me. I just choose not to pursue a relationship. If I wanted to, I could do it in a heartbeat." Seeing the skepticism on Li Muhán's face, Luo Yang grew anxious and seized Li Muhán, pulling him aside. "You don't believe me? I'll prove it to you right now." It was 10 o'clock at night, the busiest time at the barbecue stall. The female server from earlier seemed to be a novice, having been reprimanded by her boss for making several mistakes with orders. She was currently clearing the debris left by departing customers. "Hello, miss." Suddenly, Luo Yang dragged Li Muhán over to the server, loudly greeting her as she tidied the table. "Hello." The girl looked up, her lively eyes meeting Luo Yang's. "Would you go out with me?" Li Muhán was taken aback by Luo Yang's audacity. The atmosphere turned awkward as the girl tilted her head, regarding him with a perplexed expression. "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." After a long pause, the girl replied softly. Luo Yang appeared utterly crushed, as if struck by a heavy blow. "I told you not to humiliate yourself. Look where that has gotten you." Li Muhán patted Luo Yang on the back. Before Luo Yang could respond, the server approached Li Muhán. She looked up at him and said, "Tonight is my first day at work, I might be late getting back, so you don't need to wait for me." Li Muhán, who had been attempting to comfort Luo Yang, froze in place. Luo Yang was equally stunned. He turned to Li Muhán, then back at the girl. "Do you two know each other?" Before Li Muhán could respond, Xià Yuè nodded and said, "He is my boyfriend." Luo Yang slumped back in his chair, gaping at Li Muhán. "Xià Yuè." Li Muhán finally recognized her. "What are you doing here? I can't just stay at your place for free. I want to earn some money like you do, at least to cover my living expenses." As Li Muhán looked at the girl before him, he found it hard to believe that a vampire beauty was working at a barbecue stall late at night. At this moment, Luo Yang was utterly incapacitated, lacking even the strength to inquire about the circumstances from Li Muhán. Observing his state, Li Muhán had no choice but to summon a taxi for him. As for Luo Yang's bicycle, he would have to push it home and return it the following day. After seeing Luo Yang off, Li Muhán returned to the barbecue stall to settle the bill. Despite the initial agreement that Luo Yang would treat, he found himself footing the bill instead, which elicited a bitter smile from him. Xià Yuè was still busy, and Li Muhán refrained from disturbing her. He had intended to wait for her to return home together, but lingering at the barbecue stall without partaking in any food felt rather intrusive. Thus, he seized an opportunity to bid her farewell, advising her to take care on her way home before departing. Pushing Luo Yang's bicycle, Li Muhán made his way homeward. The biting winter wind penetrated his coat, a sensation that typically rendered him cold and weary on late-night returns from work. However, tonight he felt impervious to the chill. It was nearing 11 o'clock when, surprisingly, he experienced no drowsiness. Strangely, on this dark path, which previously required the aid of his phone's flashlight, he could now see every shadow with clarity. As he reached the midpoint of the path, an unexpected vehicle obstructed his way. 4 or 5 men clad in black suits emerged from the car. Sensing impending danger, Li Muhán attempted to retreat, only to find his path blocked by another vehicle, from which more men in black suits descended. "Are you Li Muhán?" The last to exit was a handsome, tall man of a similar age to Li Muhán, exuding an air of authority that suggested he hailed from a wealthy family. "That's me. You gentlemen aren't here to rob me, are you?" Li Muhán replied with a smile, buying time while searching for an escape route. Having grown up in a hellish orphanage, he was keenly attuned to danger and recognized that these men were not there for friendly purposes. Although proficient in combat, he discerned that these suited adversaries appeared formidable. A direct confrontation would likely lead to his downfall. "You're the one who struck my girlfriend, correct?" The man sneered as he approached Li Muhán, covering his mouth with an expensive handkerchief, seemingly repulsed by the air and scent around him. "Is your girlfriend a wall in my house?" Li Muhán had already deduced that this man was Guruosh's wealthy suitor. He regretted not having landed that punch directly on Guruosh's face. Trouble was inevitable. The man inhaled deeply from his handkerchief, his expression softening slightly. After verifying Li Muhán's identity, the young master turned and climbed back into his vehicle, waving his hand and whispering, "Make your move." Following this, the group of suited men surged forward to encircle Li Muhán. Reacting swiftly, he thrust his bicycle forward, momentarily blocking the advance of the 4 black-clad assailants before pivoting to charge at the others behind him. To his astonishment, Li Muhán discovered that his dynamic vision and physical strength had inexplicably improved significantly. Having always possessed commendable physical attributes, this unforeseen enhancement rendered him impervious to subjugation by the men surrounding him. How ironic it was that those he had financially supported could not even contend with a mere youth. Zhao Qinquan lounged in the back seat of the vehicle, flinging open the door, inhaling the fragrance of his handkerchief with each utterance. These men, skilled in combat, eventually managed to subdue Li Muhán, albeit after considerable effort and relying on their numbers. Fists rained down upon Li Muhán like a torrential downpour, prompting him to abandon resistance swiftly. He recognized that any effort to fight back would only exacerbate his suffering. Instead, he focused on shielding his head and abdomen, seeking an opportune moment for counterattack. "Enough. Bring him over here," he commanded the wealthy heir, who sat in the front passenger seat, observing the unfolding scene with a smirk. Li Muhán was dragged to the side of the vehicle, resembling a ragged doll, his body battered and barely able to stand. Did you think I sought you out because you struck her? Xiao Qianquan crouched before him, lighting a cigarette and regarding Li Muhán as one would refuse. You are mistaken. I scarcely care for that woman. I merely found her appealing and wished to indulge, and of course she could leverage my resources to ascend in life. You see, your ex-girlfriend is far more astute than you. The young master seized Li Muhán's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. Enough of this beating, don't you think? Li Muhán feebly protested, having anticipated that such affluent individuals might exhibit a modicum of restraint. Yet, he was woefully mistaken in underestimating Xiao Qianquan's intellect. She claimed you knew each other in high school, that you persistently pursued her until she yielded. Whether true or not, I wish for no further connection between you two. Xiao Qianquan slapped Li Muhán's face, clearly unwilling to let him off easily. To my surprise, she was a novice, yet demanded I take responsibility. How absurd. After all this time, she never let you touch her, did she? In just a week, after exchanging contact details, the one dinner and a phone. She was in a hotel room with me. As he spoke, Xiao Qianquan took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke onto Li Muhán's face. Your girlfriend is quite enticing. With a snap of his fingers, the suited man beside him promptly produced a camera. Li Muhán, now devoid of strength, could do nothing but allow the men in suits to hoist him up. Let me show you something interesting. Xiao Qianquan discarded his cigarette butt and thrust the camera before Li Muhán's eyes. As Li Muhán's gaze shifted to the screen, he was met with the sight of a man and a woman, unclothed and engaged in an indecent act upon a bed. To his horror, the woman was none other than his former girlfriend, Guruoshi. What, can't recognize her without clothes? This is your ex-girlfriend. Look how wanton she is in bed, probably a side of her you've never seen before, right? Xiao Qianquan draped an arm over Li Muhán's shoulder as if sharing some amusing spectacle with a friend. I know you're furious, but you should face reality. Let me tell you, your girlfriend is just one of my many playthings. You have no idea how exhilarating it is to break in these naive little things. Furious? Should Li Muhán be furious? Yet his heart remained eerily calm. Watching Guruoshi panting beneath Xiao Qianquan's weight, he felt only sorrow, pity for her. Not a shred of anger. Young master, let us keep it civil, shall we? Wouldn't you want the cyber police knocking on your door? Now, how about releasing me? Click. Xiao Qianquan ignored him, shutting off the camera before yanking Li Muhán's hair. Listen, you fatherless bastard, no matter how much I explain the gap between us, you'll never grasp it. So I'll make this simple, I have standards. Until I'm done with that little slut, you don't speak a word to her. Understood? But as Xiao Qianquan spat his venom, he froze, meeting Li Muhán's gaze. He expected fear. Rage. Instead, those eyes were still as a frozen lake, chillingly indifferent. After all, every man only gets one life. Li Muhán's was alive. This young master S was alive. In the span of those threats, Li Muhán had already weighed the scales. Trading his life for Xiao Qianquan's? Hardly an issue. But the hot-headed fool mistook that calm for defiance, a sneer at his authority. Murder flickered in the young master's eyes. Wiping his hands with a handkerchief, he retrieved a baseball bat from the trunk and stalked back, lips curled. You are really begging for death, huh? Huh? I didn't even crack. The bat smashed into Li Muhán's skull before he could finish. The dull thud echoed through the winter night. Blood cascaded down his face. Worthless trash. Born to rot at the bottom. With that, Xiao Qianquan tossed the bat aside. The black-suited men released Li Muhán, turning toward the car. Damn it. Miscalculated. This bastard really treats lives like toys. Dizziness swallowed Li Muhán's vision, painting the world crimson. Sound faded. He strained to lift his head, blurrily glimpsing the air and his entourage entering the vehicle. Each breath tore through his chest like shrapnel. This might be the end. Cold seeped into his limbs. The pain ebbed. Darkness swirled at the edges of his sight, dragging him downward, as if countless hands were pulling him into an abyss without end. Li Muhán awoke to the deep, resonant recitations of an ancient tongue, the voice echoing from the mist of time, piercing through his muddled thoughts and guiding him from the haze of his dreams. He stirred slightly, gradually opening his eyes, devoid of any pain. To his astonishment, He found his head intact, as if the earlier confrontation with Zhao Qianquan and others had merely been a fleeting illusion. Supporting himself with his hands, he rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. He discovered himself enveloped in darkness, the sole source of light emanating from a towering stone gateway ahead. This gate was astonishingly tall, soaring several dozen meters high, as if it bore the weight of a natural force too immense to contain, firmly entrenched in the boundless abyss. The material of the door was not iron but a heavy stone, its surface adorned with intricate runes that flickered with a ghostly luminescence, exuding an aura of profound and ancient power. These runes resembled a series of secret codes, intricately woven into a mysterious totem. Surrounding the runes were lifelike relief sculptures, each depicting a grotesque, contorted monster, as if they were demons summoned from the depths of hell. Well, even if this place were heaven, it would surely be a Nintendo. Li Muhán chuckled to himself, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face, acknowledging that he was destined for hell nonetheless. He cautiously placed his hand upon the door and pushed. The heavy portal remained still, unyielding. Just as confusion set in, an indescribable whisper surged through his hands into his mind. Key. An influx of incomprehensible language flooded his consciousness. It was a tongue he had never encountered before, yet it felt as if it were inscribed upon his very soul, entirely memorable and recitable. Following the voice within, Li Muhán recited the ancient incantation. As the final syllable left his lips, the heavy iron door emitted a resounding boom and began to slowly swing open inward. He had anticipated a sight of mountains of corpses or perhaps a horrifying infernal lair. To his surprise, the interior revealed a magnificent opera house. Li Muhán had seen such a venue on television, with the audience seated in a circular formation encircling the stage. Unbeknownst to him, he had already found himself standing at the center of the stage. A spotlight illuminated him, causing Li Muhán to squint against the brilliance until, after a moment, he could discern the figures in the audience. They were not human at all, but rather statues of various forms. Could this truly be the afterlife? It seemed far too abstract for his taste. Li Muhán couldn't help but voice his skepticism. In that moment, the eyes of one statue in the front row ignited with a crimson glow, locking onto his gaze. Instantly, he was pulled into another realm. This new space was a dilapidated temple, dimly lit, surrounded by crumbling walls, save for a throne that stood pristine amidst the ruin. Upon that throne sat a young boy. He possessed striking features, his dark skin adorned with golden runes, and his tousled white hair lent him an air of disarray. His attire was unrecognizable to Li Muhán, although it bore a hint of ancient Babylonian style. Yet, the youth's dimly glowing golden eyes gazed vacantly ahead, seemingly peering through Li Muhán and into the boundless void behind him. "Excuse me, how does one reach the underworld?" Li Muhán inquired as he approached the throne. The boy, however, offered no reply, merely cradling his chin in contemplation, murmuring to himself, "Why did we lose?" Why, indeed? At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Li Muhán's mind. Demon, Ball level, while destroying soul status, damage task, assist Ball in restoring his soul, with each phase of restoration, a portion of Baal's power will be granted. Current restoration level, 0. Li Muhán observed the boy before him, who appeared as though struck into stupor. He was none other than Ball, the first of the 72 pillars of demonology, who had forged a pact with King Solomon. Li Muhán's understanding of Solomon's legendary tale was scant. He knew only that the ancient king of Israel had entered into a covenant with demons to acquire unparalleled wisdom. It was no wonder Ball appeared so daft, his soul was fragmented. But why was he described as a prisoner? Furthermore, why was he encountering foreign demons after his demise? Could it be that this world was an immense battleground, where every departed soul ultimately converged? An idea suddenly sparked in Li Muhán's mind. If Baal's soul was broken, could restoring it signify a counterattack? With this thought ignited, he steeled himself to engage Ball in conversation, for understanding the root of the ailment was essential for remedying it. "Greetings, I am Li Muhán. Are you truly Ball, the foremost of the 72 pillars of demonology? You know, there are many representations of you in games, in one. You are a general wielding control over thunder and lightning. Impressive, isn't it?" However, Ball remained unresponsive. Frustrated, Li Muhán resolved to employ his last resort, raising his hand. He delivered a sharp slap to Baal's face. The crisp sound reverberated through the desolate ruins of the temple. Ball seemed to awaken suddenly, lifting his gaze to Li Muhán. confusion evident in his eyes. Who are you? Just as Li Muhán opened his mouth to speak, the voice in his mind chimed in once more. Bael's soul has been awakened, current restoration level 1, you have gained Bael's attention and are beginning to acquire power from him. Goodness, Li Muhán cast inwardly. Is it truly as simple as a slap to activate him? Perhaps a few more strikes will restore his soul entirely. Before he could react, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped his body, as if it were altering every single cell within him. This sensation bestowed upon Li Muhán a feeling akin to rebirth. As this force receded, the youth before him gradually rose to his feet, barefoot, and approached Li Muhán step by step. Simultaneously, the voice echoed once more in Li Muhán's mind. Domain skill acquired, thunderstorm execution domain ability. Within this domain, your strength, endurance, speed, and mental fortitude are amplified tenfold. You gain the power of ball to command lightning. Within this domain, you can absorb the electrical energy from all devices to enhance yourself. As long as the lightning persists, you shall remain immortal. Domain range, radius 1, domain level 2, the one who awakens me shall also inherit my power. Human. I am fully aware of your desires. Do you yearn for another chance at life, even on the brink of death? Li Muhán was momentarily stunned. Slowly raising his gaze to meet the towering white-haired youth, his lips moving slightly. To live, who wishes for death? The boy gazed intently at Li Muhán. His golden eyes radiating an imperceptible authority, yet Li Muhán did not flinch from this scrutiny. This seemed to amuse the white-haired youth, who let out a soft chuckle. Power is not easily controlled. If you doubt this, feel free to test it and see if you can endure even 1% of my strength. With that, the boy raised his hand and flicked it lightly. Instantly, Li Muhán's consciousness felt as though it were being drawn from his body, soaring into the darkness deep within the temple. Meanwhile, Xià Yuè spat on Li Muhán's body lying on the ground, cursing as he returned to his car. Damn it. How could Guru Roshi have ever liked such a fool? Refusing to accept money and seeking death instead. Xià Yuè settled into the passenger seat, lighting a cigarette. Young master. The master has instructed us never to kill, yet you. A bodyguard looked at Xià Yuè with concern. You all handle it. This I sent you the first time we've done this. Just ensure it's clean. I've checked, he is an orphan, with no relatives. No one will care if he disappears without a trace. Wait, is it going to rain? Xià Yuè took a puff of smoke, glancing out at the night sky. The previously tranquil sky began to churn with dark clouds, flashes of lightning flickering within. This cursed weather, but it does make your job easier. Just wait for the rain. And let us dispose of his body, huh? He cast a mocking glance towards Li Muhán outside the car. But at that moment, he froze. For Li Muhán's body, which should have been unconscious on the ground, had vanished. In that instant, a loud bang echoed from the roof of the car. What the hell was that? The young master exclaimed, staring in shock at the dented roof. Several men in black hurriedly exited the vehicle to investigate. One of them, upon stepping out and glancing back at the roof, was so startled that he fell to the ground. Li Muhán, who should have been lying on the ground, now stood atop the car. His shirt was torn, revealing a body covered in strange runes, and his hands had transformed into jet black claws entwined with arcs of lightning. Even more terrifying, a pair of demonic horns sprouted from his head and a long, dark tail emerged from his lower back. The creature's golden eyes fixated on the crowd, a wicked smile curling at the corners of its mouth. With the opening of the domain, a tempest of thunder unleashed its wrath. In an instant, as the creature rasped these words, storm clouds surged towards the earth, spreading rapidly in a 1-kilometer radius around the demon. The lightning did not dissipate, but rather enveloped the entire area, creating a realm forged from electricity. Within this kilometer-wide circle, all appliances and vehicles capable of generating electric energy malfunctioned instantaneously, while countless bolts of lightning converged towards the center of the domain where the monster stood. Monster! Monster! As the lightning illuminated the night sky, several figures clad in black cried out in terror, their voices seemingly capturing the attention of the creature above. The creature's thick, spiked tail struck the car's roof with a deafening crash, leaving a deep dent. The suited men drew their firearms, aiming at the demon standing atop the vehicle. Fire! Fire! Gunshots erupted like a torrential downpour, yet as the bullets approached the creature, they were thwarted by an unseen electric barrier. Once the gunfire ceased, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, witnessing a wall constructed entirely of bullets forming before the demon. "What in the world is that thing?" one suited man shouted in horror. Before he could finish his exclamation, he glanced down, only to see the demon's electrified claw piercing through his chest. Blood erupted forth in a violent spray, his body convulsing violently before falling utterly still. His eyes were filled with unending terror and disbelief, unable to fathom the abrupt end to his life. "Help! Oh! Please don't kill me! Don't kill me! No! Don't kill me!" What followed was a massacre. Wherever the lightning struck, a black-clad figure was torn to shreds by the monster. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of screams, gunfire, and thunder, composing a dirge of despair akin to a symphony from the depths of hell. When the last of the suited men fell victim to the demon's claws, silence once again enveloped the scene. As for Xià Yuè, the blow from the creature's tail had dented the car roof, rendering the door frame utterly deformed and inoperable. Now, he found himself trapped in the back seat, clutching a handgun, trembling in fear. "No, no, no," he whispered, paralyzed by dread. Outside, all was still. Yet he dared not lift his gaze. He prayed fervently for this ordeal to swiftly come to an end, wishing that the beast would remain oblivious to his presence. Alas! Such hopes were futile. A heavy breath shattered the silence. Who is it?" "I am the young master of the Xiao Consortium, do not harm me." "My father." Before he could finish his plea, a claw suddenly reached through the car window, yanking the young master from his refuge in the back seat. The creature's claw gripped his neck, lifting him into the air, while he desperately aimed his firearm at the monster's head, firing several rounds. Yet, the bullets were thwarted by an invisible barrier of electric currents that surrounded the beast. A deep sense of despair enveloped Xià Yuè. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll return your woman. I will give you whatever you desire. If it is wealth you seek, I possess great riches." The creature tilted its head slightly, its emotionless golden eyes fixated on Xià Yuè as though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Suddenly, it smiled, a terrifying grin. Then, raising a hand, the monster snapped its fingers. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck with unerring precision, reducing Xià Yuè's right hand to ashes, leaving no trace of bone or flesh behind. "Oh! My hand! My hand!" Pain and terror tormented Xià Yuè, who had never faced such injury in his sheltered life. Now, he was left with a severed hand, obliterated by the monstrous force of lightning. Tears and mucus stained his cheeks. He realized that death was imminent, yet the creature appeared intent on prolonging his suffering. Just as the beast prepared to extract Xià Yuè's eyes, the storm clouds above the domain seemed to be violently torn apart, revealing a radiant full moon suspended in the sky. The pure moonlight streamed forth from the clouds, accompanied by a maiden with immense wings. Her silver hair danced in the wind, and her blood-red gaze looked down upon the demon. The domain awakened, crimson hunting commenced. As the maiden spoke, the bright moon transformed into a deep scarlet, and the blood-red moonlight dispelled the storm clouds, casting its glow upon the city. The demon lifted its head, gazing at Xià Yuè, the flicker of excitement gleaming in its golden eyes. It released the nearly unconscious Xià Yuè, turning its attention to the girl floating beneath the blood moon. Awakened, Li Muhán, Xià Yuè coldly addressed the demon. Yet, the demon, driven by a thirst for blood, possessed little rationality. It now viewed Xià Yuè as another predator than intruder in its domain. Xià Yuè, recognizing the futility of communication, sighed softly and extended her claws. Boom! Thunder roared once more as the demon bent slightly before launching itself towards Xià Yuè in midair, moving with the swiftness and force of a lightning charge projectile. Transformed into a vampire, Xià Yuè firmly pressed down on the face of the approaching monster with a single hand, before diving to the ground, pinning the creature beneath her. Simultaneously, the pointed tips of her wings pierced through the monster's arms, anchoring them to the earth. Through the gaps between her fingers, the demon's chaotic eyes fixated intently on the vampire before it, followed by an eerie smile. Xià Yuè's expression was as cold as frost. Sensing that Li Muhán beneath her was about to resist, she tightened her grip on his head, creating a subtle crack in the ground. Calm yourself, Li Muhán. Learn to control this power and do not let it lead you astray. His pupils gradually rose, revealing a look of astonishment that soon morphed into mockery. An ancient language slipped from his lips, and in response, a bolt of lightning struck fiercely towards Xià Yuè. Her wings flapped rapidly, allowing the girl to evade the electric assault. The demon, having freed itself, seized Xià Yuè with astonishing speed before its robust tail pierced through her small frame. As her body was lifted into the air, the blood gushed from her abdomen, yet her face bore no sign of pain. Instead, the demon paused, its golden eyes dimming and its body trembling after impaling Xià Yuè. Looking around at the myriad of broken corpses, Li Muhán awakened to the grim reality. He had killed, taken many lives. Finally, with a quivering voice, he gazed at Xià Yuè, uttering, "Xià Yuè, did I hurt you? Was all of this my doing?" Xià Yuè, suspended by the demon's tail, slowly lifted her hand to caress its cheek, speaking softly, "Do not worry, I will ensure your safety." Then, her wings enveloped Li Muhán's body gently. With a sudden opening of her mouth, her terrifying fangs glimmered under the lightning. As they sank into Li Muhán's neck, it was as if a tranquilizer coursed through him. His body began to cease its trembling, the runes on him gradually fading away, followed by the demon's horns and tail as it reverted to its human form. In that instant, the surrounding barrier of lightning crumbled to dust. Li Muhán felt as though the maddening power and tumultuous emotions had been completely siphoned away, leaving him in sudden tranquility. His expression began to restore to calm, and light returned to his gaze from the depths of darkness. A sharp pain throbbed in his head, his body felt weak, as if everything that had transpired was merely a nightmare. "You are simply fatigued, sleep now," Xià Yuè whispered, a trace of Li Muhán's blood lingering on her lips. After licking the blood, she gently cradled the slumbering Li Muhán, casting a glance at Xià Yuè, who lay on the ground, terrified and clutching his severed arm. "No, no. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. Please spare my life." Xià Yuè appeared somewhat weakened from excessive blood loss, his face streaked with tears and snot. However, Xià Yuè paid him no heed. Instead, she embraced Li Muhán's lifeless body, and in an instant, transformed into a shadow that dissipated into countless bats, vanishing into the stillness of the winter night. Meanwhile, the blood-red moon in the sky gradually returned to its original state. In a certain bank building in Tianhai City, the business day had long concluded, yet the lobby was frequented by numerous individuals. These people did not exit through the main entrance but instead descended to the fifth underground floor via a concealed elevator. This was a designated operational point for a particular organization. At that moment, the fifth underground floor was resonating with sharp, piercing alarm sounds, urging the staff to hasten to their posts. A woman, clad in a suit jacket, rubbed her sleepy eyes as she accepted a cup of coffee from a colleague before swiftly joining others toward the innermost intelligence hall. Within the intelligence hall, 4 individuals had already congregated, 2 men and 2 women, each exuding an extraordinary aura. 2 anomalous domain reactions manifesting simultaneously. Is it a territorial dispute? Could it be related to the sudden thunderstorm that just occurred? Remarked a middle-aged man in a black trench coat, furrowing his brow. If it is a territorial dispute, can we still remain here to discuss it? A sharp, bespectacled woman retorted coldly. Our intelligence reports indicate that the incident occurred in the western district of Tianhai City, along a seldom-traveled path with scarcely any residents or shops nearby. The streets and buildings show no signs of damage. Another tall woman projected the information, displaying an image of a street where several personnel in black uniforms were placing bodies into body bags. 10 fatalities and 1 injured. Yet one of the anomalous domain reactions remains unrecorded. Upon hearing the tall woman's report, the man in the black trench coat snorted derisively. And the other one? A disaster-level domain reaction, the woman replied. At this, the man in the trench coat suddenly rose to his feet, a cold sweat soaking his back. What? A disaster level? What is the Bureau of Special Management doing? How could they allow such a disaster-level anomaly to manifest within the city? A girl, who had been silent while seated, stood up, dressed in a black suit uniform and appearing to be in her 20s. She had shoulder-length black hair tied back in a neat ponytail, her face adorned with an enigmatic smile. With her standing, all eyes turned toward her. I would like to clarify that this disaster-level anomaly is a registered individual under our bureau's management. Upon her utterance, the others exchanged surprised glances. Tianhai City has registered disaster-level anomalies. Why were we never informed of this? Deputy Director Lin, do you have an explanation? The young girl, referred to as Deputy Director Lin, cast a glance at the man clad in a black trench coat, ignoring his inquiries entirely. The others present also regarded her with similar perplexity. Gradually, she lifted the coffee cup from the table, stirring it gently while smiling as she spoke. The Special Management Bureau operates independently of all agencies. Whether it be your Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, or the military, we are under no obligation to report to you. Deputy Lin, that statement seems rather misplaced. If you have no need for us, why summon us here? The bespectacled woman adjusted her thin-framed glasses, expressing her dissatisfaction. Director, wait, do not be upset. Since we have invited you here, we do not intend to conceal anything. The girl casually picked up a tablet and approached the screen. As everyone has just learned, there are 2 domain reactions occurring in the city, one of which, classified as a natural disaster level, has been on our watch list for 15 years. With a few taps on the screen, a profile of a black-haired young girl appeared, prominently displaying the name Xià Yuè. Please introduce this Xià Yuè and clarify her situation. The man in the black trench coat inquired. Xià Yuè, true name unknown, affiliated mythology unknown, duration of existence unknown, is a rather unique entity. Her species is that of the blood kin, yet she diverges from typical blood kin. Rather than seeking to create dependence to augment her power, she has an overwhelming desire to root herself within human society and live as one of them. 5 years ago, she was adopted by an elderly couple and renamed Xià Yuè. 15 years ago, I acted as her guarantor for her entry into the Special Management Bureau. Now, for reasons unknown, she has come into contact with another entity and has even utilized domain powers, which naturally falls under my jurisdiction for investigation, including the newly emerged entity. 15 years ago, everyone present exhibited signs of astonishment. Deputy Lin claimed to have guaranteed this entity's entrance into the Bureau 15 years prior. Yet she appeared to be scarcely 20, or was she not merely a child then? Seemingly sensing the confusion among the crowd, the girl offered a slightly embarrassed smile. My age is a secret, I hope everyone can understand. Very well, the Special Management Bureau is a unique institution overseeing entities. Who can claim that its leaders are not another form of entity? After this brief description, Lindsay set the tablet down and casually picked up her coffee cup as she walked towards the door. Hey, where are you going? The man in the black trench coat called out to Lindsay. Reaching the door, Lindsay turned back and smiled at him. To conduct a thorough investigation, sir. With that, she closed the door behind her. This woman is utterly disrespectful. She leaves us here like this. I shall file a complaint against her superior. The tall woman patted the shoulder of the man in the trench coat, speaking earnestly. I advise against it. By hierarchy, you would need to address her as Director Lin. And her forthcoming duties must not encounter any delays. What? Is she not just a deputy director? Are you not aware of the administrative rank within the Special Management Bureau? Moreover, regarding the outliers, we ordinary individuals find ourselves utterly powerless. For the special administration possesses formidable capabilities. So, what is our purpose here? The man in the black trench coat sat helplessly in a chair. And soon his queries were addressed. The mission brief materialized on the projection screen. It bore the image of Xià Yuè, accompanied by a succinct description of the task. This individual is the sole survivor of the incident, Xià Yuè, whose father is the head of the Xiao Consortium. Therefore, it is hoped that your respective departments will collaboratively resolve the aftermath of this matter. The 3 individuals witnessing the task displayed displeasure. Particularly the man in the black trench coat. Are we summoned merely to clean up after the special administration? On what grounds? There is a complete lack of respect here. I refuse to engage in this matter. If you wish to handle their cleanup, be my guest. At this juncture, the heads of several highest institutions reached a consensus. What is this? Assigning tasks in such a manner. Do they truly regard us as mere pawns? Just then, all their mobile phones received a text message. The sender was the same individual, and upon reading the message, they were all rendered speechless. This was a person whose authority they could never dare to defy. The content of the message was but a single line: all department leaders, please cooperate fully with the work of the special administration without error. The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, all their discontent morphed into resigned smiles. The special administration's unique status within Xià could be described as a department independent of all administrative bodies, with an administrative rank that is simply unimaginable. Very well. Since the matter has been put forth so explicitly, let us return to our duties. The tall woman was the first to voice her agreement. She smiled gently at the others before being the first to exit the office. The bespectacled woman adjusted her glasses, nodded slightly at the man in the black trench coat, and then also departed. Finally, the man in the trench coat remained behind, hesitating with words unspoken, ultimately reducing his myriad sentiments to a single expletive. Damn it. Meanwhile, in the top-tier operating room of the most authoritative hospital in Tian High City, a team of premier doctors, having rushed from various locations, were intently performing surgery on Xià Yuè. Although his arm was intact, it was severed due to electric shock, resulting in cell necrosis at the junction, rendering any reattachment futile. Their current objective was to preserve Xià Yuè's life as much as possible, ensuring that he would not suffer any lasting repercussions from this accident. Outside the operating room, a tall man sat in a chair. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a resolute visage particularly highlighted by his piercing eyes, reminiscent of a hawk, fixed intently on the operating room door. He was Xià Yuè, the head of the Xià Consortium and Xià Yuè's father. Upon learning of his son's accident, Xià Yuè immediately flew in from out of town. Although he had other sons and was not particularly satisfied with this one, he ultimately regarded him as his flesh and blood. Xià Yuè could not accept the police's account of the accident. The bodyguards accompanying his son had all perished, and he had sent someone to inspect the scene, discovering no traces of an accident whatsoever. This is an act of retribution aimed at oneself. Xià Yuè, who has long navigated the marketplace, is acutely aware that the commercial world resembles a battlefield. He has offended too many individuals, rendering it difficult for him to pinpoint the culprit at this moment. However, he swears that regardless of the power he must wield, he will ensure that those who have harmed his son will face consequences. Li Muhán suddenly opened his eyes, greeted by the familiar ceiling of his room. Realizing that he had returned to bed, with Xià Yuè resting beside him, it seemed that his awakening had inadvertently roused the girl. Slowly, Xià Yuè rose to her feet. What had transpired last night? Li Muhán vaguely recalled being humiliated and assaulted by Xià Yuè before he lost consciousness. Yet, he still retained the unsettling sensation of having seen much blood, of many lives extinguished by his own hands. When he regained consciousness, he found himself cradled in the embrace of Xià Yuè in her vampiric form. Did I kill? Did I truly take a life? Li Muhán's gaze trembled as he looked at Xià Yuè. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Xià Yuè gently placed her hand on his shoulder and spoke softly. It is entirely normal for your powers to spiral out of control upon first awakening them. Does that mean that I will lose control every time I utilize this power? Just as Xià Yuè was about to respond, a knock sounded at the door. It was 9 in the evening. Who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour? Li Muhán had few friends. Could it be Lu Yang wanting to borrow his bicycle? As he pondered this, a young woman's voice called from the doorway. Excuse me. Could you open the door? I am not a bad person. Hearing this, Xià Yuè's expression shifted to one of noticeable tension. When Li Muhán rose to answer the door, he found a tall, beautiful young woman dressed in a suit standing outside. Her short hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she wore an enigmatic smile, holding a plastic bag in her hand. I bought some dinner on my way here. May I come in? She asked, gesturing with the bag, from which the aroma of food wafted. Li Muhán did not recognize this woman, but having been accustomed to the complexities of human nature since childhood, he discerned a subtle message in her eyes. Despite her smiling visage, there was an underlying hint of menace in her gaze. Are you selling something? I'm not interested. Nevertheless, Li Muhán tentatively attempted to decline her invitation. Yet, it was evident that the woman was prepared for this. Suddenly, she reached out her hand, causing both Li Muhán and Xià Yuè, who had stepped out of the room, to tense up instantly. Particularly Xià Yuè, who, upon seeing the woman outside, entered a state of heightened alertness, nearly ready to unleash her powers at a moment's notice. However, the woman merely extended an identification card toward Li Muhán. My name is Lin Zhe, Deputy Director of the Special Management Bureau of Tianhai City. You see, I am an official from a governmental agency, not a malicious individual. May I come in for a moment? Li Muhán repeatedly examined the identification photo he had taken, uncertain as to the nature of this governmental agency, the Special Administration Bureau. He glanced back at Xià Yuè, who had just exhaled in relief. Noticing Li Muhán seeking her approval, she nodded slightly. Very well, please come in. Li Muhán opened the door and stepped aside, allowing a woman named Lin Zhe to enter the room. She promptly tossed a bag onto the table. Observing Xià Yuè still standing at the doorway in a daze, Lin Zhe waved her over. What are you standing there for? Come sit. She seemed to regard the place as her own home. Li Muhán went to the kitchen to pour Lin Zhe a cup of tea, though his eyes remained vigilant. After placing the teacup on the table, he moved to Xià Yuè's side. Xià Yuè, dissatisfied, tugged at Li Muhán's sleeve. The cup, mine. Only then did Li Muhán realize that he had poured tea into the cup left behind by Gurwashi. It's dirty. Once she finishes, we'll dispose of it and buy a new one. Oh. Although Xià Yuè still appeared somewhat displeased, she nodded in agreement. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Zhe pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. Is it all right if I smoke? She asked with a smile, glancing at Li Muhán. Feel free, he replied. Not wishing to dwell on the matter. With the owner's consent, Lin Zhe promptly lit a cigarette, leaned back in her chair, and exhaled a puff of smoke before turning her attention to Xià Yuè. What else with you? After a month apart, you are acting so distant. Come sit closer. As she spoke, she patted the chair beside her. Pouting, Xià Yuè slowly walked over and sat down next to Lin Zhe. Nonchalantly, Lin Zhe raised her hand to touzle Xià Yuè's hair, which was still tousled from sleep. Li Muhán was taken aback. Was Xià Yuè truly so obedient? Or was this woman so formidable that even Xià Yuè felt compelled to comply? You're really asking for trouble, a little moon. Please, you don't call me that, I detest it. Despite Xià Yuè's cold tone, there was an unmistakable hint of reluctance to resist. After extinguishing her cigarette, Lin Zhe turned her gaze to Li Muhán. You should join us as well, don't worry, then I want tea bite. Li Muhán quickly understood that this woman was not an ordinary person. He moved to the chair opposite her, exchanging a glance with Xià Yuè, both appearing quite uneasy. The atmosphere was reminiscent of an uncomfortable meeting with one's parents. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Lin Zhe, affiliated with the Special Administration Bureau of the Xià Nation. The so-called Special Administration Bureau is responsible for the containment of those unique groups that do not belong to humanity. As she mentioned the special groups, Lin Zhe cast a glance at Xià Yuè. You are likely already aware of this young lady's true identity. I am her guarantor. And her disturbance last night has truly troubled me. If not handled properly, I could face significant repercussions. It was my doing, and she had no part in it. Li Muhán immediately rose to his feet. Sit down, Lin Zhe chuckled, waving her hand at him. If I were truly here to cause you trouble, why would I have bought dinner for you both? Lin Zhe leaned back slightly, gazing intently at Li Muhán, and soon his face broke into that familiar, composed smile. In truth, I knew it was you last night. Initially, I was unaware of the identity of the other target, but upon entering this apartment, I was enveloped by a potent aura, the scent of a demon. Things are not as you imagine. It was now Xià Yuè's turn to rise and defend Li Muhán. But Lin Zhe gently raised a hand, pressing her back into her seat. I am your guarantor, you must place a little faith in me, dear Moonlight. Do I appear to be the unreasonable sort? And what do you intend to do with him? Xià Yuè's weary gaze did not waver. Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to conduct an investigation. Whether he is a demon or something else entirely is of little consequence. What matters most is ensuring he will not pose any trouble to our work or this world. He will not, Xià Yuè asserted resolutely. My dear, that is not for you to decide. My colleagues labored throughout the night collecting those mangled corpses, Lin Zhe replied, turning her attention to Li Muhán. Now, pray tell. Are you a primal demon or a possessed human? At least according to my memories, I should be human, Li Muhán responded. Lin Zhe nodded. Then stood and approached Li Muhán. Just as Xià Yuè was about to interject, Li Muhán shook his head at her. He could sense that this woman named Lindsay bore him no ill will and seemed to share a decent rapport with Xià Yuè. Rather than allow a conflict to arise, it would be wiser to observe Lindsay's intentions first. Good, you are quite understanding. Noticing Li Muhán's gesture to hold Xià Yuè, Lindsay smiled faintly, then lifted her hand, removing her glove to place it against Li Muhán's chest. He remained still, allowing her to feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. This power. Lindsay furrowed her brow slightly, causing Li Muhán to swallow nervously. Yet, after a moment, her expression shifted back to one of indifference. Tell me. What did that demon say to you? Are you still on the side of humanity? He hardly spoke to me. Am I still considered human? Li Muhán replied, looking into Lindsay's eyes. For the time being, that remains uncertain. Further observation is required. Eventually, Lindsay appeared to grow weary of the standoff, sighing as she spoke. Nevertheless, you have taken a life, so choose, friend or foe. At that moment, Li Muhán finally felt the weight of reality, the tangible sensation of having killed. Yet, he pondered. It should be deemed self-defense. No, he had been brutally attacked first. Why should he bear the burden of culpability? Regardless of your intentions, I hope to have the opportunity for a rebuttal. Are you not governmental authorities? Regarding last night's events, I believe. Before Li Muhán could finish, Lindsay could no longer suppress her laughter. I apologize, I was merely jesting. Surely, one would not genuinely concern themselves with the likes of the Zhao family. Those ostentatious nouveau riches. It is perhaps for the best that such morally bankrupt individuals are few in number. Alas, they are substantial taxpayers, so as deputy director, I must inquire nonetheless. Rest assured, I shall not pursue the matter of those you have vanquished, nor will the Special Administration Bureau take any interest. Noticing Li Muhán's silence, Lindsay continued her musings. You possess a formidable power within you, one that you do not fully comprehend, and this power requires guidance. In an instant, Lindsay's previously affable demeanor transformed into something that instilled a slight trepidation in Li Muhán. Do you know the origin of the power within me? Li Muhán inquired, as the woman leaned in closer, scrutinizing him until Xià Yuè, visibly irked, pulled Lindsay away from Li Muhán. With a smile, Lindsay shook her head. I'm afraid that demons are not abundant in Huaxia, and the Special Administration Bureau has rarely contained such entities. Thus, I cannot ascertain the nature of your condition. However, I can guarantee one thing: if you do not learn to control this power, you will inevitably be usurped by the demon within. Li Muhán fell into silence. Indeed, he retained only a vague recollection of the previous night's events. If wielding this power meant being supplanted by a monster, then it could hardly be deemed his own. And he would merely serve as a vessel for the creature. He needed guidance and education, as she had pointed out. Yet how could he place his trust in someone he had only just met? I have no intention of becoming anyone's puppet or slave. Be it the demon within me or the Special Administration Bureau you speak of, Li Muhán stated coldly, testing the waters to discern what the other party could genuinely offer. Yet, Lindsay seemed disinclined to divulge further information, at least for the present moment. You need not become our subordinate, we can establish a cooperative relationship. Of course. If you are capable of eliminating me, then all that I have said is mere drivel, then you may act as you wish without guidance. After all, those who wield power possess the ultimate authority. Lindsay consistently emphasized the notion of strength, and it appeared that Li Muhán grasped the underlying message: your power is formidable. Yet you lack the means to control it, and I, alongside the Special Administration Bureau, can assist you. Li Muhán regarded the woman before him. Despite her petite stature, the sense of pressure she exerted was immense. But I am quite powerful, he thought. Noticing Li Muhán's immobility, Lindsay resumed her indifferent smile. Recognizing his bewilderment and deciding to grant him some time. Rest assured, I am not a villain. The Special Administration Bureau could very well be your best sanctuary at this juncture. This is merely a suggestion, we shall not compel you to join us. With that, Lindsay wiped her fingers, which had just extinguished a cigarette, with a tissue from the table and approached the door. Take 3 days to contemplate this matter. Reflect thoroughly. It will not be detrimental to you. After speaking, she exited and closed the door behind her. In the room, Xià Yuè and Li Muhán remained in silence. Li Muhán sat on the chair, gazing at his hands. Xià Yuè initially assumed that he was reflecting on the events of the previous day, when he had taken the lives of more than 10 individuals. Just as she was about to offer some words of comfort, Li Muhán suddenly lifted his head and flashed a silly grin at her. "It's all right, the ship will right itself when it reaches the bridge. There will always be a way. You truly are a fool." In truth, Li Muhán had always possessed such a disposition, no matter the magnitude of adversity he faced. He could always rise again. This resilience was not born from a blissful childhood or the guidance of wise mentors. On the contrary, his upbringing was akin to a hellish ordeal. Even now, he could sense the demons from that theater lurking within him, eagerly anticipating his despair and downfall, knowing that such a state would hasten their claim over his body. "Yet perhaps I am no longer quite human, it's a tad unfortunate." Li Muhán chuckled, scratching his head. Suddenly, Xià Yuè recollected something. She grasped his wrist firmly and gazed directly into his eyes. "Let me show you something." Without waiting for Li Muhán to protest, she pulled him towards the window. "Close your eyes." "Huh? Why?" "Don't ask, just close your eyes." As Li Muhán beheld Xià Yuè's exquisite eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, he felt a stir within him, his heartbeat quickening, and slowly, he closed his eyes. In an instant, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. He felt as though Xià Yuè had leaped out of the window, dragging him along. The world around them fell into silence, save for the howling wind that reached his ears, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Li Muhán held on to Xià Yuè's cool hand, a sense of tranquility washing over him. He even found the leisure to ponder the temperature of vampires. "You can open your eyes now." It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps an eternity, or merely a fleeting moment, when Xià Yuè's voice broke through to him, battling against the fierce cold wind. Li Muhán slowly opened his eyes. He was taken aback by the scene before him. At that moment, he was cradled in Xià Yuè's arms, floating above the entire city, with twinkling lights and flowing vehicles beneath them. The glow of countless homes flickered below, and in the distance, the ocean met the city's harbor, its dark waves shimmering under the night sky. This was Li Muhán's first time viewing the city from such a perspective, having been raised in an orphanage. He had never ventured beyond Tianhai City, let alone flown in an airplane. Xià Yuè remained silent, holding him tightly to prevent him from falling. Gradually, Li Muhán began to understand her intent. To view the city, and indeed the world, from a different angle was a fascinating endeavor. Much like Xià Yuè herself, a vampire living in the ways of humanity. So, as a human, why could Li Muhán not also embrace the life of a monster? The scenery here was more breathtaking than that from the top of any luxury restaurant, was it not? Li Muhán paused momentarily, then comprehended the meaning behind Xià Yuè's words. She recalled the last time she inadvertently glimpsed Guruosh's moments on social media. The penthouse of a luxurious hotel paled in comparison to this place. "Consider it a token of gratitude for your hospitality. Of course, I am aware that it is far from sufficient." Xià Yuè gazed at Li Muhán with a smile. And before she could finish her sentence, Li Muhán enveloped her petite, somewhat cold form in a tight embrace. "Thank you." He held her closely, cherishing the delicate warmth of her figure. Being a monster doesn't seem so bad after all. Perched atop the television tower in Tianhai City, Li Muhán sat there, gazing vacantly at the nocturnal panorama beneath him. Were it not for the biting cold wind stinging his cheeks, he might have remained in a dreamlike state even now. As for Xià Yuè, she had transformed into the visage of a vampire. The young girl nestled closely beside Li Muhán, her magnificent bat wings folding gently around them both. "Are you still cold?" I am still perplexed. Despite the severe injuries my body endured, I feel utterly numb upon awakening. Aside from the bloodied attire, there are no traces of injury on my body." "The power of a demon will mend your physical form," Xià Yuè remarked. Li Muhán touched his chest, astonished to discover his heartbeat was exceedingly slow, almost uncharacteristic of a living human. At that moment, he recalled the force known as the realm. Within the domain of Thunder's wrath, his recuperative abilities and physical prowess could be augmented tenfold or more, implying that his wounds had healed while within that realm. What a remarkably convenient ability. By the way, are you also affiliated with the Special Management Bureau? Xià Yuè was taken aback, turning her head to find Li Muhán gazing at her. The remnants of demonic golden light lingered in his eyes, a hue not representative of hope, but rather a shade of despair. Yet Li Muhán showed no sign of fear, instead he bore an air of nonchalance. Yes. But they have not sought me out in quite some time. I am not a citizen of Xià, so I am considered an anomaly under special containment. Xià Yuè nodded in response. Li Muhán raised his hand, observing his palm with a bitter smile. She speaks the truth, this power does not yet belong to me. Although I share a distaste for that Xiao, I hope that if I am to take his life, it shall be by my own volition, rather than through the machinations of the demon within me. Xià Yuè nodded in agreement. She had encountered many individuals harboring powers that did not belong to them. And those who relied too heavily on such abilities often ended as mere puppets, their corporeal forms usurped without rarity. Tell me about the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhán said, smiling at Xià Yuè. Is it a civil service, a corporate entity, or perhaps a military organization? Xià Yuè pondered for a moment. She was not entirely clear on the distinctions between the terms Li Muhán had mentioned, but she endeavored to explain as best as she could. Firstly, joining the Special Management Bureau as an anomaly signifies acceptance of its oversight. If one remains law-abiding, there are typically no significant issues, however, should one transgress, and human law proves ineffective in restraining the anomaly, the Bureau will resort to its own methods for resolution. Secondly, anomalies with criminal records will be subjected to varying degrees of supervision, commensurate with the severity of their offenses. Thirdly, exceptionally powerful anomalies that harbor no intentions of conflict will not be rigorously monitored by the Bureau. After all, at such a level of power, if they truly wish to annihilate the world, a mere regulation would be futile in prevention. Li Muhán gazed up at the luminous moonlight from the tower summit. It seemed no closer to the moon than before. Or, so it is, in simpler terms, powerless anomalies can coexist peacefully as long as they remain unobtrusive, while the more vicious anomalies receive special attention, and those of overwhelming strength may find the Bureau opting for collaboration rather than confrontation. At this juncture, Li Muhán suddenly recalled Lindsay's earlier words. She urged him to learn to control his power rather than allowing it to dominate him. Li Muhán, regardless of your desire to join the Bureau, do not provoke that woman. Although she is not malevolent, she is indeed formidable. With this, Xià Yuè lowered her head, a hint of remorse glimmering in her eyes. In her heart, she felt that perhaps Li Muhán's current predicament stemmed from her influence. She believed herself to be a harbinger of misfortune, bringing calamity wherever she went. Li Muhán turned slightly, casting a gentle glance at the girl beside him. How wonderful it is. He then enveloped Xià Yuè in his embrace, leaving her momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Thank you, truly, thank you. Your presence has enabled me to emerge swiftly from the shadows of heartbreak. Though it may sound peculiar, you are indeed a blessing sent to save me. Xià Yuè was bewildered. Love, a sentiment she had scarcely experienced, had eluded her throughout her millennia of existence. She had never encountered anyone capable of evoking such feelings within her. This led her to believe that beings of her kind were devoid of love. Yet, here was this human, so despondent over a mere romantic disappointment, needing rescue. Was love truly of such significance to him? If she were to develop feelings for him, would that not be the most fitting form of gratitude? At that moment, Xià Yuè understood little of what love entailed. She perceived her affection for Li Muhán as a means of repaying a debt, and thus she gently reciprocated his embrace. The following day, Li Muhán arrived at school early. Even though he was no longer human, he felt compelled to attend classes. Upon his arrival, he sensed an ominous cloud enveloping the school. Whispers filled the air, and he couldn't shake the feeling that discussions concerning him were rampant. Muhán. A familiar voice called from behind. Li Muhán turned to see Luoyang rushing towards him. Did I sleep through last night? How dare you say that? The fare was 30, pay me back. Li Muhán gazed at the panting Luoyang, showing no mercy as he directly reached for the money. Alas, I have yet to ask you for my beloved car. But let us set that aside for now. Do you know what transpired last night on the street near where we were enjoying barbecue? Luoyang's expression was dramatically exaggerated, as though he were divulging some earth-shattering secret. What happened? I'm not sure. Li Muhán's demeanor became slightly uneasy. If he guessed correctly, that incident was not only known to him but he was also its instigator. Let me tell you, on that very street where we indulged in barbecue, a life was lost. What do you mean by a life lost? Li Muhán instinctively averted his gaze, though Luoyang was oblivious to this, continuing to recount the information he possessed. There was a car accident. 3 vehicles collided. 10 people perished. And one particularly notable individual survived, albeit with a severed hand. Do you know who it is? Who? It's Xià Yuè, the infamous rich heir from our university. Wait. You just mentioned a car accident. Li Muhán suddenly seized upon the inconsistency. What are you focusing on? The accident is not the main point. It's Xià Yuè. He lost a hand. I know he lost a hand. What about you? I saw the news after finishing breakfast. Luoyang's expression reflected his displeasure. Then why the hell did you just say you didn't know? I thought you had some new information. Don't interrupt, you just mentioned a car accident. Indeed. Didn't you see the news? Oddly enough, that street is usually deserted, with no shops or residences, and seldom any traffic. How could 3 cars collide there last night? It's simply unbelievable. As Li Muhán and Luoyang conversed while heading towards the lecture hall, a somewhat dazed figure approached them from ahead. Li Muhán unconsciously glanced up and recognized Gu Ruoshi. At that moment, Gu Ruoshi appeared unfocused and haggard, seemingly deprived of sleep throughout the night. It was evident that she had been keeping vigil after Xià Yuè's incident. After all, he was her golden key to the upper echelons of society. And she could hardly bear the thought of his demise. Gu Ruoshi, too, noticed Li Muhán and Luoyang. Hey, Muhán, that's no need to acknowledge her. Li Muhán maintained his composure, even seeing Gu Ruoshi in such a disheveled state stirred no feelings within him. Gu Ruoshi gradually halted, raising her hand in an attempt to greet Li Muhán. Yet, he brushed past her without so much as a glance. Her hand hung suspended in the air. Feeling utterly aggrieved, why did Li Muhán treat her this way? She merely desired a better life, hoping to escape her hardships. Am I wrong? What have I done wrong? Yet, she completely overlooked the fact that all she desired had once been built upon Li Muhán's suffering. Muhán, how heartless you are. Heartless. Not at all. It simply feels as though I have no desire to be associated with her. Li Muhán's words were devoid of any sympathy. Luoyang gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, truly befitting someone with a new girlfriend. It was then that Li Muhán recalled that Luoyang had met Xià Yuè that evening. Although Xià Yuè was not officially his girlfriend, they now lived together and cared for one another. To claim she was not his girlfriend would be something no one would truly believe. At 8 o'clock that night, Gu Ruoshi, having meticulously adorned herself, arrived at the hospital room's entrance, only to be halted by the guards stationed there. Do you know who I am? She exclaimed, pointing accusingly at the guards. I am your young master's girlfriend. The guards exchanged glances, and even behind their sunglasses, Gu Ruoshi could discern their disdain. This was unprecedented. These guards had previously bowed and scraped before her without a hint of disrespect. Your young master's girlfriend. Which one? One of them scoffed. Which one? Your young master has only me as his girlfriend, don't you know that? Gu Ruoshi's face flushed with anger, having taken time to apply her makeup. Her features appeared even more exquisite. Do you truly take yourself seriously? The guard mocked. Our young master regards you as nothing more than a plaything. You, this shameless hussy. Truly believe he would be fond of someone as filthy as you? Filthy. You dare call me filthy? Gu Ruoshi's eyes widened in fury. How dare you say such things about me? Once young Master Xiao awakens, he likely won't have time for you. And here you are, flaunting your authority. You, a mere prostitute for hire, should not delude yourself into thinking highly of your worth. You, what did you say? Enraged, Gu Ruoshi attempted to confront them, only to be effortlessly pushed to the ground by a guard. The fold in her high heels left her rear aching. Look at you in such a state. Even if young master awakens, he probably won't be interested in you. Don't spout nonsense, the young master has said that after playing with you for a while, he'll toss you to us. Hey, can we not, you lot? Once we tire of you, we'll sell you abroad to work as a prostitute. Damn. I've long found you loathsome. Prostitute? Ho. For money? The familiarity of these words struck her, only days prior. She had hurled similar insults at a woman named Xià Yuè. And now, she found herself on the receiving end of such derision. You bastards, just wait. This matter is far from over. Zhao Qianquan. I abandoned my boyfriend of many years for you. You scoundrel. Filthy whore. If you continue your nonsensical rambling, we want T-hole back. In the end, Gu Ruoshi was unceremoniously thrown out of the hospital doors by 2 guards. Her once splendid attire now lay tattered. Her hair a chaotic mess. She appeared far removed from her previous poise and elegance, navigating the night streets in broken high heels. Gu Ruoshi felt a chill. Despite her expensive coat, it was a coldness that emanated from within. She gradually came to a halt, gazing at the night sky, and in that moment, it seemed as if she glimpsed the past. She recalled the boy from her past, who, though lacking in eloquence, vowed to protect her for a lifetime. She remembered the youth who cared for her with meticulous attention, expressing a desire to be her pillar of support. She also reflected on the man who had once brushed past her and now devoid of any trace of her in his eyes. A sigh escaped her lips, and she found herself questioning silently, have I erred? On the top floor of the Zhao Group building in Tianhai City, Zhao Zhijiang, a prominent figure who had risen from humble beginnings in business, had navigated the political landscape for decades, establishing his own commercial empire. The Xiao Group was renowned throughout the nation, bestowing upon him immeasurable wealth and unparalleled power. Yet, at this moment, he found himself in a quandary, as he could not uncover a single clue regarding his son's predicament. The surveillance system malfunctioned. Zhao Zhijiang gazed with an air of indifference at the investigative report presented by his subordinate. His son had suffered the grievous loss of an arm, a significant incident in his eyes. He could only deem it significant because the victim was his younger son, the so-called good-for-nothing, who, like his mother, was prone to idleness and indulgence. Zhao Zhijiang was aware that his son's character would eventually lead him into trouble. But he had not anticipated the severity of the attack. Losing an arm was a brutal blow. Setting the report down, Zhao Zhijiang strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city where he had built his legacy. He was no fool. The ineffectiveness of his personally dispatched investigators indicated that the assailant possessed considerable skill. Thus, he pondered whether it was wise to continue risking everything for this incapable child. Mr. Zhao, his secretary, entered with a file in hand. Your wife has called again. She is in tears, insisting you must, enough. Inform her that I will handle this matter. Zhao Zhijiang waved his hand dismissively, already knowing which way it was. At 58, he had more than just Zhao Qianquan as a son. He had 3 wives, each bearing him 2 children. The incessant calls from the mother of Zhao Qianquan were a source of annoyance for him, thus both she and her son were pleasure seekers, oblivious to the notions of progress and learning. With such a vast commercial empire at stake, Zhao Zhijiang had resolved that Zhao Qianquan would never lay claim to even a fraction of it. However, with Zhao Qianquan now having lost an arm, it felt like a slap in the face. Should word spread that his son had suffered such a fate while he remained inactive, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Hello. He dialed another number, ensuring the call was securely encrypted, an unusual action for him. Mr. Zhao, we have made some progress on the matter you inquired about, came a voice altered by a voice modulator. This was a group engaged in underground intelligence operations within the nation. Even Zhao Zhijiang had never encountered them face to face. But he was certain of one thing: they had their own methods of operation, albeit at exorbitant prices that even he found steep. Yet, their services were worth every penny. However, this time, the individual merely told Zhao Zhijiang that some clues had been uncovered. What does that mean? Even you cannot uncover the truth? The voice on the other end of the line let out a cold chuckle. Mr. Zhao, I assure you, had it not been for your involvement, we would have preferred to steer clear of this matter. Its confidentiality is beyond your imagination. My brother has taken on a veritable hot potato. Enough with the pleasantries. Do you think I would ask you to investigate trivial matters? Speak plainly about what you have discovered. It has already been sent to your phone. Just then, Zhao Zhijiang's other phone chimed, receiving an email. The message was enveloped in layers of encryption, rendering the source entirely untraceable. Inside was a segment of surveillance footage. The video unmistakably depicted his son, flanked by bodyguards, violently assaulting a young man. The victim appeared to be roughly the same age as Zhao's son, And just as a baseball bat struck the young man's head, the video abruptly cut off. What happened next? Xià Yuè inquired. All subsequent footage is irretrievable. This segment is the result of our desperate efforts to recover what you would never have expected. What use is that? Mr. Xiao, please do not be upset. The incident involving your son may be connected to this individual. Wasn't he the one who ordered my son to kill? Xià Yuè was utterly unconcerned about the fate of that individual. Whether he lived or died mattered not, provided his son handled the situation discreetly. He is still alive. As a bonus, I will provide you with some information about this person. Xià Yuè clenched his phone in fury. For he now realized that this incident was no mere accident. Someone had plotted against his son. The man being beaten by his son was the key. Uncle Chen. Xià Yuè beckoned, summoning the tall man who had been standing at the door. Mr. Xiao, how may I assist you? Go find out about this person named Li Muhán. Remember, if it can be avoided, do not resort to murder. Understood. At 6 o'clock that afternoon, Li Muhán concluded his final moral education class and prepared to return home. He had arranged to meet Xià Yuè at the barbecue stall where she worked to escort her home. Although Xià Yuè insisted that he need not worry about her safety, Li Muhán still felt it inappropriate for a young woman to walk alone at night. Xià Yuè said nothing further, merely lowering her head and smiling as she replied, "All right. I'll wait for you." As Li Muhán walked down a street, an unmarked van suddenly stopped beside him. And several masked men swiftly seized him and forced him into the vehicle. Li Muhán did not resist. He understood that these individuals were highly skilled and well prepared. And any attempt at resistance could lead to even more horrifying consequences. In broad daylight, is there no justice? Before he could finish his thought, a hood was placed over his head. Stay quiet. Subsequently, in the darkness, Li Muhán felt the vehicle jolt. They had been driving for approximately 40 minutes. The sounds of traffic that had once filled the air were now replaced by an unsettling silence. With a sudden clatter, the car door swung open, and Li Muhán was yanked out of the vehicle. Subsequently, he felt himself being dragged into some building. When the hood was removed, Li Muhán found his hands shackled and hanging. This appeared to be an unremarkable underground chamber. "Who are you?" he pleaded. "I truly have no money. This cannot be necessary. Could you please let me down?" The men surrounding him remained silent. Judging by their physique, they confirmed Li Muhán's previous suspicions. These individuals were likely retired special forces, rendering him utterly defenseless before them. Before long, a tall man entered the room. He spoke a few words while on the phone, then turned to face Li Muhán. And his demeanor had completely shifted. Fear gripped Li Muhán's heart. Indeed, with a mere gesture, the man commanded his subordinates to unleash a brutal assault on Li Muhán. They skillfully avoided his vital areas, yet struck him in places that induced excruciating pain. Within half an hour, Li Muhán was rendered nearly unconscious, blood dripping incessantly. The tall man grasped Li Muhán's chin, glaring intently as he coldly inquired, "Child, I wish to ask you something." "Damn it, who starts beating someone before asking questions?" Li Muhán retorted, "You ought to inquire first. Or do you still possess some spirit? That is good. I have no intention of killing you. My surname is Chen. You may call me Uncle Chen. Last night, did you have a conflict with our young master?" "The young master? You mean Xiao Qianquan?" Li Muhán lifted his gaze slightly to meet the man's eyes, realizing that this man was indeed here for vengeance on behalf of the Xiao family. "Oh, you youngsters. Why resort to such harshness in your play?" he continued. "But uncle, your young master nearly shattered my skull. Is this mere child's play?" Uncle Chen disregarded Li Muhán's protests and subtly waved his hand, prompting one of his men to deliver a forceful kick to Li Muhán's abdomen. "I will pose my questions, and you shall answer them, understood? Let us save some time." Suspended in midair, Li Muhán coughed up blood, his body swaying like a rag doll under the blows. "To be honest, I truly do not wish to harm a child, but your strikes were excessively forceful." Severing one of his hands, "The master would not resort to murder merely for the sake of the young master, yet you must understand, child, sometimes we must assist our masters in resolving matters beforehand. You people are all equally repugnant." Li Muhán spat blood, his face smeared with crimson as he cast an eerie smile at Uncle Chen. "I have learned that you are an orphan, raised in a heartless orphanage like a dog. Just because our young master took your girlfriend, a rift formed between you. Is that correct? It's merely a woman, truly, it is not worth this. Uncle, can you even articulate a sentence? Wasn't it your son who sought trouble with me? Li Muhán struggled to maintain his breath, resisting the waves of pain threatening to engulf him. Uncle Chen remained unfazed, lighting a cigarette before offering one to Li Muhán, who shook his head in refusal. Child, I find myself rather occupied, yet I have made a moment for you. My request is modest, I hope you can spare the life of our young master. Lacking family of your own, I cannot offer you any monetary recompense for them. However, I can ensure you receive a proper burial. If you have any final wishes, feel free to share them with me. A life for a life, indeed. Seeing that Li Muhán showed no inclination to yield, Uncle Chen snapped his fingers once more and beckoned with his hand. A bodyguard promptly presented him with a sharp axe. Well then, since you address me as uncle, I suppose I shall take on the role of your elder. Today, our young master is at fault, yet regrettably. His life holds greater value than yours. How about I express my apologies, then you can depart this world in peace. Li Muhán raised his head, gazing at Uncle Chen with eyes filled with cold indifference. Do give it a try, Uncle, a madman, indeed. Uncle Chen, witnessing Li Muhán's defiance, felt any semblance of feigned guilt evaporate entirely. He gestured, and several bodyguards surged forward to restrain Li Muhán's body. In truth, Li Muhán had lost the strength to resist. Merely watching as Uncle Chen approached him, axe in hand. Just as Uncle Chen stood before Li Muhán, poised to strike, a ringing sound emanated from his pocket. My apologies. Child, I must take this call, he said courteously, transferring the axe to a bodyguard and retrieving his phone. Upon seeing an unknown number, he felt a twinge of confusion. This was his personal phone, aside from his employer Zhao Zhejiang. If you knew this number, then certainly, it should not be an unknown caller. Hello. May I ask who is speaking? Hello, my name is Lindsay. Lindsay? That name is unfamiliar to me. As Uncle Chen uttered the name Lindsay, Li Muhán momentarily froze, then gradually lifted his gaze towards the man. He recognized Lindsay as the one who had visited his home. The woman who claimed to represent some special bureau. Why was she calling now? Of course, you do not know me. I am merely a humble public servant. But I suggest that you cease your current actions. Is that so? Miss Lindsay, are you a police officer? Certainly not. However, I am calling to save your life, though your fate matters little to me. Save my life? How intriguing to Miss Lindsay. I am unaware of how you acquired my number, nor do I care to know who you are, but words of caution often fall on deaf ears. Especially for young boys at this age. What are you saying? The woman's words began to confound Uncle Chen. No, it's nothing. In any case, I will leave my words here. It is in your best interest not to harm that child. This is for your own good, as well as that of your master. Of course, should you insist on taking action, I shall not impede you. That is all. The line went dead. Uncle Chen glanced at the phone, perplexed, before tossing it to his bodyguard. Once the task was completed, he commanded, find out who this is and bring her to me. Understood, Uncle Chen, the bodyguard replied, taking the phone and stepping aside. Subsequently, Uncle Chen loosened the cuffs and collar of his shirt, picked up an axe from the table, and approached Li Muhán. I apologize for the delay, I couldn't grant you a swift end. Let us continue. Li Muhán, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, are you seeking mercy? No, he said. I merely wish to inquire about that Lindsay. Did he not say that your demise would be inconsequential? Uncle Chen locked eyes with Li Muhán, then let out a derisive laugh, ultimately handing the axe to a bodyguard. The bodyguard understood his intent, he did not wish to bear the weight of this execution. Receiving the axe, the bodyguard turned, raised it high, and swung it towards Li Muhán's head. All present awaited the sound of the axe cleaving flesh, yet moments later. They were met with an unsettling silence, no expected cries of anguish from the orphan, only the bodyguard trembling uncontrollably. Hey, have you lost your mind? Uncle Chen's words were abruptly interrupted. At last, blood erupted, but it was not Li Muhán's. The bodyguard quivered violently, lifted by an unseen force, as blood gushed from his severed throat. With a distinct crack, his neck twisted, and he collapsed to the ground. Uncle Chen and the others were horrified to realize that the bodyguard's neck had been brutally beaten through. Looking back at Li Muhán, they wondered if this was truly the same orphan. Uncle Chen's lips trembled slightly, having lived a long life and witnessed many events. He had seen his fair share of the world. Yet now, he questioned his own sanity as he beheld the creature before him, which was no longer human but a grotesque monstrosity. It bore a single demonic horn, its pitch-black skin adorned with faintly glowing runes. Most terrifying of all were its golden, abyssal eyes, devoid of warmth or emotion, exuding an overwhelming chill. Gazing into those depths felt as though one's very soul was being inexorably drawn in, threatened with annihilation. Clamped in its jaws was the severed trachea of the fallen bodyguard. What is this creature? A monster. Several younger bodyguards, now in disarray, hastily retreated, desperate to distance themselves from this abomination. Uncle Chen, however, maintained his composure, his fear momentarily quelled as he glared fiercely at the monster. Uncle, shall we kill it? The veteran bodyguards beside him, now regaining their composure, inquired. Kill it? What in the world is this? Damn it. How repulsive. Upon hearing those words, the demon savagely bit through its own throat, spitting the remnants upon the ground before casting a gaze upon the few individuals before it, adorned with a most peculiar smile. Arrogance, the eternal original sin of humanity. Curse you. A bodyguard brandished a police knife, lunging toward the demon's neck. However, at that moment, they realized the creature possessed a long, thick tail dragging on the floor, which impelled the bodyguard as he charged forward. The tail suspended him in midair, gradually maneuvering him closer to the demon's visage. Blood dripped from the tip of the tail, landing upon the demon's lips. It observed the man, trembling in agony yet still attempting to strike with his knife against the tail, and grinned broadly. I have often pondered why vampires are drawn to human blood, and now, as I savor this essence, I find he licked the blood from his lips, then violently swung his tail, crushing the bodyguard's form to the ground. I still prefer the souls of humanity. No, wait, don't kill me. Just before he could finish his plea, the robust tail crushed his skull with a swift motion. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed ominously. Yet this was far from over. The massive tail continued to pummel the already mangled body of the bodyguard until it was utterly obliterated. Finally, the demon effortlessly broke the chains that bound its hands. You all. What are you staring at? Draw your weapons. Kill him. As the demon approached them, Chen Shu could no longer suppress his inner terror. He forcefully shoved the bodyguard beside him forward and beckoned the others to draw their guns. Instantly, the atmosphere in the basement became profoundly sinister. Several dark gun barrels were aimed at the demon's head. Although they were seasoned veterans, they found themselves confronting an unknown entity. Perhaps for the first time in their lives, they questioned, can we truly kill this thing? Toys. Humanity has always relied on toys to compensate for its own frailty. The demon maintained its eerie smile, and the glow of the runes upon its body radiated even more brightly. Suddenly, the basement lights began to flicker as countless currents surged into the demon's form. Allow me to remind you of your primal fears. The demon lifted its head, appearing even more exhilarated in the face of the guns. With a sudden blackout, the overhead lights extinguished, plunging the basement into darkness, save for the golden runes illuminating the demon. Fire. Aim for the golden light. Chen Shu reacted immediately, coordinating their positions to create a crossfire cover, mindful not to harm their comrades. In such a basement, firing indiscriminately in complete darkness was a perilous choice, as they could easily fall victim to ricochets. Yet, having witnessed this monstrosity brutally slay their companion, their hearts swelled with fear and rage. However, it was not long before they realized that their fear and anger, even the firearms in their hands, seemed like a mere jest in the presence of this entity. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The monstrous figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, its golden runes flickering ominously with each gunshot. The illumination from the muzzle revealed the creature's form darting through the air like a flash of thunder. Help. Help. Please, no. Don't kill me. No. Wait. Wait. I surrender. I surrender. Uncle Chen was only able to hear the relentless wails surrounding him. Yet soon, all the cries ceased abruptly, as if they had never existed. Now, there was not a sound to be heard, save for the thumping of his own heart and the weighty sound of his breath. Oleg. Tom. Where are you? If you're alive, make a sound. He wished to roar, but his voice trembled, revealing that his fear had reached its zenith. What did this mean? A mere orphan. A wretch who did not know how many lives he had taken. Why was he now engulfed in such a feeling? At that moment, a sudden rustling sound broke through the silence. Uncle Chen instinctively raised his gun and fired towards the source of the noise. The flash from the muzzle illuminated a shadow slowly approaching him. Yet, no matter how he shot, that figure seemed unaffected, steadily closing the distance. The bullet soon ran out. He quickly lowered his head to reload, but was met with an eerie warmth emanating from in front of him. Trembling, he slowly raised his gaze to find the golden runes glowing softly. Before him, a mere inches away, the demon regarded him with keen interest. The creature's body swelled further, its face twisting into an even more grotesque visage. Uncle Chen struggled to steady his trembling gun as the monster leaned closer, sniffing him as if savoring his fear. Indeed, just like your young master, your fear is exquisitely delightful. How arrogant and ignorant you humans have become. In the past, you sought to summon me for my knowledge. And now, you are merely seeking your demise. Truth be told, I prefer you as you are now. Its enormous claws gradually tightened around Uncle Chen's head. A spark of lightning coursed through its fingertips, causing Uncle Chen to convulse in agony as his firearm slipped from his grasp. What a delectable fear I shall savor until your very last moment of life. No. Please don't kill me. I am merely following orders. It is not my desire to slay you. Not me. It was the Zhao family. Zhao Zhijiang. And his son. It has nothing to do with me. Uncle Chen had completely lost his sanity, desperate to survive. He revealed everything about his master. Enough of this noise. The demon's grip began to tighten. Instantly, Uncle Chen's head emitted a series of cracking sounds. His pupils began to bleed. Crimson blood seeped from his ears, nostrils, and eye sockets. No. Spare me, spare me. With a dull crack, the man's head began to exhibit a slight deformation, culminating in a thunderous explosion that obliterated it entirely. Thud. As the headless corpse thudded to the ground, the demon emitted a disdainful chuckle. Then, sensing something, he gradually turned his gaze towards the outside, eventually settling down amidst the pile of corpses he had created. The characteristics of the demon began to fade away, and he ultimately reverted to his human form. Li Muhán shook his head and surveyed his surroundings, his pupils widening in horror as he realized he was surrounded by lifeless bodies. Did I do all of this? Just then, the basement door creaked open. A girl clad in a black suit stepped into the enclosed space, heavy with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Is it done? Lindsay observed Li Muhán with an unwavering, indifferent smile. No, it wasn't me. It was the demon, not me. I beg you, forgive me. It wasn't my doing. Li Muhán curled up on the ground, cradling his head, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lindsay approached him slowly, crouching down and gently raising her hand. Poor thing, she spoke softly, her delicate fingers brushing against Li Muhán's cheek as if to wipe away his tears, prompting the terrified youth to lift his head. But in the next moment, Lindsay uttered words that offered no consolation. Her smile transformed into something sinister and deranged, her eyes betraying a glimmer of frenzied delight. What are you pretending for? Li Muhán froze. Pretending to be possessed by a demon, losing control, committing murder. And then cradling your head in despair while seeking comfort from your sister. Lindsay lightly tilted Li Muhán's chin, drawing closer with an excited smile, until she whispered in his ear, "Weren't you often engaged in such acts of violence in your youth?" Li Muhán's pupils dilated sharply, and the terror gradually dissipated, his expression becoming more neutral. Oh. What do you mean? Perhaps for the first time, he had indeed been overtaken by a demon, but now, was he not the one wielding his own will to eliminate these individuals? Upon hearing Lindsay expose his inner turmoil, the flicker of indifference crossed Li Muhán's gaze. So you intend to invoke the powers of the Special Administration Bureau to label me a murderer? Lindsay gently placed her finger on Li Muhán's lips. The fate of these individuals is of no concern to me, and your actions clearly fall under self-defense. If anything, it may be considered excessive. Then Lindsay rose gracefully, striding towards the door. We will take care of these bodies. You should return home and contemplate the proposal I previously offered you. Making a deal with a demon may seem advantageous at first, but do not forget that the very powers you rely upon are firmly in their grasp. Do not let her leave. A sudden jolt coursed through Li Muhán as Bol's voice resonated within his mind. Her soul possesses immense strength. To extinguish her life and harvest her essence could potentially mend my own spirit. In return, I shall bestow upon you even greater power, granting you the freedom to pursue your desires unfettered. No one shall bind you. Li Muhán pressed his hands firmly against his head. Do not truly regard me as a murderer, he muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. Were you not reveling in the thrill of the kill just moments ago? Learning to speak like me now? Lindsay approached the doorway, eavesdropping on Li Muhán's soliloquy. Li Muhán, do you require assistance? With one hand clutching his head, Li Muhán frantically waved the other at her. Leave this place at once. I may soon be unable to control it. Hurry. Oh. A glint of amusement flickered in Lindsay's eyes. It seems you are indeed not a bloodthirsty individual. With that, she turned back toward Li Muhán, advancing once more. Don't come any closer. He fought to suppress the demonic voice echoing in his mind, sensing its encroachment upon his will. Leave everything to me. I will guide you in wielding this power. I commanded you to be silent. At that moment, as Li Muhán roared, Lindsay stood before him, gently resting her hand on his shoulder. Calm down, let him take over. In an instant, a demonic tail emerged, piercing through the woman's body. Li Muhán transformed into a demonic form, yet this time, the entity controlling the body was a true demon. You are quite bold, woman, it remarked, tilting its head to regard her, a sinister grin spreading across its face. Lindsay's smile faltered, yet did not vanish. She slowly glanced down at her body, and now impaled, the tail creating a gaping wound in her abdomen. Alas, this outfit is my work uniform, and now I must spend money to replace it. How could you ambush me? The demon coldly scrutinized her, noticing the absence of blood spilling forth from the wound. Furthermore, she exhibited no signs of pain. You are not human, it rasped, lifting her by the tail, suspending her before its gaze. Your essence is peculiar. The demon began to inhale the scent emanating from her. The fragrance of my perfume is rather pleasant, is it not? Lindsay winked at the demon, her expression devoid of fear. I know not what you truly are, but your soul is remarkably potent. The demon's face displayed confusion as it became increasingly intrigued by this enigmatic woman. However, Lindsay clearly did not wish to remain suspended. Let us return to our previous discussion, shall we, Li Muhán? You can still hear me, correct? I harbor no objections to your philosophy of an eye for an eye. Indeed, individuals like you are precisely what our special bureau requires. However, this is contingent upon your possessing sufficient strength, otherwise you may find yourself confronting an obstacle you are ill-equipped to handle. Or, speaking of which, the demon suddenly feels invigorated. You, little one, dare to discuss strength with me? As long as I am present, no one can impede him, he may slay whomever he desires. The demon leaned closer to the woman, revealing a wide grin. Is that so? Lindsay chuckled, her slender fingers gently tapping on the demon's tail that had pierced her bone. I did not witness such arrogance when your soul was fragmented. You. How dare you humiliate me so? Ultimately, Lindsay's hand gradually settled on the demon's tail, and she sighed as if weary of the exchange. I find you rather intriguing, demon, but regrettably, you are far too weak at present. Me? Weak? The demon's expression darkened immediately, as Lindsay's words seemed to strike a nerve. Indeed, I assure you, demon, your current state bores me. Hey, how amusing. To be pierced by my tail yet still utter such words. Pardon me, what did you just say? Your tail. With a resounding clap, Lindsay maintained a placid smile, applying gentle pressure with her hand on the demon's tail. To her astonishment, the stout appendage that had pierced her body shattered like foam under her grasp. You. How dare you? The demon was initially taken aback, then consumed by rage, yet it understood that this woman was anything but ordinary. No, she was not human at all. Thus, The demon's eyes erupted with a golden radiance. Domain. Thunderclap of annihilation. Without hesitation, he activated his domain, intending to obliterate this woman in an instant. However, in the next moment, Lindsay's hand had already seized his neck, the immense force instilling an inexplicable sense of dread within the demon. Did I say you could activate your domain? Crack. The lightning that had begun to converge dissipated in an instant. His domain shattered in the blink of an eye. The demon widened its eyes, fixated on the woman before him. At that moment, she unveiled her true power, ancient and pure, embodying the profound heritage of the vast land of China accumulated over millennia. Ball stared at the woman as if gripped by the throat of an ancient and mysterious entity. You are formidable, Ball. The woman's smile vanished, her expression turning impassive as she regarded Ball, simultaneously increasing the pressure of her grip, while the wound caused by the demon's tail began to visibly heal. Yet now, at this very moment, I am stronger than you, so return his body obediently. Bang. Ball's domain was utterly shattered, and he felt his strength being drawn back into this body. He bared his teeth, gazing at the woman, and smiled. Hey, indeed. This vast land of Xià is fascinating, harboring a presence like yours. Woman, remember, today I have not been defeated by you, rather. It is due to this frail body and my shattered soul. His horns began to crumble into dust, and the runes upon his body gradually faded away. Remember this well. Woman, when the day comes that I regain my strength, I shall return to sever your agony. Ultimately, his skin began to revert to its former hue. How delightful it is, it appears that within this human form, I shall not be bored on this land. In the end, the demon reverted to human form. The woman, who had been gripping Li Muhán's neck, slowly released her hold. Cough, cough, cough. Li Muhán surveyed the surrounding corpses, then slowly raised his head to gaze at the woman. Indeed, I have taken lives, but it was merely a means to survive. I know. Lindsay gently supported Li Muhán this time. She did not exhibit the terrifying demeanor she had moments ago. Even now, Li Muhán, when faced with those who seek to claim your life, any retaliation you make is justified. However, Li Muhán, there exist rules within this world, and your current strength is insufficient to shatter these rules. I have sensed that already. Although the power within me is not my own to command, I have come to understand the terrifying nature of Lindsay's strength. A flicker of unwillingness evident in his eyes. Do not display such expressions, you cannot properly control your power at present. And the demon within you seems quite fond of this world. So, what say you? Would you care to accompany me to the Special Administration Bureau? I shan't compel you to join. The woman guided Li Muhán step by step towards the exit of the basement. Li Muhán pondered for a moment before turning slightly to Lindsay. Free labor, is it? Do not speak nonsense, the Special Administration Bureau is a legitimate state institution, with benefits and insurance guaranteed. I shall consider it further. Do not rush, the time is not yet ripe. Li Muhán regarded the woman, having keenly felt her formidable power, which seemed but the tip of the iceberg, compelling him to grow stronger. Assessing the situation was the most valuable lesson learned in the orphanage for now. It was clear that he could not contend with this woman. Thus, he slowly nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Lindsay, the woman, drove Li Muhán and Xià Yuè to the Tianhai Citibank building. Subsequently, they entered a hidden passage through the back door leading to an elevator. Upon learning of Li Muhán's abduction, Xià Yuè had followed the scent of his blood to Zhao Zhizhong's private villa, but was halted at the door by Lindsay, who asserted that she would resolve the matter. In truth, Xià Yuè had already discerned that this woman's intention was to recruit Li Muhán into the Special Administration Bureau. Li Muhán, if you do not wish to join, simply refuse, and I shall assist you. In the elevator, she turned to Li Muhán and said, thank you. Li Muhán replied with a smile. Oh dear, our Special Administration Bureau is a legitimate state entity, a civil service organization. Please do not speak of it as if it was some criminal syndicate. Lindsay smiled helplessly, realizing that the two individuals before her were entirely indifferent to her presence. The elevator descended for several minutes, hinting at the vastness and depth of the underground. When the elevator doors finally opened, Li Muhán stood frozen in astonishment. This place resembled a miniature underground city, with buildings and roads indistinguishable from those above ground. Good heavens! Constructing such a site beneath a bank feels akin to burrowing a hole beneath the citizens' wallets. This was the headquarters of the Tianhai Municipal Special Administration. Lin Zhe led the way, and every person they encountered along the route showed her profound respect, greeting her with Director Lin. Soon, Lin Zhe guided Li Muhán and Xià Yuè to the registration center. Name: Li Muhán. Age: 21. Classification: anomaly. Li Muhán hesitated momentarily when the registrar posed the classification question. Write down demon, Lin Zhe replied with a playful grin aimed at the registrar. The registrar paused, finally lifting her gaze to scrutinize Li Muhán. A demon? Director Lin, are you certain? We have never contained a demon before. Indeed, and here I have captured one. Lin Zhe jested. I'm sorry, but I do not intend to be contained by you, Li Muhán interjected, disrupting their banter. The registrar looked at Lin Zhe with a bemused expression. Director Lin, are you trying to deceive the newcomer again? What do you mean deceive? Li Muhán. This is merely a registration process. It won't compel you to join us. Furthermore, our examination will assist you in better understanding your body, surely. That is more beneficial than harmful, wouldn't you agree? Li Muhán remained wary until Xià Yuè whispered reassuringly from behind him, don't worry. They currently harbor no ill intent. All right, I'll trust your judgment, he conceded, deciding to cooperate slightly. The registrar beckoned Li Muhán to follow her into a room. He glanced back at Lin Zhe and Xià Yuè. Go on, it's nothing serious, just an assessment of your calamity level. Calamity level. This was the first time Li Muhán had encountered such a term, piquing his curiosity. I will explain it to you later, Lin Zhe waved him on. Now, hurry inside. Our staff is quite busy. As Li Muhán stepped into the room, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped him. The chamber was not as brightly lit as he had envisioned. It lacked advanced technological equipment and instead appeared somewhat dim. As his confusion deepened, his gaze fell upon a wheelchair situated in the center of the room. Seated in the wheelchair was a young woman adorned in a gown as white as snow, her eyes covered by a strip of white cloth. Seemingly blind to the world around her. Her long silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, standing out strikingly in the dim ambience. Her features were exquisite, resembling finely crafted porcelain, evoking a sense of trepidation in those who might dare to touch her. Madam, we have a new anomaly who requires your assistance in identification. The registrar addressed the woman courteously. Upon hearing her voice, the woman slightly turned her head. Come closer. She gazed at Li Muhán with a smile. As if her eyes were entirely untainted by the white cloth, and her warm expression enveloped Li Muhán in a comforting embrace. Please, hold my hand. Li Muhán extended his hand, gently clasping the hand of the silver-haired woman. In that fleeting moment, she felt an irresistible force drawing her in. A power that beckoned her to delve deeper. The woman offered little resistance. She understood that to comprehend this force, she must immerse herself in it. For this was her purpose for being here. A theater. An expansive theater with a stage. The silver-haired woman stood at the center of the stage. Her feet now free to move, her eyes gradually opening. She surveyed her surroundings, taking in the eerie ambience of the theater. Demons, she murmured, as she discerned one or two shadowy figures of demons lurking in the dimly lit audience. Why is there such a multitude of demons residing within him? She pondered aloud, addressing the hidden entities. Fortunately, these demons were not overly powerful, though they brimmed with chaos and malevolence. No matter, merely a handful of minor demons. She concluded before closing her eyes. The woman's figure ultimately vanished from the stage, and the spotlight flickered out one by one. In the darkened audience, an unexpected sound, a sneer, pierced the silence. Then came a second, followed by a third. The laughter, sneers, jeers, then maniacal cackles, enveloped the entire theater. Countless demon eyes opened in the shadows, gleefully mocking the woman who had departed, like children reveling in a successful prank. Until all was consumed by the abyss of darkness, the world returned to its hushed state. The woman released Li Muhán's hand, still offering him a smile. I apologize, it seems I have something on my mind, Li Muhán said with regret. Aware that the woman had seen what he had seen, perhaps a manifestation of her unique ability. The silver-haired woman slowly shook her head. You are special. Your soul is pure, yet it harbors some demons. I have never encountered such a phenomenon before. Catastrophe level chaos. With those words, she turned her back, choosing silence. Understood. Thank you for your efforts. This level did not seem particularly high, eliciting minimal reaction from the registrar. Once Li Muhán and the registrar departed, the woman finally exhaled with relief. She was perplexed, wondering if her pretense of ignorance had influenced the entity's decision to allow her to leave. Her hands still trembled. Haunted by fear. What were those things? After Li Muhán exited the room, Lindsay emerged from the darkness, smiling as she turned her gaze to the silver-haired maiden. What did you find? What manner of soul can harbor such fearsome demons? Even the offspring of the deity hold him in such high regard. It seems you've truly stumbled upon a treasure. The silver-haired maiden regarded Lindsay's optimism with skepticism. He is a demon. And the Special Administration Bureau has neither contained demons nor possesses any experience in dealing with them. That human cannot endure for long once the demon seizes his body. Rest assured that child will not succumb to those fiends. Lindsay knelt before the girl, gently caressing her hair. He then elucidated to Li Muhán the classification of anomalies by the Special Administration Bureau. The lowest tier is chaos, generally encompassing mountain spirits and wild creatures that have infiltrated the human realm, easily subdued by ordinary police. Following this is disorder should such entities cause turmoil. The Special Administration Bureau will intervene. Next is catastrophe, where anomalies reach a level of control without special permission, they cannot even live normally among humans. The subsequent tiers are calamity, annihilation, and natural disaster. These three classifications of anomalies are forbidden from interacting with humans and must survive under the Bureau's stringent surveillance. Xià Yuè is an exception. Lindsay, the Deputy Director of the Special Administration Bureau of Huaxia, personally vouched for her, ensuring she poses no threat to human society, which allows her to walk freely in the world. The final classification is apocalypse. Since the establishment of the Bureau, it has only manifested once, and throughout human history. It has occurred twice. One instance was in ancient Huaxia a millennium ago, nearly leading to human extinction. The second occurred over 700 years ago in Europe, resulting in the death of nearly one-third of the global population due to the Black Death that swept across the continent. Li Muhán was momentarily stunned upon hearing the term apocalypse, as the classification assigned to Ball in the whole of Ball was precisely that. Furthermore, Xià Yuè is classified as a natural disaster, implying that should he truly harness Baal's full power, he might surpass even her in combat prowess. Here, this is for you. Lindsay handed Li Muhán a pendant he had received from a staff member. I have no intention of wearing a dog collar. Li Muhán refrained from accepting the pendant, as he could distinctly sense a certain power emanating from it, a force that binds demons. Perhaps the essence of the demon was seeping into his being, making him instinctively sensitive and resistant to this binding power. Nonetheless, Lindsay pressed it into Li Muhán's palm. This is not a dog collar. If you wield the power of the demon, you risk losing yourself. If this continues, you will inevitably be usurped by the demon. This item can assist you in maintaining your clarity while using that power, Lindsay remarked with a smile. Li Muhán, intrigued, accepted the necklace. How will it assist me? Lindsay did not answer directly, merely smiling and saying, you will find out in due time. Though Li Muhán accepted the pendant, he refrained from wearing it, unwilling to blindly comply with whatever others suggested. Under Lindsay's guidance, he toured various departments within the Special Administration Bureau. Aside from some confidential intelligence divisions he was unable to access, he explored places such as the Engineering Department, Human Resources, Medical Department, and Logistics Department. This led Li Muhán to increasingly believe that the Special Administration Bureau indeed enjoyed substantial support from the state, with abundant human and material resources at its disposal. Thus, the final matter remained. In the Bureau's dining hall, Lindsay, while sipping coffee, addressed the two individuals seated across the table. Your guarantor is essential. Regardless of whether you join the Special Administration Bureau or not, you must have a guarantor. Unfortunately, I am already the guarantor for the person beside you, so I shall act as his guarantor. Before Lindsay could continue, Xià Yuè interjected, then I will be his guarantor. Lindsay seemed to ponder for a moment. She gently sipped her coffee, her eyes scanning the two individuals back and forth. Have you two been intimate? The sudden inquiry startled Li Muhán, causing him to shudder. What? No, that is not true. He stammered, his face flushed. Yet, recalling that fragmented night when nothing had truly transpired, he questioned whether he could truly claim innocence. Upon uttering those words, even Li Muhán found it hard to believe. Seeing Lindsay simply smiling at him in silence, he grew anxious and turned to Xià Yuè. To his surprise, he found her head bowed deeply in silence, her face a vivid shade of crimson. Wait. Why is Xià Yuè reacting this way? He pondered. Xià Yuè's head sank lower, her cheeks flushed to the tips of her ears, prompting Li Muhán to temporarily abandon his thoughts. However, he resolved to inquire about this matter with Xià Yuè later. All right, I concede. You may serve as his guarantor. From this moment on, the two of you must reside together. Li Muhán, you cannot be out of Xià Yuè's sight for more than 24 hours, otherwise. Lindsay chuckled, and just as Li Muhán braced for a stern remark, she suddenly turned to Xià Yuè and declared, otherwise, Xià Yuè, you may reasonably suspect him of infidelity. Li Muhán, who had been sipping water to alleviate his tension, ended up spitting it out. Subsequently, Lindsay guided the two to the training center of the Special Administration Bureau. This was a facility dedicated to training extraordinary individuals capable of confronting anomalies. It was here that Li Muhán discovered the presence of numerous anomalous staff members within the Bureau. It seemed that to vanquish magic, one must wield magic. Moreover, even among humans, those who underwent specialized training could acquire powers akin to those from different realms. However, this training method was exceedingly rigorous and carried a high mortality rate. Thus, the majority of personnel within the Bureau were support staff, while those involved in combat were relatively scarce. The primary combat strength still relied on the anomalies that had already been incorporated. This is the training center of the Special Administration Bureau, where each member undergoes a physical assessment. Only those who meet the criteria can participate in specialized training, Lindsay explained to Li Muhán, who was now somewhat perplexed. Why would these individuals choose to join the Special Administration Bureau despite the high mortality rates associated with specialized training? Or rather, why must they join the combat divisions? Couldn't they also contribute meaningfully in administrative roles? Seemingly perceiving Li Muhán's confusion, Lindsay smiled without saying much. Director Lin, I have a question, Li Muhán suddenly interjected. If the demon within me were to regain its full strength, would you be able to defeat it? He had been preoccupied with Lindsay's prior display of dominance over the demon inside him and, despite knowing it might be impolite, he couldn't help but ask. Lindsay pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, I would win. Li Muhán's lips twitched, such words were ill-fated. For the last person to utter them had met a dire end. At that moment the door to the training room swung open, and a tall man wearing a beret strode in. Huotian, you arrived just in time. This is your new team member, come and meet him. Lindsay remarked as he rose, hands clasped behind his back, directing his gaze towards the man. The newcomer was imposing, his face etched with determination, unmistakably a seasoned soldier. Li Muhán, this is Huotian, the captain of the 7th Action Team of the Special Administration. From today onward, you are under his command. Cherish this opportunity, for he is a formidable demon. Li Muhán was taken aback and quickly clarified, I apologize, but I have not yet decided whether to join the Special Administration. And the power within me is not something I sought. Upon hearing this, Huotian's expression grew noticeably colder. Director Lin, I am not a babysitter. This child lacks the qualifications to join my team. It is evident he has been sheltered and has not faced any real trials. His words struck with formidable force, and Li Muhán felt his pride wounded. Enough. You mentioned needing reinforcements. Well, I have found one for you. Although he has yet to decide, this is a perfect opportunity for you to utilize your charm to win him over, Lindsay countered. Since he is unwilling to join the Special Administration, we must adhere to the established protocols. There are no exceptions for anomalies. Here, we do not have an internship period. Huotian's tone left no room for negotiation. Lindsay found himself in a difficult position, for Huotian spoke the truth. The Special Administration's stance on anomalies was unequivocal: either join and submit to regulation, or be hunted down. Anomalies were predominantly beings from various legends and myths. Aside from the truly supreme deities, there were no anomalies the Special Administration dared to confront. At that moment, Xià Yuè's gaze transformed into a crimson hue as she positioned herself beside Li Muhán, her attitude unmistakably resolute. If they were to adhere to the rules, she would not hesitate to turn against them. Lindsay said, and just then, Huotian unexpectedly shifted his tone, saying, unless he can face me in combat. Brother. We just met, there is no need for violence. Li Muhán attempted to ease the tension, but Xià Yuè interjected mid-sentence, evidently displeased with Huotian's belittlement of Li Muhán. Huotian cast a glance at Xià Yuè, and in that fleeting moment, he experienced an unprecedented fear. What terrifying power lay concealed within that petite frame? The mere aura of killing intent emanating from her made Huotian's legs quiver involuntarily. Even 10 of you would not be enough to contend with him, Xià Yuè added, delivering a final blow. You speak of Huotian as a man of temperament. Although he is acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Xià Yuè, he finds it increasingly intolerable to be subjected to such humiliation. Ultimately, it was Li Muhán who interjected, declaring, very well. I shall fight you. No longer concealing his true feelings. Li Muhán, who had little fondness for the incessant prattle, recalled his numerous skirmishes during middle and high school. Not to mention his childhood in the orphanage. This battle is not to prove my worth, but rather to reclaim what I have lost, he exclaimed with resolute eyes and a powerful tone, as if he had indeed lost something significant. What do you mean? Huotian inquired. Perplexed, forgive me, the atmosphere was so palpable that I felt compelled to utter that line, Li Muhán admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Lindsay yawned and waved his hand dismissively. In that case, let us proceed with the fight. After all, this is a training room. Perfect timing, Li Muhán. You can familiarize yourself with the power of the demon, which will be beneficial regardless of whether you choose to join the special administration. Understood, Director Lin, Li Muhán responded. Nodding respectfully as the others did, this time, Xià Yuè, you cannot assist him, Lindsay stated, positioning himself alongside Xià Yuè. Huotian removed his jacket, revealing a muscular physique that sent a chill down Li Muhán's spine. If it came to a direct confrontation, he doubted he would survive. And one more condition, Lindsay interjected just as the two were about to engage. Huotian, you are not permitted to utilize the power of your domain. As for you, Li Muhán, this rule does not apply. Additionally, you must wear the pendant I just provided you. This is also an opportunity for you to test its power. Li Muhán looked perplexed. Isn't this a bit unfair to Captain Ho? Unexpectedly, Huotian scoffed, preempting Lindsay's response. Kid. Wait until you can truly force me to employ my domain before making such assertions. The power of the domain is not exclusive to the aberrants. Most members of the Special Administration's combat units can wield it. The levels of the domain correspond to the severity of the calamities, ranging from 1 to 6, which are associated with chaos, confusion, turmoil, annihilation, natural disasters, and ultimately, world-ending events. Logically, Baal's thunderstorm domain should be classified at the world-ending level. Yet the level Li Muhán currently commands is merely level 2, corresponding to chaos. However, he would not be foolish enough to reveal that the demonic power within him is, in fact, world-ending in nature. He feared that if he did, these individuals would spare no effort to ensure he remained within the special administration. Very well. I accept. He slowly donned the pendant around his neck. Have you prepared your last words? Huotian inquired with a mocking smirk, noting Li Muhán's readiness. I have a question. Captain Ho, speak. Why did you join the special administration? Huotian paused, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected inquiry. What? Are you trying to get chummy with me? Hoping I'll go easy on you? I apologize, but when it comes to dealing with outliers, I have always employed ruthless methods. I hope you are mentally prepared. I merely wish to understand what compels you to risk your life to undergo that grueling training. This statement seemed to strike a nerve with Huotian, whose expression darkened instantly. I am such a fool for engaging in conversation with a creature like you. Beings of your ilk will never comprehend the tremendous sacrifices humanity makes to protect something dear. Li Muhán was thoroughly perplexed, wondering what he had said to provoke such a reaction. Well, actually, I am human. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Huotian's fist, akin to a cannonball, appeared before Li Muhán's eyes. Instinctively, Li Muhán attempted to evade, having been raised in an orphanage where he fought daily, and later enduring frequent injuries for the sake of Guruoshi. Thus, his physical condition was superior to that of his peers. However, this punch was astonishingly swift and powerful. Even with his utmost effort to dodge, he was struck on the left side of his face. In an instant, his body spun and flew backward, crashing violently to the ground. I've grown weary of this, Huotian. Please let it end here, Lindsay yawned and addressed Huotian. Apologies, Director Lin. But this is the Special Administration Bureau, and he's an outlier who does not submit to our regulations. I cannot restrain myself, Huotian replied. Very well. Make it quick, today is my day off, Lindsay asserted. Rest assured, Director Lin, it will not take much of your time, Huotian sneered. His piercing gaze fixed intently upon the fallen Li Muhán. Cough. You really intend to kill me? Li Muhán grunted as he pushed against the ground, attempting to rise. Before he could finish his sentence, the burly man charged at him once more, delivering another powerful punch aimed at Li Muhán's head. With a swift roll, Li Muhán narrowly evaded the blow, which instead struck the training room floor, creating a small crack. Do not damage the training room. Do you not value your salary this month? Lindsay remarked with displeasure. When it comes to outliers, I cannot afford to show mercy, Huotian coldly replied. Eyeing the evading Li Muhán. Your reflexes are quite commendable. No, you seem to have discerned my techniques from my first punch. You are indeed a fighter. But that is where your prowess ends. Not quite so exaggerated, I can tell you genuinely wish to kill me, Li Muhán replied. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood and a few broken teeth, fixing Huotian with a frigid glare. With a roar, Huotian lunged at Li Muhán again, delivering a whipping kick towards his head. Li Muhán, having grasped some of Huotian's moves, swiftly crouched to avoid the kick and retaliated with a punch to Huotian's abdomen. However, Huotian, after missing his kick, quickly spun around and landed a fierce kick to Li Muhán's midsection. With a thud, Li Muhán was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall. Laughter erupted as Huotian mocked Li Muhán, proclaiming him a master of combat, yet lamenting that true battles are never predictable. After all, he was not merely exchanging moves. Xià Yuè attempted to step forward but was halted by Lindsay, who suggested she place a bit more faith in him. Lindsay then turned to Li Muhán, who was struggling to rise from the ground, and inquired, What is the matter, Li Muhán? Are you unable to hold your own? Surely you don't believe you can defeat our squad leader solely through brawling. Li Muhán was acutely aware that his approach to fighting appeared juvenile in Huotian's eyes, leaving him with only one path to victory. He gradually rose, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, the vast indoor training facility began to gather ominous storm clouds that swiftly enveloped much of the building. The other personnel at the Special Administration Bureau looked on with curiosity, questioning who dared to conjure a domain within their headquarters. It's that kid brought by Director Lin, no need to worry. Captain Huotian of Team 7 is engaged with him. Inside the training room shrouded by the gathered thunder, Huotian felt no fear, instead a thrill coursed through him. Ha! Now this feels right. He charged toward Li Muhán, raising a fist high before striking down toward his face. Huotian unleashed his full strength. And if the blow connected, it would likely shatter Li Muhán's skull. Yet, Li Muhán merely lifted his hand to meet the punch, effortlessly absorbing the impact. And the collision sparked a brilliant display of lightning. Not bad, you've got some strength. Huotian exclaimed with a hint of madness, his fist still pressing down. Li Muhán gradually straightened, his pupils transforming to a pale gold, while a demonic horn sprouted from his head and a thick tail thrashed against the floor. He slowly turned to face Huotian, both their eyes reflecting a glimmer of insanity, their lips curling into fervent smiles. Ha! This is exhilarating. Bring it on. With a thunderous roar, Huotian intensified his assault, driving the demonically transformed Li Muhán to one knee. Li Muhán's eyes sparkled with golden light. And just as he lifted his head, a military boot struck his face with force. A demon, ha? An anomaly? A domain. Huotian rained down punches upon the demon's head, each strike resonating with thunder and sparks. Xià Yuè furrowed her brow, while Lindsay maintained his composure. As Huotian prepared to deliver a final blow to obliterate the demon's visage, Li Muhán, lying on the ground, suddenly smiled once more. Have you had your fill? He spoke, his voice deep and gravelly, as if it emerged from the depths of hell. With a resounding boom, the surge of lightning propelled Huotian across the room. Just as Huotian hit the ground, the hand clasped around his throat, lifting him effortlessly. Let go. Release me. No matter how fiercely he struggled, Huotian could not free himself from the grip of Li Muhán's fist. In a fit of desperation, he began to attack Li Muhán with his other hand and legs. Yet, these assaults were utterly ineffective, they could not even cause a tremor in Li Muhán's form. Suddenly, the flicker of lightning surged from Li Muhán's hand, which was still tightly clasped around Huo Tian's neck. Illuminated by this electric glow, Li Muhán's face bore a maniacal grin. With a thunderous roar, the lightning coursed through Huo Tian's entire body. The towering figure of nearly 2 meters convulsed for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Li Muhán released his grip and turned to face Lin Zhe and Xià Yuè. Xià Yuè was visibly anxious, well aware that if Li Muhán lost his self-control, the special administration would undoubtedly regard him as an uncontrollable time bomb. Lin Zhe, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his suit, maintained his calm and composed smile. "Do not worry, everything will be fine." However, Li Muhán revealed an exceedingly strange smile to them, his golden eyes brimming with a thirst for blood. He had spiraled into chaos. Xià Yuè, attempting to intervene, was halted by Lin Zhe's restraining hand. "Let us observe quietly." Possessed by bile, Li Muhán swiftly pushed Huo Tian, who had just risen and intended to strike, back to the ground. Goodness, such immense strength. Huo Tian's face was a mask of shock, no matter how hard he struggled. He could not budge the demon's grip in the slightest. Gradually, Li Muhán's hand began to morph into a shadowy black claws replacing his palms, nearly enveloping Huo Tian's entire face. Just as the demon was about to crush Huo Tian's skull, the surge of dark green radiance erupted from his chest. Li Muhán's expression immediately shifted to one of terror. The source of this green glow was the pendant that Lin Zhe had previously made Li Muhán wear. It seemed to torment him intensely, prompting him to release Huo Tian and attempt to tear the pendant off. The moment his claws brushed against the pendant, it began to transform. Countless black threads shot forth from it, weaving around the demon's form. The demon tried to tear these threads apart, but as soon as his body made contact with them, it emitted a sound akin to being scorched, his anguished roars echoing throughout the training room. Good heavens, how exaggerated. Huo Tian, having narrowly escaped with his life, wasted no time and crawled over to Lin Zhe, where the group collectively observed the demon's transformation. The dark green threads ultimately converged on the demon's face, nearly covering half of it. With a rustling sound, the threads tightly ensnared Li Muhán's lower face, forming a binding mask reminiscent of one worn by a ferocious dog. The mask extended to the roots of his ears, and at the moment it fully formed, Li Muhán suddenly lifted his head, his pupils beginning to glaze over. His entire body trembled. He yearned to roar to obliterate everything before him. Yet this mask continuously compressed his power. Ultimately, he knelt on the ground, head bowed, his body quaking slightly. "You did not inform me that such a thing would transpire." Xià Yuè cast a displeased glance at Lin Zhe. "Did I not mention earlier that the pendant would serve a supportive role when he harnesses the power of the demon?" Approximately 3 minutes later, Li Muhán gradually lifted his head, cold sweat dampening the bangs that fell across his forehead, rendering his slightly long hair even more disheveled. A hint of gold still lingered in his eyes, yet the earlier sinister aura had dissipated. "Am I still alive?" This was the first utterance from Li Muhán, though his voice came out muffled due to the mask he wore. He noticed this himself and raised a hand to touch his face upon feeling the mask. Li Muhán grew slightly anxious. I can actually control my body now." He gazed at his hands in astonishment. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment, curiously observing Li Muhán. "The mask is rather stylish." While contemplating pulling the mask off, he said to Lin Zhe, This thing can't be removed." "Of course it can. Once you dissolve the domain, it will revert to its form as a pendant. This is the latest achievement of our scientific council. Since we have never contained a demon, this was a temporary creation. The head of the council refers to it as the demon suppressor 10. It aids in regulating the excessive demon energy within you and allocates power based on your current capabilities, essentially equipping you with an external processor. This device is quite expensive." Lin Zhe replied with a smile. Finally, when Li Muhán deactivated the domain, the mask transformed back into the pendant shape. "What a peculiar sensation," he mused, gazing at the now inert pendant on his chest, utterly perplexed by its mechanism, especially considering it was developed by the scientific council. Could it be that the pinnacle of science truly leads to metaphysics? An hour later. "Cheers. Cheers. Welcome, the new team member." In a modest tavern, Huo Tian laughed heartily while patting Li Muhán on the back. Although he was not fond of alcohol in this social setting, Li Muhán felt compelled to raise his glass as well. After awakening, Huotian insisted on dragging Li Muhán to the gathering, which also included 3 other members of Team 7, the short-haired girl In Chi, responsible for early intelligence reconnaissance, the tall girl Xià Yuè, in charge of long-range fire support, and the boy Lin Xiu, who managed equipment maintenance and logistical support. All 3 were of a similar age to Li Muhán and were human, marking him as the sole anomaly among them. The tall girl Xià Yuè, with her light pink hair, approached and sat beside Li Muhán, holding a glass. She possessed an alluring figure and a delicate face. Even clad in professional trousers, her long legs remained utterly captivating. Li Muhán, I heard you had a scuffle with the captain. Our captain's intellect tends to lag behind his brawn, so don't hold a grudge against him. Peach. How can you speak like that? Huotian, his face flushed from drinking, quickly reacted to Xià Yuè's words, his booming voice cutting through the chatter. Li Muhán speculated that the reason she was called Xià Yuè Zaitauzi might be due to her adorable pink hair. This gathering was essentially a welcome feast organized by Team 7 in honor of Li Muhán, whose prowess had garnered the recognition of Huotian. The team members appeared to possess a profound trust in Huotian, thus the two embraced Li Muhán with open arms. Li Muhán also learned that this small squad was currently in a rather awkward predicament. Damn it. Why aren't we being assigned any missions? The already inebriated Huotian bellowed while pounding the table. The youth responsible for logistics, Lin Xiu, stood beside him, attempting to console his captain while warning him not to damage the table, as their squad's funding was already dwindling. Captain, if you keep breaking things, we might have to sell our old car, he remarked. In Chi, you two, stop just eating and say something to him. The scout, In Chi, remained rather taciturn, speaking little during the gathering. Her petite figure, adorned with a hat, made her appear somewhat childlike, and her large eyes occasionally darted towards Li Muhán, which left him somewhat puzzled. Our team's situation is rather unique, Xià Yuè remarked with a wry smile as she observed the drunken Huotian. Typically, the members of a combat team are combatants from the special administration. But there is often one anomaly among them to alleviate the operational pressure on the squad and to prevent total annihilation due to combat capability shortcomings. Isn't Captain Huo vehemently opposed to anomalies? Li Muhán inquired. Xià Yuè took a sip of her drink, a hint of bitterness flickering in her eyes. Indeed. But he cannot defy the regulations of the special administration. Does that mean Team 7 has never had an anomaly member? Li Muhán asked. There was one previously. In Chi interjected softly, her voice delicate like that of a kitten. But during a mission 6 months ago, he betrayed us. Betrayal. Li Muhán was momentarily taken aback. This term was not unfamiliar to him. Throughout his life, he had endured countless betrayals. Most recently, he had been cruelly backstabbed by his childhood sweetheart, Guruoshi. Yet, he understood that the betrayal In Chi spoke of was undoubtedly far more excruciating than his own experiences. That mission was originally a straightforward investigation task. A chaotic level anomaly had been detected in an old factory, unregistered and unmonitored. Our squad was tasked with the investigation, and, at that time, that anomaly was still one of our companions. Xià Yuè spoke in a calm tone. Everything proceeded smoothly, it was a newly awakened bloodline entity, bewildered by the world and had not harmed anyone, merely trembling in the dilapidated factory. Upon hearing bloodline, Li Muhán grew somewhat wary. Sensing his apprehension, Xià Yuè waved her hand with a smile. Rest assured, it has no relation to your guarantor. That bloodline was quite feeble, belonging to a lower tier. We attempted to establish contact with her to soothe her emotions, and we were on the verge of taking her away. At this juncture, Xià Yuè's grip on her cap tightened, her eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. However, our anomalous team member unexpectedly unleashed her domain, inflicting injuries upon the captain and In Chi from behind, before absconding with the bloodkin, leaving no trace of her whereabouts even to this day. The defection of an anomaly is a grave matter, and all blame has been placed squarely upon the captain's shoulders. Consequently, our squad has not undertaken a single legitimate mission since, engaging only in trivial cases that often had no connection to the anomalies at all, while the traitorous anomaly has vanished completely from our sight. The captain has never ceased his pursuit of her existence. Thereafter, he refused to allow any anomalies to join, frequently muttering that indeed anomalies are nothing but beasts, incapable of genuinely aiding humanity. Thus, Li Muhán If during future operations the captain utters or performs any excessive actions or words towards you, do not take it to heart. You must emerge from that shadow. For we have all endured our share of hardships. There is no need for such sentimentality. As a result, Huo Tian, who should have been thoroughly inebriated, suddenly shoved Lin Xiu aside and addressed Li Muhán. We are in the Special Management Bureau, engaging in blood-stained work. Spare us the theatrics. This is not some mutual aid society, and everyone carries their past. He cast a glance towards Su Shui, Lin Xiu, and In Chi. You have no right to demand that Li Muhán tolerate anyone. You have all seen his records. Should he simply endure in silence? He then turned his gaze back to Li Muhán. Previously, I looked down on you, thinking you were merely a child. I apologize. If we encounter any disagreements in the future, he tightened his fist, waving it before Li Muhán, then after a few hearty laughs, he added, we are men. We shall resolve our issues this way. Li Muhán chuckled in response, half-jokingly saying, all right, Captain Huo, we haven't finished our previous bout, shall we continue? Huo Tian's smile faltered, and he quickly waved his hands. Get lost, I can't take you on now. Show me some respect. Li Muhán was speechless. Captain Huo changed his demeanor faster than one could turn a page in a book. After the gathering concluded, Su Shui and In Chi departed together, while Li Muhán assisted Lin Xiu in helping the inebriated Huo Tian into the car. Muhán, could you do me a favor and accompany me to take the captain home first? I will then see you back to your place, Lin Xiu suggested. The youth, likely just over 18, cast a timid glance at Li Muhán. Li Muhán understood that he was apprehensive about his demonic identity, thus he nodded with a smile. Having guessed that Lin Xiu had something to discuss, or he would not have invited him to join. Sure enough, as the car started, Lin Xiu began. You must be quite puzzled as to why our captain harbors such a profound hatred for anomalies. Indeed, I am somewhat curious, Li Muhán replied. Lin Xiu, while driving, let out a bitter smile. Our captain was once the chief of the Tianhai City Police Department. This revelation surprised Li Muhán. He had not anticipated that Huo Tian held such a distinguished position. He has been with the Special Administration Bureau for 5 years. And since the very first day of his tenure, he has devoted himself tirelessly to training, often risking his life in the process. These tales, I must admit, I have heard from others, for I had yet to join at that time. Lin Xiu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, while Li Muhán reminded him not to drive with one hand. Thus, Lin Xiu continued, do not be deceived by Captain Huo Tian's current demeanor. He once had a family, a wife and a son, who achieved the remarkable feat of becoming a police officer with the highest marks in his school. Though Huo Tian appears robust, he is, in fact, already in his 50s. This only deepened Li Muhán's incredulity. What could possibly drive someone of his age to relentlessly strive for a position in a combat unit? Yet, he sensed that Lin Xiu was on the verge of revealing the answer. Gazing through the rearview mirror at Huo Tian, who was sound asleep and snoring, Lin Xiu continued. 5 years ago, before I joined the Special Administration Bureau, Tianhai City was rocked by a horrifying series of disappearances involving young female college students and newly employed white-collar workers. An incident that garnered significant attention from the police. The captain was so troubled by the case that he could not sleep for nights on end, ultimately uncovering a crucial lead that pointed to a taxi driver named Xià Yuè. Li Muhán remained silent, seated in the passenger seat, quietly absorbing Lin Xiu's recounting of the past. At that time, Huo Tian had just been appointed as the bureau chief, with a promising future ahead. The occurrence of such events within his jurisdiction was excruciatingly painful. He was consumed by the need to sift through clues, and after much effort, he finally zeroed in on Xià Yuè. Just as he was preparing to close in on his target, a call from the provincial office warned him to cease his investigation, indicating that the matter would be resolved by others. Though he felt deeply frustrated, Huo Tian restrained his agitation and instructed the entire bureau to refrain from further involvement. The only dissenting voice was that of his son, a newly assigned intern in the criminal police team, leading to a fierce argument that ended in discord. The very next morning brought devastating news: his son had been found dead in an abandoned warehouse, his organs brutally removed. Strangely, this was the very site where they had intended to make their move. Following this tragedy, Captain Huo Tian completely shattered. He sought out Xià Yuè with a firearm on multiple occasions, ultimately losing his position. In a bizarre turn of events, all the missing girls returned overnight, as if under a spell, with no recollection of their ordeal. At this juncture, Lin Xiu turned to Li Muhán, asking, "You must know who was behind it all, right?" "The Special Administration Bureau," Li Muhán replied without hesitation. Indeed, the bureau intervened, locating the missing girls but lacking any evidence to implicate Xià Yuè. Consequently, they could only tighten their control over him, and thus the matter concluded. Yet, for Captain Huo Tian, this was merely the beginning, Li Muhán remarked. Lin Xiu nodded in agreement. In the second month after losing his job, the Special Administration Bureau contacted the captain and informed him that his son had fallen victim to a monstrous entity. Yet they could not conclusively prove that Xià Yuè was responsible. At this juncture, Li Muhán comprehended the answer to the question he had previously posed to Huo Tian. The reason for joining the Special Administration Bureau was to seek vengeance for his child. However, it would be narrow-minded to perceive the captain solely through the lens of revenge. Upon learning of such creatures' existence, he felt an obligation, as a former police officer, to protect the populace. Thus, he resolutely joined the bureau and transformed himself into a combatant capable of wielding dimensional powers. A persistent obsession often yields echoes of resolution. It is perhaps through such fervor that one can endure the hellish training required. At that moment, Huo Tian, who had been resting in the back seat, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a rare glimmer of sorrow. Simultaneously, atop the Zhao Group skyscraper in Tianhai City, the night remained brightly lit, as if proclaiming that the darkness could not shroud the city in silence. Zhao Zhijiang sat at his desk, methodically smoking one cigarette after another, awaiting a result. Soon, there was a knock at the office door. Zhao Zhijiang sprang to his feet. "Come in," he commanded. A bodyguard entered, somewhat timidly stating, "Mr. Zhao, we cannot locate Uncle Chen, and all the bodyguards have vanished without a trace. The villa in the outskirts is impeccably clean, devoid of even a drop of blood." Zhao Zhijiang sighed deeply. Chen Yun had been his trusted aide for many years, assisting him with numerous clandestine affairs. His esteem for Chen Yun stemmed from the latter's impeccable discretion and unwavering loyalty. If Zhao Zhijiang commanded it, Chen Yun would not hesitate to eliminate even his own mother. Yet this time, he had merely tasked Chen Yun with inquiring about the orphan's situation, and now he had gone missing. What about that organization? The one that had obtained intelligence on Li Muhán. Investigate them, no matter the cost. Chen Yun is my loyal subordinate. If he is alive, I must find him. And if he is dead, I must see his corpse. Upon uttering these words, however, the bodyguard remained still. Curiously, Zhao Zhijiang questioned him, "What are you dawdling for, Mr. Zhao?" "That organization has been annihilated," the bodyguard replied. Zhao Zhijiang abruptly stood upright. Although this organization belonged to the underground world, it had established roots in Tianhai City and had evaded multiple crackdowns unscathed. How could it be wiped out so swiftly? His keen intellect discerned that while these events might seem trivial when examined separately, when considered collectively, a chill of realization ran down his spine. Over a dozen lives had perished, yet it was concealed as an accident. An influential underground intelligence organization that had just scrutinized Li Muhán's dossier was eradicated the very next day. The infallible Chen Yun was now untraceable, all because of that orphan. "Mr. Zhao, I will immediately contact other organizations for an investigation," the bodyguard said, observing Zhao Zhijiang's ashen complexion, eager to leave. Zhao Zhijiang swiftly raised his hand to halt him. "Stop. Is there anything else you need to convey?" "No, do not pursue it further." The bodyguard, momentarily taken aback, turned back to Zhao Zhijiang and inquired, "Are we not tracking Uncle Chen's whereabouts?" "No more inquiries," Zhao Zhijiang replied decisively. "Not just about Chen Yun. Do not pursue anything related to that individual named Li Muhán from this moment forth. Do you understand?" The bodyguard, momentarily stunned, nodded in agreement. At that moment, another bodyguard burst into the room, brimming with excitement. "Boss Zhao. Good news. Excellent news." Zhao Zhijiang, still shaken from earlier events, felt his spirits lift slightly at the prospect of good news. "What is it? Did we secure the bid for the Dongshan Park project?" "Not that," the bodyguard exclaimed. "It's the bounty on the underground assassin. 50 million, then someone has already taken the job." "What?" Zhao Zhijiang's eyes widened, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. What bounty? 50 million. It's the bounty for the head of that person named Li Muhán. Previously, it was 500,000, but now with 50 million. Someone has accepted the task as an assassin from abroad. What? Who the hell issued the bounty? Why was I not informed? Xià Yuè nearly roared, causing the bodyguard to stumble backward in fear. Boss, it was the lady, she said you approved it. Xià Yuè felt darkness cloud his vision. Without a doubt, the lady referred to was Zhao Qianquan's biological mother. Damn it. How could you not consult me on such a significant matter? Go and rescind the bounty. Retrieve the task for me. That wretched woman. Xià Yuè resolved in his heart that once this tumultuous period passed, he would cast her into the sea to feed the fish. He had 4 women in total. And Zhao Qianquan was the youngest son of the 4th wife, yet he was the most disappointing, causing considerable trouble throughout his life with his arrogant behavior. Xià Yuè had previously managed to resolve all issues with money, but this situation was evidently abnormal. Continuing to pamper that foolish son and his mother could potentially ignite a catastrophe. This mother and son duo would perpetually attract trouble. In frustration, Xià Yuè slammed his fist on the table. Just as the terrified bodyguard was about to flee, Xià Yuè's phone rang unexpectedly. He picked it up, noticing an unknown number and feeling a twinge of confusion, thus few knew this phone number. Who is this? He asked coldly upon answering. Confirming your assignment, Li Muhán, correct. A chilling female voice echoed through the line. Who? You. Suddenly, Xià Yuè realized something. Are you the assassin? 50 million. Are you out of your mind? The life of an orphan is worth 50 million. 50 million, I accept. The icy tone from the other end sent a shiver down Xià Yuè's spine. To him, 50 million was hardly a concern, it was merely the individual's mysterious background and the peculiar circumstances surrounding that orphan named Li Muhán that made him worry. At this moment, Xià Yuè decided he no longer wished to take such a risk. Forget it, I intend to cancel this job. I beg your pardon. But I have already accepted the sum of 50 million. If you intend to withdraw, as per the rules, I shall seek you out. Are you truly seeking your own demise? Xiao, if I have the audacity to accept this task, it signifies my capability, thus, please prepare the 50 million. Otherwise. The call abruptly terminated. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xià Yuè's forehead. The woman's words were unequivocally clear, should he cancel this mission, he would become her target. Xià Yuè sank into the sofa, igniting a cigarette. What shall we do, boss? The bodyguard inquired cautiously. Let us observe. If she indeed accomplishes the task after receiving the funds, we shall eliminate her as well. Ensure that no one discovers the bounty was issued by the Xiao family. Though he uttered these words, an ominous premonition lingered in Xià Yuè's mind. It appeared that this foolish son had truly entangled him in a perilous situation. The following day, upon rising from the sofa, Li Muhán was enveloped by an unsettling chill. This was unexpected, even in winter, it was indoors, was the heating malfunctioning. He arose to inspect the heating, then casually knocked on the door to the room, hearing the displeased voice of the young lady within. Just let me sleep a little longer. This was the agreement between Li Muhán and Xià Yuè, albeit one that Li Muhán had unilaterally enforced. He was to sleep on the sofa while Xià Yuè occupied the bedroom. Although Xià Yuè expressed no objection to sharing the bed with Li Muhán, he still covered his face, insisting that such an arrangement was inappropriate. As for whether they had crossed any boundaries, Li Muhán ultimately refrained from voicing his inquiries. It was simply too difficult to articulate. Li Muhán prepared breakfast and reminded the still sleeping Xià Yuè to eat before stepping outside. As he had grown accustomed to her frequent truancy, which might contribute to her less than stellar reputation at school. Moreover, she was a vampire, nocturnal by nature, which seemed quite reasonable. Did it not? Upon exiting, Li Muhán was taken aback to discover that it was snowing in Tianhai City. No wonder the temperature was so low. This city had not seen snow in 5 years. On the bus, he opened his phone to find himself added to a WeChat discussion group titled Team 7 Forever Home. Welcome, Muhán, was the first message from Su Shui, whose avatar was a charming little lamb. Are you still half asleep, Taozi? We welcomed you yesterday, Lin Ziyu, whose avatar depicted an anime girl, chimed in. Welcome. followed by In-chi, whose avatar was surprisingly a cute little cat. To Li Muhán's astonishment, the cat bore a striking resemblance to the quiet and petite girl. "Where's the captain? Come on, welcome him. The captain is probably still asleep. You all were quite inconsiderate last night, leaving him to me and Muhán while you returned home. It took us quite a bit of effort to carry him upstairs." Lin Xiu added with a crying emoji. "There was no choice, the captain must have been overjoyed, for our Team 7 is now whole again, all thanks to Muhán." "Tauzi, are you ignoring my words? We exerted considerable effort to help the captain ascend the stairs. Just imagine his physique. It matters not. As long as he can fulfill his duties," In-chi coldly remarked. "In-chi, you are ignoring me as well." Li Muhán observed the group chatting within the chat room, a smile gracing his face. It seemed he had never experienced such a multitude of friends, nor had he ever been so warmly welcomed and surrounded by so many. Throughout his life, his closest companion had always been Luo Yang. Yet Luo Yang possessed his own social circle, one into which Li Muhán found himself unable to seamlessly integrate. Luo Yang was astute. He would never compel Li Muhán to merge into his sphere but would instead adeptly maintain the boundaries between these circles, ensuring that Li Muhán felt no discomfort. "Thank you all, but I do not consider myself a member of the special administration, at most, I am merely an intern." Li Muhán also contributed. This was the agreement with Lin Xiu, allowing him to accompany the 7th team in a provisional capacity for tasks, with the decision of whether to formally join resting solely upon him. Wrapping himself in a thick coat, Li Muhán disembarked from the vehicle and made his way to the school. He was uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but upon arriving, he felt the chill in the air had intensified, as if the school itself were the epicenter of the cold. My goodness, it's freezing. Indeed. This dreadful weather did not predict such frigid temperatures today. Though it was winter, this chill seemed excessive. After all, we reside in a southern city. Listening to the grievances of fellow students, Li Muhán approached the academic building. Along his path, he overheard discussions among the students, the most prevalent topic being a new transfer student. And what a sight she is. A stunning beauty. Can you believe she's 175 meters tall? My goodness. Those long legs. It was said she had come from a northern country known for its icy plains, truly breathtaking. Such discussions did not particularly engage Li Muhán. International exchange students were commonplace in universities, and students often displayed a keen interest in those from different backgrounds they rarely encountered. In a particular classroom, by the window, a tall, fair-skinned, and breathtakingly beautiful blonde girl rested her chin on her hand, gazing out. Miss Hatsi, do you find it comfortable living here in Huaxia? Is there a significant difference compared to your homeland? Oh, your skin is so well cared for. So fair. Do you have a boyfriend? A group of students surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. The blonde girl paid no heed to their inquiries, maintaining her icy demeanor until her gaze fell upon Li Muhán passing by below. A peculiar smile suddenly graced her previously expressionless face. I found you. During the lunch break, Li Muhán received a call from Xià Yuè. Have you gotten up and eaten breakfast? Xià Yuè's voice sounded lazily, accompanied by the sound of rustling blankets. It's extremely cold outside today. By the way, this weekend, I plan to take you shopping for some clothes. You can't always wear my outfits, can you? I apologize, I did not mean to imply any blame. It is simply that your beauty deserves attire that is more fitting and elegant. On the other end of the line, Xià Yuè let out a light laugh before suddenly recalling something. You mentioned it was quite cold today. Indeed, you seem to be still half asleep. Step outside and see. It's snowing. Following this, the sound of curtains being drawn could be heard. Xià Yuè's voice took on a colder tone. Li Muhán, do you have a part-time job tonight? Yes, why do you ask? You should refrain from working for the time being and return home early this evening. Li Muhán felt a twinge of confusion, yet Xià Yuè's tone conveyed a seriousness that could not be ignored. How will I pay the rent without a job? I will find a way. In any case, return home early after your classes, or I will come to fetch you. While I appreciate you being my guarantor, there is no need to go to such lengths, Li Muhán said with a reassuring smile, promising there would be no trouble before ending the call. As for the part-time job, how could he possibly forgo it? With an additional mouth to feed at home and Xià Yuè had begun to earn her own money, he could not rely solely on her. Thus, after classes, he made his way to the supermarket where he worked. Surely, you need not come in anymore. Yet, he was promptly dismissed by the store owner. Confused, he wondered what he had done wrong to warrant such treatment. Excuse me, have I committed an error? He asked as he re-entered the supermarket seeking clarity. The owner hesitated, finally glancing around before whispering, you have offended someone you shouldn't have. And now they are out to get you. It's likely you won't find work anywhere. Understanding dawned upon Li Muhán. This was Xià Yuè's doing. He may not be able to eliminate him, but he could certainly use his influence to ruin him. Even if he managed to graduate, finding a job would become an arduous task. With no other option, he returned home, walking alone through the swirling snow, and thoughts of Guru resurfaced. Once a beacon in his life, the mere thought of her now brought him sorrow. As he passed the park, he recalled that it was here he had first encountered Xià Yuè. That rainy night, had he not reached out to her and brought her home? Would he still be mired in the anguish of betrayal? Compelled by an unseen force, Li Muhán entered the park and sat on the swing where Xià Yuè once sat. A great deal had transpired in just half a month. Engaging in a soliloquy, he removed his gloves and gazed at his hands. Just days prior, these hands had taken 10 lives, although it was due to a surge of power, they still seemed to recall the warmth of blood. Perhaps it was best to hasten home. As he donned his gloves and prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed that a figure had taken a seat on the swing beside him. It was a silver-haired girl, tall and graceful, clad in a white cloak. Her long legs elegantly wrapped in black stockings, and her beauty was breathtakingly exquisite. The girl did not cast a glance at Li Muhán, as if he were entirely non-existent. Li Muhán, indifferent to her presence, prepared to depart. What is it that makes you so extraordinary? She suddenly inquired, observing his retreating figure. Li Muhán halted, gradually turning back to face her, just in time to witness a peculiar smile gracing her lips. What did you say? He asked. What exactly is it about you that captures the master's attention? The girl rose slowly, approaching Li Muhán. Leaning forward, she inhaled his scent. Oh, so you are a demon. Before Li Muhán could respond, her mouth gaped open, revealing a pair of sharp fangs right before his eyes. Something was amiss. This woman was certainly not right. A large chunk of flesh was bitten from Li Muhán's shoulder, his clothing torn to shreds. This woman was a vampire, unlike Xià Yuè, she exuded a fierce aggression. Perhaps harboring an intense hostility solely towards him. Damn it. Have I angered the fates this year? Why must every woman attempt to take a bite out of me? Li Muhán had no time to ponder the reasons, for he had only just escaped the vampire's clutches and was now fleeing through the streets. The heavy snowfall and the late hour rendered the streets nearly deserted, and blood flowed profusely from his shoulder. Why did this vampire seem intent on devouring him whole when all others merely fed? Where are you going? A woman's voice suddenly echoed from above, perilously close. Li Muhán looked up to see the woman hanging upside down from a street lamp, her face aligning with his. With a sinister smile, she pressed her hand against his face, pinning him firmly to the snowy ground. Just heading home for dinner. Would you care to join? My place is quite spacious. Let me savor the taste of demon blood once more. The silver-haired woman's lips were smeared with his blood, perhaps invigorated by it, her aggression intensified. She descended upon Li Muhán, close gripping his throat with ferocity. Indeed, it is quite delectable. She licked her lips, her smile widening. Who are you? Do we know each other? Wait. Hold on. I'm a respectable man. Li Muhán gasped for breath, his hand reaching for his backpack, which contained a firearm provided by the special administration. However, just as his fingers grazed the bag, the woman's wings brutally pinned his hand to the snow. The sharp tips piercing through his palm, blood gushing forth like a fountain. 50 million. Your head is truly valuable, yet your blood is exceptionally delicious. I do not know what lies within you, but it is undeniably captivating. If you love blood so much, go to the hospital. At last. A wicked smile curled at the corners of her mouth, the grip on Li Muhán's throat tightening further. At this moment, several passers-by have witnessed the scene. Is this a movie? The props are remarkably lifelike, yet there are no cameras in sight. Perhaps we should call the police? The blood appears to be real. The woman disregards the malevolence surrounding her, her gaze is solely fixed on Li Muhán. Just as she is about to violently sever Li Muhán's head, he suddenly realizes that he must take action. 10,000 thunderclaps. If you unfold your domain here, these humans will surely suffer, the silver-haired vampire remarks with a sinister smile. And it dawns on Li Muhán that a multitude of onlookers have gathered around him, all capturing the unfolding drama on their phones. Ha ha ha. This is the first time I've encountered such a benevolent demon. The silver-haired woman's smile gradually morphs into madness. Coldly, she regards Li Muhán, as if envisioning her victory. Seizing the moment of Li Muhán's hesitation, she thrusts her hand violently into his chest. A wave of excruciating pain surges through him, as if his heart is being clutched in her grip. How can you, the demon, even possess a heart? It's truly repulsive. He yearns to struggle. Yet his body remains immobile, leaving him to watch helplessly as this woman continues to torment him. The silver-haired woman's eyes gleam with frenzied excitement. Having a heart is disgusting. Nonsense. Get up, you fool. You're still on top of me in front of so many people, what a disgrace. At this moment, all Li Muhán can do is engage in verbal sparring. This woman genuinely seeks his demise, but he cannot even lift a finger. As fresh wounds continue to mar his body. I've grown somewhat tired of you, 50 million is acceptable, it allows me a brief moment of indulgence. The silver-haired woman leans in close to whisper in Li Muhán's ear, then suddenly opens her mouth wide, preparing to deliver the final blow. As the domain unfolds, frost and snow descend. In an instant, a tempest of wind and snow erupts. The phones in the hands of the onlookers are instantly frozen into blocks of ice. Oh no, my phone. Why is the wind so strong all of a sudden? The swirling snow scatters the bystanders, their devices instantly encased in ice. While the ferocious actions of the silver-haired woman begin to wane, she senses that she is ensnared within a domain. As she turns to discern the source of this domain, she slowly gazes toward the figure emerging from the tempest. Who? The silver-haired woman inquires softly. As the figure becomes clearer, her pupils dilate in shock. How could you be here? This is no longer a question, but an expression of her astonishment and dread. Before she can utter another word, her face is roughly grasped by the newcomer, as if questioning her in silence. The figure resembles an insurmountable mountain of power, effortlessly lifting the silver-haired woman from Li Muhán, tossing her aside like a rag doll. Why are you here? The silver-haired woman gasped, her astonishment and confusion piercing through her eyes like sharp arrows. Li Muhán seized the opportunity to catch his breath, struggling to lift himself and locking eyes with the figure standing before him. Those were a pair of greenish-blue eyes, wild and beast-like, currently gazing down at him from a superior height. Before him stood a tall maiden, easily measuring around 175 centimeters, her long, shapely legs enveloped in tight white stockings. Though she wore an oversized coat, it did little to conceal her alluring figure. She remained silent, disregarding the terrified silver-haired vampire beside her, and focused solely on Li Muhán, a faint smile gracing her lips. Who are you? Li Muhán inquired. Yet the maiden merely raised a finger to her lips in a gesture of silence, her eyes brimming with desire, regarding him as if he were an exquisitely tempting delicacy. Just then, he heard the sound of a car braking. The golden-haired girl seemed to have heard it too. She turned her gaze toward the vehicle, glanced back at Li Muhán, and softly uttered, "I have my eye on you, demon." With that, she turned and vanished into the swirling snowstorm. Hey! Li Muhán! Where are you? The first shout came from Huotian. Soon, his tall, imposing figure emerged from the blizzard. What the hell is going on? Huotian approached Li Muhán, and upon seeing him in disarray after awakening his demonic powers, he roared, "What happened?" I encountered a mutant, was attacked, and then rescued by another mutant, Li Muhán replied, glancing toward the spot where the silver-haired maiden had stood, only to find it empty. Who saved you? Xià Yuè. No, I don't recognize her. Let us get out of here. This is a domain. Huotian exclaimed, shoving Li Muhán into the car while shouting into the vehicle's radio. There is a mutant causing a domain disturbance in the city. Hurry, send backup. However, the snowstorm quickly subsided. leaving no damage except for the phones of the onlookers and their subsequently erased memories. Lin Ziyu was driving, and the duo swiftly transported Li Muhán to the Special Management Bureau. In a designated area of the bureau, Li Muhán activated the domain, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. After a brief medical treatment from the bureau's medical team, Li Muhán and Huo Tian were escorted into an interrogation room. "It's nothing, just a routine procedure," Huo Tian smiled reassuringly at Li Muhán. Indeed, the inquiries were straightforward, and Li Muhán was soon allowed to leave. However, he later realized the gravity of the situation. Although he had not joined the Special Management Bureau, the regulatory authority was temporarily under the 7th Squad. Each squad was assigned a mutant to enhance their overall strength, but the combat of the mutants had to be supervised by the squad leader. And if a guarantor was involved, their consent was also required. Although the incident occurred unexpectedly, Xià Yuè acknowledged her share of responsibility. Nonetheless, Huo Tian faced punishment, receiving a 2-month salary deduction. Yet, afterward, he jovially patted Li Muhán on the back, laughingly attributing the misunderstanding to his shortcomings as captain. At that moment, Li Muhán yearned to express that he was not truly a member of the special administration and that Huo Tian need not shoulder the burden for him. However, upon witnessing Huo Tian's hearty smile, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Ha ha ha, it's fine. Once we complete a few more missions, the bonuses will come rolling in." Xià Yuè, still clad in Li Muhán's attire and wearing a baseball cap, arrived to escort him, presumably just returning from her job at a barbecue restaurant. Upon learning from Li Muhán that the one who attacked her was a silver-haired vampire, Xià Yuè's countenance darkened momentarily. "By the way, it seems that the one who saved me was also a supernatural being." However, at that time, a sudden gust of wind and heavy snowfall obscured my view of her. On the way home, Li Muhán remarked. Xià Yuè remained silent, lost in contemplation. That night, while Li Muhán slumbered, she quietly slipped out. The swirling snowstorm served as her perfect disguise. Even if she spread her wings to soar through the night sky, no one would discern her presence. At last, she reached the pinnacle of the Tianhai City television tower, a place where she had once gazed over the city alongside Li Muhán. Now, however, another woman occupied the edge of the tower, a stunning blonde girl. "Hattie," Xià Yuè whispered, recognizing her silhouette. The girl named Hattie ignored Xià Yuè, humming a tune, her face devoid of emotion, as she gazed down at the city below, resembling a vast graveyard. It wasn't until Hattie approached her that she gradually ceased her melodic murmuring. "Long time no see, little moon." Meanwhile, in his dreams, Li Muhán found himself once more in the opera house, where the air resonated with a melodious song. Had he not known that the audience comprised demons, he might have doubted whether he had entered a sacred hall. Through contact with the statue of Baal, Li Muhán arrived at the dilapidated temple. Observing the demon Baal seated in the highest position, Li Muhán felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Baal was still wallowing in self-pity. "Why did I lose? Why? What are you upset?" Li Muhán approached, seizing Baal and yanking him from his throne. "I don't know who you lost to, but how long will you wallow in despair?" Baal, gripped by Li Muhán, offered no reply, merely turning his head slightly to glance at him, murmuring, "You wouldn't understand, you're merely a mortal, a waste. A minus. Are we going to argue? I'm the landlord. You are in my body. Not only are you refusing to pay rent, but you are also hurling insults." Just as Li Muhán prepared to confront the demon earnestly, Baal had closed his eyes, seemingly reluctant to utter another word to Li Muhán. Li Muhán understood that Baal's soul was now fragmented, and in order to communicate with him normally, it was imperative to first restore his soul. But how could one achieve this restoration? To mend Baal's soul, it was necessary to harvest the souls of other entities to compensate for the deficiency. It was as if the solution to Li Muhán's predicament had suddenly resonated in his mind. Harvesting the souls of other beings? A rather straightforward and brutal method indeed. He cast one last glance at Baal, who had slowly returned to his throne, and could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Such a powerful monarch as Baal. Who could have possibly reduced him to such a state of despondency? This was the final thought that crossed Li Muhán's mind before the insistent sound of his alarm clock pulled him back to reality. Ding ding ding. He picked up his phone, and upon seeing Lindsay's name on the caller ID, he surmised that it was related to the events of the previous day. "How are you, Li Muhán? Have you managed to rest well? Your wounds should be healing by now." Li Muhán glanced at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. Turning his head, he noticed the room was empty. Had Xià Yuè not returned last night? Well, the wounds are nearly healed. Li Muhán attempted to sit up from the sofa, but his hand pressed against something soft. Looking down, he was surprised to find Xià Yuè sleeping beside him. Li Muhán? Is something the matter? Lindsay's voice on the other end of the line sounded puzzled. Xià Yuè stared slightly at Li Muhán's interruption. Opening her eyes briefly before turning away from him, resuming her slumber with her arms wrapped around him. Are you busy? Should I call back later? Lindsay's impatience was evident. No, it's just that I haven't fully woken up yet. Li Muhán endeavored to calm his nerves. Resolving internally that he must have a serious conversation with Xià Yuè, such a situation could be rather alarming. After much effort, he extricated himself from Xià Yuè's grasp. Donning his slippers and making his way to the door to continue speaking with Lindsay. All right, we can proceed. I didn't realize you were such a slacker, Li Muhán. Lindsay remarked with a hint of jest. All right, Director Lin, you must have a purpose for calling me. Lindsay's tone shifted to a more serious one. I reviewed your statement from last night. The assailant was an unregistered Blood Clan member. We will continue our pursuit of her. And what about the person who saved me? Li Muhán inquired, leaning against the handrail of the staircase, idly playing with his door key. Her name is Hati, known as the North Wind. She is not under the jurisdiction of the Hosho National Special Administration. And she has some past grievances with Xià Yuè, so if possible, try to avoid contact with her in the future. Li Muhán forced a wry smile. After all, she had saved his life. One must separate matters accordingly. When she and Xià Yuè clashed, he could merely cheer them on without intervening. Moreover, aside from bringing Xià Yuè home, was there any situation he had willingly engaged in? Was it feasible to simply avoid contact? Regarding the old grievances between Xià Yuè and Bei Fong, Li Muhán refrained from inquiring. And Lindsay did not bring up the topic again. By the way, I heard you are still working part-time. Lindsay suddenly remarked. Yes. But that is no longer the case. I was dismissed. Upon mentioning this, Li Muhán felt somewhat disheartened. He still had some savings, but it couldn't continue like this. As it happens, the 7th squad is now considered complete and will soon engage in regular missions. Afterward, you won't have much time for part-time work. Li Muhán felt a bit disgruntled. It seemed he was volunteering, yet here he was, as if he had signed away his freedom. Director Lin. I have mentioned countless times that I have not decided to join the Special Management Bureau. Why are you already arranging work for me? Besides, I haven't secured a place for my rent yet. The thought of his rent made Li Muhán irate. Despite being so financially constrained, he still managed to pay his rent on time, yet that inner demon of his autism had the audacity to label himself a failure, making it seem as though he owed it something. Ding dong. A notification suddenly popped up on Li Muhán's Alipay. 30,000 yuan has been credited. Li Muhán was taken aback. What is going on? How did 30,000 yuan suddenly appear in my account? Rent? Well, yes. You are still a student. And this is my personal sponsorship for your living expenses. Once you officially join the Special Management Bureau, your initial salary will likely be around this amount. You might want to check. Wait a minute, a monthly salary of 30,000. Well, this is merely the base salary. It doesn't include additional benefits or mission attendance bonuses. As a newcomer, your net will not be too high, probably around 30,000 a month. Boom. Li Muhán felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his heart. A monthly salary of 30,000. What kind of high-paying job is this? Of course. If you are unwilling to accept my sponsorship, I can. Wait, Director Lin, I accept. I accept. Though I haven't joined yet. I can still assist you. What did you say about work? Sure, I'm yours for this period. Thus, Li Muhán became an intern at the Special Management Bureau. An hour later, he arrived at the bureau with Xià Yuè, as today marked the 7th Squad's first mission. In the conference room of the 7th Squad, Huo Tian, Su Shui, Lin Ziyu, and In Chi were already present. Upon seeing Li Muhán, Huo Tian was about to approach but then noticed Xià Yuè following closely behind, causing him to hastily retreat a couple of steps. The captain is still so afraid of Miss Xià, Yuè teased. Pitched, be quiet, Huo Tian mumbled. Keeping his head down. Li Muhán found it curious that Huo Tian, who appeared fearless, actually had someone he feared. He turned to look at Xià Yuè. What is going on? I dealt with him once before, back when he just joined the Special Management Bureau, Xià Yuè replied casually, her expression unfazed. As if discussing something as mundane as having eaten a piece of bread that morning. Li Muhán understood, and out of respect for his captain's dignity, he chose not to pursue the matter further. The members of Team 7 have all arrived. Miss Xià, will you be joining us for our operation? Lin Ziyu, who is always responsible for task briefings, had no personal grievances with Xià Yuè. However, his naturally introverted demeanor, combined with the fact that Xià Yuè was a Calamity Level anomaly, made him somewhat apprehensive. Xià Yuè shook her head. She appeared to maintain a certain indifference towards everyone, save for Li Muhán. I am his guarantor and responsible for bringing him here. Now that Team 7 has taken over, I shall take my leave. As Xià Yuè made her way towards the door, the members of Team 7, with the exception of Li Muhán, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was a Calamity Level anomaly. The name Xià Yuè of the Blood Clan was regarded in the Special Administration Bureau with a fear akin to that of death itself. One could only imagine the torment Li Muhán would endure under her supervision. Upon reaching the door, Xià Yuè suddenly turned back, causing everyone to tense up. Yet, she merely gazed at Li Muhán and spoke in a gentle tone, I will bring back some barbecue tonight. The owner said I could have the leftovers. A hint of anticipation graced her features, as if she awaited Li Muhán's praise. He did not disappoint her, approaching with a smile to ruffle her hair. No need for that, I've received my salary, and I'll take you out to eat tonight. This weekend, I'll take you shopping for some clothes. Xià Yuè lowered her head, her cheek slightly flushed. Li Muhán found it hard to believe that Xià Yuè was working at a barbecue restaurant. A job reportedly arranged by Lin Zhe. It seemed the owner of that establishment was no ordinary character. Once the door closed behind Xià Yuè, the members of Team 7 remained agape. Even the usually impassive Inchi had her mouth agape, questioning her own perception. What? That's Xià Yuè. You all. Li Muhán. What in the world is going on? Huo Tian struggled to articulate his thoughts, having assumed Xià Yuè was merely Li Muhán's guarantor. Yet, it was evident that their relationship was far from ordinary. Muhán, what kind of relationship do you have with Miss Xià? Yuè inquired, leaning in with great curiosity. It was truly astonishing. Who would have expected that the Calamity Level Xià Yuè could be so gentle with others? Li Muhán found himself in a mix of amusement and disbelief. Xià Yuè seemed entirely unconcerned with her reputation. Labeled as a bad girl, even a harlot during her university days. Her standing in the Special Administration Bureau was evidently not favorable either. After a round of gossip, the group finally turned to the main topic. Lin Ziyu projected the task information onto the screen and began his explanation. This mission was a request from the Public Security Bureau of Tianhai City. Brother Muhán is participating in our mission for the first time. So let me briefly explain that the requests we receive at the Special Administration Bureau mostly pertain to anomalies, incidents involving anomalies that human authorities are unable to handle, which are then entrusted to our bureau. Li Muhán listened intently, even taking notes, a gesture that prompted Lin Ziyu to nod in approval. It was the first time he had experienced such respect during a task briefing. Although Huo Tian and his colleagues listened with great attention, they never offered Lin Ziyu the positive feedback she desired. The case at hand was originally quite mundane, involving the abduction of a young girl. Last winter, a female employee from a company in Tianhai City mysteriously disappeared on her way home from work, suspected of being kidnapped. A photograph of a striking woman appeared on the projection. Liu, age 24, vanished in September last year while waiting for a bus, notably disappearing in plain sight. To this day, she remains missing, leaving behind two elderly relatives in the countryside and a boyfriend who has been cleared of suspicion. The projection displayed a video from surveillance. In the footage, Liu, dressed in professional attire and holding a bag, was engrossed in her phone while waiting for the bus. However, that precisely 8:24. She inexplicably vanished, startling an elderly man beside her. Unfortunately, as it was late and there were few people waiting for the bus, only this elderly gentleman noticed the peculiar occurrence. The next image featured another woman. Xià Yuè, 25, an employee at a bank, vanished mysteriously after visiting a restroom with friends just a month following Liu's disappearance. Then came Kong Yuhua, 23, Xiao Li, 25, Yang Ying, 22, and so far. The number of missing women had reached a staggering 15. The most recent case involved a 22-year-old junior named Qin Yahon from Tianhai University, missing for 2 months. The commonality among these cases was the abrupt and unheralded nature of their disappearances. Li Muhán's brow furrowed deeply. It felt as though he had encountered these incidents before, the series of young girls vanishing without a trace. He suddenly turned to Huo Tian, only to find that the earlier mockery in Huo Tian's gaze had vanished. In that moment, Huo Tian's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on the projection. His fists clenched tightly, creating a noticeable sound as he gripped them. Indeed, Lin Xiu glanced at Li Muhán. These incidents bore an uncanny resemblance to the series of abductions that occurred 5 years prior. At this juncture, he turned to Huo Tian and suggested, "I recommend that Team 7 relinquish this task and pass it on to another team." "No," Huo Tian stood up, coldly asserting, "if we hand it over to another team, this matter will again fade into obscurity." His eyes blazed with fury, clearly dissatisfied with how the Special Management Bureau's team had handled the situation back then. Lin Xiu sighed helplessly, continuing with the introduction of the task. The Tianhai City Police had exhausted all avenues. These disappearances left no trace, rendering them powerless. Consequently, last month, the Special Management Bureau took over the case after assessment and conducted preliminary investigations, ultimately targeting a peculiar entity known as the Maoguo. Maoguo, also referred to as Mahua, is a mountain spirit monster native to the land of Huaxia. First documented in the records of the gods by the Eastern Jin historian Gonbao. This creature resembles a monkey and specializes in abducting women, compelling them to bear offspring. Failure to comply results in their confinement. Presently, Maoguo exists solely within Huaxia, or rather, it is only recorded and regulated by the Special Management Bureau of Huaxia. There are 3 individuals involved. 3 photographs appeared on the projection screen. The men in these images bore an ordinary appearance, each around 40 years of age, somewhat balding, resembling 3 unremarkable middle-aged individuals. The first, a man known as Yu Chong, had his profile recorded 50 years ago. He was now a minor, largely devoid of female interaction. The second, identified as Zhong Yu, had his record logged 30 years prior and was presently a seaman, perpetually adrift, rendering him similarly unlikely to engage. Subsequently, the projection revealed a third individual, Zhou Zhigua, whose file was first entered 7 years ago. Currently a taxi driver in Tianhai City. He was also one of the prime suspects in the 5-year-old case of a series of missing young women, embodying the most probable perpetrator of this grim affair. Gazing upon Zhou Zhigua's somewhat lecherous photograph, Li Muhán felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Were those women still alive? Where could they be? What had he done to them? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, as Zhou Zhigua's eyes seemed to emanate an unnerving coldness. This time, I shall not allow him to escape. Huo Tian seized a tablet, locking eyes with Zhou Zhigua on the screen. With a crack, the tablet was crushed in his grip. "Captain, that's public property. Our funds will be deducted." Lin Xiu's lament echoed in the conference room. As evening descended upon Tianhai City, Gu Ruoshi found herself once again ejected from the entrance of the first hospital. She had heard that Zhao Qianquan had regained consciousness, and she had anticipated he would contact her immediately. Yet, as time passed, no word from him came. With a heavy heart, she resorted to calling, only to find Zhao Qianquan in a weakened state upon awakening, which stirred her compassion. Resolutely, she adorned herself with care, intending to visit him once more. Surely, upon regaining his senses, the bodyguards would not dare treat her with such disdain again. However, upon seeing her, Zhao Qianquan's words plunged Gu Ruoshi into an icy abyss. "You filthy bitch. Do not let me see you again, or I swear I will skin you alive." The once bedridden Zhao Qianquan furiously pointed at her, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. "What have I done to deserve this?" she pleaded. "Get out. I never want to see you again. Leave." Zhao Qianquan hurled whatever was at hand towards her. Escaping the confines of the hospital, Gu Ruoshi wandered aimlessly through the winter night streets. The snow had ceased, and the evening thoroughfares were now bustling with pedestrians, yet Gu Ruoshi felt as though she treaded a dark path devoid of an end. She was bewildered by the turn of events. Exhaustion enveloped her, compelling her to seek rest in the solitary villa Xià Yuè had purchased for her. However, at the entrance, she found herself unable to unlock the door whether by fingerprint or facial recognition. An alarm blared in response. Such affluent residences were guarded by specialized private security firms. Within moments, several security personnel arrived at the villa's entrance. They observed Gu Ruoxi, whose expression was one of utter bewilderment, and inquired about her purpose there. "I am the owner of this place," Gu Ruoxi asserted, producing her identification to demonstrate her claim to the property. The security personnel checked her ID, only to inform her, "I'm afraid this house is not registered under your name, Miss Gu. Moreover, just moments ago, the information you entered into our security system was patched by the true owner, Mr. Zhao." "What? But this house was purchased for me by Xià Yuè. Furthermore, much of the furniture inside was acquired with my own savings. My luggage is still inside." "That is beyond our knowledge, but you must leave these premises now." Gu Ruoxi attempted to argue, yet she was forcibly escorted to a vehicle by the security staff, who unceremoniously deposited her on a street several blocks away. Feeling a profound sense of injustice, Gu Ruoxi realized that she not only lacked a home to return to but had also lost her belongings. Yet, was that truly her home? Rising from the ground, dusting herself off, she contemplated seeking refuge in a hotel for the night. Previously, Gu Ruoxi was the type of girl who meticulously planned family trips months in advance and haggled with innkeepers for a mere 10 yuan. However, now, without a second thought, she stepped into the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Tian High City. Everything here felt like her due, yet she overlooked her current predicament. After booking a lavish suite on the top floor, Gu Ruoxi lay on the plush bed, on the verge of slumber, when the door was abruptly flung open. Groggy and startled, she was yanked from the bed and brought to the front desk. "I apologize, miss, but the card you just used has been frozen." What? She stared incredulously at the receptionist before rummaging through her bag for another card. "This one has also been frozen, miss." "Wait a moment." Gu Ruoxi began to sift through her wallet card by card. Unsurprisingly, all her cards were frozen and rendered useless. It dawned on her, the reason was that these cards had been provided by Xià Yuè, they did not represent her own funds. After being evicted by the hotel's security, she sat despondently on the ground. Where to go tonight? She still had over 1,000 yuan in her WeChat account, which could only afford her a modest hotel. But how could she, in her current state, settle for such accommodations? She resolved to eat something fast. Hesitating at the entrance of an upscale restaurant for some time, she ultimately decided against entering. After all, this money was her last lifeline, and a single meal in such a restaurant could lead to her financial ruin. As she wandered aimlessly, the enticing aroma of barbecued food wafted through the air, reminding her of how long it had been since she indulged in such delights. Observing a bustling barbecue shop, Gu Ruoxi stilled herself and approached. Sitting at an outdoor table, she perused the menu when a familiar voice reached her ears. "You don't need to pick me up till I can make it home by myself. I'm worried you might go to the park and sit there in despair. Be quiet." Gu Ruoxi turned her head towards the sound and beheld a familiar silhouette, once the most cherished figure in her life, Li Muhán. She instinctively wanted to call out to him, only to find him engrossed in conversation with a petite girl. The girl was clad in an oversized sweatshirt and jeans, her long black hair tied into a ponytail. Despite the mask and hat obscuring her features, her elegant brows and eyes revealed undeniable beauty. Who could she be? Gu Ruoxi pondered silently. Li Muhán's girlfriend. Impossible. That taciturn man, who else would pay him any mind? Suddenly, Gu Ruoxi recalled that Li Muhán had once brought the notorious flat, Xià Yuè, home. Could this girl be her? Studying the girl's face closely, she was astonished to recognize it indeed as Xià Yuè. What an unexpected sight. Xià Yuè working at a barbecue place. The very same girl who had handed her the menu earlier, had she intentionally feigned ignorance? Was she deliberately chatting with Li Muhán in her presence? What audacity! Gu Ruoxi found it amusing. How could she still care for a man she had cast aside? Yet, the truth was, an unsettling feeling began to stir within her. Witnessing the ease with which Li Muhán interacted with Xià Yuè, even reaching out to adjust her slightly askew hat, ignited a spark of anger in Gu Ruoxi. How could he be so intimate with another girl? Clearing her throat, she rose, casually tucking a stray hair behind her ear. And feigned surprise as she called out to Li Muhán's back. What a coincidence. To her dismay, Li Muhán seemed oblivious, not even turning around. He didn't hear her. That was inconceivable, even Xià Yuè had noticed her. Look, Xià Yuè gestured towards Gu Ruoxi, signaling Li Muhán. He paused. Then turned back, only to find Gu Ruoxi awkwardly standing there, hand raised as if to greet him. Oh, why are you calling me? My apologies. Why didn't you just say my name? Li Muhán smiled gently at Gu Ruoxi. What? Gu Ruoxi felt a surge of irritation. Was he implying that without her calling his name, he couldn't recognize her voice? It was intentional, he must be trying to provoke her. With that thought, she feigned nonchalance as she replied, It's nothing. Do you want to come over and sit? No, but I'm here to pick her up after her shift. We'll be leaving shortly. Enjoy your meal and drinks. After exchanging a brief smile, Li Muhán turned back to Xià Yuè, resuming their conversation. Gu Ruoxi was left in shock. She was no stranger to Li Muhán's demeanor. Growing up in an orphanage, particularly one as unconventional as his, had made him mature and astute. He maintained an enigmatic distance with everyone, ensuring no one felt too familiar yet never too distant. But he had never treated her that way. His behavior had always been markedly different with her, until just now. Gu Ruoxi felt as though she had become indistinguishable from the masses in his eyes. Thus, she directed all her eye towards Xià Yuè, the woman beside Li Muhán. Surely, it was this woman who had stolen him away. In her frenzy, she completely forgot that it was she who had abandoned Li Muhán first. And she unleashed her fury upon this girl, who, despite her humble attire and the mask and hat she wore, appeared far more radiant than herself. Li Muhán, are you truly dating someone like this just to spite me? She approached him with a hint of anger. Li Muhán turned his back to her, rolled his eyes, and then faced her with an expressionless demeanor. Miss Gu, I would appreciate it if you could show some respect towards my friend. How dare you speak to me like that, Li Muhán? Who do you think you are? I'm already doing you a favor by even conversing with you. As you said, we are not from the same world, it would be best if you ceased all communication with me. Upon hearing these words, Gu Ruoxi became even more convinced that Li Muhán was indeed trying to provoke her, and she huffed in disdain, puffing up her chest as she addressed him. Li Muhán, even if I no longer want you, you shouldn't let yourself go. What kind of woman is she? Do I really need to remind you? Perhaps she sleeps with you today and climbs into someone else's bed tomorrow. Li Muhán's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he coldly glared at Gu Ruoxi, enunciating each word with precision. Don't push your luck. The moment he laid eyes on her, the memories of the recordings Xiao Qianquan had shown him flooded back, not out of anger, but rather a sense of distaste for the woman he once loved so dearly. How could you speak to me in such a manner? Gu Ruoxi retorted. Li Muhán, I once believed we could remain friends, but now, I think it best to sever all ties. This was a tactic Gu Ruoxi had employed many times before. No matter what she had done, a simple declaration of let's cut ties and never speak again would prompt Li Muhán to immediately lower himself to appease her. She had assumed this was due to his inability to live without her, not realizing that it stemmed from his deep affection for her, which had led him to indulge her whims. But now, it seemed that any remnants of that love had vanished. Upon hearing Gu Ruoxi's words, Li Muhán sneered as he took out his phone right before her eyes and summarily blocked her on WeChat, her phone number, and even her Alipay account. With a detached expression, he declared that we have no relationship now. Please stop pursuing me. Pursuing you? How dare you say that? Gu Ruoxi trembled with rage. What had caused Li Muhán to change so drastically? She cast a furious glance at Xià Yuè, only to find the girl completely disinterested, yawning as she gazed elsewhere. You despicable pair. Gu Ruoxi spat. Li Muhán, you will regret this. Even if you beg for my forgiveness on your knees, then I shall ignore you. With that, she grabbed her bag and prepared to leave, catching a snippet of their conversation behind her as she walked away. In the future, if she comes, should I ask the boss to give her a discount? A discount? The situation was dire, and Gu Ruoxi was on the verge of losing her composure. She hurriedly navigated the streets in her high heels, unsure whether she wished to evade Li Muhán or Xià Yuè. It became evident that she had wandered for quite some time, and the surroundings had grown desolate. Only then did she realize she had entered a narrow alley. She removed her high-heeled shoes and rubbed her aching feet, which were ensconced in luxurious nude stockings, a result of her long journey in heels. It was decided she would settle for a modest hotel for the night. With this thought, she turned to exit the alley, only to find several inebriated men blocking her path. "Hey, beautiful. How about a business deal?" One slurred, followed by another's crude admiration of her legs. The catcalls were relentless, their lewd comments making her skin crawl. Guruoshi shot them a frosty glare. "Get lost, I have no time for you. Not here for business, then? Even better, we've got no money anyway." They jeered. And before she could react, they lunged at her. "Let go of me. You blind brutes. Do you know who I am?" she cried, struggling against them. But was soon overpowered, pinned to the ground, as one began to tear at her clothing. "I don't give a damn who you are right now. You're just a tool for our amusement. Keep quiet, or I'll ruin that pretty face of yours." The fear and anger coursed through her. She could not comprehend why she found herself in such a predicament. "Help! Somebody! Li Muhán, help me!" she screamed, instinctively calling out his name instead of Zhao Qianquan's. As the assailants continued their assault, Guruoshi's mind seemed to drift back to a distant memory, to the night she first met Li Muhán. She was merely 7. Having fled her home after a quarrel with her parents, running through the night. It was a moonless winter evening, much like tonight. In a dark alleyway she found herself surrounded by a pack of stray dogs. The wild creatures, much like the men now, began to attack her, tearing at her dress. In that moment, the little Guruoshi resembled the helpless child she was, crying uncontrollably. Then, a scruffy little beggar came to her rescue, wielding stones and sticks to scare away the dogs. As she wept, the boy comforted her with a simple promise: "Stop crying, I will protect you." He stayed by her side until her tears subsided, eventually carrying her to the police station. Later, it was discovered that the boy, named Li Muhán, was from a nearby orphanage. Guruoshi, along with her parents, visited him, and thus began their friendship. "You promised you would protect me, didn't you?" "Yes," he replied. Since that moment, Li Muhán has steadfastly upheld his promise. Until now, he would no longer step forward to protect himself. "Did you not vow to safeguard me?" Guruoshi, with tears streaming down her face, uttered these words just as her clothing was on the verge of being torn apart. Yet this group of brutes disregarded her plea, consumed solely by their primal desires. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow loomed in the depths of the alley, quietly approaching the group. Observing their fuss before swiftly severing the throats of several men, the shadow crouched down, tilting its head to scrutinize the petrified Guruoshi, then emitted a low, chilling laugh. On this wintry night, yet another case of disappearance was set in motion. The police received the report the following morning. But it was not a missing persons case, it was a homicide. A garbage collector stumbled upon 4 lifeless bodies of men in the alley, their throats slit, blood pooling around them. The true reason the police contacted the Special Investigation Bureau was due to the discovery of an elegant women's handbag and a surveillance video at the scene. A woman entered the alley, followed by the 4 deceased, yet none emerged thereafter, for that alley was a dead end. The members of Team 7 arrived at the scene. This was Li Muhán's inaugural mission. He felt a wave of nausea as he gazed upon the corpses, but his brow furrowed slightly at the sight of the handbag. "What is wrong? Feeling unwell?" Huitian inquired as he approached Li Muhán. Their roles were as special investigative assistants, as the existence of the bureau must remain concealed from the general public and police. However, Li Muhán merely squatted down, picking up the handbag and addressing Huitian. "I know the missing person." Each team within the Special Bureau was equipped with designated vehicles and official credentials crafted by the Bureau, as their identities could vary with each mission, necessitating tailored documentation. For this particular case, the members of Team 7 displayed identification from the Provincial Special Task Force. Gazing at the photograph on his ID, Li Muhán marveled at the Bureau's capabilities, capable of producing such documents, officially sanctioned, even verifiable on the municipal website. "What are you pondering?" Huitian, driving, cast a sidelong glance at Li Muhán. Oh, nothing much, just feeling a bit awestruck. Just yesterday, I was sitting in class at university. And today, I'm a provincial expert on a case. Ha ha ha, you'll get used to it. Guess what I used to do? Police Chief Li Muhán blurted out. Huitian shot him a disapproving look. You little rascal, can't you just play along? Captain Huitian, weren't you pretending to be asleep in the car that day? You are certainly the better actor, Li Muhán replied with a smile. Huitian muttered a few curses under his breath. Subsequently, Li Muhán glanced at Xià Yuè and Chi in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Curious about my past? Xià Yuè, who had been reviewing the case files, smiled and met his gaze in the mirror upon noticing his attention. Although I have not joined the Special Management Bureau, we can consider ourselves comrades for now, remarked Li Muhán with a playful scratch of his head. As for me, I was once an administrator at a state-owned enterprise. It's hard to tell, Sister Yuè. You've been working for a while, haven't you? Upon hearing Li Muhán's words, Xià Yuè narrowed her eyes slightly, exuding an aura that made Li Muhán feel she always wore a smile. Yet, the more she smiled, the more inscrutable she appeared to him. Work? You know. If Tauzi desired, she could feast on the finest delicacies every day and never work a day in her life. Her wealth would likely last 10 lifetimes. Captain. You certainly have a lot to say, Xià Yuè chuckled, glancing at Huitian, who sensed a hint of menace in her smile and promptly sealed his lips. Goodness. So she is quite affluent, Li Muhán mused. What about Xiao Yin? He turned his gaze toward Chi, who was absorbed in her phone. You need not concern yourself with me, came in Chi's curt reply. Li Muhán felt a twinge of awkwardness, but just then, the intercom crackled to life with Lin Ziyue's voice. You would never guess what I used to do. I was a hacker. A super hacker who once breached the National Security Bureau's system. Who asked you? Huitian interrupted Lin Ziyu, then turned to Li Muhán with a sigh. This kid was plucked from prison by the Special Management Bureau. He dared to hack the National Security Bureau at the age of 14, and when he was caught, he wet his pants. Look at him now. If he truly entered a jail, he'd be in for a world of hurt. Captain. Life is hard enough. The atmosphere in the vehicle lightened, dispelling the nausea Li Muhán felt from the gruesome sight of the lifeless bodies he had just witnessed. The quartet's destination was a dilapidated apartment in the old district of Tianhai City. This street had been overlooked in Tianhai's urban renovation plan due to numerous historical issues, leaving the government with no choice but to allow it to fester. Over time, it had become a haven for the homeless and certain gangs. Muhán, are you feeling better? Xià Yuè, having witnessed Li Muhán leaning against the wall and retching for an extended period, expressed her concern. I'm fine. It's just that I've never encountered such a bloody scene before. This was a half-truth. Li Muhán had seen death numerous times in his youth. But it was unnecessary to dwell on those memories, they were in the past. However, witnessing death did not mean he had grown desensitized. Even in the hellish orphanage of his childhood, he had yearned for a life of normalcy. This was why he once regarded Gurwashi as the light in his life. For she had led him out of that abyss. Alas, everything has changed, and time has moved on. How strange. Your file clearly states you bear the weight of 10 lives, then judging by the photographs from the scene, those deaths were far more gruesome than these 4. Why do you still feel discomfort? In Chi's words cut sharply, bearing an accusatory tone. The 10 lives she referenced were those of Xiao Qianquan's henchmen, which could indeed be placed at Boa's doorstep. Yet, Li Muhán said nothing, merely offering a bitter smile. Xiao Yin, how can you speak like that? Huitian interjected immediately to halt her. Indeed, Xiao Yin, the records indicate that Muhán lost control of his powers at that time. What will happen if he loses control again? In Chi's statement plunged the atmosphere in the vehicle to a frigid state. I cannot afford to turn my back on him. Enough, In Chi. It was Lin Ziyu's voice over the intercom that shattered the tension. Muhán has a guarantor. And the necklace he wears is the latest product co-developed by the Scientific Council and me, specifically designed for demons. Moreover, he is not a formal member of the special administration, he is here to assist us. I apologize, but I am not interested in listening. In Chi coldly interrupted Lin Ziyu, who was eager to boast. Li Muhán, feeling awkward. was at a loss for words until he heard Lin Xiu's remark and asked with some confusion, "May I inquire if Xià Yuè, who is also an anomaly like me, can serve as a guarantor?" "Generally, that would not be permissible, but Xià Yuè is rather exceptional," Huo Tian replied. "She does not belong to the Huoxiao Special Administration. You should notice that her appearance does not reflect pure Huoxiao lineage. Furthermore, she is a controllable disaster-level anomaly, someone whom the Huoxiao Special Administration is keen to recruit." Li Muhán understood. This mention of a guarantor was not to reassure Inchi but rather to inform her that even if the Special Administration were to abandon everyone, they would still seek to recruit Li Muhán. As for the reason, it was because his guarantor was a disaster-level anomaly. Inchi nodded coldly and resumed her attention to her phone. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Peering through the car window, Li Muhán observed that the scenery outside had transformed entirely. Gone were the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets, only dilapidated bungalows and aged apartments remained. With a motley group of individuals gathered together, those people regarded the passing vehicle with peculiar glances, as if on high alert. "Kid, you're not from around here, are you?" I'm from Tianhai City, here for university. Try to stay quiet for a while," Huo Tian advised as he parked the car in front of an old apartment building. The advantage of the special administration lies in its wealth and resources. As long as you perform your tasks well, acquiring what you desire poses no issue. However, there is a downside: one must maintain a low profile, especially when interacting with ordinary people. You must not attract too much attention, understood? Upon receiving Li Muhán's affirmative response, Huo Tian suddenly produced a handgun from his waist and handed it to Li Muhán. "But do not show fear." Observing Li Muhán's complicated expression as he accepted the firearm, Huo Tian opened the car door. As the four of them alighted, several men approached them. "Where are you from? What are you doing?" The leading man chewed gum, regarding the four in suits with disdain. "We are conducting official business, rest assured. There will be no inquiries." Huo Tian displayed their forged credentials. Although the man appeared rather unserious, he seemed to recognize the documents. "Oh, from the provincial office," he said, unperturbed, scrutinizing the credentials for some time before suddenly turning his gaze to Su Shui and Inchi. "Wow, the women from your office are quite beautiful." As he was about to approach the two young girls to check their identification, he was halted by Huo Tian, who raised his hand. "That's enough," Huo Tian stated succinctly. The man, chewing gum with a look of disdain, spat it onto the ground and waved his hand at the four, instructing them to enter quietly, otherwise even those from the heavenly realm would be unable to protect them. Even after they stepped into the apartment, the men continued to stare at their retreating figures. Li Muhán found it peculiar. Was there no police station nearby? Could they not seek assistance first? The entire web of relationships here was rotten to the core. By the time the police arrived to help them find someone, that person would have already fled. Li Muhán nodded in agreement. Huo Tian, having once been a police officer, possessed an extraordinary insight. The old apartment's elevator was narrow and reeked of a foul odor, possibly due to frequent incidents of indiscretion within. As soon as they entered the elevator, Su Shui covered her nose and furrowed her brow. In contrast, Inchi appeared completely unfazed, seemingly accustomed to such an environment. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the four hurried to room 58. The corridor of the apartment was open, and peering down over the railing, Li Muhán was astonished to see at least 30 men gathered below, each wielding weapons and fixating their gaze upon them. "Now you understand why the Special Management Bureau offers such high salaries." Lin Xiu chuckled in Li Muhán's ear. "Can you see what I see? There are miniature cameras embedded in your badges, so I can certainly see. I have to provide support as well." Look towards the 9 o'clock direction in the sky. Following his direction, Li Muhán spotted a miniature drone hovering in midair. "Alright, Xiu, enough showing off, tell us about room 58. "Understood, Captain." Lin Xiu seemed reluctant to end the conversation, clearly wanting to say more, but duty took precedence. The drone silently circled to the other side of the building. After which Lin Xiu informed the group, "The target is inside, proceed." With this confirmation, Huo Tian raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A hoarse voice responded from within. "I promise to pay you next week, just don't come looking for me," came the reply. Zhou Zhigua, open the door. "We are not here to collect protection fees," Huo Tian coldly asserted. Then who are you? Don't you recognize me? Huo Tian sneered at Xià Yuè. It's you. Xià Yuè attempted to slam the door shut, but Huo Tian swiftly kicked it open, causing Xià Yuè to fall to the ground. Search! Huo Tian commanded, and immediately, In Chi and Su Shui began to scour the room. Xià Yuè, rising from the floor, glared at Huo Tian with fury. It's you again. Your son was not killed by me. Why can't you just let me be? Huo Tian abruptly thrust his Special Management Bureau badge into Xià Yuè's face. I am now part of the Special Management Bureau, here to investigate a case. Upon hearing the mention of the Bureau, Xià Yuè fell silent. At that moment, Li Muhán finally recognized the disheveled, haggard middle-aged man before him. This man was indeed Xià Yuè. In other words, the legendary monster, the Jaguar. Director Huo. I have already reiterated numerous times that your son is not my doing, and I am not connected to those cases of missing young girls. You have already broken one of my legs. How much longer will you torment me? Xià Yuè found himself restrained by Huo Tian, seated in the living room. Watching as several individuals ransacked his home, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. I am no longer merely a director. I am now the captain of the 7th Squad of the Special Management Bureau. Do you comprehend the gravity of that? Huo Tian relentlessly slapped Xià Yuè's face with his identification. Li Muhán discerned the depth of Huo Tian's hatred for Xià Yuè, nevertheless, he kept his fury in check. For otherwise, Xià Yuè would not be able to utter a word. Xià Yuè's home could only be described as destitute. The sole valuable item was an old cathode ray television. I understand, Director Huo, Captain Huo. As long as you understand, I feared you beasts would not know how to communicate. Huo Tian unceremoniously took a seat. Just as Su Shui and In Chi returned from their search of the room, both women shook their heads at Huo Tian. Huo Tian exchanged a glance with Su Shui, who promptly produced photographs, the images of the missing individuals. Have you seen these people? Who are they? My apologies, officer, I have not seen them. May I inquire what has happened? Xià Yuè glanced at the photographs, seemingly unperturbed. They have gone missing under strange circumstances, unlike anything humanly orchestrated. Su Shui's final words were emphasized, seemingly directed at Xià Yuè. I'm sorry, officer, I have not seen them. I truly did not commit those acts. I implore you, esteemed officers, to see the truth. What the hell are you shouting about? Huo Tian slapped Xià Yuè's face, causing Li Muhán to wonder if it was excessive. Although Xià Yuè was momentarily stunned by the blow, he immediately knelt on the ground. Captain Huo, I know your child met an untimely end, but you cannot place the blame upon me. I am innocent. Huo Tian squatted down, coldly scrutinizing Xià Yuè, who trembled under his gaze. Finally, Huo Tian sneered and yanked Xià Yuè up from the floor. Enough, let us proceed with official business. As for past matters, I wish not to revisit them. If you truly have committed no wrongdoing, I shall not trouble you further. Thank you, Captain Huo. I am grateful to you, sir. Huo Tian waved his hand dismissively. What about the group of people downstairs? Upon hearing about the individuals below, Xià Yuè sighed. A gang of old street thugs. I toil day and night merely to earn a meager living, yet this is insufficient to appease those gangs demanding protection fees. Officers, how can these people be more avaricious than monsters? As soon as he uttered this, Xià Yuè felt he had misspoken and quickly bowed in apology. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, esteemed officers, that I did not mean to say that. Please forgive me. It is of little consequence. You are indeed correct. Some individuals are even worse than monsters. Rest assured, we shall return and explain your situation, hoping to procure some assistance. Xià Yuè, you would do well to behave yourself and not inflict harm upon others. Huo Tian's demeanor had completely shifted, as if all his previous fury had merely been a fad. Rising to his feet, he gathered his companions and prepared to depart. I extend my gratitude to the leaders and the esteemed officials of the Special Administration Bureau. I shall certainly conduct myself with propriety and ensure that I do not cause any trouble for the Bureau or humanity. Li Muhán remained silent throughout the entire ordeal, keenly observing Xià Yuè as well as the operational dynamics of the 7th Squad. It was evident that each member of this team exhibited an extraordinary level of synergy. performing their designated tasks without the need for prior communication. Upon leaving Xià Yuè's residence and descending the stairs, they inevitably confronted a throng of individuals who had gathered. "Oh, leader, have you completed your business? If you had mentioned seeking that scoundrel Xià Yuè earlier, I could have delivered him to you directly. He owes me quite a sum." Huotian offered little warmth in response to the grinning man. "Step aside." The man did not obstruct them, yet a group of his associates surrounded their vehicle. "What is the meaning of this?" Huotian turned to face the man, who stood at a towering height of 6 feet 5 inches, dwarfing him in stature. However, the man exhibited no fear, perhaps emboldened by the numbers and weapons at his disposal. "My apologies, I failed to recognize you. You are none other than Director Ho from the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, correct?" "Oh dear, how could I have missed it? Have you been promoted?" "Indeed. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Director Ho, I must remind you that over a dozen of my brothers fell into your hands previously. And you showed no mercy." Huotian regarded the speaker with a cold smile. "And what is it that you desire? How about this, allow me to host today? And we can resolve this enmity. Although I am unaware of your reasons for seeking Xià Yuè, since you are here, why not stay for a meal? Today is not convenient, perhaps another time, I will treat you all." With a smile, Huotian attempted to bypass the man, only to be shoved back. The latter's expression darkening. "What is this? Do you look down upon my brothers? You think you can refuse? Very well, leave your 2 ladies behind. We shall entertain the 2 lovely ladies from the province properly, then consider it your apology for my brothers still languishing in prison." The man leered as he finished speaking, eliciting laughter from those around him. However, before the laughter could linger, Huotian too began to chuckle, turning to Li Muhán with a forced laugh. Before Li Muhán could comprehend the situation, Huotian seized the man by the neck and violently slammed him against the vehicle's window. Thanks to the special treatment of the bureau's glass, it did not shatter. However, the man's face was far less fortunate. Blood mixed with saliva and several broken teeth sliding down the glass. Witnessing this scene, Li Muhán's mind echoed Huotian's earlier admonition when dealing with ordinary individuals. One must not draw excessive attention. The man, on the verge of cursing, felt his neck gripped tightly by Huotian before being violently slammed against a wall. The impact rendered him unconscious. "Damn it. Brothers. Move. Retreat." As the crowd surged forward, Li Muhán swiftly drew his pistol, aiming directly at a blond man standing at the forefront. With a disdainful glare, he regarded the group, his eyes reflecting a fierce determination. Despite their numbers, the presence of a single firearm made each of them hesitant to be the first to charge forward into certain demise. They could only watch helplessly as the 4 individuals climbed into the vehicle. It was only after the engine roared to life that Li Muhán holstered his gun. The sound of the car startled the thugs blocking their path, who scrambled to sidestep. The vehicle sped away, leaving behind a cacophony of curses from the crowd. Once they had exited the old district, Huotian erupted into laughter, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other patted Li Muhán on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha. You've got guts. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Though you didn't even unlock the safety earlier." Li Muhán coughed from the forceful part, repeatedly urging him to focus on driving. "What made you think to draw your gun? What? Didn't you give me a nod to take action? Huh? I meant for you to start the car after I made my move so we could make a quick escape." Li Muhán was taken aback, realizing he had misunderstood Huotian's intentions. Yet, in terms of outcomes, he had undeniably delivered a commendable performance. Even In Chi remarked, "Well done." The conversation then shifted to the case at hand. Li Muhán had assumed they would return to the precinct first, but Huotian took a long detour, finding a concealed spot near an entrance on the other side of the old street to park the car. "Are we going back to launch a surprise attack?" Li Muhán inquired. "Without evidence, it's useless," Huotian replied, pulling out a cigarette pack and offering one to Li Muhán, who declined. "All right, let me out. The lady needs to change." "Huh? Oh." Li Muhán quickly grasped the situation, albeit still puzzled as to why a change of clothes was necessary. It was already 7 p.m., winter nights descend swiftly. Leaning against a wall not far from the vehicle, Huotian lit a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke. He glanced at Li Muhán and offered him a cigarette once more. Care for one? No, thanks. Come on, what's with the act? Trying to make a good impression in front of the lady, I get it. It's just us here. Captain, I really don't smoke. Li Muhán chuckled. Only to be teased by her for his apparent cowardice. I'm simply valuing my life. Who said not smoking equates to being cowardly? You just said you didn't misjudge me. That was just flattery, to earn some favor in front of the lady. So, who else caught your eye? Tauzi or Xià Yuè? Want me to introduce you? Hue Tian's banter grew increasingly outlandish, prompting Li Muhán to intervene and redirect the conversation back to the case. Do you think it's Xià Yuè? Li Muhán posed the question to Hue Tian, who returned it with a question of his own. What do you think? I find it difficult to articulate my thoughts. He gives off the impression of a straightforward, honest middle-aged man. However, one must not judge solely by appearances. And it seems there are no apparent doubts surrounding his family. Indeed, the atmosphere fell into silence once more. Hue Tian squatted by the wall, smoking one cigarette after another. Li Muhán noticed he seemed to be gazing at something, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a necklace pendant. The lid of the pendant was open, revealing a photograph inside. Is he handsome? Hue Tian suddenly turned his gaze towards Li Muhán. Huh? This is my son. I sent he handsome. Hue Tian proudly showcased the photograph within the pendant to Li Muhán. In the image, a young man clad in a police uniform stood tall, exuding an air of righteousness, a quintessential hero from a story. Indeed, he is quite striking, and he possesses a noble demeanor. Of course. He is my son. At this point, Hue Tian took another deep drag of his cigarette. If he could continue as a police officer, he would undoubtedly be a candidate for chief in the future. Li Muhán understood that the youth in the photograph could never again serve as a police officer. His life had been irrevocably halted 5 years ago. Captain. Li Muhán squatted beside Hue Tian. Is this the reason you joined the Special Administration Bureau? Hue Tian did not respond, instead fixating on the pendant in his hand, gazing at the child in the photograph. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, albeit tangentially. After the incident with my child, his mother divorced me. That period marked the most excruciating time of my life. I carried my firearm and ventured into the country every day, receiving numerous warnings. In the end, I lost my composure and shot a man, breaking his leg. At this juncture, Hue Tian let out a bitter laugh. After decades clad in a police uniform, I was stripped of it just like that. Then the Special Administration Bureau approached you. Hue Tian nodded. It was Director Lin who came to find me personally. Upon meeting me, her first words were an apology for not being able to apprehend the true murderer of my child. At that moment, I was consumed with rage and expelled her from my presence. The thought of Lindsay being thrust out of his home made Li Muhán want to chuckle. Yet he restrained himself, mindful of the somber atmosphere. Ha ha ha, you cannot imagine the expression on Director Lin's face. To his surprise, Hue Tian burst into laughter. She came 3 times, and I sent her away each time. On her 4th visit, she kicked down my front door, the security door, mind you. Quite thick, and with her slender arms and legs, she actually managed to demolish it. And then, can you guess what she said to me? What? 3 visits to my humble abode should suffice, don't you think? Is that not honest enough? Ha ha ha. This time, Li Muhán could not contain his laughter and joined in. Subsequently, Director Lin dragged me directly to the headquarters of the Special Administration Bureau, where she introduced me to its workings and inquired if I would join. In truth, her actions were somewhat improper. I had not yet expressed a desire to join. And by rights, I should not have been taken to the headquarters. It seemed her approach regarding my situation was also a breach of protocol. Director Lin is a good person. She offered me a glimmer of hope for rebirth. She provided you with an opportunity to avenge your son. Upon hearing Li Muhán's words, Hue Tian paused momentarily before decisively closing the pendant's cover with a sharp snap. He then turned to Li Muhán, exhaling a plume of smoke. Perspective. Perspective, it seems yours is rather limited. Initially, I did join the Special Administration Bureau with a desire for vengeance, but throughout these 5 years of service, I have come to comprehend the profound significance the Bureau holds for the survival of humanity. Captain, have you been brainwashed? To hell with you. What would you? A mere child, understand. Though I am unaware of the origins of your demonic power, I can assure you that if you were to undergo that training, you would undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated. Li Muhán understood that for humanity to possess the strength to combat the otherworldly, one must endure inhuman trials. It appeared he had awakened the power of Bol after being nearly defeated by Zhao Chenquan. In this light, it was indeed unfair to Huo Tian and his companions. Kid, have you truly considered joining the Special Administration Bureau? Am I not already interning with you? No, but I can see that you are not prepared to join at this moment. Huo Tian fixed his gaze upon Li Muhán's eyes, and Li Muhán felt as though his thoughts were laid bare before him. Indeed, Li Muhán had no intention of joining. He merely wished to gain a deeper understanding of the Bureau's operations for future maneuvering. He did not wish to become a dog tethered to another. Very well, very well. Huo Tian slowly rose to his feet. A child like you should not step into this world from which there is no return. Li Muhán also stood. But just as he was about to inquire further, the sound of a car door closing interrupted him. He turned to see Su Shui having changed out of her black suit and trousers into comfortable sportswear, the guitar case slung over her shoulder. She wore a knitted cap and a mask, making her nearly unrecognizable. Inchi was similarly attired, though she spoke little. Simply pointing to the watch on her wrist and stating, 1935, I am going in. Go ahead. Huo Tian, still smoking, nodded slightly, then Inchi donned her mask. Walking alone into the old street. Where are they going? Li Muhán asked, watching the two disappear into the night. Each to their own duties, Huo Tian replied. Seemingly answering Li Muhán's question, yet also evading it. At that moment, Li Muhán's phone rang. Answer it, you might not have the opportunity later, Huo Tian suggested. Discarding his cigarette butt and lighting another. Li Muhán glanced at the caller ID, his brow immediately furrowing. It unmistakably displayed the number of Gu Ruoxi's mother. Hello, Auntie. Xiaohong, it's Auntie. I need to ask you, what on earth is happening with Xiaoxi? Gu Ruoxi's mother sounded extremely anxious on the line. As if she was already aware of her daughter's disappearance. You already know. The police have called me, inquiring whether we could reach out to Xiaoxi. We attempted to contact her via her mobile phone, searched for her on WeChat, and even called the school, yet we were unable to locate her. Do not fret, Auntie. The authorities are diligently searching, Gu Ruoxi will be safe, I reassured her. The voice of Gu Ruoxi's mother on the other end was filled with despair. Nearly on the verge of tears. Xiaohong, you must find Xiaoxi. You two share such a close bond, I implore you. It seemed that Gu Ruoxi's mother remained unaware of her daughter's recent breakup. Rest assured, I shall find her, I promised. Fully aware that I lacked the means to fulfill such a promise. The search depended entirely on Huo Tian and his team. Yet I did not wish to add to the sorrow of Gu's mother. After all, regardless of Gu Ruoxi's feelings towards me, her parents had always treated me with kindness. Especially after the incident at the orphanage when they took me in. Thus, they could be considered as second parents to me. Hello, Xiaohong. Came the voice of Gu Ruoxi's father next. We have booked our tickets to Tianhai City and will arrive tonight. Do not worry too much. With modern technology and surveillance everywhere, Xiaoxi should be fine. I felt a surge of gratitude. Despite his evident anxiety, this father was still seeking to comfort me. Uncle. Once you and Auntie arrive, I will arrange accommodations. Please do not be anxious, I will find Gu Ruoxi. After offering a few more words of comfort to Gu's mother, I hung up, feeling an overwhelming weight in my heart. Feeling the pressure? Huo Tian inquired. Indeed. Well, if I were you, I wouldn't be making such remarks, he chuckled. Shaking his head. You're shouldering the responsibility for someone who is merely an ex-girlfriend. An ex-girlfriend, indeed. Huo Tian elongated the word ex teasingly. Glancing meaningfully at me before giving my shoulder a reassuring pat. Fear not, we want to inform Xià Yuè of this. Huh? What does she have to do with it? You clearly do not understand women. Do you think Xià Yuè would not be jealous if you were out late at night for your ex-girlfriend? Captain, I must clarify. My relationship with Xià Yuè is still somewhat ambiguous, I admitted awkwardly, as neither of us had explicitly confessed our feelings. Some things will unfold naturally, lad. You are still young. In time, you will comprehend that some words should not be left for the girl to say. Be a man. Just as I was eager to explain further. Huotian retreated into the car, and I hurriedly followed, only to find him reclining in the back seat, eyes closed in repose. After approximately half an hour, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with Xu Shue's voice. Captain, the gang members have just boarded their vehicles as if coordinated, heading towards an abandoned factory in the old town. An abandoned factory. My heart raced. Could it be the very site where Huotian's son had met with misfortune? Peach, what is your location? Huotian, now upright in his seat, inquired into the walkie-talkie. The view was splendid. Yet I must admit that finding a vantage point in this old street proved to be quite challenging. Remaining vigilant was imperative. One could not afford to be discovered. Inside the car, Huotian lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke, which lingered within the confines of the vehicle for a considerable time before dissipating quietly. The cars came to a halt in front of the abandoned factory's warehouse, and they disembarked, making their way towards it. Don't rush, Tauzi. Can you clearly see the entire factory from your position? No problem. Then keep your eyes peeled. Inchi. What is the situation on your end? Huotian continued to issue commands, and with merely a name, the recipient immediately understood what was expected of them. I have already infiltrated the warehouse, currently tracking discreetly. Lin Ziyu, what about Xià Yuè? Xià Yuè has been at home, seemingly watching television, with no unusual behavior. It turned out Lin Ziyu's drone had been hovering near Xià Yuè's residence, its special coating rendering it undetectable under the cloak of night. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Time elapsed second by second, and during this silence, Li Muhán felt his heart racing to his throat. It was already 1 a.m., yet Li Muhán felt no fatigue. In fact, he had received a text from Xià Yuè during this time. The first message contained no words, just a cute cat emoji. Just as Li Muhán pondered over this, the second message arrived. Sorry, it's my first time texting someone, I pressed the wrong button. I must say. Although Xià Yuè appeared to be a vampire who had lived for quite some time, her common sense was rather lacking. Yet, thanks to this incident, Li Muhán's taut nerves relaxed a bit. However, the tension had not completely abated when Inchi's voice came through the earpiece once more. Target located. Within the abandoned warehouse, they intend to relocate the hostage. Li Muhán felt a surge of excitement. This was not merely due to the discovery of the missing person, but also because this incident was orchestrated by these gang members and related to Xià Yuè. To be honest, witnessing Xià Yuè's miserable existence stirred a pang of compassion within Li Muhán. Captain, let us move quickly, Li Muhán urged. Yet Huotian remained, still smoking, seemingly deep in thought. Captain, Li Muhán called out again. Only then did Huotian slowly turn his gaze towards Li Muhán. I learned from Director Lin that you were once human. So, Li Muhán, how do you perceive the inhuman? Li Muhán looked puzzled, unsure why Huotian posed this question at that moment. Each is distinct. For instance, the vampire that attacked me was exceedingly brutal, while Xià Yuè seems rather honest. Upon hearing Li Muhán's response, Huotian smiled faintly. I hope you can always maintain this perspective towards every being in this world, regardless of whether they are human or whether you are a member of the special administration. With that, Huotian ignited the car's engine. However, the instant the car roared to life, he suddenly clutched his stomach. Ouch. Ouch. My stomach, it hurts. Li Muhán was taken aback. Why did Huotian suddenly develop a stomachache at this critical moment? It must be that restaurant where we dined for dinner, so unsanitary. Oh no. Captain. Weren't we eating together? My digestive system is sensitive. Is that a problem? Oh no, I need to find a place to relieve myself immediately. Li Muhán. You go ahead and support Xu Shuè and Inchi. Huh? Am I going alone? What are you afraid of? You are an anomaly, I fear mere humans. Besides, Xu Shuè and Inchi are combat personnel, just don't hinder them. Well, fine. Li Muhán felt somewhat dazed. How did the situation escalate to this? But I can't drive. Huotian bent down, opened the door to the passenger seat, and kicked Li Muhán out of the car. Damn it. Do you think you can drive there? Run. Hurry up. I need to relieve myself. Although bewildered, Li Muhán sprinted towards the location of the abandoned factory. Watching Li Muhán's silhouette vanish into the night of the old street, Huo Tian's pained expression gradually turned neutral. He opened the door and stepped out. Lighting a cigarette, he retrieved a long backpack from the trunk while humming a tune, making his way toward the dilapidated apartment. Just as Li Muhán was nearing the abandoned factory, Lin Xiu's voice suddenly crackled through the earpiece. What is going on? Why did my drone crash? And who just turned off my signal? Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Li Muhán felt something was amiss. Where are you all? Quickly report your status. Lin Xiu shouted anxiously from the other end. No time. A terse reply from In-Chi followed, accompanied by faint sounds of battle. It seemed she had already engaged in combat. Sorry, Lin Xiu, we've already entered into conflict. Captain, how long until you reach the scene? In the background. Su Shui's voice was accompanied by howling winds and the occasional sound of a sniper rifle firing. The captain suddenly said he had stomach issues. I'm currently running to the abandoned factory for support. In that instant, Li Muhán seemed to hear Lin Xiu gasp sharply. Li Muhán. Go back. Return to the captain's side immediately. Li Muhán slowed his pace, feeling anxious as he asked, What is going on? Li Muhán. The captain deliberately sent you away. In-Chi stated while battling. Muhán, the captain must have noticed details we overlooked regarding Zhou. Su Shui added. Then why didn't he tell us? Because he wishes to resolve the past matters on his own. We cannot let him go. Just now. Director Lin sent a message. Zhou, which means the disaster level of this calamity has suddenly escalated to chaos. That is a monster beyond what the captain can handle. Li Muhán was stunned. Director Lin has already stated that the priority is to rescue the hostages. As for Zhou, she will send someone to deal with it. Hurry and bring the captain back. Li Muhán refrained from posing any further inquiries. His mind drifting back to the words spoken by Zhou during their last encounter. An unsettling sense of foreboding began to surge within him, compelling him to sprint towards Zhou's residence. Concurrently, on the 5th floor of a dilapidated apartment at Zhou's doorstep, Huo Tian took a final drag from his cigarette, inhaled deeply, then knocked on the door. Coming, a voice from within responded. Who is it at this hour? Zhou asked as he opened the door, only to be taken aback upon seeing Huo Tian. Captain Hua, why have you returned? There are still certain matters that require clarification, Huo Tian retorted with a sardonic smile. Reluctantly, Zhou allowed Huo Tian entry. What more do you wish to learn? Captain Hua? He inquired, pouring a cup of tea, only to witness Huo Tian toss a long package onto the table. Zhou, stop pretending. There is no one else here. What are you insinuating, Captain Hua? I am aware that you are responsible for the events 5 years ago. And that you are also implicated in the current case. Huo Tian's gaze bore into Zhou, whose frail figure trembled slightly before he forced a hollow laugh. Captain Hua, why bring this up again? I am not, Huo Tian interrupted, you overlooked this issue 5 years ago, and now it has resurfaced. There are at least 5 distinct fragrances of women's perfume permeating your presence and your home, fragrances that could not possibly be afforded by a mere prostitute. Zhou's mouth gaped open, leaving him momentarily speechless. My apologies, my wife and ex-wife are both perfumers, so I have become accustomed to various scents. It was this very detail that initially aroused my suspicion. Back then, I failed to understand why you did not eliminate the scent in your room. But after joining the special administration, I have come to comprehend. As he spoke, Huo Tian slowly unzipped the package, revealing a black sheath tongue knife. He. Zhou lowered his head, emitting a peculiar laugh. Because in our nation, we are devoid of olfactory senses. When he lifted his gaze once more, an unsettling madness glimmered in his eyes. As Zhou's true nature began to emerge, Huo Tian felt an eerie calm settle within him. He withdrew the tongue knife, slowly unsheathing the blade, its gleaming edge reflecting the coldness of Huo Tian's eyes. It has been 5 years, an explanation is long overdue. He, Captain Hua. Your persistence is commendable. 5 years may seem trivial to us, yet you have managed to apprehend me twice in such a brief span. It is unfortunate that your son perished in your stead last time. I wonder what fate awaits you this time. In a swift motion, the knife glinted. And Zhou Zhiguo's head, still agape, fell lifelessly to the ground. Huo Tian sheathed the knife. His gaze icy as he stared at the severed head rolling on the floor. Just as he prepared to turn away, a chilling force began to permeate the entire building, accompanied by an ominous rustling sound behind him. Captain Huo. The severed head on the ground was now gazing at Huo Tian, revealing a sinister grin. Don't be in a hurry to leave, since you are here, why not enjoy a cup of tea? Huo Tian turned around, observing the headless body rising from the ground, and let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, a monster. In the next moment, an endless darkness began to spread, enveloping the entire building in a shroud of shadow. Domain, one-fold. Extinguish the path of life. Ultimately, Huo Tian heard Zhou Zhiguo's voice, which had begun to distort gradually. Chaos. Huo Tian's eyes widened as he stared into the abyss of darkness and the writhing figures within it, smiling wryly. My luck remains as wretched as ever. Meanwhile, Li Muhán finally sprinted back to the apartment, where the car remained stationary, but Huo Tian had vanished. He dashed into the building, racing up to the 5th floor. And upon kicking open Zhou Zhiguo's door, he found everything normal, yet neither Zhou Zhiguo nor Huo Tian was present. They are not here, Li Muhán reported into his earpiece. Both the captain and Zhou Zhiguo are missing, and there are no signs of a struggle. Lin Xiu suddenly recalled something and spoke to Li Muhán. The captain must have employed a domain decree from the Special Administration Bureau, isolating the entire apartment from the current interface. Speak plainly, Li Muhán replied, somewhat helpless, as he did not grasp the Bureau's technical jargon. It is a tool used by the Special Administration Bureau when cleansing anomalies. You can understand it as a mechanism that, once deployed, separates the entire area into a fabricated domain. Aside from anomalies and Bureau personnel, everyone else is excluded. This is also to prevent ordinary humans from being caught in the battles between the Bureau and anomalies. Li Muhán was taken aback. What should I do now? Is there any way to break the domain decree? A voice came through his earpiece, that of Su Shui. Muhán, look around for the command flags. There are 5 in total. If you can deactivate all 5, you can dismantle the domain decree. I will do my best. Li Muhán hurriedly descended the stairs, searching for objects resembling the command flags. However, after several laps, panting heavily, he found not a single flag. It was evident that Huo Tian had made ample preparations to confront Zhou Zhiguo alone, fully aware that his actions were not only an assignment but also a means to settle past grievances. Otherwise, he could have reported the oddities he observed about Zhou Zhiguo. But he chose not to, out of fear. A profound fear of facing yet another outcome devoid of resolution. He was uncertain if he could bear to endure such an ending again. Just as he returned helplessly to Zhou Zhiguo's room, Lin Xiu's voice echoed in his earpiece. Li Muhán, I have requested special support from the engineering corps. They should arrive shortly. There is no time left. Though he could not articulate why, he had an unsettling premonition that by the time the engineering corps arrived to dismantle the domain decree, it might already be too late. I recall the moment I first lost control and unleashed my domain, Xià Yuè, through my power with her own. Li Muhán spoke while channeling the energy within him. Li Muhán, what are you doing? Do not act recklessly before the engineering team arrives, came the voice of In Chi through the headset. Though her words were soon drowned out by the cacophony of battle and shouts. I had not officially joined the special administration. Li Muhán slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his pupils, and then the necklace around his neck reacted, swiftly transforming into black threads that enveloped half of his face, forming a dark mask. Interns are merely scapegoats, aren't they? Lin Xiu noticed the odd tone in his voice, now obscured by the mask, and grew anxious. Though he was also concerned for Huo Tian, Li Muhán was a new recruit. Should anything happen to him, it would be difficult for Team 7 to explain to headquarters. Wait, Li Muhán. Li Muhán disregarded Lin Xiu and began to harness the demonic power within him. The domain unleashed a tempest of thunder. In an instant, the entire building, the surrounding block, was engulfed in flickering lights, and household appliances emitted crackling sounds as if the electricity was being siphoned away by some unseen force. Lin Xiu seemed to be shouting something through the headset, but Li Muhán could no longer comprehend. He struggled to recall the sensation of his domain being torn apart. But at that time, his consciousness had been minimal, primarily under the control of Ball. Therefore, emulating Xià Yuè's actions now proved exceedingly difficult. Lightning coalesced repeatedly around him. Yet he felt like a gun without a target. After several attempts, a dull ache began to throb in his head. It was as if he could hear Ball mocking him from within that dilapidated palace. Li Muhán. Silence. Thinking Lin Xiu was merely urging him to await support. He considered removing the headset, only to hear the voice continue. Concentrate your focus, you must tear apart another domain without fully expanding yours. Instead, compress it to a singular point. The voice was melodious and tranquil, and neither Lin Xiu nor Su Shued, and certainly not in Qi. Director Lin? Realizing it was Lin Zhe's voice, he paused momentarily before shutting his eyes again, reflecting on Lin Zhe's previous words. A domain is merely a manifestation of power. The characteristics of the Yao nation allow them to create imperceptible environments. Now that his power had been augmented, he had drawn Captain Huotian into his domain. To break through his domain, there are only two options: one, to devour the weaker domain with a stronger one, as Xià Yuè had done before, or two, to forcibly compress the power of the domain into a singular point and then tear it apart. It appeared Lin Zhe had taken over the control of the situation from Lin Xiu. Su Shued, in Qi, you are to continue executing the containment mission, ensuring the safety of the hostages in the old warehouse. Li Muhán, as for you. Lin Zhe's voice, though gentle, emanated an unspoken authority that left Li Muhán with an undeniable sense of resolve. Do what you wish to do. Li Muhán felt no need for further words. He unfastened his domain and expanded it once more, but this time, he continuously compressed that sensation, refining it until it formed a small sphere within his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Thunderous lightning. In that instant, a fierce bolt cleaved through the darkened sky, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. While downstairs and next door erupted in a chorus of angry complaints. Damn it. The power was unstable just moments ago, and now it's thundering again. Are we to be left in peace? Ignoring the discontent of the neighbors, when he opened his eyes once more, he beheld a rift in space torn asunder by lightning. From the depths of that forsaken place, a familiar yet commanding voice echoed, only to be abruptly interrupted by a more bizarre and chilling roar. This roar reverberated as if emerging from an endless abyss, imbued with indescribable fury and coldness. Hey, you really can fight, can't you? Acting all meek. I thought you were truly a coward. Humans, unaware of their own mortality. I spared your life years ago, and yet you dare to seek death again. You are even more foolish than your imbecile son. How dare you mention my son? I have shown you leniency. On the other side of the rift stood a colossal creature, resembling a giant ape with an exaggerated form that loomed like a titan freed from mythological chains. Its presence was so immense that it was nearly impossible to behold. Opposite it stood a seemingly unremarkable yet resolute man, engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Before him, the man clutched a dagger as dark as the abyss of night. He had lost an arm, his tattered suit jacket discarded aside. His shirt and half of his face stained crimson with blood. Though his form swayed precariously, he refused to succumb. Each wound on his body narrating the brutality of the recent battle. The giant creature was not in much better condition, its once sharp, needle-like fur was matted with blood. And its body bore the varied scars of the dagger slicing. Each labored breath it took revealed its deep-seated apprehension and fear of this seemingly frail man. Despite having been granted a power akin to a divine gift from that esteemed being, and being a unique creature of chaos, it should have been invincible before such lowly beings. Yet, why did this particular organism from the Special Management Bureau evoke such humiliation and challenge? It had assumed it could easily crush this lowly creature to dust. Little did it realize that the battle had dragged on unresolved, and it had sustained such grievous injuries. The grotesque visage of the creature, marked by its intricate textures, slowly unfurled a menacing rift, revealing a mouth filled with teeth as sharp as serrated blades. Upon that hideous face, almost too repugnant to behold, a chillingly uncanny smile began to manifest. You are indeed formidable, Captain Huo. It rasped in a voice that seemed to echo from the abyss, laced with a harshness that grated upon the ears. What imbues the power nestled within your lowly flesh with such resilience? Is it the deep-seated enmity of a parent? Or perhaps the heavy burden of humanity's ethics and the responsibilities of the special administration. Its words twisted like creeping vines, intent on invading the most vulnerable recesses of Huotian's psyche. Yet, in the face of this creature's mocking revelation of its own wounds, Huotian merely raised an eyebrow. Inhaled deeply, steadied himself, and leveled his tongue down towards the creature, his countenance a mask of cold indifference and simmering rage. "What the hell does it matter to you?" he retorted, each word sharp and biting, as if an icy blade had sliced through flesh. "You pathetic creature, prattling on in a semblance of human speech. Do you possess the intellect for such? A wretched beast incapable of controlling its lower instincts, preying upon the weak." Huotian's customary sharp tongue revealed a deeper fear within him, one that the creature perceived with unsettling clarity. I have discerned the truth, you fear me. I am the nightmare that has haunted you for years. A nightmare. Coming from you? The creature scoffed, "You should take a moment to reflect upon your own worth." Just as Huotian was poised to unleash another torrent of invective, an intense silence enveloped the air, thick with tension. He sensed something amiss. But before he could piece together the threat, the massive figure lunged forth with predatory speed. The creature, as if liberated from restraints, surged towards him with a body as colossal and weighty as a mountain, launching itself into a ferocious assault. The turbulent winds and swirling shockwaves it generated resembled the towering waves of a tempestuous sea. Huotian felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, the terror that accompanies the imminent approach of death. He beheld the enormous claw descending like a hammer from the heavens, tracing a trajectory that spelled despair. As the air tore apart, accompanied by a howling sound, it seemed poised to obliterate him beneath its colossal hand. In that moment of dire peril, he realized escape was futile. Drawing upon instincts ignited by the precipice of death and years of combat experience, he managed to intercept the blow with a single-handed grip on his blade. The clash of weaponry against claw sparked a dazzling display of light as metal met resilient scales. In that instant, he no longer perceived a mere monster before him, but rather a towering mountain, its chaotic and oppressive force crashing down upon him. "To hell with you!" he roared, a blend of fury and resolve, yet it appeared so fragile in the face of fate. Yet, amid the clash of steel and beast, Huotian's survival instincts and years of battle-hardened intuition ignited a response within him. He nearly beat his teeth to shreds as he forcefully braced himself against the blow. In that fleeting moment, the blade tilted, and his body rolled, managing to dissipate some of the impact's force while evading the strike. However, before he could regain his footing, the tremendous force of the giant claw striking the ground sent him hurtling through the air. After tumbling several times, Huotian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his stun knife rolled away from him. Before he could rise, a shadow engulfed him from above. He looked up, and in the depths of his despair, he beheld the towering figure of Xià Yuè leaping toward him. Just as he was about to be crushed into a mangled heap, a flash of lightning erupted from the darkness. The figure accompanying the lightning collided heavily with Xià Yuè's immense form. This bolt of lightning charged like a cannonball, causing the airborne Xià Yuè to plummet to the ground, the heavy thud reverberating through the chaotic void. "Cough, cough. You brat. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be at the warehouse?" Huotian slowly propped himself up, then his gaze fell upon Li Muhán, who stood before him, ensnared by the lightning. Anger surged within him. "I am merely an intern. I can heed your commands, yet I am also free to act independently, as stated by Bureau Chief Lin." Li Muhán replied, glancing sideways at Huotian. At that moment, as the dust settled, Xià Yuè's massive form lunged forward once more, but this time its target was not Huotian, but the half-demonized Li Muhán. "Ha ha ha. I thought you were just a little anomaly, turns out you're a demon. I've never dined on a demon before. Today, I shall savor this delicacy. Consuming everything will only lead to your demise." Li Muhán surged forward to meet the colossal Xià Yuè. His speed far surpassed that of Xià Yuè, and just as the giant raised its massive hand to strike, he had already arrived at the beast's feet. He then raised his hand and unleashed a fierce bolt of lightning upon Xià Yuè's left leg. The lightning instantly enveloped Xià Yuè's body, the raised fist hung suspended in midair, while the creature's form trembled violently under the onslaught of this electric force. "Professor Yang's kiss!" Li Muhán shouted, intensifying the current, while countless arcs of electricity surged forth from the fissure he had created. "Good lad. Impressive. Huotian. Noticing Jiaoguo's evident fear of electric shocks, felt invigorated and hastily crawled over to retrieve his knife. "Let me take a swing. Let me take a swing." He limped forward, eager to land a blow. However, just as he approached, Jiaoguo unleashed a furious roar, breaking free from the electric confinement. The terrifying force emanating from it sent both Li Muhán and Huotian flying back. Ouch! Damn it! Huotian rolled several times on the ground, his knife once again slipping from his grasp. Li Muhán only staggered back a few steps. At this point, Jiaoguo no longer underestimated Li Muhán. It leaped back abruptly to maintain distance, its limbs played on the ground, the massive body arching like a hill. In its once dull eyes, a sinister blood-red glow began to flicker, reminiscent of a soul-harvesting flame. What is it planning to do? Li Muhán was somewhat perplexed. He did not comprehend the peculiar habits of the creature known as the Xiaoguè. He turned to Huotian. "For heaven's sake, keep your eyes on it. Do not look away." Huotian urgently cautioned Li Muhán, but it was already too late. By the time Li Muhán turned back, the Xiaoguè had vanished into thin air. At that moment, he recalled Lindsay's earlier words. The Xiaoguè possessed the ability to remain undetected, and with its enhanced strength, this ability had only intensified. Before Li Muhán could ponder further, an overwhelming force surged from his side. Suddenly, the Xiaoguè reappeared, exuding a ferocious aura, and with a single claw. It sent Li Muhán hurtling through the air. Fortunately, in that fleeting instant of impact, Li Muhán had summoned lightning to shield himself, yet he still felt an excruciating pain, as if his body were being tossed about in a tempest. He flew several meters before landing heavily, his foot crashing into the ground, fracturing the void beneath him and barely stabilizing his form. As he prepared to counterattack, the Xiaoguè had once again dissolved into the shadows and void. How to break this deadlock? This time, Li Muhán refrained from looking at Huotian, instead scanning his surroundings, seeking any indication of the Xiaoguè's impending strike. Once more, an attack came, this time from above. Li Muhán remained oblivious until the creature's strike was nearly upon him, forcing him to instinctively defend himself at the last moment. The consequence of such a late reaction was that he was sent tumbling to the ground by a powerful fist descending from the Xiaoguè. Damn it! Shaking his head, a seething anger began to rise within him. He could sense Ball sitting upon a throne, propping his chin on his hand, watching him with a mocking expression. Ball uttered not a word, yet his golden eyes brimmed with derision and scorn, and Li Muhán understood his unspoken words. "Human, allow me to demonstrate how to wield this power." Would he withstand it? Just as Li Muhán attempted to rise, an immense force struck him again, hurling him away. The Xiaoguè showed no mercy, delivering a brutal kick that sent him flying before leaping toward the fissure he had created. This is bad. Huotian realized the peril. But it was too late. The Xiaoguè reached the fissure, opened its massive jaws, and voraciously consumed the rift suspended in midair, effectively sealing off Li Muhán's conduit for channeling energy. He immediately felt the sensation of power being severed. As he rose once more from the ground, he tentatively attempted to gather lightning. Although he successfully conjured the energy around himself, he distinctly sensed that his energy transfer had been disrupted. As the colossal creature charged toward him again, Li Muhán sighed. He cracked his neck, despite understanding that he might not be a match for the Xiaoguè at present. The silence of his earpiece suggested that time flowed differently here, and no one would come to their aid. Son of a bitch. Li Muhán raised his middle finger at the approaching Xiaoguè. Come at me. As the nation of Jia was on the brink of once again clashing with the weary Li Muhán, a black tongue descended from the heavens, embedding itself directly between Li Muhán and Jiao. In the moment of its impact with the ground, the blade erupted into a myriad of golden rays, momentarily halting the advance of Jiao. Kid, I am the captain here, you're nothing but a mere footnote. If you wish to play the hero, you must wait your turn. Huotian, limping, approached Li Muhán, inhaling deeply before striving to stand upright, casting a cold gaze upon him. Uncle, spare yourself, Li Muhán sighed. Observing Huotian's condition, which seemed even more dire than his own, it appeared that escape was truly elusive today. The remnants of his strength were insufficient to open another rift, though there remained one alternative, surrendering his body to Ball. Don't give up so swiftly, kid. Do not become reliant on the demon within you. What is there to fear? As long as we survive, it's fine, I can always forsake my humanity. In response to Li Muhán's words, Huotian merely smiled with resignation. Forsake humanity, well said. But not you. As he spoke, Huotian slowly removed a pendant from around his neck with one hand. He flipped it over and, using his thumb, pried open the back cover. To Li Muhán's astonishment, he discovered a small shard of red crystal concealed within. Li Muhán, let me speak plainly, Huotian said. His gaze fixed on the red crystal, revealing a glimmer of helplessness. I previously mentioned that my thoughts transformed after joining the Special Management Bureau, but that was all nonsense. He struggled to extract the small shard with his fingers, causing the pendant to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. I have never forgotten. Not a single day, Xià Yuè, my son, the Special Management Bureau, and all the anomalies. My hatred for these things has persisted, deepening with each passing day. The creature from Jiao tilted its head in confusion, only to suddenly display an expression of disbelief as if sensing something profound. What are you trying to convey? Li Muhán furrowed his brow, unease rising within him at Huotian's unusual behavior. The aura emanating from the red shard felt oppressive and terrifying. What I mean to say is, Li Muhán, do not use me as a model. Whether you join the Special Management Bureau or not, do not take me as a reference. 5 years ago, I died the moment that beast extracted my son's entrails. What exists now is merely a vengeful spirit, seeking retribution. He regarded Li Muhán with gravity before gently placing the shard against his chest. You are a fool, Li Muhán, but you are also my last comrade. I hope you will pay attention to me. Are you going to dance? Li Muhán tilted his head, still unable to grasp Huotian's meaning. Only to see Huotian chuckle softly. It is not solely monsters who are entitled to this so-called blessing. Li Muhán, remember, this is not about the Special Management Bureau. Nor is it about you or me, it is an explanation I owe to my son. When the fragment suddenly began to radiate a crimson light from Huotian's chest and started to merge into his body, Li Muhán finally comprehended the gravity of his actions. Have you truly deemed yourself a monster? Hurry, extract it. Grasping Huotian's shoulders, Li Muhán tore open his shirt. Upon gazing at the location of Huotian's heart, he inhaled sharply. The fragment had penetrated with astonishing swiftness. As soon as it entered Huotian's body, it burrowed directly into his heart, subsequently commencing a relentless expansion from that very center. Within mere seconds, a blood-red crystalline flower blossomed upon Huotian's chest, obscuring the emblem of the Special Management Bureau. It seems this entity resents me, or how it scorns humanity. It can empower even a fool like the Xià Yuè, yet it vehemently rejects humans. Look. It yearns to escape from my body. With the remaining strength in his hand, Huotian gently caressed the crystalline flower on his chest and uttered his final words to Li Muhán. Remember, Li Muhán. Do not rely too heavily on the demon within you. Transform their power. With a decisive crunch, Huotian shattered the crystalline flower, simultaneously obliterating the insignia of the Special Management Bureau. Just like that, convert their power into your own. Huotian smiled wide, his yellowed teeth, dulled by the passage of time, resembled aged amber, rough and lacking luster. His mottled yellowed teeth seemed to encapsulate the passage of years and the weight of myriad stories. Suddenly, Li Muhán felt an overwhelming force erupt from Huotian's arm, propelling him into the air like a kite severed from its string. He lost his balance and, after tracing an arc through the air, landed heavily on the ground. This terrifying power surpassed even Xià Yuè's recent attack by a considerable margin. As Li Muhán trembled and rose, Huotian, who had merely been an ordinary human moments ago, began an astonishing transformation. His body swelled as if an inexhaustible energy was bursting forth from within. Veins protruded against his skin, writhing like serpents in the night, seeking escape. His form continued to expand, veins surging beneath his skin, as if rejecting any form of constraint. His hair grew wildly, and while he did not morph into a colossal beast akin to Xià Yuè, Huotian had become an imposing giant, towering over 3 meters. Exuding an aura of oppression and terror. Tilting his head slightly, Huotian's eyes, now a fathomless abyss of darkness, fixed their gaze upon Li Muhán. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to speak, yet his jaws, aligned with razor-sharp teeth akin to a shark's, could only produce a series of guttural growls and strange roars. Humans! How dare you covet powers that do not belong to you? Return my fragment. I shall become stronger. Give it to me. Xià Yuè, in a frenzy, lunged toward Huotian. As Li Muhán beheld Huotian, or what could still be deemed Huotian, the creature that once embodied humanity, slowly raising its hand. The Tangdao that had been embedded in the ground began to tremble slightly before being yanked up forcefully into its grasp. The moment Huotian's fingers made contact with the hilt, an aura began to emanate from its form. Upon encountering the massive entity of the creature known as Xià Yuè, the wounds inflicted by the Tangdao burst forth, blooming with crimson blood. The colossal monstrosity let out a wretched howl, collapsing before the being that was once Huotian. Lifting its head slowly to meet the gaze of this other aberration, the boundary trembled, binding the demon. Huotian opened its mouth, a grotesque and distorted sound escaping that could no longer be categorized as human speech. In that instant, a magnificent golden figure materialized behind Huotian, clad in resplendent golden armor, resembling a celestial general. As Huotian moved, the golden warrior raised its enormous blade in unison. Wait. Captain Huotian. You've transformed into a monster too. You are an aberration now. We need not turn on each other. Xià Yuè suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The power of this monstrous figure now far surpassed its own. The only course left was to survive it, to plead for mercy. Hold on. Captain Huotian. We should unite. No. No. I was wrong. I shouldn't have slain your son. I regret it. With a swift motion, Huotian, wielding the massive weapon with one hand, mirrored the actions of the Golden General. In that fleeting moment, they achieved perfect synchronization, unleashing a single strike imbued with the fury of a tempest, aimed directly at Xià Yuè. The creature, which had been wailing and pleading for mercy, was struck by this horrifically powerful blow, cleaved in two, creating a grotesque and sanguinary spectacle in the air as its formidable form shattered into fragments. As Xià Yuè's colossal body collapsed, the chaotic space began to unravel. Simultaneously, the golden figure behind Huotian began to dissipate. Li Muhán's pupils quivered, though the events had transpired in mere moments, they had profoundly shaken the depths of his soul. Crack. Before he could contemplate further, the black Tangdao arced through the air and embedded itself into the ground beside his feet. Time tightened, space fractured. Li Muhán glanced at the Tangdao beneath him, then looked up at the still transforming Huotian. He understood that Huotian was losing control of this immense power. Its form trembled, bared teeth, and uttering those previous words had nearly consumed its remaining rationality. Humans are never aberrations. Li Muhán comprehended Huotian's intent. It sought for him to accompany it on its final journey. He sighed deeply, grasping the hilt of the tongue knife. The moment it was held by Li Muhán, the hilt seemed to resist slightly, though it soon succumbed to a profound silence. As Li Muhán dragged the blade step by step toward Huotian, the knife emitted a mournful hum, reminiscent of weeping. It lamented for its master and bid farewell. At last, Li Muhán stood before Huotian, a knife in hand, gazing up at the creature Huotian had become. He gradually concentrated the last vestiges of thunderous power within him into the blade. You are truly an incompetent captain. Li Muhán slowly raised the knife, while Huotian's body trembled, suppressing an impulse to tear the demon before him asunder. His hatred for the Xià country, for the Special Management Bureau, for all anomalies, and his guilt towards his son and ex-wife began to intertwine into a twisted frenzy, overwhelming his last vestiges of reason. His hand slowly reached out toward Li Muhán. The human before him, a demon so insignificant that a mere squeeze could obliterate him. You have wronged your son, the Special Management Bureau, Xià Yuè, in Chi, Linziu. You are a selfish man. Yet, just as that dark claw was about to touch Li Muhán, the blade, crackling with thunder, sliced through Huotian's body in an instant. You are too arrogant, too self-righteous. As Huotian's form gradually knelt to the ground, his arms drooping, Li Muhán took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to steady his emotions, yet a tear betrayed him, slipping from the corner of his eye. No one has the right to urge you to relinquish your hatred, not Lindsay, not the Special Management Bureau, and certainly not this world. Is harboring hatred a disgrace? No. The disgrace lies in your distrust of those children you have nurtured. He slowly crouched down, gripping Huotian's collar. The remnants of fabric nearly torn asunder by Li Muhán's strength. Xià Yuè, Tinchi, Linziu, they are all your children. They regard you as a father, entrusting their lives and backs to you. And you? Do you trust them? You could have made better choices. Huotian's breath began to wane. The crushed yet glowing red flower upon his chest gradually dimming. Regardless, Captain, it is over. Your life, whether you deem it suffocating, pitiful, or vindicating, has come to an end. Li Muhán released his grip, then seized the hilt once more. In a swift motion as he rose, he swung the tongue knife horizontally. This strike cleaved Huotian's body in two, along with the blood-red flower that had once bloomed upon his chest. Farewell, Captain. Half an hour later, led by the 7th Squad, reinforcements from the Special Management Bureau followed, entering the factory. Under Chi's guidance, they arrived at a stockroom deep within an abandoned warehouse. Li Muhán's eyes reflected fatigue, yet as several members of the Special Management Bureau forcefully pried open the iron door of the stockroom, a wave of anxiety surged within him. Intermittent cries and gasps emanated from the dimly lit chamber, accompanied by an odor that caused the brows of those present to furrow in dismay. Among them was Chi, who silently gazed into the depths of the warehouse, for this scent was the unmistakable stench of decaying corpses. As the feeble light overhead illuminated the room, all were rendered speechless, and nearly everyone wore expressions of profound anger upon witnessing a group of young girls huddled together in a corner, resembling frightened livestock. Except for one girl who appeared unscathed and fully clothed, the others were all scantily clad and bore various wounds upon their bodies. More chilling still, in another corner of the chamber lay two naked, heavily decomposed bodies, the source of the foul odor. Damn it, cursed a member of the Special Administration Bureau. While Li Muhán slowly stepped into the realm filled with malevolence and suffering. Upon realizing someone had entered, some of the girls began to tremble uncontrollably, their eyes tightly shut, as if in silent prayer. Others, with vacant stares, looked up at Li Muhán like cattle. Only one girl, the untouched one, suddenly sprang forward upon noticing him. Throwing herself into his arms and weeping, "Thank goodness, Muhán, you've come to save me." Li Muhán stood momentarily stunned, gazing down at Gu Ruoxi's tear-streaked face, rendered speechless. Gradually, his gaze swept across the other girls, some wore expressions of terror, others despair, and some appeared numb, until he softly reassured them, "We are here to rescue you. You are safe now." Upon hearing his words, the flicker of light seemed to shine in the girl's eyes. "If I had never seen the sun, I would not fear the darkness. If I had never known darkness, I might not yearn so desperately for light." Half an hour later, armed with irrefutable evidence, the city police, in conjunction with several subordinate units and armed police, marched into the old street. Almost all gangs were swept away, and for the first time, these local tyrants felt their own insignificance and absurdity in the face of the true machinery of the state. The true leader of the gangs that had long occupied this old street was the notorious Xià Yuè. Wrapped in a blanket, Gu Ruoxi sat in front of the ambulance while a doctor conducted a physical examination. Yet her gaze persistently searched for a familiar figure. Li Muhán stood alone in a shadowy corner of the factory ruins, observing as the police escorted the girls out one by one, draping them in clothing and offering comfort. However, his heart was devoid of any joy, for soon the police emerged bearing two bodies, shrouded in white cloth. These two, aged 19 and 22, had resisted fiercely, enduring the most horrific torment while being violated. Lin Ziyu arrived at the scene, standing beside Li Muhán, clutching a necklace pendant in his hand. It was the pendant belonging to Huotian. "I'm sorry," Li Muhán murmured, a statement directed at Lin Ziyu. Yet it seemed to carry an undercurrent of self-reproach. Lin Ziyu slowly turned his head to glance at Li Muhán. "Did he suffer terribly?" he suddenly inquired. Li Muhán recalled Huotian's final transformation into a monstrous entity, his body trembling incessantly in an attempt to suppress the turmoil within. He was uncertain whether this constituted suffering. He lowered his gaze, his expression impassive as he replied, "I imagine it must have been excruciating." Lin Ziyu looked up at the night sky, letting out a deep sigh, perhaps to stave off the tears threatening to fall. He quickly shifted the topic. "When you brought me out of the detention center, I felt the same way. I lost my father at a young age, and my mother abandoned me. To me, he was my father." There was no hint of resentment in Lin Ziyu's words towards Li Muhán, nor was there in Xu Shue's demeanor, even though she struggled to accept the news of their captain's demise. Upon learning that it was Li Muhán who had accompanied their captain on his final journey, Xu Shuè did not blame him, instead, she embraced him, weeping, offering comfort rather than reproach. Chi remained silent, her expression unreadable as she returned to the vehicle, not emerging again thereafter. We succeeded in this mission, Lin Xiu stated to Li Muhán at last. Succeeded? Li Muhán murmured, lost in thought. Is this truly success? We captured the aberrant beings, prevented the remaining girls from suffering, and even assisted the police in eradicating the blight of the old street. This is what success looks like. Yet, the scars inflicted on those girls will not fade, they will remain etched in their minds forever. And those 2 girls who have passed can never return. Nor can Hotion, the man who smoked, spoke bluntly, and fought with unrestrained ferocity. Yet cared for each member of the 7th squad as if they were his own children. He will never return. Restlessness lingers, does it not? Lin Xiu seemed to perceive Li Muhán's turmoil, gently patting his shoulder. Let this feeling reside in your heart, remember it well. It is the burden we must bear. For only then can we remain vigilant, only then can we discern our humanity from that of those monsters. This is not merely something to endure. It is a choice you have made, you, Xu Shui, Qin Chi, and Hotion alike. How can you be certain that the path you have chosen is not flawed? As Li Muhán spoke, he extended the tongue knife and the pendant that had fallen from Hotion to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu sniffled, tightening his coat as he regarded the pendant and the knife offered by Li Muhán. He smiled faintly, ultimately accepting only the pendant, leaving the tongue knife in Li Muhán's hand. There aren't so many choices in life, Muhán. After speaking, Lin Xiu waved his hand and turned towards the vehicle. Before opening the door, he glanced back at Li Muhán once more. Regardless, you have accompanied the captain on his final journey, whether or not you remain our colleague henceforth. We are grateful to you. Li Muhán lowered his gaze to the tongue knife in his hand and let out a long sigh. When he raised his head again, he saw Gu Ruoshi, who appeared to be unharmed. This was largely thanks to Qin Chi and Xu Shui, who had managed to hold off all the street gang members with their combined strength until the support from the Special Management Bureau arrived. In that moment, Gu Ruoshi seemed still somewhat shaken, searching desperately for something. Li Muhán understood she was looking for him, yet he chose to remain unseen. Soon after, he witnessed a middle-aged man and woman rush towards Gu Ruoshi in tears, and she embraced them, weeping profusely. Li Muhán realized he no longer needed to see her. So he turned and returned to the car, where Xu Shui and Qin Chi were seated in the back, and he took his place in the front passenger seat. The driver had changed to Lin Xiu. Silence enveloped them as they sat together, Xu Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Qin Chi gazed out into the night. Seemingly lost in thought, Xu Shui spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow, recalling the first time she met the captain. Feeling perplexed that her dear friend had fallen victim to a creature. At that moment, she too was in peril, and it was the captain who saved her. Even as he tried to impress her, only to be chased around the building by that very creature. He had only just become a combatant then. Still struggling to master his powers, yet he protected me, she reflected. Qin Chi remained silent but reminisced about 3 years prior when she was pursued by the organization. While scavenging for food in trash bins, she was targeted by a creature, and once again, it was the captain who came to her rescue, bringing her home, providing her with ample food, and even buying her new clothes. The thought made her nose tingle with emotion. For the members of Team 7, although Hotion often appeared frivolous, he was always there to protect them in critical moments. To them, he was as dependable as a father. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence once more. All right. Mission accomplished. Well done, everyone. Lin Xiu suddenly exclaimed, startling a few of them. What else with the sudden outburst? Qin Chi replied, her irritation evident. Ha ha ha. I just thought that if the captain was still here, he would surely let out a roar like that. No more tears. If he knew, he would surely mock us. Our little Xiu is already preparing to take the captain's place, is he? Humph. That old man didn't even trust us in the end, facing everything alone. He clearly looked down on us. I swear, Lin Xiu will become stronger than he ever was. Stronger than him. He was merely a chaotic level combatant, is that the best you can aspire to? Qin Chi scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm. Perhaps it was Lin Xiu's outburst that temporarily liberated them from their grief. The departure of the deceased inevitably brings sorrow. Yet pain does not linger indefinitely. For they still bore the weight of their tasks, responsibilities, and missions. Li Muhán silently gazed out the window. observing the vibrant lights and the bustling nightlife of the city. Behind the facade of this bustling world, there are always those who trade against the light, silently bearing the weight of everything. They harbor no grievances and do not count their sacrifices, for they have chosen to accept all that is required of them. However, as Lin Xiu poignantly remarked, life offers but a limited array of choices. A few individuals returned to the Special Administration Bureau to report on their duties. Upon hearing of Huotian's demise, Lin Ze, who was typically gentle and perpetually wore a smile, adopted a more solemn demeanor. After comforting the members of Team 7, she retained Li Muhán for a private conversation. I apologize, this time, the intelligence work of the Special Administration Bureau fell short. Her first act was to extend her apologies to Li Muhán. He shook his head and stepped forward, placing the black tan knife he had been holding on the table. This is the captain's knife, he stated. Lin Ze examined the blade, then picked it up, gently caressing the scabbard as she spoke. This is a gift I presented to him upon his successful completion of special training. This knife accompanied him on his final journey, delivered by my own hand. I understand, Lin Ze said, setting the knife down and moving to the window to light a cigarette. You need not undertake any missions for the time being, Li Muhán. I shall assume full responsibility for this incident, and your case will be placed on hold. If you so wish, I can ensure you vanish from the records of the Special Administration Bureau. I believe you pose no threat to humanity. The young woman gazed out at the underground city, the headquarters of their special management organization. In the battle against the otherworldly, sacrifices are inevitable, yet Lin Ze did not wish to grow accustomed to such feelings. Should she become desensitized, she would revert to her former self, the lofty being that regarded humanity's self-destruction with indifference. You may leave for now. The bonus for this mission will be disbursed to you tomorrow. However, Li Muhán did not depart. He lowered his head slightly. The impact of Huotian's death weighed heavily on him, yet it would not sway him into joining an organization that might tether him for a lifetime. That, he deemed, was impossible. Nonetheless, joining the Special Administration Bureau would prove beneficial for Li Muhán, primarily as it would afford him a deeper understanding of his own powers, alongside a commendable salary, albeit one earned at the cost of life. To be frank, he felt somewhat indecisive at this moment. Lin Ze turned to face him, a faint smile gracing her lips, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Do not join out of sympathy for us, Li Muhán. Sacrifice is an inescapable reality. I understand. Yet people should not grow numb to sacrifice. Perceiving Lin Ze's apparent lack of remorse for Huotian's death, Li Muhán felt a flicker of discontent. Strictly speaking, had the Special Administration Bureau managed the situation with the Xià Kingdom properly years ago, the subsequent events might have been averted. After a prolonged gaze exchanged between them, Lin Ze sighed, picked up the knife from the table, and tossed it to Li Muhán. You have the night to ponder. If you change your mind, return the knife tomorrow. Should you decide to join the Special Administration Bureau, this knife shall belong to you, I am not its master. Li Muhán gazed at the Fuzhong Zhonmo in his hand, reminiscing about Huotian's final battle. May I pose a question, Li Muhán? What is it? What is a sword? A weapon for killing. After a brief pause, Li Muhán continued, it is also a tool for protecting those who are dear. He understood what Lin Ze was insinuating. The sword she referred to could symbolize power, the otherworldly, or even the special administration. However, Lin Ze's reaction left Li Muhán uncertain about her satisfaction with his answer. She merely smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Just go away, I don't wish to work overtime today. Upon exiting the special administration, Li Muhán discovered that Xià Yuè had been waiting at the entrance of the headquarters. Are you injured? Xià Yuè scanned Li Muhán's body, to which he helplessly pointed to his temple. No, but Captain Huotian has sacrificed himself. I see. Xià Yuè's tone was rather flat, which slightly displeased Li Muhán. Yet, recalling her identity as a member of the bloodline clan and her long existence, he pondered that perhaps human life was but a fleeting moment to them, ephemeral and transient. Perhaps you cannot comprehend this feeling of sudden loss, given that your lifespan is excessively prolonged, he thought. The girl who had been closely following Li Muhán suddenly slowed her pace. When he noticed, she had already come to a halt behind him. What is wrong? Li Muhán inquired, puzzled. Although I am an immortal, it does not imply that I am an unfeeling monster devoid of understanding life and death. Xià Yuè gazed at him. Her eyes remained indifferent, yet he could discern a hint of urgency in her tone. It was not anger, rather, it seemed she was eager to explain something to him. I was once taken in by an elderly couple who treated me with kindness, raising me as their own daughter. Despite my obscure origins and being a different kind, they still provided for me, sheltered me, and allowed me to pursue an education. As she spoke, a quiver of emotion began to surface in her voice. At that moment, Li Muhán recalled the sorrow and despair reflected in her eyes during their first encounter, an echo of the loss she had recently endured. But I could not even ensure their survival. I am not a heartless monster. I too have experienced loss, and now I have people I wish to protect. The girl lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes. Li Muhán hurriedly approached her, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. I'm so sorry, I was wrong, I misspoke. After a moment of consolation, Xià Yuè's emotions settled somewhat, though she still appeared slightly miffed. Don't be upset, I'll buy you some desserts tomorrow. Li Muhán chuckled, attempting to stroke Xià Yuè's head. However, she tilted her head away, evading his hand. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he noted that this little vampire certainly had a temper. It's not about that. Just then, Xià Yuè suddenly retorted, pouting. Huh? Not about what? I'm not angry about that earlier incident. Then what have I said wrong? Li Muhán was utterly perplexed, akin to a monk who found himself lost in thought. Before he could gather his wits, Xià Yuè suddenly huffed, turning her head away with a tone of dissatisfaction. When you held me just now, I caught a whiff of her scent on you. In that moment, Li Muhán felt as though he had been caught red-handed in a transgression. The her Xià Yuè referred to was clearly Guruoshi. How could this vampire possess such an acute sense of smell? It was as if she were a dog, able to discern even the faintest traces of his embrace. Wasn't she the victim in this scenario? When she was rescued, she had been quite agitated. So you embraced her, did you? What? No, that is not it. I didn't hug her, she lunged at me. I don't want to hear it. It's annoying. Without another word, Xià Yuè quickened her pace towards the elevator leading back to the ground. Li Muhán stood frozen, and at that moment, he heard Su Shue's voice from behind. Why are you just standing there? Sister Shuè, you haven't gone back yet. At that moment, Su Shuè was burdened by a large guitar case on her back, which Li Muhán had already deduced contained a disassembled sniper rifle. Truly, she was a formidable long-range marksman. Brother Muhán, you really don't understand a girl's heart. A girl? Are you referring to Xià Yuè? She shouldn't really be classified as one, right? Su Shuè sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Then gently tapped Li Muhán on the head. Enough dawdling, to go after her. Li Muhán seemed to grasp something at last and dashed after the direction Xià Yuè had taken. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he managed to wedge his hand in and squeeze inside. Xià Yuè obediently stepped aside, seemingly allowing him to enter. Yet it appeared she was intentionally maintaining her distance. Today is the first day on a mission, it feels surreal. Just yesterday, I was in a lecture hall at university. And today I feel like one of those agents from the movies. Do you know how many people surrounded us today? Hundreds, all armed. It was like a scene from Kung Fu. Do you know what the Axe Gang is? Li Muhán rambled on, but Xià Yuè remained silent, not engaging in the conversation. Finally, unable to contain himself, he grasped Xià Yuè's shoulder, forcing her to face him. What is wrong? Xià Yuè asked, her gaze evasive. Is it just her scent? Can't you mask it with your own? With that, Li Muhán enveloped the petite figure of the girl in his arms, lifting her slightly off the ground. Let go. Let go. I want to hug, I can't touch the ground. It's fine, I've got you. Alright, I'm not mad anymore, you can let go. Li Muhán did not release her, instead, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, is the scent gone now? All he received in response was a cold huff from Xià Yuè, yet he knew she was no longer angry. In the confined space of the elevator, he held her petite frame tightly, and at that moment he too felt the urge to cry, to scream, to release all the pent-up emotions. For even now, the haunting expressions of despair on the faces of the imprisoned girls lingered in his mind. It was still the expression on Huo Tian's face that lingered. The Tang Dao. Heavy and burdened, lay within the long package behind him, symbolizing a weighty significance. The words "I'm sorry" uttered by Li Muhán were directed at Xià Yuè. Perhaps also at those young girls he could never save, then maybe even at Hua Tian himself. "Captain, do you say I'm unworthy? Perhaps you are right. I do not possess such magnificent ideals or the spirit to devote myself to humanity as you do." On the way home, Li Muhán kept his gaze fixed on Xià Yuè, the smile adorning his face. "What are you smiling about?" Xià Yuè inquired, turning to look at him with her hands behind her back. "I recalled a saying." "What is it?" "If I set down my sword, I cannot protect you. If I take up my sword, I cannot embrace you." "Who said such a thing?" "How cheesy." Xià Yuè chuckled at those words. "The original source eludes me. But to my knowledge it was spoken by a champion support." "I don't understand what you're saying, you fool," she replied, quickening her pace, prompting Li Muhán to hastily follow her. "Thus, Captain, I too have someone I wish to protect, just one, and if my reasoning is so selfish, can I still hold this sword with a clear conscience?" Upon returning home, Li Muhán felt an overwhelming fatigue, perhaps due to the recent battle. After a quick shower, he collapsed onto the sofa. In the hazy twilight, he sensed a presence burrowing into his blanket and nestling against him. Without a doubt, it was Xià Yuè. Li Muhán felt a touch of exasperation. What was the point of sleeping on the sofa if this was the case? It seemed a waste of a perfectly good bed. Lost in such thoughts, he unconsciously embraced the figure in his arms and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the office of the Deputy Director of the Special Administration Bureau, Lin Ze served a cup of coffee to Lin Ziu seated before him. "Well done. It has been a long time since you've had a mission, yet Team 7 remains sharp. Clearly, the outcome we witnessed was one none of us wished for. But it was Hua Tian's choice. Humanity, after all, excels at self-deception. Even I believed he had let go." Lin Ziu took a sip of the coffee, finding it somewhat unaccustomed before setting it down. He had never been fond of mingling with high-ranking officials. He preferred to remain in dimly lit rooms, tinkering with computers, hidden within the virtual realm of the internet. "You flatter me, Director Lin." He deftly sidestepped Lin Ze's mention of Hua Tian. It was a prudent choice. "Do you accept my earlier proposal?" Lin Ze resumed his seat, stirring his coffee with a spoon while smiling at Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu offered a wry smile in return. "Director Lin, I appreciate your high regard, but I cannot be the captain of Team 7. I have another candidate in mind." "Do share?" Lin Ze maintained his smile, awaiting Lin Ziu's response. When Lin Ziu finally spoke the name Li Muhán, Lin Ze appeared somewhat perplexed. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at the prodigious youth who had just turned 18. "Do you not wish to inherit the legacy of your captain?" Lin Ziu inquired, her eyes cast down at the coffee in her cup, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Perhaps the one most capable of carrying forth that legacy was Li Muhán, who had borne witness to the captain's final strike. Lin Ze nodded slightly in acknowledgement. She glanced at the appointment letter for the captain of the 7th squad that she had just handed over and posed one last question. "Are you certain? If you sign now, I will not retract it. Do not press further, Director Lin. I lack the ability, and you must harbor the same sentiment, otherwise you would not have entrusted the town's demonic affairs to him for safekeeping," Lin Ze remarked with a wry smile. "Who knows? He might return it to me by tomorrow morning." "He will not," Lin Ze replied with unwavering conviction. A statement that seemed to be the most resolute he had uttered in his life. "I know he will not." Thus, Lin Ze ceased to insist. Other matters would be managed. Now, it hinged upon Li Muhán's stance. At the break of dawn the next day, Li Muhán was summoned to the Special Management Bureau by Lin Ze. "Or, I did not expect you to call for me," he remarked, feeling somewhat awkward as he sat in Lin Ze's office. He had assumed Lin Ze intended to retrieve the sword, and had taken the precaution of concealing the long blade in his bag. After all, having a sword while using the elevator through the bank's back entrance would certainly raise eyebrows if discovered. "Have you given it thought?" Lin Ze asked, his demeanor seemingly light-hearted. "It is only 9 a.m. You are quite eager so early in the day." Lin Ze smiled gently, jesting, "Of course, who could resist a talent like yours? I am rather fond of talent." "To be honest, I feel detached," Li Muhán confessed, voicing his inner turmoil. Having encountered a vampire harboring a demon within. Navigating a world teeming with anomalies, then with a special management bureau overseeing it all alongside Captain Hotion's final battle yesterday, it all feels like an interminable dream. Lindsay remained silent, attentively listening as Li Muhán continued. I am not a remarkable individual, Director Lin. Without the demon residing in me, I believe you would scarcely glance my way. Innocent individuals often bear the brunt of envy. Now that I possess this power, it signifies that I will be under your watchful gaze. Frankly, if my strength were potent enough to render the Special Management Bureau irrelevant, I might very well refuse your overtures. Li Muhán pondered for a long while. Having grown up in an orphanage, he inherently approached all matters with caution. Yet he had also learned to navigate social intricacies. I will not conceal my intentions from you. I can join the Special Management Bureau, but I will regard it merely as a place of learning how to master my power, how to grow stronger, and how to gain a more comprehensive understanding of this world. This is not for you or for Captain Hotion, it is solely driven by my own will. Li Muhán fixed his gaze on Lindsay, meticulously observing her expression. For he needed to ascertain how she perceived him in this negotiation. Lindsay ceased her swirling motion with the coffee cup. Although her expression remained impassive, she could not deny that her perception of the young man had shifted ever so slightly. Initially, she believed that the tragic demise of Hotion would leave only two possible impressions on him. First, it could inspire him, moving him deeply to wholeheartedly join the Bureau, dedicating himself fervently to its cause. If that were indeed the case, Li Muhán would forever be viewed by Lindsay as merely a tool, a rough gem. A blade, nothing more. Second, it could terrify him, leaving him trembling and cautious, reluctant to join the Bureau or confront his own power, let alone gaze upon the world with clarity. Perhaps at that point, Lindsay would assist him in finding a psychologist and leverage her influence to arrange for him to reside in a unique facility constructed by the Bureau. Yet now, Li Muhán had presented a third path. Learning? This was the first time Lindsay had heard anyone describe the Bureau in such terms. Those who came here each bore their own reasons, many had suffered devastating losses at the hands of the aberrants, their families shattered. Humans typically joined the Bureau out of vengeance against the aberrants, filled with animosity. Conversely, aberrants often sought refuge in the Bureau, weary of conflict and the tides of fate, preferring a stable haven over endless strife. Regardless of whether human or aberrant, the foremost lesson they must learn upon joining the Bureau is to accept one another's existence. This is a painful and protracted journey, some cannot endure it and have their memories wiped, returning to the world of humans to continue their lives. However, this boy was different. He began as a human and is now an aberrant. This means he simultaneously embodies both identities, requiring no abandonment of hatred nor the compulsion to assimilate into human society. He possesses an inherent advantage, an unprecedented circumstance within the Bureau. Perhaps it is precisely from this unique vantage point that he can forge a path distinct from others. You are indeed intriguing, Lindsay remarked with a smile directed at Li Muhán, leaving him somewhat bewildered. You wish to learn here, to earn a living. Even to pursue romantic interests, none of that poses an issue. That is rather excessive, he replied, bemused. Furthermore, I assure you, Li Muhán, once you fully master the demonic power within you, you may leave the Bureau whenever you wish, free from any constraints. Li Muhán felt a flicker of doubt. If Tianhai City's Bureau existed, then surely others did, perhaps even a central authority. Would Lindsay's solitary voice hold weight? Yet, in her gaze, he discerned a promise. This woman, despite her connection to him being rooted in the power he possessed, was undeniably one of the kindest individuals he had encountered, surpassed only by Guru Xia's parents and Xià Yuè. As for the nature of their relationship, Lindsay contemplated and then extended her hand toward Li Muhán. Collaboration. Deal. Li Muhán grasped her hand, which was chillingly cold, devoid of any warmth, reminiscent of a lifeless body. Yet, this contact imbued him with a sense of trust and strength. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lindsay cut to the chase, tossing a document onto the table. Take a look, if you have no objections, sign it promptly. Lindsay bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, a clear indicator of a sleepless night. As Li Muhán picked up the document, merely glancing at the title sent tremors through his hands. Team 7, Captain Appointment Letter. Director Lin, you must have made a mistake. Shouldn't I be signing a labor contract? Calm down, you won't be deprived of a labor contract. After all, we are a national institution. Just sign this for now. Lin Zhe's tone was unequivocal, yet Li Muhán could not blindly affix his signature without understanding the implications. Unless you clarify this, I cannot sign such a document. He placed the file back onto the table. The other members of Team 7 unanimously nominated you. Is that reason not sufficient? Lin Zhe moved to the window, lighting a cigarette. Li Muhán wished to convey that they were underground, and smoking by the window served little purpose. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, he momentarily froze, recalling the battle from the previous night and Huotian's final strike. I am not worthy. Eventually, Li Muhán lowered his head. As someone who had been uncertain about joining the Special Administration Bureau just yesterday, he felt unqualified to bear Huotian's sense of mission. It was not a matter of unwillingness but rather one of lacking the requisite merit. Do not be so sentimental. Lin Zhe glanced outside, exhaling a plume of smoke. You witnessed his last battle and accompanied him on his final journey. Frankly, I did not anticipate such resolve from you, Li Muhán. No one is more qualified than you. However, if you truly refuse to sign, I will not force you. Just know that Team 7 may face disbandment. Ah. Li Muhán looked up at Lin Zhe, puzzled. Lin Xiu, Su Shui, and In Chi, they are all qualified to be captains, why must it be me? It can only be you, and it must be you. Li Muhán. Indeed, they possess more experience and deeper bonds with Huotian, but ultimately, it was you who wielded that blade. If you feel unworthy, strive to become deserving of this expectation. Do you understand? Li Muhán remained silent, feeling the weight of the black-tongued sword behind him, as if, at that moment, it too radiated residual warmth, akin to Huotian's gentle pat on his back. Then, in a raspy tone reminiscent of an old smoker, he seemed to echo, a kid. It's entrusted to you. Li Muhán silently took the document and inscribed his name. I cannot guarantee I will excel, but I will make an effort. Lin Zhe turned, extinguishing his cigarette, and smiled. You only need to be true to your own conscience. Subsequently, Lin Zhe assisted Li Muhán in completing his onboarding formalities. From that moment forth, Li Muhán became an official member of the Special Administration Bureau. To my surprise, just as I began my new position, a new task emerged. And before I could even settle into my role as captain, Lin Zhe approached me with an external report saying the 9th Squad requires your assistance temporarily. The 9th Squad does not belong to our main division but is affiliated with the Supernatural Management Department, often referred to as the Special Handling Team for Paranormal Events. As the name suggests, their responsibilities encompass cases typically involving disturbances caused by spirits. In this world, aside from the legendary monsters, there exist entities that elude human comprehension. The Special Management Bureau has a dedicated division for malevolent spirits, namely the Supernatural Management Department, which comprises 5 teams, with the 9th Squad being the most emblematic. Why do they need to borrow me? Does the 9th Squad not have its own designated entities? I inquired. They are currently facing some difficulties. The emotional stability of their entities is somewhat precarious, necessitating the reassignment of personnel from other departments. At present, your new members in the 7th Squad have no other pressing tasks, Lin Zhe explained. Now that you are captain, it is unprecedented to have an entity in such a leadership role. Seize this opportunity to foster connections with members of other teams, it is only fitting, do you understand? Lin Zhe articulated extensively, leaving me somewhat perplexed. However, a newly appointed official must inevitably ignite some fervor. Our cooperation agreement still stands, correct? I asked. Of course. Lin Zhe replied with a smile, gesturing toward the documents. If you are reluctant to undertake this assignment, you may decline at any time. Though your salary will be adjusted accordingly. You understand that, don't you? I nodded, not intending to refuse this task, but merely seeking to ascertain Lin Zhe's, or rather the Bureau's, stance towards me. Ultimately, I accepted the documents, yet as I exited Lin Zhe's office, I noticed many staff members casting peculiar glances in my direction. Was it because I had killed Huotian? Huotian had absorbed an unknown external power, violating the Bureau's highest prohibitions. He could no longer be considered human. And I merely liberated him. Hence, if the 7th Squad must refer to me. Their discussions revolved around my act of killing Huo Tian and my recent promotion to captain. I couldn't help but offer a wry smile, such are the pitfalls of being parachuted into a position. The following morning, I was jolted awake by the ringing of my phone. Upon checking, I was surprised to find it was Gu Ruosh's mother calling. "Xiaohan, it's me, Aunt Jiang," she said. Gu Ruosh's mother, surnamed Jiang, was once a daughter of a prominent family, but after a decline in fortune, she married Gu Ruosh's father. "I understand, Aunt Jiang. What brings you to call so early?" I replied, still somewhat groggy, likely due to just waking and momentarily forgetting that I had saved Gu Ruosh's life the previous night. "Xiaohan, I am currently at the hospital. Xiaoxi underwent some examinations last night." "Or is she injured?" I asked, my tone remaining neutral. Seemingly indifferent to Aunt Jiang's reaction. No, it's all thanks to you, Xiaohan. Xiaoxi mentioned that it was you who saved her. She merely experienced a fright. And the doctor advised her to stay under observation for 2 days. Coincidentally, the police will also be coming to speak with Xiaoxi during this time. Well, it's a relief that all is well. Xiaohan, Aunt Jiang is already aware of the matter between you and Xiaoxi. This revelation left Li Muhán in silence, as he was at a loss for words. After all, the elderly couple had always treated him kindly. And he felt it was unjust to take out his frustrations on them regarding the truth of his relationship with Gu Ruosh. "It's nothing, Auntie. You and Uncle Gu are like my own parents, and my situation with her will not affect that bond. Xiaohan, I shouldn't interfere in your affairs. But couples do have their disagreements. You young people should not be so impulsive." Li Muhán couldn't help but smile, as he had a hunch about Aunt Jiang's reasoning. It was clear that Gu Ruosh had not confided the entire truth to her mother, omitting the fact that she had cast him aside for a wealthier suitor. This was not merely a quarrel. "Auntie, it's all right. We have already ended things, so you needn't worry. It was a peaceful separation. Xiaohan, your Uncle Gu and I would like to treat you to a meal. Would you be available?" Li Muhán scratched his head and sat up a little straighter. Only then noticing that Xiangyu was still peacefully sleeping atop him. Gazing at her charming sleeping face, a smile naturally graced Li Muhán's features. "How could I allow you to treat me, Aunt Jiang? You and Uncle Gu have traveled quite a distance. It is only fitting that we, the younger generation, host you. Allow me to select a restaurant, and I shall inform you once it is arranged." "Oh, Xiaohan is truly considerate. Then I shall not be polite any longer." "Very well, Auntie." If there is nothing else, suddenly, the still sleeping Xiangyu murmured, seemingly disturbed by the sound of his phone conversation. "Xiaohan, do you have a guest?" Aunt Jiang inquired. Clearly having heard Xiangyu's voice, her tone laced with curiosity. "Yes, Aunt Jiang, I have a few matters to attend to, so I will speak with you later." With that, Li Muhán ended the call and gently poked Xiangyu's face with the edge of his phone. "What are you doing?" she grumbled, clearly displeased as she opened her eyes. Li Muhán was surprised to realize that she did not merely awaken but had been eavesdropping on his conversation for quite some time. Did her sudden comment signify her discontent? Gu Ruosh's parents have arrived in Tianhai City. They have taken care of me since childhood. So I will be dining with them tonight. You need not tell me. Xiangyu remained sprawled atop Li Muhán, seemingly unwilling to move. He chuckled, ruffling her hair playfully. "Then you should get up soon. Aren't you going out for dinner tonight? Why are you still lying around?" He understood that Xiangyu was reluctant to accompany him but lacked any valid reason to prevent him from going. Which is why she resorted to this playful tactic to remain on the sofa. "I am indifferent, but those two are akin to half of my parents. Are you truly certain you wish to meet them while donned in ill-fitting garments?" Xiaoyu suddenly froze, then gradually reclined onto Li Muhán, her lively eyes gazing up at him. "What does that mean?" "It implies that I wish for you to accompany me. What purpose would I serve? You are my guarantor. Our relationship is rather extraordinary at present. I cannot be away from you for even 24 hours. Lindsay's deceitful words have ensnared you as well." Xiaoyu propped herself up slightly, rubbing her drowsy eyes. "Will you go or not?" "I shall not." Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly, then began to twirl her disheveled hair around her finger, speaking listlessly. "What a pity. I had intended to book a lavish restaurant that offers an unlimited supply of exquisite desserts. Xià Yuè's ears perked up, seemingly intrigued by this idea. Li Muhán was well aware that Xià Yuè had a penchant for food. He had observed her devouring fried dough sticks ravenously the first time he brought her home from the park. This child has never tasted anything fine. He often treated her to desserts and chocolates, which she relished immensely. What sort of vampire possesses such a fondness for sweets? Since you are unwilling to accompany me, I shall have to dine alone. Regrettably, that place does not allow takeout, alas. Since you have stated it so plainly, it seems I must go after all. I am your guardian. Alas, it is quite all right, you need not accompany me, as I shan't be gone for more than 24 hours. I shall return in the evening. Silence, I have declared my intent to go, and I shall go. Without a hint of hesitation, though her tone revealed little elation. Xià Yuè is simply that kind of girl, naive and peculiar in her inquiries. In a secluded commercial area within the heart of Tianhai City. Ever since the grand reconstruction that birthed a new commercial hub, this place has gradually been forgotten. The old department store seems to have borne witness to countless years in this city, now resembling a benevolent elder. Silently gazing at the bustling new commercial center several blocks away. Today, Xià Yuè is once more clad in Li Muhán's attire. A black turtleneck sweater nearly obscures half her face, while the coat is an old piece from Li Muhán's high school days. As for her jeans, Xià Yuè has to roll up the cuffs several times to prevent them from trailing on the ground. There was little choice. Her own clothes were rendered utterly unwearable after that torrential downpour. It is said that her previous garments remain at the home of the elderly couple who took her in. But she seems unable to articulate why she does not retrieve them, and Li Muhán refrains from probing further. Today, his purpose is twofold: to treat Xià Yuè to a meal and to procure her some new clothing. Most importantly, he must secure her some appropriate undergarments. While ordinary clothing can be managed, undergarments are an absolute necessity. As soon as Li Muhán imagined that the turtleneck sweater worn by Xià Yuè was merely a facade, he felt a rush of heat to his cheeks and an accelerated heartbeat. Moreover, this girl had an inexplicable penchant for burrowing into her blankets during the midnight hours. Over time, even the most virtuous would find it hard to resist such a lure. It was evident that Xià Yuè had seldom ventured into shops. And even within this seemingly outdated commercial building, the items for sale captivated her with their novelty. Such a delightful little sister, why not try this hairpin? Wow! It suits you perfectly, consider it a gift from me. Fresh takoyaki, delicious and affordable, would you like a box? How much? You are so beautiful. Please visit my store often, then I'll treat you to a feast. Hot coffee or milk tea? On such a chilly day, you deserve something warm. Wow, you're stunning. This cup of milk tea is on the house, do come by more often. Today, Li Muhán witnessed the undeniable truth that those blessed with beauty could indeed have their way without spending a dime. Xià Yuè's hands were already brimming with an array of items. Why aren't they giving you more? She inquired, severing her lollipop. Ha ha, Li Muhán chuckled inwardly. Had Xià Yuè not posed that question, he might have assumed she was showing off. All right, let us stop browsing and hurry to buy some clothes. Look at what you are wearing, it's quite shabby. But these are your clothes. I'm shabby, is that acceptable? Just take a look at this ensemble, an ill-fitting hoodie, jeans that were several sizes too large and dragged on the ground, and a pair of mismatched sneakers. Xià Yuè's stunning beauty was indeed being underappreciated in such attire. Yet, I quite like these clothes, Xià Yuè murmured softly, clutching her lollipop, adding, they carry your scent. However, Li Muhán evidently did not catch her words and led Xià Yuè briskly toward the clothing store. Idiot. Xià Yuè shot a dissatisfied glance at the resolute man before reluctantly following him to the women's clothing shop. Along the way, she was frequently approached for her contact information. With these individuals completely disregarding Li Muhán's presence. It was inevitable, Xià Yuè was simply too alluring. Hey, I'm still here. Li Muhán finally couldn't hold back any longer and intercepted a man who was attempting to obtain her WeChat, offering a wry smile. So what? I sent you wearing a ring, which means she is not married. Until then, everyone has a chance. Li Muhán was at a loss for words, but fortunately, Xià Yuè showed little interest in anyone but him. Whenever someone approached her, she maintained an icy demeanor, uttering a single word without any intention of elaborating. Miss. May I have your WeChat? No. Miss, could you share a contact number? I'm a scout from a film company. No. Thus, this short stretch of road was repeatedly interrupted, leaving Li Muhán on the verge of tears. He couldn't help but wonder if Xià Yuè was intentionally teasing him. At long last, after overcoming numerous obstacles, the pair arrived at the women's clothing store. To facilitate a change of clothes later, Li Muhán first led Xià Yuè to purchase undergarments. However, upon reaching the entrance of the lingerie store, Li Muhán hesitated, feeling an aversion to stepping inside. After all, this is a ladies' lingerie store, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to enter. What, are you not going in? Xià Yuè turned to Li Muhán and inquired. Just a moment, I need to prepare myself mentally, Li Muhán replied, his face slightly flushed. Although he had previously been in a relationship with Gu Ruoshi, their physical intimacy had only gone as far as a kiss, never venturing into the realm of more intimate encounters. Moreover, he had never laid eyes on Gu Ruoshi's lingerie. Xià Yuè would be the first girl he would see in such a vulnerable state. Hello, may I assist you? The shop assistant seemed to notice the two standing at the entrance and approached with a smile. Li Muhán was startled, his heart raced. And the carefully rehearsed words evaporated from his mind. I want to buy lingerie, this person would be unhappy if I don't, as Xià Yuè interjected boldly, gesturing towards Li Muhán. Huh? The young saleswoman looked surprised, her gaze towards Li Muhán slightly peculiar. No, it's not like that. This is my sister. She is from the countryside. A village girl. She isn't accustomed to wearing lingerie. Village girl. Xià Yuè glared at Li Muhán, squeezing his hand with a bit of force. Her grip was firm enough to cause him discomfort. Yes, she is a village girl. Now that she is in college, she can't go without wearing one. The shop assistant offered a wry smile. Although the duo seemed somewhat odd, she couldn't help but notice how exceptionally beautiful Xià Yuè was. How about this, if the young man can wait outside while I help her choose some styles? Does the little sister know her size? My size is quite ample. Huh? Haha. As the shop assistant led Xià Yuè into the store, Li Muhán finally felt a wave of relief wash over him, his legs trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. He occupied himself with his phone, awaiting news from inside. Just as he was engrossed in a mobile game, he suddenly heard the shop assistant's voice behind him. Excuse me, sir. He turned to see the same assistant, who wore a look of mild distress as she addressed him. Your sister insists that you must see how the top looks on her. What? I don't need to see. As long as she likes it, that is enough. But the assistant's expression grew more troubled. In fact, she had nearly come out herself to show him, so he should really take a look. Li Muhán felt like crying, why couldn't he escape this? Reluctantly, he followed the shop assistant, anxiously making his way to the fitting room of the lingerie store. It seemed this situation was uncommon, as the other saleswomen also appeared flustered. After all, it involved a man watching a woman try on lingerie. Moreover, he claimed to be her brother, not her boyfriend, an even stranger twist. At that moment, Li Muhán felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of the female staff. As if he were a pervert caught in the act. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the fitting room door swung open. Xià Yuè emerged, clad in delicate white lace lingerie, right before his eyes. Li Muhán swallowed hard, his face now flushed to the roots of his ears. Does it look good? Xià Yuè, entirely unconcerned, showcased her figure more prominently after shedding her clothing. Aside from her somewhat flat chest, her body's contours could only be described as exquisite. Her skin, as fair as snow, appeared delicate and flawless, captivating the attention of the female staff with a mixture of envy and admiration. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Upon receiving a compliment from Li Muhán, Xià Yuè's demeanor instantly brightened, indicating that his opinion held considerable significance for her. Ultimately, Li Muhán instructed the staff to package the several sets Xià Yuè had just tried on, for one cannot purchase merely a single piece of lingerie, variety is essential. That will be 1,680, sir. Although Li Muhán had heard of the exorbitant costs associated with women's undergarments, the actual payment struck him as somewhat outrageous. He couldn't help but recall his own 31 3-pack of underwear. Perhaps this was the most evident distinction between a beautiful maiden and a ragged man. As they were leaving, the staff member regarded Li Muhán with a peculiar smile. "Oh. What is the matter?" she inquired. "Since your family is not lacking in finances, it would be wise to indulge your sister with something nice at her age. She should still be growing." With that, she cast a somewhat pitying glance at Xià Yuè's bust. Xià Yuè felt a profound sense of dismay. Her mouth agape as she prepared to retort, only to be hastily pulled away by Li Muhán, who urged her to exit the lingerie store promptly. "Am I still able to develop?" she suddenly queried after they had walked some distance. Li Muhán, having no knowledge of the growth age for blood clan members, could only offer non-committal responses, yes, indeed, quite large, while hastily guiding her to the women's clothing store. This time, Li Muhán appeared considerably more at ease. Having previously accompanied Guruoshi during her shopping excursions, even if he had merely been a bag carrier and never consulted for his opinion. Xià Yuè, however, was quite different. "Is this pretty? How about this one? Do you like this?" she inquired of nearly every garment she encountered. Throughout this process, Li Muhán noticed that Xià Yuè seemed less inclined to try on dresses. Wasn't it a bit of a waste for someone so beautiful not to wear skirts? "Look at this dress, it's lovely. Why not give it a try?" Li Muhán suggested, pointing at a pale pink frock. "It feels like something a child would wear," Xià Yuè replied dismissively, prompting an internal monologue of exasperation from Li Muhán. Though her age was uncertain, did she not appear to be a youthful maiden? "It suits you perfectly, please just try it for me." After some coaxing, Xià Yuè finally agreed to don the dress. Before long, she emerged before Li Muhán, clad in the pale pink dress. To complement the ensemble, the staff had also provided her with white lace stockings and a pair of petite leather shoes. She approached Li Muhán somewhat self-consciously, seemingly unaccustomed to this attire. "Do I look good?" Xià Yuè asked nervously, then for a moment Li Muhán was rendered speechless, captivated by her presence. It was far more than merely beautiful. It is truly astonishing. The tales and films portray vampires as inherently enchanting beings, possessing unparalleled beauty, and indeed, they do not deceive me. At that moment, many customers nearby were captivated by Xià Yuè's allure, as the boys who initially accompanied their girlfriends to shop now found themselves utterly mesmerized. One girl, unable to contain her frustration, kicked her boyfriend and scolded him, "If you enjoy watching so much, then just leave." The man quickly apologized to his girlfriend, coaxing and persuading her, yet his gaze still frequently strayed towards Xià Yuè. "Just how beautiful is she?" Noticing that Li Muhán remained silent, Xià Yuè's tone turned a touch anxious. Li Muhán gently raised his hand and brushed her hair, remarking, "You are simply as beautiful as a princess." Upon hearing his words, a faint smile graced Xià Yuè's face. "So, do you like it?" "Of course I do. Do you like the clothes, or do you like me?" Unexpectedly, Xià Yuè delivered a direct and impactful question, catching Li Muhán somewhat off guard. I like both," he replied, scratching his head with a wry smile. Xià Yuè puffed up her cheeks, appearing somewhat dissatisfied with his answer, yet she refrained from elaborating. Just as Li Muhán intended to lead Xià Yuè to the checkout, she hesitated and said, "Perhaps let's try something else." "What is wrong? Don't you like it?" Li Muhán queried, puzzled, wondering if she genuinely disliked wearing skirts. "No. I love it, but..." Xià Yuè hesitated, and after much prodding from Li Muhán, she finally confessed, "It's too expensive." In an instant, Li Muhán understood. She was contemplating saving money, having previously mentioned the burden of rent. No wonder she had been eyeing the more affordable and simpler trousers. "It's alright if you like it. Buy it. The salary from the special administration is quite decent," Li Muhán said with a smile. Although Xià Yuè still seemed hesitant, in the end, Li Muhán firmly guided her to the checkout, purchasing not only the white stockings and shoes but also several relatively inexpensive dresses and trousers. The total amounted to 5,002. This woman's belongings truly are costly, with Lindsay sponsoring him 30,000 after deducting rent. He was left with merely 20,000. It must be said, when one is short on money, they become frugal, yet when wealth is at hand, it slips away faster than water. However, witnessing the slight joy on Xià Yuè's face as she donned her new attire made Li Muhán feel that every penny spent was worthwhile. After completing all this, It was nearly time for lunch. Observing Xià Yuè seated on a nearby rocking horse, he stepped aside to retrieve his phone. Hello, Tianhai City Tengfei Grand Hotel. How may I assist you? Hello, I would like to reserve a table for tonight, please. Do you possess a VIP card? No. I am terribly sorry. But our establishment only serves VIP guests. We hope to have the opportunity to serve you in the future. After the call ended with a click, Li Muhán sighed in resignation, reflecting that sometimes, even wealth without status is insufficient to accomplish one's desires. Seated upon the rocking horse, Xià Yuè suddenly called out to Li Muhán, "What are you doing? Just wait a moment." Li Muhán was perusing Meituan, searching for other upscale restaurants. When Xià Yuè pointed at the rocking horse and declared that I want to play on that. 5 minutes later, the children's area on the ground floor of the department store resounded with cheerful nursery rhymes. The seemingly immortal beautiful vampire sat expressionless on the rocking horse, surrounded by several children around 5 or 6 years of age who were watching in fascination. "Sister, is it fun?" one child inquired. "Yes, it's quite interesting. Can we have a turn too?" "No, it's mine." Watching Xià Yuè surrounded by a throng of children, Li Muhán felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing that he had brought along a rather large friend for the outing. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Lindsay. "Director Lin? Is there a mission?" No, we're not running a black coal mine here. It's the weekend after all. I called primarily to inform you that your appointment papers have been approved. From now on, you are the captain of Team 7. Li Muhán leaned against the armrest, observing Xià Yuè still vying for control of the rocking horse with the children, and he let out a sigh. "Thank you, Director Lin. I feel quite overwhelmed." Feeling pressure is a good thing. Is there something else on your mind? You sound rather dispirited. Originally, Li Muhán had no intention of sharing his troubles with Lindsay, yet for reasons unknown, he felt compelled to confide in someone. The child reigning over the rocking horse was of no assistance. Thus, he recounted his predicament of wanting to treat his esteemed elders to a meal but being unable to secure a reservation at a high-end restaurant in Tianhai City. "I thought it was a significant issue." "Hearing your tone, it seems you are quite excited," Lindsay responded, prompting Li Muhán's spirits to lift. "Indeed. You are an official, the deputy director. Surely, arranging a banquet at the finest hotel would be a mere formality." "Director Lin, are you going to book a table for me at the Tengfei Grand Hotel? What are you thinking? I am a public servant, and I must avoid extravagance. Do not lead me into error." Lindsay's words doused Li Muhán's hope like a bucket of cold water. "But you merely wish to treat your adoptive parents, right?" "That is simple, I can arrange it." Li Muhán was momentarily bewildered by Lindsay's statement. Just moments ago, he had said it was unfeasible. And now he claimed it was possible. Was he toying with him? Then thank you, Director Lin. I hope the dinner can be scheduled for 7 p.m. 7 p.m.? Lindsay fell silent for a moment, seemingly checking the time. "Do not worry, 7 p.m. will be manageable." After saying this, he abruptly hung up. Li Muhán stared at the disconnected call, puzzled. It was only 3 p.m., how could booking a hotel possibly be a problem? Director Lin certainly possessed a keen sense of humor. Before long, Li Muhán received a WeChat message from Lindsay containing an address, "Gather here at 7 p.m. accompanied by a cute little cat emoji. Li Muhán opened the map to inspect the address. Moonlight Apartment, 32nd floor, number 5. Huh? Wasn't it about booking a hotel? How did it turn into an apartment? Could it be an upscale private dining establishment? Rest assured, I shall arrange a dinner that will surely please your foster parents." Well, since Lindsay has said so, Li Muhán felt a bit more at ease. The location of the meal is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is the opportunity to reunite with his foster parents. They had supported him through middle school, high school, and even into university. Although he has now become self-sufficient, the gratitude he feels towards them will never fade. At that moment, the nursery rhyme that had been lingering in the air abruptly ceased. The voice of Xià Yuè emerged from the direction of the song, accompanied this time by the sounds of children. "Brother. Big brother. What are you doing? Li Muhán turned to find that the group of children had crowned Xià Yuè as their leader. As if only with her approval could one ascend to the throne of the rocking horse. Meanwhile, in the city hospital, Gu Ruoshi had just completed her examination by the doctor. Among the group of more than 10 girls, she was perhaps the most fortunate, as the police's timely intervention had spared her from harm. Of course, Gu Ruoshi was unaware of Li Muhán's role in this incident. Thus her gratitude towards him was rather minor. However, a new dilemma emerged. As she neared discharge, her parents had packed her belongings and posed a question that left Gu Ruoshi at a loss for words. "Sisi, where are you living now?" Gu Ruoshi had previously resided in the luxurious villa purchased for her by Xià Yuè. However, that villa had since been reclaimed by Xià Yuè, and she was unable even to return for her belongings. Her cards had all been frozen, as they were funded by the Xiao family. As for her own finances, having lived extravagantly, Gu Ruoshi had never paid heed to monetary matters, believing that her association with Xià Yuè would ensure her financial security. Now, with only 2,000 yuan left in her account, renting a place wouldn't pose a problem. But the thought of having to seek part-time work was unbearable for her in her current state. Seeing her daughter's troubled expression, Aunt Jiang assumed that Li Muhán had driven her out of their home. That boy, even if you are not in a romantic relationship, you have known each other since childhood. How could he be so heartless? However, Uncle Gu coughed twice, interrupting his wife before she could continue. Xiaohong has grown up before our eyes. Do you really think he is that kind of person? Sisi, is there something you are hiding from us? What exactly happened between you and Xiaohong? And no, it's nothing, Dad. I just don't like him anymore. Sighing, he continued. I see you have no place to stay, so how about this? After dinner with Xiaohong tonight, we'll stay at a hotel. And tomorrow you can move back to school. The mere thought of returning to the 4-person dormitory at university filled Gu Ruoshi with discomfort. No. I don't want to go back to school. Though she had lost her benefactor, transitioning from luxury to frugality is a challenging endeavor. Gu Ruoshi now felt as though she had been dazzled and disoriented by Xià Yuè's financial influence, completely oblivious to her current predicament. Still dreaming of whether Xià Yuè will return to his senses and seek her out, she sighed. Oh, my dear child. Your father and I will help you rent a place near the school for now. You can stay there, perhaps there is still a chance for you and Xiaohong. Upon hearing Aunt Zhong's words, Uncle Gu appeared noticeably displeased. Can't you discern that their situation is far from simple? Mom, Dad, could you please refrain from asking? My relationship with Li Muhán is complicated, but I believe he still loves me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to save me. That would be the best outcome, Xiaoxi. If you can reconcile with Xiaohong, it would please your father and me immensely. Just don't be too proud during dinner. Men shouldn't be pushed away completely, but sometimes it's wise to loosen the reins a bit. Rest assured, Mom. He did save my life. And I believe I can start anew with him. Besides, you all know Li Muhán has always been peculiar. Apart from his decent looks, he lacks any real talent. Who else would want him besides me? I assure you, he will be begging me to return to his side. You too. Uncle Gu could no longer contain himself. He had already surmised that his daughter must have wronged Li Muhán. Otherwise, given Li Muhán's unwavering devotion to his daughter, he would never act so heartlessly. However, was Li Muhán truly devoid of feelings? No, he could not rely solely on his daughter's account. He must seize the opportunity to clarify matters with Li Muhán at dinner that evening. Just as the conversation unfolded, Aunt Zhong's phone suddenly rang. Look at that. Just as we were speaking, the call came in. Upon seeing that it was Li Muhán calling, Aunt Zhong's face brightened, while Gu Ruoshi turned her head away with a hint of aloofness. Hello, is Xiaohong. Aunt Jiang, I've made arrangements for dinner tonight at 7 p.m. on the 32nd floor. Apartment 5 of the Moonlight Apartment. Li Muhán hesitated slightly as he mentioned the address. It hardly sounded like a dining establishment. Oh, very well, Xiaohong. Thank you for your consideration. Aunt Jiang felt relieved upon hearing that the dinner would not take place at a high-end restaurant. Li Muhán had always been stubborn. When he was first brought out of the orphanage, he had been as silent as a mute, yet he was deeply loyal and had always protected Gu Ruoshi. Had he insisted on a posh venue for the sake of appearances, Aunt Jiang might have been displeased. Gu Ruoshi also noted the address and felt puzzled. Why would Li Muhán choose to have dinner at an apartment? Had he moved? The moonlight apartment didn't seem particularly upscale. At that moment, Gu Ruoshi's father leaned in, addressing Li Muhán over the phone. Xiaohon, you are so considerate, knowing that Aunt Jiang and I prefer a quieter environment, arranging for us to dine at home. Uncle, that I sent you my home, Li Muhán replied, looking somewhat embarrassed. Uncle Gu's words reminded him of the absurdity of dining out. Wouldn't a family dinner at home be far more joyous? Yet, when Li Muhán thought of his narrow and dilapidated little apartment, he felt a twinge of discomfort. It's a private dining restaurant, Uncle. I had a friend make the reservation. Oh. Very well, very well. Xiaohon, this is how it should be. One ought to make more friends. Have you made any new acquaintances at university? An uncle, aside from Luoyang, I've met a few others. This was not entirely truthful. Apart from Luoyang, Li Muhán hardly had any friends at university. Did Xià Yuè count? Living together in the same room, sharing a bed, was that friendship? That was more akin to a romantic relationship. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Seeing you so sensible and cheerful now brings great joy to your aunt and me. Xiaohon, you must learn as much as you can in university. If you encounter any difficulties, do let us know. Hey, old man, save that for later. Aunt Jiang snatched the phone away. Xiaohon, we'll be going to that private something restaurant you mentioned with Ruoshi at 7 p.m. tonight. Upon hearing that Gu Ruoshi was coming, Li Muhán initially wanted to say something, but considering the feelings of his elders, he ultimately swallowed his words. Though his tone turned slightly colder. All right. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Gu Ruoshi clearly sensed Li Muhán's displeasure. She remained silent, aware that she owed him an apology, and thought perhaps she should just not go. Then, suddenly, Xià Yuè's voice came through. This is delicious, I'll feed you, open your mouth. Wait a moment. I'm on the phone. Open your mouth. Gu Ruoshi recognized Xià Yuè's voice and felt a wave of discomfort rising within her. The thought of not going never made it to her lips. After hanging up, Uncle Gu returned the phone to Aunt Jiang, casting a puzzled glance at his daughter. Ruoshi, do you know that girl who was by Xiaohon's side just now? Gu Ruoshi nodded softly and remained silent. Uncle Gu instantly understood, refraining from further inquiries. However, Aunt Jiang seemed momentarily oblivious, sighing, how could Xiaohon find another girl so quickly? Alas, that is rather swift. Enough. Uncle Gu interrupted Aunt Jiang directly. Although he was unaware of what transpired between his daughter and Li Muhán, he deduced from Ruoshi's reaction and his understanding of her that she must have wronged Li Muhán first. What are you shouting about? Aunt Jiang seemed to grasp the implication in her husband's words, but having indulged their daughter since childhood, she was reluctant to concede easily. Young people will have their little quarrels, didn't we argue frequently when we were young and in love? Is this the same matter? Dad, Mom, why don't we choose a place ourselves? After all, Li Muhán saved my life this time, I sent it inappropriate for him to treat us. Gu Ruoshi noticed her parents were about to argue and quickly diverted the topic. Her feelings toward Li Muhán had become quite complex, as she was acutely aware that it was she who had betrayed him. However, at this moment, she felt a sense of abandonment by Li Muhán. One must wonder how excessive one's self-awareness must be to harbor such thoughts. Alas, Xiaohon's sincerity cannot be taken lightly. We ought to honor his intentions and heed his wishes this time. Aunt Jiang agreed with her daughter's reasoning, yet Li Muhán had already made reservations, and to change them now would be somewhat discourteous. With a sigh, she rose to her feet. Xiaoxi, if you do not wish to see Li Muhán right now, perhaps you should find a hotel to rest for a while. Aye. Gu Ruoshi bit her lip, ultimately resolving within herself, I shall go. If Li Muhán scolds me in front of my parents, so be it. After all, I have treated him rather harshly before. Yet, I truly dread witnessing my parents being humiliated. At 6 p.m., Li Muhán arrived at the location Lindsay had provided, accompanied by Xià Yuè. The moonlight apartment was not a luxurious residence but rather a typical high-rise located in the city center. Lindsay had indicated the 32nd floor in his message. Yet as Li Muhán stood beneath the building, he found no sign of a private dining establishment. He had heard tales of hidden culinary gems nestled deep within bustling cities, unknown to the masses, which served as secret havens for discerning food lovers. Even seemingly inconspicuous old houses could conceal restaurants known only to a select few, capable of delivering an astonishing gastronomic experience. His anticipation grew as Li Muhán approached the elevator. He pressed the button and began to fantasize about the nature of this private dining venue. Would it be a lavishly decorated secret palace steeped in elegance? Or perhaps it would exude an antique charm rich in character. Alternatively, it might be a modestly furnished establishment, run by a once-renowned culinary master who had quietly retreated from the limelight. Regardless of the form it took, Li Muhán's imagination ran wild. Strangely, however, Xià Yuè stood by another elevator. This one arrives faster, come over here, Li Muhán beckoned. But the young lady in her beautiful dress effortlessly pulled him back to her side. That elevator does not go to the 32nd floor, she remarked coolly. Li Muhán, skeptical, approached the other elevator for a closer look and indeed found a small note indicating it only serviced odd-numbered floors. You clever girl, Li Muhán chuckled, impressed. Just then, the doors of the elevator in front of Xià Yuè slid open. They stepped inside, and once the doors closed, Xià Yuè casually remarked, it's no big deal. I've been here often before. Really? Li Muhán turned to her, astonished, but quickly reconciled the thought. After all, Xià Yuè was Lindsay's ward. And Lindsay had surely brought her to this private dining establishment before. How is the food at this place? Li Muhán inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Xià Yuè nodded. It's quite good. Who prepares it? He pressed. Lindsay, she replied. Li Muhán was filled with questions, perplexed by the situation. This establishment was opened by Lindsay? Wasn't she a public servant? How dare she operate a business on the side? Moreover, she was personally cooking. She always seemed so busy. Who would have thought she possessed such culinary skills? What kind of establishment was this? This was her home. Li Muhán fell into silence, his mind momentarily frozen, as if it had crashed, taking a considerable time to reboot. Here in Lindsay's home, it seemed only natural that she would be the one preparing the meals. However, he chuckled, recalling her earlier jest. He wished to hear Xià Yuè affirm, yes, I was merely joking with you. Yet, Xià Yuè remained silent, slowly turning her head to gaze at him, revealing a peculiar smile. A few minutes later, Li Muhán found himself standing before the door, his hand hovering over the doorbell, reluctant to press it. Was Xià Yuè truly joking? Surely, this was merely a private dining establishment, with Lindsay being his superior and so busy. How could it be otherwise? Ding dong. Noticing Li Muhán's hesitation, Xià Yuè stood on her toes and pressed the doorbell for him. I'm ready. I'm not ready yet. Regardless. The doorbell had rung, and footsteps in slippers could be heard approaching from within. Click. The door swung open, and Li Muhán braced himself to encounter Lindsay's face adorned with a calm smile. He wondered what Lindsay looked like in loungewear, having only seen her in a black suit. The thought suddenly filled him with a hint of anticipation. Welcome home, esteemed hosts. Li Muhán and Xià Yuè gazed blankly at the figure before them. It was not Lindsay, but Xià Yuè, adorned in a maid outfit. The black and white long maid dress paired with white stockings was a perfect match, especially on such an incredibly adorable girl with pink hair. With a clatter, Li Muhán took hold of the doorknob and shut the door, pointing at it as he addressed Xià Yuè. Is this what you meant by Lindsay's home? Xià Yuè fell silent as well, her certainty wavering. The door swung open once more. What are you doing, little Muhán? Am I not doing well enough? Upon seeing Xià Yuè's face again, Li Muhán regained some composure. He grasped Xià Yuè's shoulders, asking earnestly, tell me, Taoze, is there a special mission? Xià Yuè met Li Muhán's gaze and nodded. Yes, little Muhán, there is indeed a very important mission, which is Xià. Stop dawdling at the door and come help. A voice from within the room interrupted, and Li Muhán's confusion deepened. What was going on here? Come on, you two, hurry inside. Xià Yuè insisted, pulling both into the room. Upon entering, Li Muhán noticed that while the apartment was modest in size, every corner was impeccably clean. The walls bore no elaborate decorations or glittering embellishments, the furniture was simply arranged with clarity, and even the sofa was devoid of any superfluous cushions. He seemed to perceive the homeowner's almost obsessive pursuit of cleanliness through these details. The entire space was dominated by shades of white and light wood, exuding a warmth and simplicity under the gentle glow of the light. On the windowsill were several meticulously trimmed plants, quietly flourishing and adding a touch of vitality and elegance to the ambience. Just then, a familiar voice emanated from the kitchen. It was Lindsay. Upon hearing Lindsay's voice, Li Muhán felt a sense of reassurance, for Xià Yuè's sudden appearance in a maid outfit had genuinely startled him. However, when Lindsay's figure appeared at the kitchen door, Li Muhán was completely taken aback. Was this truly the Lindsay he knew, clad in a short maid dress and black stockings, adorned with maid accessories in her hair? Yet, that indifferent smile on her face was unmistakably hers. Director Lin. You. The words hosting a party nearly escaped his lips. But he feared that uttering them would lead to being thrown from the 35th floor. Well, I am not particularly familiar with the preferences of your generation. But according to Lindsay's script, it seems that to please you, one must don such attire. Lindsay slightly raised her hand and glanced at her maid outfit, as if this was her first foray into such a style. Director Lin. I just wanted an ordinary dinner gathering. Despite feeling embarrassed to reject the goodwill of his superiors and colleagues, he couldn't disregard the fact that his adoptive parents were present. Such attire was simply inappropriate. Xià Yuè and Lindsay stood together, seemingly discussing something, when Li Muhán noticed Lindsay emerging from the kitchen, donned in an apron and wielding a kitchen knife, appearing to assist Lindsay with the cooking. Captain. Are you serious? This is the ultimate pursuit of a man. I know. I understand. I enjoy watching it too. But this is not suitable. Alas, you are still too uptight. If you ask me, we should shorten the maid dress even further. Before Lindsay could finish, Xià Yuè swiftly struck him, rendering him unconscious. Xià is still too unreliable. Xià Yuè hoisted Lindsay as if he were a mere chick, effortlessly catching the kitchen knife that had slipped from his hand. Well then, Director. Let us proceed with my backup plan. With Lindsay in tow, Xià Yuè turned to Lindsay with an expectant expression. Lindsay appeared to contemplate for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Watching these individuals, Li Muhán suddenly felt an ominous premonition. 10 minutes later, Lindsay and Xià Yuè had changed out of their maid outfits, donning more casual attire. Xià Yuè selected a white turtleneck sweater, simple yet warm. The lower half featured a black pleated skirt, preserving her usual elegant demeanor while infusing a touch of youthful vitality. She retained the white stockings from earlier, rendering her appearance akin to that of a friendly neighbor. On the other hand, Lindsay had opted for a loose, comfortable, and softly colored lavender knit sweater. Unlike Xià Yuè's slightly playful and youthful ensemble, Lindsay emanated the unique gentleness and tranquility characteristic of a mature woman. The lower half is adorned with a pair of fitted jeans, embodying a simplistic yet practical style within loungewear, seamlessly transitioning with a knitted top. The entire ensemble, in both color coordination and design, exudes a quiet elegance and understated beauty. Alright, enough commentary. I can observe for myself. Li Muhán interjected, interrupting Lindsay as he elaborated on the attire of the two young ladies. Since awakening from his stupor, he had remained listless, as though disheartened by the rejection of his plans. Captain, have you truly not considered my proposal? Lindsay ventured again, a mischievous glimmer lighting up his eyes. He envisioned the scene, the two ladies donned in maid costumes, respectfully addressing Li Muhán as their master before his adoptive parents, serving him with utmost attentiveness. What a splendid spectacle it would be. Xià Yuè shot Lindsay a glare, sharp as an icy blade. Upon sensing her palpable ire, Lindsay promptly fell silent but soon leaned towards Li Muhán, whispering, I have prepared a smaller set, ideal for those with a modest bust. Perhaps you could take it home. Under the weight of Xià Yuè's impending slap, Lindsay fainted once more. Blushing, Xià Yuè turned to Li Muhán and inquired, do you enjoy such games? Li Muhán, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, well, I suppose every man has a slight affinity for that. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and a wry smile, uncertain of how to respond to her question. Lindsay and Xià Yuè had re-entered the kitchen, leaving Lindsay, Li Muhán, and Xià Yuè in the room. At this moment, Xià Yuè nestled on the sofa, sipping cola while watching television. Seemingly indifferent to the exchange between Lin Ziyu and Li Muhán. Ziyu, I just want a simple dinner, Li Muhán stated. I know, Captain. But once you mentioned this to Director Lin, there was no turning back. Why is that? You might not be aware. But Director Lin is quite keen on inviting others to her home for dinner. No way does Lin Ze have such a penchant. It wasn't always so, Lin Ziyu clarified. About a year ago, she attended some leadership training on how to be a good leader. After returning, she began inviting people over for dinner every day. Li Muhán was taken aback. So now we are her experimental subjects. Don't worry, Lin Ziyu said with a slight smile. Director Lin's culinary skills are quite commendable. The enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen eased Li Muhán's tension. He himself possessed culinary knowledge, and the scent was indeed indicative of a delightful feast. Although the abrupt invitation to dine at a superior's home felt somewhat awkward and left him feeling powerless, at least in terms of taste. It promised to be a pleasurable and anticipated experience. Yet Li Muhán remained apprehensive, particularly after Xià Yuè mentioned a contingency plan. Despite her seemingly composed and reliable demeanor. As the saying goes, even something pink may conceal darkness within. Who knew if she was holding back any surprises for him? Thus, there was no escaping the reality. From the moment one stepped into this room, a dinner was to be enjoyed here tonight. Lin Ziyu patted Li Muhán's shoulder. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 7 p.m. Lin Ze and Xià Yuè had already prepared an exquisite feast. Although Lin Ziyu initially intended to stay, he received a call about an attack on the firewall he had set up, which prompted his abrupt departure. Mere minutes after Lin Ziyu left, Li Muhán received a call from Aunt Jiang. Xiaohon, we've arrived at the 35th floor. Where are you? One moment, Auntie. I'll be right there to meet you. Li Muhán covered the phone and spoke to Lin Ze, who had just emerged from the kitchen. Lin Bureau. My adoptive parents have arrived. Then what are you hesitating for? Go greet them. Lin Ze said, as he brought out the last dish and waved his hand toward Li Muhán. Li Muhán gently opened the door. Winter nights always arrived swiftly. Though it was only 7 p.m., the sky had turned somewhat dim, and the hallway lights flickered to life. He directed his gaze down the corridor, catching sight of the familiar figures. Uncle Gu and Aunt Jiang were discussing something near the elevator, accompanied by the girl Gu Roshi, whose presence evoked a blend of familiarity and distance. Li Muhán's brow furrowed slightly. She had once embodied all his hopes and expectations, yet now she seemed somewhat bothersome. Uncle. Auntie. Li Muhán waved his arm, appearing particularly warm in the gentle glow of the lights. Over here. He beckoned the three of them into the room. As the elders and Gu Roshi stepped into this simple yet cozy abode, they were momentarily taken aback. The air was infused with the subtle aroma of incense and the savory scent of home-cooked dishes. This was entirely different from their preconceived notion of a private dining establishment. What lay before them was merely a modestly adorned, warm, and inviting living space. However, as the elders pondered, their attention was drawn to the dining table. Elegantly arranged with an array of enticing dishes, the delectable aroma wafting through the air. Each dish appeared to be crafted by a master chef. The braised ribs glistened with rich, savory sauce. The steamed sea bass was pale and tender, steam rising gently. The stir-fried vegetables were vibrant and fresh, enticing all to indulge. It was then that the elders began to believe this might indeed be a private dining establishment. To be honest, when the first dish was served, Xià Yuè had already seated herself at the table, gazing at Lin Ze with pleading eyes. Yet, each time her eager hand reached for a dish, Lin Ze would gently deter her with a warm smile. Now, seeing Li Muhán bring in guests, her eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation. Let us commence the feast. All the dishes are served, everyone please take a seat. Lin Ze smiled at Uncle Gu and Aunt Jiang, whose demeanor and serene smile, coupled with her beauty, left the elders somewhat flustered. This hardly resembled the proprietor of a private dining establishment. Oh, Xiaohon. Did you deliberately choose this place? It exudes a warm sense of home, showcasing your thoughtful nature. Although Uncle Gu felt somewhat perplexed, his generous heart allowed him to smile and pat Li Muhán on the shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, Li Muhán was already more awkward than both of them combined. As for Gu Roshi, she too felt a sense of discomfort. Present in the room were 4 young women, Xià Yuè, Lin Ze, Su Shuai, and herself. She had always been regarded as the epitome of beauty in the eyes of her friends, yet now, in the presence of these 3 maidens, she felt rather ordinary. Especially when compared to Xià Yuè, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of inferiority. At that moment, Xià Yuè gripped her chopsticks with precision, her fingers taut and orderly. Resembling a warrior poised for battle, filled with both tension and anticipation. Her gaze shifted to Li Muhán, her eyes sparkling with excitement and hope. She softly voiced her most straightforward thought, "Is it time to eat?" "Just a moment, dear," Li Muhán replied warmly, laced with a hint of affection. He swiftly retrieved a can of chilled cola from the refrigerator and, as he handed it to Xià Yuè, he playfully tousled her slightly disheveled hair. After combing Xià Yuè, he turned to the elders with respect, saying, "Uncle, Auntie, please have a seat here," gesturing towards the elegantly arranged chairs nearby. Throughout this entire welcoming process, Li Muhán exhibited an extreme indifference towards Gu Ruoshi, as though she were utterly invisible in this space. Never casting even a fleeting glance or uttering a word to acknowledge the girl who once held a place in his heart. It was only then that the elders truly scrutinized Xià Yuè. Aunt Jiang, the woman of keen insight, recognized that the voice of the girl speaking beside Li Muhán during the phone call belonged to her. She noted the petite delicacy of the young maiden, realizing that even her daughter, whom she had always taken pride in, paled in comparison to this girl. However, what piqued their curiosity even more was who this girl was and why her actions appeared so intimate with Li Muhán. Once the elders were seated, Lin Ze and Su Shuai joined them. This left the elders somewhat perplexed. In their eyes, Lin Ze and Su Shuai seemed to embody the roles of chef and server, quietly and considerately preparing for this dinner. Yet at that moment, they were not fulfilling their expected duties but rather sat down to share in the dining experience like everyone else. In the midst of their confusion, Uncle Gu broke the silence with a smile. "Are these 2 your friends, Xiao Hon?" "Ah. Oh. They. Just as Li Muhán was about to clarify that they were her superior and colleague, Su Shuai suddenly spoke up with a smile. "Uncle, Auntie, hello. My name is Su Shuai. I am Muhán's senior at university. He has helped me immensely, so upon learning of your visit, I wanted to join you. I hope I won't intrude upon your pleasant evening." Su Shuai spoke with a gentle elegance and displayed a refined demeanor in her every gesture, creating an atmosphere that made the elderly couple feel as if they were basking in the warmth of spring. Of course not, sister. You are Muhán's senior, so you must also be our Ruoshi's senior, right?" Aunt Jiang smiled as she glanced at her daughter, hoping to involve her in the conversation. "Oh, I apologize, but I do not know your daughter." However, the moment Su Shuai mentioned Gu Ruoshi, her previously warm expression took on a hint of coldness, and her tone became noticeably aloof. Gu Ruoshi, of course, did not recognize Su Shuai either. She typically chose friends who were less attractive, ones who would enhance her own beauty. How could she possibly seek out a stunning beauty like Su Shuai? That would only make her a mere backdrop. "Hello, I am Li Muhán's homeroom teacher." To alleviate the awkwardness that had suddenly enveloped the room, Lin Ze interjected, balancing a cup of coffee in her hand, her legs crossed, as she stirred the liquid within. Her smile remained warm, yet there was an air of distance about her. "Teacher!" Uncle Gu exclaimed in surprise, casting a reproachful glance at Li Muhán. "Xiao Hon, how could you bring our teacher home and even have her cook for us?" Li Muhán, at a loss for words, pondered whether this was indeed Su Shuai's scheme. Nevertheless, he concluded that it was certainly preferable to having 2 maids. "Please do not blame him, Uncle," Lin Ze interjected kindly, coming to Li Muhán's defense. "Li Muhán excels academically and is a rare gem of a student. I have great admiration for him and was eager to meet the remarkable parents who raised such an outstanding child. I hope my intrusion is not too forward. And I trust you will forgive me." Truly, as a public figure, her words flowed smoothly, quickly winning over the elderly couple. Yet, only Gu Ruoshi remained skeptical and unconvinced. How could a university as illustrious as Tianhai University have such a beautiful teacher without her knowledge? The homeroom teacher of Li Muhán was a balding middle-aged man, entirely unrelated to the enchanting young woman before them. Eventually, the couple's gaze settled upon Xià Yuè, whom Aunt Jiang was particularly attentive to, as her interactions with Li Muhán appeared strikingly intimate, almost as if they were a couple. "Oh, this is Xià Yuè." Li Muhán noticed the couple's focus shift to Xià Yuè. He understood that her situation was delicate, especially since Gu Ruoshi had seen her living in their home. Acting swiftly, he reached out to grasp Xià Yuè's delicate wrist just as she was about to take a bite of her food. In that moment, Xià Yuè felt a sudden tightening in her chest, startled by the unexpected gesture, her heart racing as if she were a thief caught red-handed. She slightly turned her head to look at Li Muhán, their eyes met, and in his gaze, warm and tender like the gentle autumn sun, she found solace and affection. Uncle, Auntie, Li Muhán began in a soft yet assured tone, seizing the opportunity. Please allow me to formally introduce you to both of them. He took Xià Yuè's hand and rose from his seat. Yet Xià Yuè's gaze lingered longingly on the array of dishes before them. This is my girlfriend, Xià Yuè. Everyone present reacted in their own way. Linze propped his chin on his hand, smiling as he savored the scene, while Xu Shui feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Aunt Jiang and Uncle Gu exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback by Li Muhán's forthrightness. As for Gu Ruoshi, she clenched her chopsticks tightly, the pent-up emotions within her finally erupting at that moment. Muhán, are you about to say something to me? Gu Ruoshi interjected with a cold laugh just as Li Muhán was introducing Xià Yuè. Huh? It was the first time Li Muhán turned to look at Gu Ruoshi. And upon grasping the situation, he let out a cold chuckle, responding, well, no need for formality. It was now Gu Ruoshi's turn to be taken aback. She had anticipated that Li Muhán might feign indifference, deliberately ignoring her, yet she never expected him to utter such words. Before she could press further, Li Muhán continued. It seems you have something to say to me. I saved you this time, so you ought to express your gratitude. However, I have already stated no need for thanks. So we needn't dwell on this topic any longer. With that, Li Muhán wasted not a moment more on Gu Ruoshi, immediately turning to the elders with a smile. Uncle. Auntie, Xià Yuè is also a student at Tianhai University. We are currently living together. Or how long have you known each other? Aunt Jiang asked awkwardly, still unwilling to accept that Li Muhán and her daughter Gu Ruoshi had truly come to an end. This girl, Xià Yuè, was undeniably far more beautiful than her own daughter. If judged solely on appearance, any man would likely choose Xià Yuè over Gu Ruoshi. Perhaps it was due to the bluntness of the earlier exchange between her daughter and Li Muhán, which felt as if he was outright saying to Gu Ruoshi, who are you? Are we that familiar? Uncle Gu also found himself in an uncomfortable position. Fortunately, Xu Shui, with her high emotional intelligence, prompted everyone to begin their meal and even went to fetch a bottle of fine wine for Uncle Gu. The atmosphere began to ease somewhat, though Gu Ruoshi still seemed to be holding her breath, while Xià Yuè remained oblivious, focusing entirely on the delectable food, relishing each bite. Xiaohong, seeing you so well off truly brings joy to your uncle, he said as the wine flowed and conversations blossomed. Uncle Gu patted Li Muhán on the shoulder, his eyes even glistening with tears. You have so many friends now, and your personality has brightened. I am genuinely happy for you. Li Muhán, who refrained from drinking, still accompanied them for a couple of toasts, humbly shaking his head. Uncle, Auntie, this is all thanks to you. Without your support, I, Li Muhán, would never have had the chance to emerge from that abyss. Enough of such talk, let us enjoy this joyous occasion. Aunt Jiang was also influenced by the atmosphere. Although tears glistened in her eyes, she was reluctant to let the conversation continue down a sorrowful path. Therefore, she quickly tugged at her husband's sleeve, pulling him back to his seat. Gu Ruoshi seemed to be struggling with her words, but after downing a glass of white liquor, she could no longer remain seated. Suddenly, she stood up and addressed Li Muhán directly. Li Muhán, what exactly is your relationship with her? Do not attempt to deceive me. There is no way you could be lovers. The mood was once again shattered, and the her Gu Ruoshi referred to was, of course, the ever-snacking Xià Yuè. Xiaoxi, what is wrong with you? Aunt Jiang pulled at Gu Ruoshi's sleeve, hoping to remind her that one should not turn their back on someone after accepting their kindness. Mom, you don't understand, this woman is not a good person. Xiaoxi, what are you saying? She is Xiaohong's girlfriend, watch your words. Old Gu was also upset and stood up, glaring at his daughter. Xu Shui and Lindsay exchanged glances, seemingly having anticipated this confrontation. Dad, Mom, you must believe me, this woman is Xià Yuè, a notorious figure at our university. Li Muhán remained silent, merely observing Gu Ruoxia's performance with quiet amusement. Li Muhán, I warned you before to respect yourself. Perhaps now that you have befriended someone of significance, you feel elevated, but you should distance yourself from such women. All she desires is your wealth. She is nothing but a vampire. With a clatter, Xià Yuè's chopsticks fell to the ground. She turned her head, gazing at Gu Ruoxia with surprise. How do you know? How could I not know? Your deeds have long since spread throughout the school. So tell me, how much of Li Muhán's blood have you drained? I haven't drained much, perhaps about 200 milliliters a day. Li Muhán was left speechless, bemused by the absurdity of their exchange. As if they were conversing on entirely different wavelengths. Gu Ruoxia's parents were equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. Yet it was evident that their daughter was familiar with a girl named Xià Yuè and held some disdain towards her. Chelsea, enough with this nonsense. Aunt John's expression turned grave. Mom. This is common knowledge throughout the school. This woman is involved in that kind of business. Aunt John's eyes widened. Involuntarily shifting her gaze towards Xià Yuè. Xià Yuè, seemingly startled at having her vampiric identity exposed by a mere human, lowered her head, hands clutching her skirt in silence. Appearing as though she were caught in an embarrassing revelation. Now old Gu felt something was amiss. Xiaohan, is this true? Uncle, Auntie. Do you think she resembles the kind of person your daughter describes? Li Muhán coolly regarded the three individuals before him, speaking with a measured calm. Do you truly believe she is the type of person your daughter claims? One may know a person's face but not their heart. Li Muhán. I am merely looking out for your well-being, do not let yourself be deceived by such a woman. Oh dear, this video is truly mortifying. Suddenly, Xu Shui interrupted Gu Ruoxia's words, revealing that she had produced her phone, which was now playing some sort of video. Uncle, Aunt, would you care to see something intriguing? This is quite fascinating. Xu Shui gradually increased the volume of her phone, and suddenly, the sultry sounds of a woman's moans emanated from the device. At that moment, Gu Ruoxia's face drained of color, for she recognized that voice all too well. Was it not her own? What was happening? Why did her voice resound from the phone? And that man's voice, wasn't it Zhao Chenkuan's? Could it be? What are you doing? Gu Ruoxia nearly screamed at Xu Shui, who merely shrugged and chuckled, lowering the volume slightly. My apologies, but someone sent me this video, and I found it rather amusing. Well, how should I put it? The woman sounds just like Miss Gu just mentioned, utterly shameless. Oh dear, Miss Gu, why does this woman resemble you so much? Uncle, Aunt. Would you like to take a look? Gu Ruoxia's complexion turned pale. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? She had betrayed Li Muhán fast, selling her body for money. Violating the vows she once made. Why had she so easily projected these transgressions onto another? The abruptness of the situation left her parents bewildered. Unable to comprehend how matters had escalated so quickly. Xu Shui's words lingered in their minds. Uncle Gu, seasoned in worldly affairs, instantly grasped the implications. Though anger flared within him at Xu Shui's actions, he suppressed it and turned to his daughter, asking, Ruoxi, what on earth have you done? Aunt John's expression shifted uneasily as she trembled, grasping Gu Ruoxi's hand. Sisi, have you truly done something to wrong Xiaohan? At that moment, Gu Ruoxi was rendered speechless. Her face flushed with shame as she stood there, biting her lip. What have you done? Old Gu slammed his hand on the table, causing the wine glass to topple. Xu Shui exchanged a knowing glance with Lindsay, the subtle smile gracing their lips as it seemed Mr. and Mrs. Gu were not oblivious to the situation, and perhaps no further action was required from them. Mom, Dad, I only desire a better life. To ascend to a higher social echelon. You raised me beautifully, so is it wrong for me to utilize that to live more comfortably? While uttering these words, her gaze remained fixed on the ground, her tone laced with embarrassment, lacking the audacity she had displayed when speaking to Li Muhán in the rented apartment. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with striving for a better goal. We respect your life choices, Lindsay replied, maintaining his smile. His chin resting on his hands as he regarded Gu Ruoxi. However, could you refrain from slandering others? The matters you spoke of concerning Xià Yuè, no one has witnessed them firsthand, yet you articulate them with such conviction. Meanwhile, What you have done has been captured on video and sold as art. At this, Gu Ruoshi crumbled, the weight of the revelation crashing down upon her. Had she truly been filmed during her encounters with Zhao Qianquan? Slowly, she raised her eyes, seeking help from Li Muhán with a desperate gaze. However, Li Muhán's demeanor was even colder than she had anticipated. I must tell you, to Gu Ruoshi, the greater the tempest, the more valuable the fish. Indeed, this holds true. Yet, the fiercer the storm, the higher the risk of capsizing. You are fortunate this time, for that Xiao fellow encountered trouble before he could betray you. Otherwise, would you still be here dining with your parents? Gu Ruoshi was rendered speechless by Li Muhán's words, yet she remained defiant. She could not fathom losing to Xià Yuè. After all these years with Li Muhán, the thought of him standing beside another woman was unfathomable to her. Xiao Huan, please calm down. This matter is our CLC's fault. Both of us, the older generation, feel quite ashamed, but you two do share a long-standing bond, and Jiang attempted to interject, referring to herself and her husband as the older generation. However, Uncle Gu's face had already fallen. He interrupted Aunt Jiang and turned to Li Muhán, asking, Xiao Huan, I have one question for you. Are you truly involved with this Miss Xia, or is it merely a matter of pride? At that moment, Li Muhán was as tranquil as still water. He had never felt such unwavering resolve. Thus, he once again pulled Xià Yuè, who was still bewildered in her seat, closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulder as he addressed the three of them. Uncle, there are only 2 keys to my home, and the other one is in her possession. Sighing, Aunt Jiang understood the implication of Li Muhán's words. The message was exceedingly clear. It was as if he had almost explicitly declared, she is mine. Uncle Gu then raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. Very well, Xiao Huan, we owe you an apology. The Gu family has wronged you, and we shall make amends. Gu Ruoshi gazed at Li Muhán, her eyes filled with confusion. She could not comprehend how he could choose anyone but her. He had once vowed to protect her for a lifetime, so why was he now embracing another woman? In her heart, she had already cast Li Muhán as a traitor. You will regret this. With that, Gu Ruoshi picked up her bag and turned to leave the apartment. Xiao Shi. Aunt Jiang called as she hurried after her. The remaining individuals in the room exchanged silent glances, feeling the weight of the awkward atmosphere. Finally, old Gu let out a deep sigh. We have spoiled our daughter. Xiao Huan, could you please elaborate on what transpired? Li Muhán recounted how Gu Ruoshi had been seduced and manipulated by Zhao Qianquan's monetary advances, including the video of her intimate encounter with Zhao Qianquan. Old Gu felt an immense pang of sorrow as he drank one glass after another. Meanwhile, after exiting the apartment building, Gu Ruoshi had not ventured far. She took a few steps, glancing back to see if Li Muhán was following her. Disappointed to find only her mother in pursuit, she responded, Xiao Shi, why did you suddenly run off? Is there nothing that can be discussed calmly? Mom, I was wrong. I truly was, but I don't know. Gu Ruoshi trembled as she wept. Seemingly beginning to realize that Li Muhán no longer belonged to her, she had, with her own hands, extinguished this bond. Xiao Shi, Aunt Jiang interrupted Gu Ruoshi. Do not disturb Xiao Huan any longer. Aunt Jiang, who usually spoke to Gu Ruoshi with tenderness and affection, now employed a tone that was icy. Her words unfamiliar to Gu Ruoshi, despite her gentle caress of her daughter's hair. When you wrong others, you must bear the consequences, she sighed, slowly continuing. You shall never encounter someone who loves you like Xiao Huan again. The meal concluded on an unhappy note. After Aunt Jiang chased Gu Ruoshi away, Li Muhán engaged in conversation with Uncle Gu about recent events, carefully omitting any mention of the Special Management Bureau and the demons within himself. After placing Uncle Gu into a taxi, Li Muhán turned to see Lin Zhe and Su Shui, who stood by the roadside, seemingly detached from the matter at hand. Director Lin, Sister Shui, what is the situation with you two tonight? I reviewed your files and noticed you have an ex-girlfriend who tends to be quite bothersome. I thought I could help you rid yourself of this annoying entanglement, Su Shui stated, her disdain for Gu Ruoshi evident. To be frank, Li Muhán did not find anything amiss, but if it came to showing that video to Gu Ruoshi's parents, he might falter. Su Shui, however, displayed no hesitation. If Gu Ruoshi were to protest, she would likely project the video onto the living room television for everyone to observe Gu Ruoshi's skills in a scholarly manner. Regardless, Director Lin, Sister Xuè, I appreciate your concern for my affairs. No need for pleasantries, after all, I am an exemplary leader. Remember to give me full marks during the year-end evaluation. Does the Special Management Bureau even have such evaluations? Yet, seeing the earnestness in Lindsay's eyes, it seemed he was not jesting. Rest assured, a 5-star review accompanied by a 1,000-word commentary. At this moment, Xià Yuè appeared somewhat fatigued, leaning against Li Muhán. Her complexion slightly flushed. Li Muhán decided to carry her on his back. Muhán, I can drive you home. No need, Sister Xuè. You've worked hard today. Along with Director Lin and Ziyu, I'll carry her for a while to enjoy the breeze. Li Muhán bore her on his back. Akin to a weary young man carrying an inebriated maiden, smiling wryly at the absurdity of it all. After bidding farewell to Lindsay and Su Xuè, Li Muhán returned home with Xià Yuè resting on his back, during which she dozed off. Upon arriving home, Xià Yuè lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, murmuring to herself, I don't understand. What is it that you don't understand? Li Muhán inquired while tidying up the room. Why do humans expend such effort for food? Li Muhán recalled the image of Xià Yuè drinking his blood and sighed. Do not vampires in films also enjoy serving human blood in wine glasses? It must be a matter of ritual. That is all a fabrication. For it only serves to render the blood stale, only what flows freshly from the veins holds true value. As she spoke, Xià Yuè propped herself up, turning her head to fix her gaze intently upon Li Muhán, who was tidying up the room. All right, you are all gourmets, then freshness is paramount. But do consider the feelings of those whose blood is being drawn, who wishes to behold themselves drenched in their own crimson. She paused. Are you asleep? Upon hearing the silence behind him, Li Muhán turned to look and was met with Xià Yuè's exquisite countenance mere inches from his own. What the hell are you doing? Startled, Li Muhán lost his balance and fell to the ground. It must be said that a sudden appearance, even from a stunning beauty like Xià Yuè, could indeed be quite alarming. However, what was more terrifying was the fervor he discerned in her gaze, a yearning that transcended the usual craving for blood, one that was almost morbid in its intoxication. Why are you so hot? Xià Yuè's voice had taken on an odd quality. Before he could respond, she opened her mouth and without a moment's hesitation sank her teeth into his neck. What the hell, that hurts. This time, Li Muhán felt pain, starkly different from the previous sensation of being drained. Wait a moment, Xià Yuè, that really hurts. Didn't we just draw blood today? Don't be greedy. In an instant, he realized something was amiss. Xià Yuè was not merely drinking his blood, she sought to tear him apart. Her hands had already begun to shred his clothing and continued to venture downward. What the hell? I'm not ready for this. Where are you touching? Wait. He could feel the blood being drawn from his body, akin to the assault he had previously endured from that blood clan. Yet, the sensation from Xià Yuè was far more intense. Suddenly, he desperately yearned to awaken his demonic power, his eyes shifting to a pale gold. But before he could manifest his domain, in that fleeting moment, Xià Yuè pressed him forcefully to the floor, sprouting wings from her back, her hair fading to a snowy hue. Her scarlet eyes brimmed with obsession. This is bad. Although he could not comprehend the abruptness of the situation, Li Muhán felt he was on the verge of being killed by Xià Yuè. At that moment, the window was quietly pushed open by an unknown presence, and a white figure lunged in, forcefully shoving Xià Yuè away. Li Muhán quickly struggled to sit up, utilizing his demonic power to heal his wounds. During this commotion, he caught sight of the white figure, a colossal white wolf. The wolf pinned Xià Yuè down. While she lay on the ground, not resisting, merely gasping for breath, her face flashed, turning to gaze at Li Muhán with longing eyes. Eventually, he beheld the white wolf gradually shrinking in size until it transformed into the form of a girl. The girl, completely unclad, was none other than the one who had rescued him from the Blood Clan's assault. He recalled her name, Baifeng Hati. Sorry for the interruption. The young maiden turned her head and smiled softly at Li Muhán, her smile reminiscent of the chilling winds of winter, yet imbued with a mysterious allure akin to a sky full of stars. This was the first occasion Li Muhán had heard her voice. Despite being a native of the northern regions, she spoke the Huaxia language flawlessly, without a trace of an accent. However, the wolf-like Emerald glimmer in her eyes seemed to convey to Li Muhán that she was anything but ordinary. What could this mean? Li Muhán hastened to approach Xià Yuè. Although she had just attacked him, he sensed that there must be a reason behind her actions. Hattie did not respond to Li Muhán's inquiry but slowly knelt before Xià Yuè, delicately dipping her finger into the blood at the corner of Xià Yuè's mouth before testing it herself. Oh, so that is it. It appeared she had discovered something intriguing. And the smile on Hattie's face grew wider. She then rose and faced Li Muhán. At that moment, she had just transformed from her wolf form and wore no clothing, prompting Li Muhán to quickly avert his gaze. It must be noted that Hattie and Xià Yuè belonged to different realms. If Xià Yuè embodied the archetype of a gothic vampire maiden, then this tall young woman resembled a white wolf traversing through the northern snow, exuding a primal beauty. Could you kindly fetch my clothes? Hattie seemed to have noticed Li Muhán's embarrassment and smiled, gesturing towards the garments by the window. After all, I am currently not in a position to approach the window. Yet you transformed directly into a wolf and ran in here, isn't that even more conspicuous? Although he intended to retort, Li Muhán ultimately went to retrieve Hattie's clothes, turning his back to allow her to dress. Following this, Hattie gently lifted Xià Yuè, cradling her as a caring older sister would her younger sibling, then placed her softly upon the bed. What has happened to her? Observing Xià Yuè's rapid breaths and flushed cheeks, Li Muhán felt a pang of urgency. This seemed to be the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor from Xià Yuè. Her eyes, filled with anticipation and longing as they regarded him, mirrored an unmistakable state of desire. Hattie wore a faintly detached smile and candidly articulated the very thought swirling in Li Muhán's mind. He nearly gasped in shock. Do vampires experience such desires as well? Did you give her a drink flavored with currants and cloves? Hattie inquired, retrieving a small pouch from her white coat while addressing Li Muhán. Currants? Li Muhán was perplexed. In your huaxia, it is likely referred to as lantern fruit or mountain cherry, Hattie explained as she produced a small white bottle from the pouch, removing its cork. She turned to Li Muhán and commanded, help me pry open her mouth. Oh, all right. I don't recall her drinking anything wet today at that department store. She seemed to have taken a bottle of a sour beverage from someone else. It smelled like pickled beans. Li Muhán approached the bedside and gently pinched Xià Yuè's cheeks. The mere contact elicited a whimper from her, then her gaze towards him intensified with fervor, seemingly yearning for further touch. That is indeed correct. Now, please remain still and open your mouth, Hattie gently instructed Xià Yuè, seated beside the bed as she delicately tucked her hair behind her ear. Exuding a tender demeanor akin to that of a physician, Li Muhán, striving to direct Xià Yuè's head toward Hattie, gently pinched her cheeks to encourage her to comply. At that moment, Xià Yuè's wings began to stir restlessly, though the movements remained moderate. Hattie proceeded to pour the white powder into Xià Yuè's mouth. Suddenly, Li Muhán realized an unsettling truth: Hattie was also an anomaly, not under the jurisdiction of the Huaxia Special Administration Bureau. Why was he so obediently allowing her to administer something to Xià Yuè? Do not worry, I am here representing the Northern Special Administration Bureau, Hattie explained, seemingly attuned to Li Muhán's unspoken concerns as she continued to feed Xià Yuè the medicine. Once the powder was fully administered, Hattie dipped her index finger into her saliva and touched it to Xià Yuè's tongue, softly murmuring a series of incantations in a language Li Muhán could not comprehend. Gradually, he observed that Xià Yuè's restless movements began to subside, her breathing slowed, then ultimately, her vampiric form reverted to her human appearance. Xià Yuè, how are you feeling? Li Muhán crouched beside the bed, worry etched across his face. I attacked you, I am so sorry. It is of little consequence. Just refrain from consuming anything recklessly in the future, she replied. Hattie retrieved the small pouch into her pocket, rising to her feet as she spoke. The mixture of currants and cloves serves as an exceptionally potent aphrodisiac for vampires, yet typically, they are quite sensitive to that scent and would avoid it at all costs. With that, Hattie cast a glance at Xià Yuè, the hint of derision flickering in her eyes. Of course, a vampire lady who has enjoyed a prolonged period of tranquility may have long since lost such sensitive instincts. What is your purpose here? Xià Yuè, with Li Muhán's assistance, managed to sit up. Counting this occasion, I have saved your beloved twice now. Aren't you going to thank me? Hattie leaned against the wall by the door, crossing her arms as if awaiting a response. Thank you for your timely intervention last time, Li Muhán interjected, expressing gratitude before Xià Yuè could respond. There's no need for thanks, I had no intention of saving you. I merely owed a favor to the Special Administration Bureau, as my current purpose in Huaxia requires their assistance. As I mentioned previously, if you should approach the Bureau for this matter, it has nothing to do with me. And I will not assist you. Xià Yuè appeared decidedly unfriendly towards Hati, suggesting a history of animosity between them, which Li Muhán noted but felt it prudent to remain silent. Then I shall proceed in my own manner, Hati remarked, seemingly unwilling to linger any longer. She moved to the window and, turning to Li Muhán, added, I find you quite intriguing, Li Muhán. Classmate? As Li Muhán pondered why Hati addressed him in such a manner, Xià Yuè prepared to leap from the bed toward her. You wild beast with hair. Get out. Hati. In response, leaned back from the window frame, vanishing from sight. A howl echoed from outside, accompanied by the startled exclamations of neighbors. Goodness, are there wolves howling tonight? Half an hour later, Xià Yuè had finally regained her composure and began recounting the tale of Hati to Li Muhán. Like me, she was an anomaly. A being of catastrophic caliber. The modesty and high city boast both of you, the sleeping dragon and the phoenix chick. Yet we are neither dragon nor phoenix. Li Muhán intended to make a jest, but upon seeing Xià Yuè's utter lack of comprehension regarding the reference, he redirected the conversation. So, what is her purpose in Huaxia? To seek her brother. Xià Yuè informed Li Muhán that Hati was the last descendant of Fenrir from northern legends, and she had a brother named Skoll. Skoll chases the sun, while Hati pursues the moon, according to the legend. When Skoll and Hati each devour the sun and the moon, the world will herald the twilight of the gods. Li Muhán was familiar with this Norse mythology, particularly the renowned Fenrir, though most of it appeared in novels and games. This was precisely the kind of conundrum that the Special Administration struggled with, the existence of true divine beings rooted in mythology. The notion that deities from mythology genuinely existed felt surreal. Li Muhán couldn't help but reflect that, considering the thunderous general residing within him, perhaps it wasn't so far-fetched after all. Perhaps all enduring myths have their origins, though the people of those times lacked understanding of such formidable beings, leading them to weave countless tales. Moreover, while the myths that have persisted through time may differ, a closer examination reveals numerous commonalities within them. So, what enmity exists between you and her? During her travels in the north, she mistook me for the moon and attempted to devour me, resulting in a scuffle. The truth becomes clear. Li Muhán's mind began to conjure images. Many years ago, a wolf that chased the moon awoke one day to find the moon walking upon the earth, prompting it to pounce like a dog chasing a ball. Lo and behold, the moon retaliated. Thus, a battle ensued. This sounded rather childish. Xià Yuè seemed reluctant to continue discussing Hati and Skoll. That woman is a lustful she-wolf. You must not let her catch you. Xià Yuè persistently reiterated this warning to Li Muhán, seemingly genuinely fearful of any excessive interaction between him and Hati. Li Muhán chuckled in agreement, pondering whether revealing to Xià Yuè that Hati had just claimed she was in heat would compel her to leap out the window to confront Hati for another fight. To spare his colleagues at the Special Administration from another late night and to lessen the dark circles under Lindsay's eyes, Li Muhán decided against voicing this thought. However, you and the Special Administration are closely connected and they rely on your intellect. Thus, the following day, Li Muhán was summoned to the Special Administration, where Lindsay requested a detailed account of the events from the previous night. They were not surveilling Li Muhán and Xià Yuè. The member of the Special Management Bureau responsible for the temporary oversight of Hati reported that Hati visited the residences of Xià Yuè and Li Muhán last night, indicating that this group of individuals was indeed working overtime. Lindsay, holding a cup of coffee, bore large dark circles under his eyes, yet maintained an unperturbed smile. Li Muhán worried that she might suddenly cough up blood due to exhaustion. Such a situation is truly worrisome. Finally, she sighed deeply. Do not concern yourself with Hati. The Special Management Bureau will assist her in locating Skoll. After all, a runaway natural disaster level entity in our nation is a matter of grave significance. Director Lin. Is that all you needed me for? If so, may I leave now? I have a class in the afternoon. Wait a moment. Lindsay stood up and approached Li Muhán, patting him on the shoulder. Do you remember the matter we discussed last time? Are you referring to the support for the 9th squad? I'm glad you recall. Come in. Lindsay snapped his fingers. And the office door swung open to reveal Inchi. Her petite figure was enveloped in a black hooded sweatshirt, although her height was merely 160 centimeters. Her legs were long and slender, accentuated by tight black pants that made her appear particularly striking. After entering, she glanced at Li Muhán. Then bypassed him entirely to greet Lindsay. Director Lin. Lindsay smiled and nodded, then pointed towards Li Muhán. Aren't you going to greet your new captain? Inchi cast a sidelong glance at Li Muhán. Captain Litlam, you may still call me Li Muhán. Li Muhán felt a bit awkward. Lindsay had clearly stated that the 7th squad recommended him for captain, yet Inchi's demeanor suggested otherwise. Lindsay seemed to sense Li Muhán's thoughts and, after taking a sip of coffee, remarked, "Do not doubt my words, the first to recommend you was Lindsay, and the second was Inchi." Humph, Inchi scoffed. Li Muhán felt relieved. It appeared that she was merely being tsandara. Inchi, your captain is here, so I will inform you of the transfer order. Starting today, Li Muhán will be temporarily reassigned to assist the 9th group of the Supernatural Management Department. During his absence, you will oversee the 7th squad. Can a squad of just 3 members still execute missions? Inchi asked without reservation. At this moment, Li Muhán understood that Inchi's displeasure stemmed from the fact that he had just become the captain of the 7th squad and was now being reassigned to another squad, which was indeed a humiliation for the 7th squad. The transfer order was issued personally by the director. Compliance is mandatory. Lindsay's tone grew somewhat icy, and Inchi slowly turned her head, seemingly still expressing her dissatisfaction. Very well, Li Muhán. Let me provide you with a detailed introduction to the various departments of the Special Management Bureau. The Tianhai City Special Management Bureau is under the jurisdiction of the Nanling Province Special Management Bureau. Within Tianhai City, there are numerous divisions and offices, totaling 12 management bureaus and research institutes. Director, I have a class this afternoon. Li Muhán is certainly not an academic prodigy. He exerted every ounce of effort to gain admission to Tianhai University solely for the sake of gurushi. Now, upon hearing such a lengthy discourse, he feels an overwhelming urge to doze off. Lindsay refrains from continuing his discourse, merely patting Li Muhán on the shoulder. Very well. You can gradually acclimate yourself to the work ahead. After your classes this evening, report to the Department of Supernatural Management. Someone will be there to assist you. She said nothing further, acknowledging that he was now part of the Special Administration Bureau and education was no longer his priority. This sentiment brought a flicker of emotion to Li Muhán, yet he couldn't help but voice his confusion. Is it so urgent? After all, your temporary reassignment is to address a rather intricate incident. Inchi scoffed, prompting a glare from Lindsay. Rest assured, your captain will not be usurped. It is merely a temporary assignment. Who cares? I simply don't want Team 7 to be left without tasks. All right, you all may leave now. Upon exiting the Special Administration Bureau, Li Muhán made his way directly to the school. Notably, Xià Yuè was also present at school today, and the two coincidentally crossed paths at the entrance. Despite the curious and disdainful glances cast by those around them, Li Muhán remained utterly indifferent. Let others say whatever they wish. After escorting Xià Yuè to her respective building, he encountered old Luo. Muhán. That girl from the barbecue shop last time, was it really Xià Yuè? Indeed. Are you two actually dating? Not quite. Old Luo's disbelief was evident as he persisted in pressuring Li Muhán for the truth. Li Muhán felt exasperated. How could he explain? Should he disclose to old Luo that Xià Yuè is a vampire and he is merely her mobile blood bag? Just as they were walking towards the classroom, a sudden voice called out to Li Muhán. Li Muhán. Huh? Who is it? Both Li Muhán and old Luo turned around simultaneously, their expressions frozen in surprise. A tall, beautiful girl clad in school uniform stood nearby, beaming at them. More accurately, she was gazing at Li Muhán. Oh my goodness. Is that the legendary beauty from the north? The transfer student. Oh my goodness, Hattie. Hattie approached Li Muhán, suddenly opening her arms to gently embrace him. Old Luo stood there, utterly bewildered, as did the surrounding students, some of whom began to whisper among themselves. What is going on? Isn't that transfer student known for being particularly aloof? Who is she? I don't recognize her. She doesn't seem particularly attractive. Could you please let go of me? Li Muhán hurriedly extricated himself from Hatti's embrace. Don't be shy. This is merely our clan's way of greeting. Hatti replied with a mischievous smile directed at Li Muhán. What a fuss. Regardless of whether you are a wolf or a dog, I don't recall either species greeting with an embrace. At most, it would be a nose-to-nose touch, a kiss. Or a nuzzle. However, Hatti seemed to perceive Li Muhán's thoughts, gently cradling his face. If you wish, it is permissible. She then licked her lips, revealing an alluring smile. Muhán. You actually know this transfer student. Luoyang let out a startled cry, and Hatti glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Her expression instantly turning somewhat frigid. I apologize, but I would like to have a moment alone with him, if you don't mind. Of course, please. Luoyang stammered. Struggling to articulate his words, yet even Hatti's demeanor left him feeling weak and unsteady. No. Luoyang, you dare to leave. Li Muhán exclaimed, hastily calling out to Luoyang, who was already turning to depart. I don't want to go either. That girl's gaze is terrifying. Are we not brothers anymore? We are. But a brother must not impede another's romantic pursuits. Farewell. With that, Luoyang turned and sprinted away. The speed at which he ran startling Li Muhán for the first time. Just as Hatti was drawing near, her lips almost brushing against his. She suddenly sensed a murderous intent behind her. When she turned to look, a figure lunged at her, pushing her to the ground. I told you to stay away from him, you foolish wolf. Xià Yuè exclaimed, pinning Hatti down, her sharp canines and fury barely contained. Yet, Hatti did not struggle. Merely smiling back at Xià Yuè. Does Little Moon also guard her prey? The more you act this way, the more I wish to devour him. Shut your mouth. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tumultuous. Xià Yuè and Hatti, two incredibly talked about figures in the school, were clashing over a man. What a glitch scenario. This development seemed off. What's happening? Come quick. Xià Yuè is fighting with that transfer student. Wait, is that really Xià Yuè's character? This is different from what I heard. Luoyang was left speechless. My goodness, Li Muhán, you are truly full of surprises. Li Muhán rushed forward to embrace Xià Yuè. Stop. Don't fight here. This lecherous wolf. I will kill her. You couldn't kill me 300 years ago, and you can't now. Hatti gradually revealed her fangs, her smile becoming increasingly frenzied. Oh my goodness. Li Muhán was dumbfounded. While watching women fight could be captivating, if these two truly unleashed their powers here, none of the students would be spared. And he would surely witness Lin Zhe's wrath. Realizing this, Li Muhán exerted all his strength to pull Xià Yuè away from Hatti, who slowly rose from the ground, brushing off her slightly soiled uniform. With a serene smile, she remarked, still as wild as before. Wild? Who can outmatch you, you foolish wolf? Speak more clearly. Little but, I wouldn't mind continuing what we left unfinished right here. No problem, bring it on. Let us get started. Li Muhán could no longer contain himself. He scooped Xià Yuè into a princess carry and dashed out of the school gates. This is where today's lessons end. All that remained were the bewildered gazes of onlookers and the rising tide of murmured discussions. What a situation. That man chose Xià Yuè. Indeed, Xià Yuè is exceptionally beautiful. But I believe Hatti is far superior. Furthermore, I sense Xià Yuè rather promiscuous. Who knows, perhaps some people are simply drawn to that. Hatti crossed her arms and gazed at the distant figure of Li Muhán, her peculiar smile once again gracing her face. The more you cherish something, the more I yearn to taint it. In the luxurious hospital room on the top floor of the first hospital of Tianhai City, Xiao Qianquan had emerged from the perilous phase and had awakened from his coma, yet that hand would never return. Each day, he was jolted awake from nightmares, tormented by a terrifying monster that relentlessly pursued him, breaking his arm time and again, all the while grinning at him. Li Muhán. That monster. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Zhao Zhijiang. Upon seeing his son trembling on the bed, a frown creased his brow. Next month. I will send you abroad for prosthetic surgery, and you need not return. Zhao Zhijiang said coldly. Dad, that night, I truly saw the monster. Enough. Be quiet. Zhao Zhijiang's emotions were volatile. During this time, he had tripled the bounty on Li Muhán, yet no one had come forward to claim it. In fact, numerous formidable figures had called him, urging him to cease his pursuit. The strange call he had received earlier was likely just a prank. How foolish of him to harbor any hope. Dad, why can't you believe me? That Li Muhán, he is a monster. Seeing his son in such a pitiful state, Zhao Zhijiang's anger flared. Shut your mouth. He kicked over the chair beside the bed and pointed at Zhao Qianquan's nose, berating him. I didn't interfere when you dallied with women or indulged in drugs because I felt guilty towards your mother, thinking it fine if you muddle through life in wealth. But do you even realize the trouble you've caused this time? I didn't know, Dad. I just wanted to teach that orphan a lesson. In this world, there are countless people and women, why did you have to pick his? Zhao Zhijiang believed Li Muhán's aggression towards his son stemmed from his ex-girlfriend. Gu Ruoshi, unaware that Zhao Qianquan had brought this upon himself. Zhao Qianquan, however, would not explain. He understood that despite the reprimands, his father's fury towards Li Muhán was no lesser than his own. Dad, do you have any way to kill him? Kill him. Do you realize we should be praying for that man's well-being? If he were to die in an accident, I might very well be left to rot in the wilderness 10 minutes later. Zhao Qianquan was stunned. He had considered the severity of the situation but had not anticipated that even his father could not handle it, let alone that it might threaten his father's life. Dad, who exactly is Li Muhán? Who is he? He is nothing at all. I find it perplexing. He is merely an orphan without any background. Why are there so many formidable beings emerging to protect him? It seems that should I dare to harm even a single hair on him, an army of celestial soldiers would descend upon my entire family. Zhao Qianquan attempted to console his father. Father, why don't we hire an assassin? Do you think I haven't tried? Do you have any idea what his bounty is on the underground list? 30 million. Damn it. Not a soul even glances at it. This appeared to be the first time Zhao Qianquan witnessed his father so enraged. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhao Qianquan. And he spoke to Zhao Zhijiang. Father, since we cannot touch him, why not target his family? Have you lost your mind? He is an orphan, don't you know? Faced with his father's fury, Zhao Qianquan let out a cold laugh and replied, Father, you seem to be unaware. Although he is an orphan, that despicable woman's parents are like his adoptive guardians. Oh, the despicable woman you mentioned is the one you were involved with before. Yes, the ex-girlfriend of that orphan. We can take action against her. Let us capture that wretched girl and her parents. I refuse to believe that Li Muhán, that orphan, would dare to oppose us. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhijiang shook his head. Forget it. Do you think you can walk away unscathed after dealing with them? We can simply deny it later. It's not that simple. Sight, let us drop this matter. You should go abroad next month and not return. But, father. I have spoken. This matter ends here. Zhao Zhijiang stood up in anger. How could he not desire vengeance? It was not merely for his son, but to reclaim the dignity trampled upon by Li Muhán in recent days. However, weighing the pros and cons, he realized that even if he were to eliminate that wretched girl and her parents, what would it accomplish? In the end, he would have to pay the price. What was his identity, after all? This deal was a complete loss. Seeing his father's stance, Zhao Qianquan said nothing, but his mind seemed to be racing with ideas. If professional assassins refused the job, why not enlist a foolhardy youth? Zhao Qianquan's intellect seemed to be at this level. Yet there were indeed individuals even less astute than him willing to engage. Once his father departed, he retrieved his phone with his remaining right hand. Hello, Dazhuang. Are you short on cash lately? Cousin? You know me well, I am perpetually in need of money. Enough of the chit-chat, help me with something. And I want to skimp on your payment. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Qianquan's eyes. Meanwhile, in an ice cream shop on the commercial street, everyone stared in astonishment at a couple. They were amazed to see at least 10 large bowls of ice cream placed on the table before them. What shocked them even more was that the petite and seemingly adorable girl was consuming all of it by herself. Well, are you still not calmed down? Li Muhán propped his chin on his hand, observing Xià Yuè, who seemed to be either sulking or genuinely relishing the ice cream, and said, "Why don't you keep your distance from her? I warned you that she is dangerous." Xià Yuè gazed at Li Muhán with evident dissatisfaction. "If I do not unleash my abilities, that I am merely an ordinary person. How could I possibly evade her embrace?" The steel spoon, almost fragile in the girl's mouth, crunched under the pressure. The ice cream mixed with it reduced to a pulp before being swallowed. The flavor I had finally managed to savor was now entirely tainted by the foul stench of that wild wolf. Li Muhán had no intention of addressing Hattie, for she was undeniably peculiar, and he could not fathom her desire to draw near to him. However, as he observed Xià Yuè, clearly infuriated to the point of madness, he understood. Hattie was deliberately attempting to vex Xià Yuè by getting closer to him. It seemed that this vampire's intelligence had not developed as favorably over the years as Hattie's, making her an easy target for mockery. In any case, could you refrain from associating with her in the future? Li Muhán wished to respond affirmatively but felt an unexpected urge to play a prank. Why is that? I find Hattie quite agreeable. She has saved me twice, and oh, by the way, the second time was during your attack. I did that because in any case, I can protect you too. You need not seek her shelter. What should I do then? Li Muhán's teasing tone was apparent to any discerning observer. Yet Xià Yuè remained oblivious to such human jests, her anxiety palpable. Suddenly, her expression darkened, and she gripped the spoon, now devoid of its head, with a strange smile gracing her face. It seems the better course would be to eliminate her. Huh? Wait, what are you planning to do? I was joking. Li Muhán did not anticipate Xià Yuè's sudden shift toward darkness. It appeared that such jokes should not be made lightly. Oh, is that so? Do you feel pity for her? Very well, if she cannot be killed, then I shall simply confine you at home. By heavens! Li Muhán was taken aback. Had she truly turned into a Yanderer? Ultimately, he exerted tremendous effort to placate the little vampire. And only when she felt that he scent bore no trace of Hattie was she willing to release him. Originally, they had planned to visit the 9th Special Bureau that evening, but due to the conflict with Xià Yuè, Li Muhán and Lindsay took a leave of absence, spending the night soothing Xià Yuè's emotions. Lindsay, being quite understanding, clearly stated, "Calming that blood-sucking creature's feelings is also part of your duties." Thus, early the next morning, Li Muhán boarded a bus alone, heading to the address Lindsay had provided. Upon arrival, he realized that this was none other than Xià Yuè Mountain, located to the north of Tianhai City. The Special Bureau was not only underground but also situated atop a mountain. With a sense of curiosity, he ascended the mountain. Xià Yuè Mountain is a level 3 scenic area in Tianhai City, and even on a weekday, tourists were incessantly flocking there. The foremost attraction atop the mountain was the renowned Zhongwu Taoist temple, celebrated throughout China. It is said that this temple was established by a highly esteemed Taoist priest of the Quanzhen sect during the Song dynasty, who traveled southward. Over the course of its development, it formed its own distinct sect, and today it can be regarded as steeped in a rich historical and cultural heritage. As Li Muhán observed the continuous stream of worshippers, an unusual sensation suddenly washed over him. A faint, almost ethereal sound resembling a dragon's roar echoed in his ears, as if it possessed an enchanting power that drew him away from the main hall of the temple and into the secluded backyard. This area stood apart from the temple itself, marked only by a lowly flat-roofed structure. The source of the dragon's roar emanated from behind this humble dwelling. Following the sound, Li Muhán arrived at the rear of the building, where he discovered a wild tangle of weeds, long neglected, and not far ahead lay a stagnant pool of murky water. For reasons unknown, the water appeared exceptionally turbid, devoid of any fish, yet bubbles occasionally emerged to the surface. Li Muhán felt an unsettling conviction that the depth of this pool was unfathomable, and that something lay hidden beneath its surface. Just as he contemplated stepping closer for a better look, he felt a sudden tap on his back. Startled, he nearly stumbled into the pool. "Oh dear, be careful." A pair of hands grasped the back of his collar, pulling him back to safety. "Thank you," he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that had he fallen into that water, the consequences would have been dire. turning to see who had rescued him. He was met with the sight of a charming girl, seemingly around 14 or 15 years old, clad in a Daoist robe. Her attire was peculiar, as if it had been tailored to fit her, setting it apart from typical robes and giving it a playful, endearing quality. "Are you lost, little friend? How did you end up here?" she inquired, her voice as sweet as her appearance, adorned with a childlike smile. Li Muhán surmised she must be a Daoist priestess, as he had never encountered one before. Right. I heard a sound from this pult, so I came to investigate." "A sound?" The expression on the girl's face shifted slightly. "You must have misheard, this is merely a stagnant pool, devoid of even a single fish. How could there be any sound?" "Perhaps I was mistaken." "You must have been mistaken. Let me escort you back to the main hall," she insisted. Li Muhán scratched his head. Understanding her intent was clear, she did not wish for him to linger here. Yet, his purpose in coming was not merely to pay homage at the temple. "Excuse me, young lady, no, I mean, esteemed Daoist, could you kindly direct me to the Department of Supernatural Affairs?" To his surprise, upon hearing his inquiry, the girl paused momentarily before her smile broadened. "Oh, it's you. I was wondering when you'd arrive. I waited for you last night until I fell asleep," she exclaimed, pouting in playful irritation. "What? You are waiting for me?" Yes. "Come along quickly, master is waiting for you." With that, she grasped Li Muhán's hand and led him toward the flat-roofed structure. "What on earth is happening? Wait, have you mistaken me for someone else?" "Mistaken you? Are you Li Muhán, the captain of Squad 7? It was only when the other party revealed their name and position that Li Muhán understood. After all this time, it turned out that this young lady was indeed a colleague of his. With a clang, the girl pushed open the door of a dilapidated shack. "This is it. The Supernatural Management Department." A cool breeze wafted in, and the room appeared cluttered with disorganized desks and books, resembling a place long abandoned. It was quite impressive that this child could proudly declare such a statement. "Come on, hurry up," the girl urged, pushing Li Muhán into the room before turning to close the door behind them. "This is not what I imagined. Is this truly the realm of the supernatural?" Li Muhán thought to himself, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark about how the Supernatural Management Department need not make their office resemble a haunted house. The girl approached the wall and rhythmically tapped a few times. To Li Muhán's astonishment, a Bagua Taiji symbol suddenly appeared on the previously blank surface. Following a specific orientation, the girl illuminated the 7-star lanterns surrounding the Bagua diagram, causing a one cabinet beside Li Muhán to slowly unfold, revealing an elevator door. Clang. "Isn't it impressive?" The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Li Muhán, seemingly awaiting praise. Li Muhán felt a sense of absurdity, akin to a character from a fairy tale stepping into Hogwarts. He struggled to articulate the dissonance he felt. It was even more surreal than the headquarters of the Special Administration Bureau beneath the bank. All right, let us go in." The girl nudged Li Muhán into the elevator and followed him inside. This familiar sensation made Li Muhán feel that no matter what occurred next, he would not be afraid. However, he was mistaken. When the elevator came to a halt and the doors opened, he was left utterly speechless. Before him stood a miniature complex that could almost be described as built within the heart of Xià Yuè Mountain, featuring an array of ancient architectural styles that starkly contrasted with the technological feel of the Special Administration Bureau's headquarters. Yet, it was precisely this contrast that imbued the place with a solemn and enigmatic aura. "Welcome to the Tianhai City Special Administration Bureau, Supernatural Management Department," the girl exclaimed as she bounded out of the elevator, arms wide open, seemingly bursting with pride. One word came to mind: the magnificent. Li Muhán could only muster a thumbs up, speechless in awe. Here, there were not only Taoist temples but also shrines, and even some peculiar structures whose names eluded Li Muhán. Under the girl's guidance, they arrived at a grand Taoist temple, which bore resemblance to the Xuanwu Temple in Xià Yuè Mountain, yet was even more colossal in scale. Upon entering, Li Muhán couldn't help but smile. A group of men and women clad in Taoist robes operated tablets adorned with Bagua patterns, manipulating holographic projections, an undeniably bizarre sight. "You all are quite fashionable," he remarked as he navigated through the bustling staff and Taoists, addressing the girl beside him. But the times are indeed advancing. The fusion of science and mysticism is destined to be the mainstream trend of the future, the young girl explained to Li Muhán while greeting those beside her. Ultimately, they arrived at a chamber deep within the grand hall. Li Muhán truly believed he had endured numerous trials, and surely he would not encounter anything further to astonish him. However, reality proved him gravely mistaken. When the ancient door of the room creaked open, he beheld an ethereal elder Taoist, a stern-faced monk in his 20s. And a more formidable presence, a young lady clad in a flowing western gown, her beauty and grace striking. These three were seated at a table within the room. If I were to present this trio, how would you respond, the young monk? The only recourse for me would be to summon my magical artifact. You must exercise caution, Captain. A royal flash, I am victorious. Ultimately, it was the young lady who triumphed in this contest. Li Muhán felt a touch of moisture in his eyes. Truly, the education he had received over the years felt as if it were crumbling before him. Are you a special administration bureau or a comedic troupe? Could you not be more serious? Master. Master. The girl rushed to the elder Taoist, shaking his arm. Shaolin Long, cease your antics. Master will demonstrate a miraculous turnaround. I've already achieved a royal flash, then you still speak of turning the tide. The foreign girl with a northeast accent provocatively regarded the elder. Do you two not consider me worthy, Amitba? Let us observe my forthcoming strategy. The ensuing match continued for roughly another 10 minutes. With victory once again belonging to the foreign lady. Goodness, Li Muhán silently lamented, a monk and a Taoist, unable to outplay a foreign girl at cards. She smiled as she collected her winnings from the elder and the young monk before turning her gaze towards the entrance. Who is this young friend? Thank you for noticing my presence fast upon my arrival. Li Muhán found himself on the verge of tears. The girl who had escorted him in initially intended to introduce him, but her master had drawn her into the game. Only then did she suddenly recall her mission. Master. I meant to inform you, the person from Bureau Lin has arrived. The elder Taoist, having just lost money, appeared quite displeased. He lifted his gaze to Li Muhán, whose gaunt cheekbones and sunken eyes made it seem as though the elder was on the brink of departing this world. Hey, where is this person? All I see is an aberration. Yet, the elder's words left Li Muhán somewhat taken aback. It seemed he had discerned the demon residing within him at a mere glance. The monk, however, was exceedingly courteous. He rose, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully to Li Muhán. Amitba, you must be Captain Li Muhán of the 7th Squad. Greetings, Master. Li Muhán mimicked the monk's gesture of reverence. Enough now. The money has been lost, the person has arrived, let us conclude this game. The elder Taoist brandished a feather duster, and in an instant, the cards on the table vanished without a trace. Shaolin Long, please brew a pot of fine tea, it is time to discuss serious matters. The petite girl in her Taoist robe skipped out of the room. In a short while, she returned, carrying a tray adorned with a steaming pot of fragrant tea and 4 cups. What are you dawdling for? Come and sit, Captain Li. The old Taoist waved his whisk again, then a chair suddenly appeared before Li Muhán. How astonishing, Li Muhán thought, scratching his head as he seated himself, pondering whether this old Taoist had once been a magician. You may still refer to me as Li Muhán, with such a tone, I feel rather like a Japanese person. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your support of our 9th team. As you can see, the entire Tsuewe Mountain falls under the jurisdiction of the Supernatural Management Department, and the 9th team serves as the principal force within it. The old Taoist stroked his beard. Had Li Muhán not witnessed his card-playing antics moments ago, he might have genuinely believed this man to be an enlightened sage. I am the captain of the 9th team. Shen Hong Daoren, also known as Hong Zizai. Amitba, the monk replied, I am known by the monastic name Zhongya, with the secular name Shaolu. Li Muhán nearly spat out his tea in surprise. Master, you must surely be the frontline assault soldier in your team. Zhongya raised an eyebrow. His gaze toward Li Muhán now laced with a hint of respect. How did you discern that? Indeed, I bear the vital responsibility of the Vajra demon subduer. As you have entered the arena, it is only fitting to mention the middle hourglass, Li Muhán thought but refrained from voicing it. For despite the master's seemingly righteous demeanor, the murderous aura he had exuded during the card game was palpable. He had assumed that the 7th team consisted of experts. Yet he was astonished to discover that the 9th team was even more formidable. Did that young lad, Huotian, truly slay a plague-level aberration? The old Daoist patched his leg, sipping tea while observing Li Muhán. The mention of Huotian caused Li Muhán's expression to grow grave. He nodded solemnly, yes, single-handedly. Such a penchant for bravado, now he has lost his life. How utterly laughable. Li Muhán felt a surge of anger, he found nothing humorous about it. However, upon seeing a flicker of despondence on Huang Zizai's otherwise nonchalant face, he swallowed the words he had intended to say. Ametba, Captain Huo is indeed a remarkable hero. Indeed. Daoist Huang, Captain Huo single-handedly vanquished a plague-level aberration. As Zhongya and the fashionable foreign woman remarked, Huang Zizai's demeanor shifted, his displeasure evident. Enough of the boasting. Let us return to the matter at hand. Your assistance was sought out of necessity. Presently, all available personnel from the Supernatural Management Department are here. What of the other teams? Li Muhán recalled Lindsay mentioning that the Supernatural Management Department had 5 teams. While the 9th team was the elite, the others should not be entirely ineffectual, should they? Do you think the combat division is like a vegetable market with members readily available in abundance? Huang Zizai shot Li Muhán a disapproving glance. Realizing his mistake, Li Muhán quickly offered an explanation. Apologies, that was not my intent. I merely observed that the 7th squad comprises solely combat members. As soon as Li Muhán uttered those words, Huang Zizai sprang to his feet, exuding an air of authority befitting one from headquarters. Indeed, your 7th squad is a unit of the main branch. Even if it ranks at the bottom, it is still a part of the main branch. We cannot compare to the grandeur of your establishment, the Supernatural Administration, among which only the 9th squad is a combat unit. Do you understand? I understand, please calm down, Li Muhán said with a wry smile, apologizing. Truly. What an infuriating young lad. Huang Zizai waved his sleeve and settled back down, taking a hearty sip of tea to regain his composure. Li Muhán quickly attempted to divert the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am currently acquainted only with the names of Huang Daoxiang and Master Zhongya. Could you two please introduce yourselves? Upon hearing the request for introductions, the young girl eagerly raised her hand. Me. I'll go first. Observing her exuberant demeanor, Li Muhán could not help but think how lively she was. I am the Daoist Yuling Long, also known as the Yulong Daoist. She mimicked her master's mannerisms, shaking her head and introducing herself. I already told you, you are not yet qualified to use a title. Properly introduce yourself. Huang Zizai lightly tapped her on the head. The little girl pouted for a moment before turning back to Li Muhán. My name is Yuling Long. I am 14 years old and an intern in the 9th squad of the Supernatural Administration. Li Muhán smiled and extended his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ling Long. However, the young girl did not reciprocate. Instead, she leaned in closer to sniff. Wow. There is a strong scent of blood and a hint of a zombie odor. No. It's a wolf's scent. Wait, there is also an unfamiliar smell I've never encountered before. Huh? Zombie? Bat? Wolf? What? Li Muhán was bewildered, feeling as though an entire zoo resided within him. A swift tap on her head from Huang Zizai interrupted her. Zombies? No, that is a blood clan. After all, his guarantor is that Calamity Level blood clan. The speaker was a foreign girl, stifling a laugh. She had long, light golden hair with a slight wave, and her features possessed an exotic charm, particularly her striking sapphire blue eyes, reminiscent of lost sapphires. Now it's my turn. My name is Sasha Klasda. As you can see, I am not from China. I am a member of the Eastern European branch sent here for an exchange program. And my primary role is that of an astrologer. It is not uncommon for Taoists and monks to gather. Yet the inclusion of an astrologer gave Li Muhán the feeling of an old man on the subway engrossed in his phone. Hello, madam, he greeted Sasha, imitating a television style, to which she responded with an even brighter smile. You are truly adorable. All right. Now that we have all introduced ourselves, do you have any questions? If not, I shall commence discussing the tasks at hand. Huang Zizai has the backbone of this small team and the abbot of the Shunwu Taoist temple on Tsuewe Mountain. Embodies a lineage steeped in Taoist heritage. He is indeed a true master of the mystical arts. At this moment, his gaze upon Li Muhán had shifted subtly, as if he were peering beyond the surface to scrutinize the demonic power residing within him. This scrutiny sent a shiver down Li Muhán's spine. It is essential to note that these individuals are not aberrations, they are ordinary people, albeit combatants. Yet, the pressure emanating from them was far more formidable than that of the infamous horn-level creatures from the Maogwe. I do have a question, Abbot Huang. Li Muhán slowly raised his hand. This is not a classroom, speak if you have something to say, Huang Zizai replied impatiently, shaking his leg. His ethereal demeanor dissipating in mere minutes, now resembling an old gambler. I heard from Director Lin that your anomalous team member encountered an incident, which is why I was asked to fill in. May I inquire if they were injured during combat? Upon hearing Li Muhán's inquiry, several individuals exchanged glances, then finally, Yu Linglong eagerly interjected, I'll answer. You answer nonsense. Raise your hand before speaking. Huang Zizai smacked the back of the girl's head, prompting Li Muhán to reflect on the double standards of this master. Amitba, Master Li, is your inquiry rooted in concern for the potential dangers of the mission? To be honest, yes. The supernatural is quite beyond my comprehension. You should know, I belong to the category of chaotic anomalies and am not particularly strong, Li Muhán admitted. Huang Zizai scoffed, draining his teacup and sarcastically remarked, I thought you were something impressive, treated like a treasure by the headquarters, yet here you are, so timid. Li Muhán remained unfazed, as he was adept at reading the room. Regardless of Huang Zizai's abilities, his boisterous personality resembled that of a mischievous elder. Amitba, let me speak, interjected Zhongya, attempting to mediate. Master Li, your concerns are not unfounded. Truth be told, our anomalous team member has indeed sustained injuries. Li Muhán immediately sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. If an anomaly could injure a member of the elite supernatural management team, the complications could be significant. Could a mere support be sufficient to resolve this? However, the monk quickly added, but it was not due to the mission, rather. There are other intricate reasons. Amitba. Li Muhán was left somewhat bewildered. Before he could ponder further, the foreign girl Xià chimed in. In fact, I have only recently joined the Huaxia Special Administration, about half a year ago, to assist the Tian High City Special Administration in addressing this incident. Xià smiled, revealing her affiliation with the Eastern European Special Administration, sent as an international supporter specifically for this matter. I feel quite ashamed for my lack of skill, as I am unable to assist Team 9 in resolving this issue. What could be so troublesome that it warranted such concern? Li Muhán's curiosity grew ever deeper. Finally, Huang Zizai huffed in response. Merely a cunning and treacherous anomaly, ensconced within an ancient edifice, holding the souls of the living as hostages, thereby rendering us unable to strike. Master Xià has already aided us in pinpointing the location of this anomaly. We have undertaken 3 operations thus far, each time compelled to retreat due to the overwhelming presence of these souls. Master, you may address me as Xià. Very well, Xià. Are the souls truly that formidable? Li Muhán inquired. Huang Zizai emitted a dismissive scoff. Practitioners of the way seek to vanquish evil, yet these souls are the spirits of the innocent. Should we truly engage, it is likely that these souls would scatter in terror. It is precisely for this reason that we have yet to subdue the anomaly within that ancient tower. It appears this is the predicament currently faced by the 9th Squad. I see, Li Muhán comprehended. Occupying that ancient building, alongside the phantoms, is a particularly troublesome anomaly, which employs the souls as hostages to thwart the 9th Squad's assaults. Let it be known, I am merely a chaotic level anomaly, thus I harbor no confidence in significantly aiding your efforts. This is not modesty. Li Muhán was acutely aware of his current capabilities. If pitted against a plague-level adversary from the narrow nation, he held no assurance of victory, and could not even guarantee a mutual demise as with someone like Huotian. Rest assured, we shall restrain those souls. Your singular objective is to ascend to the pinnacle of the ancient tower and confront that anomaly, Huang Zizai continued. I have one final question. Li Muhán cast a glance at the others. Is your anomaly that severely wounded? Could she not join me in the assault, thus increasing our odds? Upon hearing Li Muhán's words, the group fell silent. Indeed, she is gravely injured, Xià replied with a wry smile, diverting her gaze elsewhere. Severely wounded, yes. Master Zhongya clasped his hands together and slightly bowed his head. Her sister Qiyuan sustained injuries. How was I not aware? Poor Yuling Long seemed to receive a reprimand every time she spoke. Huang Zizai pressed his disciple's head down and addressed Li Muhán. Enough. To prove we are not deceiving you, let us allow you to see for yourself. Thus, Li Muhán followed several others to a room at the end of a side building of the Taoist temple. This room was quite charming, painted in pink. The door adorned with a distinctly feminine touch, and it bore a well-known toy figure. The little doll held up a sign that read, "Please do not disturb." Li Muhán gazed at the door, finding it difficult to envision what manner of anomaly resided within. In any case, she is indeed gravely injured. Huang Zizai patted Li Muhán on the shoulder. If you doubt, you may enter and see for yourself. Should I go in? Li Muhán hesitated, ultimately deciding to enter. If he could persuade this anomaly named Qiyuan to fight alongside him, their chances would significantly improve. Swallowing hard, Li Muhán slowly raised his hand upon touching the door. He felt an overwhelming pressure, as if something were warning him against entering. Li Muhán turned to glance at the others once more. Several individuals exchanged glances, while Xià let out a sigh. Ultimately, I resolved to venture inside, for the importance of the task loomed larger. In truth, the preservation of one's life took precedence. Having someone to fight alongside would surely yield greater efficiency. Thus, I decided to proceed. Huang Zizai nodded affirmatively, before patting Li Muhán on the shoulder. As Li Muhán's hand grasped the doorknob and twisted it, a sharp click echoed as the door swung open. Watching as Li Muhán's silhouette was gradually engulfed by the darkness within, the door clicked shut behind him. With a soft chuckle, Xià was the first to break the silence, followed by several others. Except for Yuling Long, even the tall monk couldn't suppress a smile. Amitabha, Li, you truly went to find Qiyuan. Now we have a good show to witness. Bets are on. Huang Zizai rolled up his sleeves and produced several 100 yuan bills. I wager this lad won't last 5 minutes. Amitabha, I say 10 minutes. Then I'll bet on 30 minutes, Yuling Long remarked, her large eyes glancing at the trio. I believe Brother Li can bring Sister Qiyuan out. Oh dear, such a tender age and already losing money, they teased, tonight's expenses will be covered by my little apprentice. Meanwhile, in the depths of darkness, Li Muhán's focus was entirely directed ahead. In the center of the room stood a sofa, and before it, a television. A slender figure was curled up on the sofa, captivated by the content on the screen. As Li Muhán drew closer, he realized the television was broadcasting a renowned Japanese drama. One that could bring tears to the eyes of any viewer. Hello? He attempted to greet the figure on the sofa. Upon hearing his voice, she trembled slightly before slowly turning her head. Li Muhán inhaled sharply. Before him was a visage that rivaled Xià Yuè's exquisite beauty, her eyes glistened with tears. Her cheeks tinged with red, indicating she had been weeping. This sight evoked a line from an ancient poem in Li Muhán's mind, that the jade face weeps in solitude. The pear blossoms weep in the spring rain. Who are you? The girl's hair, cascading like a waterfall over the sofa, appeared slightly disheveled. Yet this only enhanced her ethereal beauty. Her pale red eyes sparkled with tears as they locked onto Li Muhán's gaze. Hello, I am Li Muhán, the captain of the 7th squad, here to assist the 9th squad. I heard you were injured, so I came to see if you needed any help. Injured? Yes. I am severely wounded. As she spoke, the tears began to flow from her eyes like pearls. Please, don't cry. Where are you hurt? Li Muhán hastily grabbed a few tissues and extended them towards her. The girl accepted the tissues, dabbing at her tears before looking back at him. Do you worry about me? Huh? Of course I do. If you recover, you can fight alongside me, which means I won't have to bear everything alone. Could you come a bit closer? The young girl gazed at Li Muhán with a pleading expression. Li Muhán, unsure of her intentions, hesitated for merely a moment before tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes once more. You don't want to come close to me? Are you afraid of me? Why fear? We are both outcasts. Come on, let me see where you are hurt. Steeling himself, Li Muhán approached her, reasoning that she couldn't possibly devour him outright. My wound. The girl slowly extended her hand, grasping Li Muhán's, and then placed his hand upon her chest. Right here. Goodness. Li Muhán was startled and attempted to withdraw his hand, but the girl's grip was surprisingly strong, rendering him unable to escape despite his struggles. Why? We were so in love, why did he betray me? Tears cascaded from the girl's eyes like pearls, leaving Li Muhán in a state of panic. What is happening? Calm down. Why? Why did he betray me? Wait, hold on. When you say you're hurt, you don't mean emotionally, do you? Emotional pain, yes, such anguish is like a dagger to the heart, deeply etched in memory. Li Muhán found himself at a loss for words and began an absurd game of idioms. Inconsistent heart and mouth, yes, he is indeed a duplicitous scoundrel. He promised to be with me forever, why did he deceive me? So, you encountered a card, huh? Well, every person encounters a few in their lifetime. Why make it such a burden? No, if he loved me. He explicitly stated he would love me forever, even penning it in the conclusion of his poem. But why? Why did he leave me to marry someone else? Wait. That phrase sounds familiar. He once told me he couldn't sleep without seeing my smile, but now why? Tears fell onto Li Muhán's hand as he looked at the weeping beauty, his heart filled with frustration. May I ask you something? Huh? Is your boyfriend by any chance surnamed Zhou? Oh my, so you are a fan of a celebrity. What do you mean? Well, what I mean is, I suggested that gradually letting go of love might lead to a further journey, why cling to a moment already lost? Li Muhán resolved to fight fire with fire, employing magic to counteract magic. Since she was a dream girl, he would use her dreams against her. What you said resembles him, how do I let go? Simple. Just find someone new. Li Muhán blurted out, and then saw the girl's once clouded eyes beginning to clear. Are you saying? There are so many good men in the world, why hang yourself on one tree? With your beauty, you are bound to encounter someone who truly belongs to you. The girl sniffled and tightened her grip on Li Muhán's hand. Do you think I'm beautiful? Or, not just beautiful, you are like a celestial being. I guarantee. With such looks, if you stand on the street, it would cause a traffic jam. Why? Because every driver would turn their heads to look at you, simply stunning. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. What is your name? Or it seems I have already introduced myself. My name is Li Muhán. The young girl slowly lowered her head and spoke in a voice that sent shivers down Li Muhán's spine. I am Xià Yuè. From this day forth, you shall be my everything, my world, my universe, my beloved. Li Muhán was momentarily taken aback before gradually rising to his feet, still held by the girl. Wait a moment. Let me clarify. Are you implying that you have shifted your affections to me? No, this is not a mere shift, this is true love. Everything I have encountered has led me to you. Only upon meeting you have I truly felt that this world is filled with color. Please, no. Sister. I cannot. I am but an orphan. Although this sounded rather forward, it was the truth. I am also an orphan. My mother is still alive, but I have long lost track of her whereabouts. From today onward, I shall be your family. Ah. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There is still time. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and marry, my dear. You can propose to me later and present me with a ring. We shall be happy, and we will have many children. I love you. Xià Yuè leaped into Li Muhán's arms, startling him so much that he scrambled to the corner of the room. Why you don't come any closer? Calm down. What is wrong with you? How can you profess love upon merely meeting someone? Do you even understand love? I do understand. Why are you trying to avoid me? Surely you desire an embrace with me, as all men do. Or do you wish for me to remove my clothing? Though it is quite shy of me. If that is what you desire, then I am willing to oblige, dear. For you, I would offer my very being. With that, Xià Yuè began to unfasten her garments. Li Muhán quickly stood and shouted at her, Hey! Stop! Do you realize that love must be mutual to be blissful? Indeed, we share mutual feelings, that I love you. But I do not love you. After Li Muhán shouted this, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Moments later, he sensed a flicker of flame rising from Xià Yuè. When she lifted her gaze to him again, the warmth in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. What did you just say? Huh? I meant that we have only just met. And what of it? We do not yet know each other well. I already know your name, and you know mine. Is that not sufficient? Certainly not. You do not love me, yet you have intruded upon my heart. There is no escape for you, Li Muhán. You are destined to be mine. With that, Xià Yuè lightly curled her finger. Instantly, the flame surged beside Li Muhán, compelling him to move forward toward Xià Yuè. Stop. Sister. Let us converse civilly. I actually have someone I like. So, you have betrayed me. You profess love for me yet have shifted your affections elsewhere. You. I cannot endure this. Li Muhán, in a frenzy, turned and burst through the door, fleeing as if pursued by a tempest. Bang! Huang Zai, who had been eavesdropping at the door, was knocked back, blood gushing from his nose. Then, Li Muhán was seen rolling and crawling out of the house in a hurry. Alas, my dear brother, where could you possibly be rushing off to? Huang Zai, pinching his nose and disregarding the blood streaming down, looked on with a lewd grin as he watched Li Muhán flee. You cannot escape, you are destined to be mine. In the next moment, the figure of Xià Yuè flashed past the four onlookers, pursuing Li Muhán. Chime. Little Ling Long has won. You Ling Long struck a victorious pose. How did you win? Huang Zai asked, visibly displeased. I bet that brother Li Muhán could bring Sister Xià Yuè out, and look, Sister Xià Yuè seems to be in such a good mood. Playing a game with brother Li Muhán. Well, little Ling Long, in a certain sense, that isn't really called playing a game, Xià said, covering her face, finding it somewhat difficult to speak. Regardless, Sister Xià Yuè is out now. You owe me money. Go to hell, you little money grabber. Alright, you two, pay up. I am her master, and I shall take responsibility for her. Master. How could you do this? Too much. Li Muhán slammed his fist on the table. He had been chased by Xià Yuè for over an hour, from inside the Special Management Bureau to the outside of Xià Yuè Mountain. In the end, he even activated his domain, yet this peculiar being still managed to pin him to the ground. Do you enjoy this? Do you enjoy this? I do too. I will torment you. Let you experience the utmost ecstasy amidst your suffering. No. I'm not trembling. I beg you. Sister. Stop it. Don't pull down my pants. If it weren't for the entire team from the Supernatural Management Department coming to rescue Li Muhán, he might have been forced to lose his virginity on Lava's cliff at Xià Yuè Mountain. Li Benefactor, calm your anger, nothing serious has happened. The monk Shonya comforted Li Muhán while pouring him a cup of tea. Indeed, you even touched our little Xià Yuè's chest, what are you shouting about? You took advantage and still act innocent, the old Taoist Huang Zai said with a mischievous smile, seemingly eager to continue teasing him. Li Muhán was at a loss for tears when suddenly, the door opened. Xià entered, followed by another person. Upon seeing that person, Li Muhán jumped up from his chair in fright. Why is she here again? Behind Xià stood Xià Yuè. I'm sorry. Yet. At that moment, Xià Yuè appeared very listless, resembling a child who had misbehaved, hiding behind Xià and unable to meet Li Muhán's gaze. Yes. It was I who was offensive. What is she doing? Li Muhán thought, looking at Xià Yuè now. Utterly unable to associate her with the deranged girl who had pursued him across several mountain peaks moments ago. Little Xià Yuè's mental state was unstable. And the Special Management Bureau was providing her with regular treatment. She would suddenly change into a different person when stimulated. Xià slowly pushed Xià Yuè forward, urging her to face Li Muhán. I truly apologize. Well, never mind, nothing serious has occurred. Subsequently, Li Muhán learned from several people that Xià Yuè's true form was a descendant of the Xuke bird. The Sich, an ancient divine bird of the Huaxia civilization, derives its name from its unique double pupils. Legends speak of its immense strength, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, as well as driving away malevolent spirits and fierce beasts. Thus, it was revered by the ancients as a guardian against evil. However, as time has progressed, knowledge of this mythical creature has dwindled, leading it to gradually fade from memory. The red kite is but a descendant of the Xià lingering in this world. Initially fearful of humans, she gradually found them intriguing through observation, eventually choosing to take on a human form herself. She aided humanity in repelling evil and combating natural disasters. Yet, her display of divine power often led her to be regarded as a monster, forcing her to constantly change her habitat until she was discovered by Lindsay of the Special Management Bureau. Upon hearing this, Li Muhán likened Lindsay to a Pokemon trainer, adeptly recruiting extraordinary beings and talents, truly a paragon of excellence. By some means, Lindsay brought this divine bird's descendant back to the Special Management Bureau in Tianhai City, where her unique exorcistic powers placed her within the Supernatural Management Department. However, having been betrayed by humans too many times, the red kite found herself torn between love and fear of humanity. She wished to protect them but also feared being harmed by them. Gradually, her emotions twisted, leading her to invest her feelings in what would seem ludicrous to ordinary people, such as the amusing notion of considering a famous singer as her beloved, as Li Muhán had just had. Even now, I do not believe the red kite is adequately prepared for the upcoming mission, Sasha concluded. I sincerely apologize, everyone. The red kite clasped her hands before her, clutching her skirt, appearing quite remorseful. The Supernatural Management Department had already established a battle plan for tonight. Delays could no longer be afforded. The malevolent aura emanating from that ancient building had intensified to an untenable degree. Huang Zai remarked, observing the group discuss matters before him. Li Muhán sighed and raised his hand. Am I not here? I came for this very purpose, rest assured, though I may not possess the strength of Miss Xià Yuè. I am no stranger to combat. Li Muhán said with a smile, unaware that at that moment the red kite looked at him with eyes brimming with affection. Young man, this is the spirit I admire. At last you live up to the memory of your late Captain Huotian. Whenever Huotian crossed Li Muhán's mind, a wave of nostalgia would wash over him, but soon the group redirected their focus to the task at hand, discussing tonight's operation. The Supernatural Research Department would deploy 3 teams, the 9th, 10th, and 11th teams, while we would be the sole main force, as the other 2 teams lacked combat members and could only assist us in establishing boundary edicts near the ancient building. The term boundary edict, Li Muhán now understood, referred to yet another remarkable invention developed by the Scientific Council of the Special Management Bureau. After the decree of the lower boundary was established, the entire region would independently detach from this plane, akin to a mere copy-paste, with only the intended target being unaffected by any intervention. This is one of the reasons why the various operations of the Special Management Bureau have consistently gone unnoticed. As for Captain Li, your mission is quite clear. Huang Zizai gently swept the table with his whisk, and immediately, the surface appeared like a holographic projection, revealing the image of a tower. He pointed to the tower's apex and instructed, go to the top of the tower and take care of that scoundrel. Li Muhán nodded. Although this was not his first assignment, it was evident that this mission differed significantly from the last. Previously, in the case of the Xià Yuè, Huotian single-handedly eliminated the threat while Li Muhán merely delivered the finishing blow, which was rather effortless. However, this time, he would confront a creature that was no less formidable than the one from Xià Yuè. It was not merely its strength that posed a challenge, but rather its cunning nature, which consistently eluded the grasp of the Special Management Bureau. I will do my utmost, he affirmed. After the meeting concluded, Yulin Long suddenly raised her hand. Master, the meeting is over, may I ask my question now? What question do you have, little one? Hurry back home to do your homework. Master, I'm just very curious. Why does Sister Xià Yuè act strangely when she sees Brother Li Muhán, yet remains completely unfazed when she sees you or Master Zhongyue? Ametba, Huang Zizai's expression darkened, as did Zhongyue's. Why is that? Yulin Long persisted. Perhaps it is due to the overwhelming aura of your master, he speculated. Or perhaps it is because this monk is not inclined towards women. However, the one who ultimately answered this question was Xià Yuè herself. She shyly cast a few glances at Li Muhán and then softly uttered a statement that left Huang Zizai and Master Zhongyue utterly flabbergasted. I am a visual person. Around 10 p.m. that night, Li Muhán followed Huang Zizai and others to the ancient building in the suburbs. The structure stood alone among a sea of single-story houses, reminiscent of a lighthouse that had become detached from time, with only its exquisitely carved balconies and eaves whispering tales of its former grandeur. Yet now, it was permeated by a chilling and eerie atmosphere. Li Muhán had heard the legends surrounding this ancient building. Luo Yang had warned him not to wander near it at night, claiming that it was haunted, with disturbances particularly fierce after dark. When the city government attempted to demolish the ancient building, every construction effort resulted in mishaps, workers would suffer injuries, and excavators would break down, leading to its classification as a historical relic. Huh? Nonsense, those incidents were orchestrated by us. Huang Zizai interjected dismissively from the back seat of the car as he listened to Li Muhán recount the legends. Think about it. If those people had succeeded in tearing down the building, everything inside would have escaped. Would Tianhai City still be standing? So, those supernatural events were your doing? Li Muhán inquired, astonished. Not entirely, there were some residences and shops in the vicinity that also experienced various terrifying occurrences at night, which ultimately led to the complete abandonment of the area. Amitabha. This indicates that the ancient edifice has grown increasingly dissatisfied with its current state. It yearns for a more expansive domain. Thus, we must address this matter tonight. With the operation scheduled for midnight, Li Muhán is currently preparing alongside the members of Team 9 in the vicinity of the tower. This marks Li Muhán's inaugural experience witnessing a large-scale operation orchestrated by the Supernatural Administration. Unlike the small-scale infiltration mission carried out by Team 7 to rescue hostages, the Supernatural Management Department is resolute in its approach to resolving this issue. The surrounding suburbs have been placed under strict lockdown, and several disguised buses from the agency have arrived at the tower's nearby grounds. Li Muhán observed that the individuals disembarking from the buses were predominantly monks and Taoists. He understood that these practitioners differed from combat personnel; they lacked the direct combat capabilities necessary to confront the otherworldly beings. Their strength lies more in the esoteric wisdom passed down through generations. Xià Yuè did not accompany Li Muhán, as it was Lin Ze's directive that he acclimate to the operational protocols of the agency independently. As a captain, he must not rely on Xià Yuè to rectify every situation that arises. Moreover, Lin Ze had discreetly informed Li Muhán over the phone that Xià Yuè's condition was quite unique. Having abstained from consuming blood for centuries, her strength had significantly waned, and it would likely take considerable time for her to regain her former prowess. To that end, Lin Ze had specifically approved a stipend for Li Muhán, intended as compensation for providing Xià Yuè with blood daily. 10,000 a month. Was my blood truly so valuable, or was the Supernatural Administration simply affluent? Li Muhán gazed at his bank account on his phone, noting that he had accrued tens of thousands over just the past half-month. He had anticipated spending several thousand treating Guruosh's parents to a meal, only to discover that Lin Ze had reimbursed him in full. After accounting for Xià Yuè's daily expenses and the clothing he had purchased, he still had 20,000 remaining in his account. Sighing at the balance, Li Muhán realized he no longer harbored that initial naive impression of money arriving too easily. He had witnessed Captain Huo Tian's sacrifice firsthand. Both Huo Tian and the other members of the Supernatural Administration were engaged in a struggle against entities that were nearly insurmountable for humanity. During the day, Sasha had informed Li Muhán that the situation at the Eastern European Supernatural Administration was even more dire. As many formidable otherworldly beings there were devoid of wisdom and inclined towards malevolence. These beings toyed with humanity solely to fulfill their own desires. In fact, China could be considered the nation that manages these entities most effectively. Li Muhán could not help but reflect on this. China, with its vast expanse and rich resources, harbors many intelligent and wise otherworldly beings capable of discerning good from evil. Compared to the chaotic and wicked purgatories of the human realm, they might be more inclined to assist humanity in establishing an orderly society. Amitabha, benefactor, your maneuvering is akin to that of a disabled individual attempting to operate a device. Within a modest dwelling, the members of Team 9 are preparing for the forthcoming operation. The Grand Monk Zhongya is engaged in a fervent battle on his mobile device. Although unaware of his companion's identity, the discontent in his voice and serious demeanor were unmistakable. Amitabha, my friend, the monk does not speak falsely. You are ill-suited for this game. With your high-level paralysis, I fear you might suffer an epileptic fit while playing, gasping for breath and succumbing. It would be best if you set down your phone and attain enlightenment, though, alas, my Buddha does not save the foolish. Li Muhán found himself at a loss for words. This monk was not only deeply engrossed in gaming but also possessed a particularly foul mouth. Oh dear, young lady. I am indeed a Taoist, the abbot of the 5 Zhuang Temple on Xià Yuè mountain. I noticed from your social media photos that you exhibit signs of great fortune. I sense a connection between us. Why not meet for a meal? Allow me to impart my wisdom upon you. Meanwhile, the Taoist Huang Zizai lounged in a corner on a long bench, nonchalantly chatting with a girl he had added on WeChat from an unknown source. His intentions were all too evident, either to swindle money or seduce her. Only Sasha appeared to be genuinely preparing for something. She sat at a table. A deck of tarot cards laid out before her. Finding it intriguing, Li Muhán leaned in to sit across from her, curious about her activities. Since you're seated, would you like me to read for you? Sasha looked up, a smile gracing her lips. She was slightly older than Li Muhán, prompting him to refer to her as Sister Sasha. Sister Sasha, I apologize, but I am rather skeptical of this. He expressed his disbelief in metaphysics and fate. Well, Li Muhán scratched his head, feeling that his words were too blunt and impolite, so he swallowed his thoughts and offered a wry smile. Come now. Let us consider this as a way to entertain you. Alright then, I've never done this before, how does it work? Draw 3 cards. Sasha's fingers moved with remarkable dexterity, the tarot cards seeming to dance with life under her touch. In no time, a neat stack of cards was positioned on the table. Shall I choose randomly? Yes. But while drawing, concentrate on the question you most wish to know. With her hands folded beneath her chin, Sasha gazed into Li Muhán's eyes, as if peering into the depths of his soul. For reasons unknown, the image of her surfaced in his mind. Li Muhán envisioned Xià Yuè sitting alone on a swing in the park, her gaze vacant. That was their first encounter. From that fateful night onward, everything in Li Muhán's life transformed. Now, Xià Yuè lived with him and had become his honorary guarantor, but what lay ahead? His recent induction into the Special Management Bureau was certainly influenced by Xià Yuè, but what would the future hold for them? Where would their paths ultimately lead? It seemed as though Sasha could perceive all of this. Her smile softened further as she gently placed her hand upon the back of Li Muhán's hand. Do not be anxious, follow your heart. Taking a deep breath, Li Muhán realized he felt a twinge of anxiety, despite his skepticism towards such Western practices. He chose 3 cards almost at random. Sasha arranged them in a triangular formation according to their positions and then proceeded to unveil the first card. The Hanged Man. In its upright position, signifies sacrifice. The aspirations you hold dear will undoubtedly entail a cost, yet it simultaneously imparts the wisdom that one must give in order to receive. Temperance, in its reverse state, embodies purification. Both you and Miss Xiao find yourselves engaged in a healing journey. This process may not unfold smoothly, but your actions will catalyze significant transformations. After listening to Sasha's words, Li Muhán felt that it was merely a ruse. Such statements could be directed at anyone, yet suddenly he sensed something amiss. Wait, how do you know what I am contemplating? The tarot will reveal all. The moment you touch these cards, I already discerned everything you wish to inquire. Sister Sasha, are you deceiving me? Belief yields existence, while disbelief renders it void. This is a proverb from your land. And another states, it is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. Am I correct? Li Muhán chuckled awkwardly. Since we have engaged in this, it would be unkind to dampen the other spirits, so he addressed Sasha. Sister Sasha, please unveil the final card. I wish to glimpse the conclusion. Sasha's hand slowly approached the last card but did not reveal it. She sighed softly, the hint of resignation gracing her smile. It seems the time is drawing near. Just as she uttered these words, Huang Zizai shifted in his chair and sat upright, while the monk Zhongyao also put away his phone. It was already midnight. The time for action had arrived. Sasha smiled at Li Muhán. Reluctantly, he stood and followed Huang Zizai out of the room. Once the group had departed, the smile vanished from Sasha's face. How intriguing that I cannot foresee the future of the two, but this truly tarnishes my reputation. She flipped over the final card in the tower. In its reversed position, The vicinity of the tower at midnight was rife with chilling winds. Li Muhán could even faintly hear a strange weeping emanating from the tower. It appeared these entities were quite active. Huang Zizai stroked his beard, shook his long sleeves, then produced a walkie-talkie. Addressing the priests and monks who had assumed their positions according to a specific formation. Everyone, are you in position? Tonight is crucial, I tell you, we must not falter. The Phoenix of Rebirth is our ultimate means of suppression. If our dear Captain Li fails, only then shall we unleash the Phoenix. Li Muhán realized that the so-called external aid referred to him. However, the title of Captain Li felt utterly incongruous. Especially when uttered by Huang Zizai in such a lascivious manner. Contemplating this, he glanced at Xià Yuè, who remained timid and cowering behind Sasha. Showing no intention of taking action. The tower not only imprisoned malevolent spirits but also the souls of innocent individuals, their essences confined within. Oppressed and driven by the aberration at the tower's apex. Zhongya seemed to perceive Li Muhán's confusion, he clasped his hands in prayer towards the tower and continued to speak. The power of the luminous bird symbolizes a formidable force against malevolent spirits, a force that does not discriminate between good and evil. The previous oppression has condemned many innocent souls within the tower to eternal unrest, a sight we wish to avoid at all costs. Thus, it falls upon me to address the root of the issue. Allow me to pose a question, esteemed masters. Li Muhán, while securing his handgun at his waist, glanced at the others. He was adorned in a tailored suit with suspenders, the garment provided by the Special Management Bureau for the convenience of weaponry. Once he removed his coat, revealing only his shirt and suspended trousers, his striking physique caught even Sasha's attention, prompting a soft chuckle from her. It was no wonder that Xià Yuè had immediately fallen for him. He then slung a long backpack over his shoulder, containing the enchanted weapon known as Fusion. Meant to subdue demons. If I were to eliminate that aberration, would the malevolence within the tower spiral out of control? Indeed, Huang Zizai affirmed. Although that demon continuously siphons power from the spirits, it has also consolidated all malevolence in one place. Should that demon suddenly vanish, the accumulated resentment from centuries could reduce the entire Tianhai city to ruins. Then why must we proceed in this manner? It seems that entity has not committed any wrongdoing. Li Muhán queried, immediately realizing the inappropriateness of his words. Yet Huang Zizai merely scoffed, stating, in our land, good and evil have never coexisted peacefully. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Rest assured, do you think so many have gathered here for no reason? Have you ever witnessed the great array of the departed? Li Muhán shook his head. Huang Zizai stroked his beard, casting a sly glance at Li Muhán with a mischievous grin. You are in for a treat today, simply seek out that wretch, and we shall handle the rest. Before Li Muhán could ponder further, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him from behind. He swiftly turned to confront the source of the observation. There, peeking from the corner of an abandoned room, was a head that withdrew upon being noticed. After a moment, a half of a face re-emerged, as if reluctant to leave Li Muhán's sight. Xià Yuè? Li Muhán regarded the curious figure hiding in the shadows with some confusion. She seemed eager to convey something to him. Please, go ahead, there should still be over 10 minutes before we are ready, the monk Zhongya gestured for Li Muhán to proceed. Li Muhán understood that Xià Yuè's peculiar nature was not inherently her fault, she had endured too much betrayal at the hands of humanity. Yet, from the depths of her heart, she still harbored love for humankind, a sentiment that had become somewhat twisted. He felt a pang of sympathy for Xià Yuè. After countless betrayals, her willingness to join the Special Management Bureau to aid humanity was a testament to a profound love. Thus, he nodded. At the very least, out of respect for her love, Li Muhán would listen to what she had to say. What brings you to seek me? He approached the wall, addressing Xià Yuè, who stood before him with her hands clasped in uncertainty. Well, I truly wish to fight alongside you. I genuinely love you, she confessed. Li Muhán understood that her love was a profound, unconditional affection for all humanity. However, at this moment, Xià Yuè could no longer distinguish between these sentiments. She believed herself to be deeply in love with Li Muhán, convinced that he was her entire world. Yet, this blind devotion stemmed merely from his utterance of the words she longed to hear. Perhaps someone else could have evoked the same response, but Huang Zizai would not suffice. Nor would the great monk, as Xià Yuè had a penchant for beauty. I used to be able to control my power, but now I find myself at a loss. My strength spirals out of control, often hurting those I hold dear. At this juncture, Qi Yuan's cheeks flushed as she added, but you are my greatest love. You are special to me. Do not worry, Huang Daolong had reassured her. They have informed me of your unique circumstances. Thank you for your understanding. I can repay you. Express my apologies, and if you need anything, I am willing to do whatever it takes. What? You want to do it now? Here. But we are about to depart. Very well. Although I lack experience, I shall strive to fulfill your desires. Goodness. This feels oddly familiar. When Xià Yuè first visited my home, it was quite similar. Do all you exceptional girls harbor delusions of persecution? Li Muhán firmly grasped Qi Yuan's shoulders. Listen to me, there is no need for you to repay or compensate me. Just promise me one thing. I am willing, Qi Yuan replied earnestly, her eyes brimming with sincerity and anticipation. No, this is not a marriage proposal. Qi Yuan's expression dimmed slightly as she lowered her gaze. Then what is it? If I falter and fail to eliminate that aberration, you must handle the aftermath for me. Qi Yuan stared blankly at Li Muhán, bewildered that he would entrust her with such an ostensibly simple task, despite her willingness to do anything for him. Even if you do not speak, my powers may run rampant and become uncontrollable. If I am pushed to that point, I fear I may harm the personnel of the Special Management Bureau, so you must end my life before it comes to that. Qi Yuan was taken aback. What was he saying? This was neither a proposal nor a request for her body, but rather a plea for her to take his life. Tears welled up on her cheeks unbidden as she gazed at the man before her, her heart swelling with a tumult of complex emotions. Overwhelmingly, it was her once pure and sincere love for humanity that surged forth. I promise you. The time has come, Huang Zizai declared, standing before the tower, which was now surrounded by various personnel from the Supernatural Management Department, strategically positioned according to specific directives. Though Li Muhán noticed several individuals in suits who appeared to be leaders, Huang Zizai was the commander for the day. He bore none of his previous flippancy. With a swift motion, he cast aside the floating dust which shimmered in the air and crackled audibly. Open the door, formed the formation. Upon his command, Li Muhán found himself enveloped by a serene chant that resonated throughout the tower, or rather, the entire neighborhood. Countless monks sat cross-legged on the ground, their hands clasped in prayer, reciting sacred texts. These scriptures were meant to instill tranquility of spirit, yet to Li Muhán they were unbearably grating. He pressed his forehead, striving to suppress the wave of nausea that surged within him, while an inexplicable anger welled up from the depths of his being. At that moment, a gentle hand grasped his arm. Do not worry, Qi Yuan assured him, her warmth flowing through her palm into his body. This comforting energy bestowed upon Li Muhán an overwhelming sense of calm, as if it quelled the unrest within him. What have you done? He queried, gazing at Qi Yuan in confusion. She lowered her head slightly, her cheeks tinged with crimson, seemingly hesitant to meet his gaze. I will help you suppress the turmoil of the demonic power within you, she explained. With this revelation, Li Muhán grasped the truth. While the Buddhist scriptures possessed a calming effect on most, to the demon ball within him, they represented the most dreadful cacophony imaginable. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude to Qi Yuan, then donned his tailored suit jacket crafted by the Special Administration Bureau to be bulletproof and resistant to cuts, capable of withstanding the impact of explosions. Yet now, he was confronted with a supernatural entity that defied common understanding. A month ago, had one informed Li Muhán that ghosts and demons truly existed, he would have dismissed it with a laugh and distanced himself from such notions. But now, he was on the cusp of entering a tower teeming with spirits, the pinnacle of which harbored an anomaly. What an audacious jest this was. Listen. According to Lindsay's instructions, prior to your mission, you must report to your guarantor to obtain her consent before proceeding, Huang Zizai advised, stroking his beard as he spoke. Li Muhán nodded in acknowledgement. He retrieved his phone and dialed Xià Yuè's number. The call was answered within a heartbeat. Xià Yuè's voice was tinged with urgency. The Blood Clan maiden rarely displayed her emotions, save for her concern for Li Muhán. Is it over? Is it over? When will you return? It hasn't even begun, he replied. Oh, came her somewhat dejected response. I need your authorization now, or why do you sound like my guardian? If I refuse, will you come back immediately? Xià Yuè. Be serious. Li Muhán's tone turned grave. He had her sigh before she finally conceded, all right, I authorize you. My dear, with me here, you will be safe. Unexpectedly, Xià Yuè interjected at that moment. Whether intentional or not, her interruption rendered Xià Yuè silent. After a brief pause, she spoke again, her tone noticeably colder. Who is beside you? I'm just a member of the 9th Special Administration Bureau's anomaly team. Hand the phone to her. Understanding that Xià Yuè's tone demanded compliance, Li Muhán promptly transferred the call to Xià Yuè. Taki, keep your distance from him, she warned. I cannot, for it is my duty to assist him using my own strength. Xià Yuè spoke with a deliberately sarcastic tone while twirling her long hair with her fingers. If you wish to avoid becoming a dead chicken, refrain from concocting plans against him. Why? He is of no concern to you, is he? After all, you are merely his guarantor. I could take on that role too, though I may not be of calamity grade, I am nonetheless a divine beast of the Xià nation. Surely, I would not be inferior to you. You. Li Muhán swiftly snatched the phone from her grasp. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not simply forge bonds with every woman I encounter, he retorted, to which Xià Yuè replied with a cold laugh. I think I should come over. I do not trust you, particularly regarding this task. Enough. I am no child, and you are not my guardian. You can stay home. It is unreasonable for you to accompany me on every mission, Li Muhán said soothingly to Xià Yuè. I shall bring you breakfast. I want to eat a McMuffin. Very well, wait at home. After hanging up, Li Muhán noticed Xià Yuè gazing at him with a look of despair. Indeed, I am superfluous, am I not? You would not choose me, would you? Calm down, Xià Yuè, we are on a mission, Huang Zizai interjected, yawning. Are you even authorized for this? Li Muhán quickly nodded in agreement while smiling at Huang Zizai. Yes, my guarantor has already consented. Good, Shaolin Long, prepare the formation. Huang Zizai bellowed, and soon, the adorable girl, Yuling Long, appeared with 2 command flags in hand. Understood, master. She exclaimed, stepping forward with precision, her flags dancing in rhythm with her movements. Simultaneously, the Taoists who had already taken their positions followed suit, stepping in unison. The first formation was set, and the grand array was activated. In that instant, Li Muhán observed the previously dense clouds above the historic district swiftly dispersing, as if a hole had been punctured in the sky. Under the cover of night, Xià drew a tarot card, gazing skyward as she intoned an incantation in an ancient tongue that none could comprehend. Go Chen Yi, witnessed the brilliance. The tarot card emitted a soft blue glow. Xià scattered the card into the heavens, and the cards, as if imbued with life, wafted through the air. While the resplendent stars suddenly illuminated the sky, the grand array was complete. Simultaneously, the ancient tower's door, adorned with talismans and scriptures, began to shimmer with golden light. Soon after, the talismans shattered, the scriptures vanished, and the door swung open. In that very moment, countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts surged forth from within, howling and shrieking with an almost boundless fury as they charged towards the crowd. At that instant, the North Star in the sky began to twinkle, and a grand formation descended from above, binding the entire tower securely. The vengeful spirits and ghosts found themselves ensnared within, issuing anguished cries. Li Muhán, you have a quarter of an hour. Once the time elapses, regardless of the outcome, we shall suppress the entire tower. You all truly excel. Li Muhán was utterly astonished by the extraordinary feats accomplished by the personnel of the Supernatural Management Department. Although he initially perceived the 7th Squad as efficient in their operations, they did not seem to embody the essence of a specialized bureau for managing anomalies. Now, witnessing the 9th Squad and the Supernatural Management Department, he was thoroughly impressed. He gave Huang Zizai a thumbs up. Glancing at the ajar door, he could hear the wails of the restless spirits reverberating from within the tower. Li Muhán took a deep breath, steeling himself. Quickly. Wild dog. Run. Do not halt, ascend to the top. Bring me the head of that anomaly. Li Muhán dashed forward, skillfully evading the anguished cries of the tormented souls, racing to the entrance. Upon reaching the door, he turned and raised a middle finger at Huang Zizai. who had called him wild dog, then forcefully pushed open the tower's grand door. In an instant, the voices outside were silenced as the tower sealed shut. Li Muhán found himself enveloped in darkness. The silence was profound, yet it felt as though countless eyes were fixed upon him. This sensation transported him back to that infernal opera house. The stillness and the boundless blackness cloaked Li Muhán, undeterred by any vengeful spirits, yet completely cut off from the sounds of the outside world. Thus, he hastened toward the pinnacle of the tower. With each ascending level, he sensed his heartbeat quickening. Upon finally reaching the summit, he was confronted only by a dilapidated door. The sight of this door rendered Li Muhán speechless, for it was uncannily familiar. It was the very door to the children's rooms in the orphanage of his childhood. Outside the tower, Xià Yuè silently observed the summit. Her brow furrowed slightly, prompting the inquisitive Huang Zizai to inquire, "What troubles you?" "Captain, I sense something amiss with this anomaly today," it seems disinclined to hide. "Huh? Where could it possibly flee? We are here to dismantle its lair. If it leads the charge and falls, then you shall gather all the souls within this tower." "No, it shall not fail." Xià Yuè crossed her arms over her chest, seemingly in prayer. "You can't possibly have developed feelings for that lad, can you?" "Not a chance." "Do you even know who his partner is?" "Just a little but." "Oh, such bravado. No wonder you are the descendant of the divine beast, the Zhuke." After a few chuckles, Huang Zizai ceased his idle banter. "Everyone, remain vigilant. We cannot allow a single soul to escape. Those on the perimeter, keep a close watch. Do not let any unexpected occurrences disrupt the domain's decree. We cannot allow anyone from the outside to witness what transpires here today." At this moment, on the outskirts of the tower district, a faintly shimmering barrier enveloped the entire area. A young girl was casually perched on the hood of a car, sipping coffee. This individual was none other than Lin Zai. "Director Lin, are you certain we do not need to notify Doist Huang of your arrival?" Several staff members from the Department of Supernatural Management respectfully addressed Lin Zai, informing him of the situation. "Why notify him? Huang Zai can handle these matters adeptly. I am merely here to observe your usual work routine, which is quite commendable. Keep up the good effort." Lin Zai sipped his coffee thoughtfully, his gaze drifting to the pinnacle of the tower, the mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Today marks your first true test," he remarked. Li Muhán slowly pushed open the door, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. Alongside these recollections surged feelings of fear and anger. Li Muhán. A robust woman brandishing a stick glared at him from the doorway. Towering over him at over 2 meters tall, she resembled a giant, causing Li Muhán's breath to quicken in response. "Teacher Zhong, you sneaked out again. You'd rather be a beggar than stay here, wouldn't you?" The imposing woman seized Li Muhán effortlessly, and he dared not resist, shrinking back as she dragged him into a small, dark room. "I explicitly told you. Today, donors are coming to inspect the orphanage. How dare you slip away? Do you have any idea how embarrassing this is for me?" A sharp crack resounded as the stick struck Li Muhán's arm, rendering his right limb completely numb, unable to lift it even slightly. "Why yes, I am sorry, Teacher Zhong. I was hungry." His words spilled out uncontrollably, mirroring the scene etched in his memory. "Hungry? Very well, I shall let you feel hunger." The woman abruptly snatched a rat from the floor and crushed it with a fierce grip. "Aren't you hungry? Here, eat." She yanked Li Muhán's hair and forcefully shoved the dead rodent towards his mouth. "I'm sorry. I want tea, do it again. I promise I want tea." His cries echoed through the room, while in the shadows, a young girl silently observed the scene. With flowing black hair and dressed in a white dress, her gaze towards Li Muhán was filled with compassion. Just as the half-dead rat was about to be forced into Li Muhán's mouth, she approached him slowly, crouching down to embrace him gently from behind. "It's all right. Don't be afraid." In that instant, the towering woman vanished without a trace, and the surroundings began to transform, becoming bright and warm. Li Muhán found himself on the ground, retching. Though there was no dead rat in his mouth, the sensation felt all too real. As if he had genuinely returned to the orphanage of his youth. "Who are you?" He wiped his mouth and turned to face the dark-haired woman. "Child, are you in pain?" The woman looked at him with concern, but Li Muhán, wary, took a step back. "Did you make me see those things?" he questioned. The woman nodded slightly, then shook her head in response. That is your memory, not something I compelled you to see. It is you who has allowed me to witness it. Now, I have dispelled those nightmarish visions for you. Are you the peculiar entity that resides atop the tower, binding the restless souls? The woman gradually rose to her feet, offering Li Muhán a gentle smile. I have merely alleviated their painful memories, but I have not imprisoned anyone. They chose to remain here of their own accord. She then approached Li Muhán slowly, tenderly lifting her hand to caress his face, a solitary tear escaping her eye. While Li Muhán found himself utterly immobilized. And your nightmares are so excruciating, dear child, I can banish them for you, I can transform everything for the better. Just like this. The woman's hand gently touched Li Muhán's temple. In the next moment, the scene around him shifted once more. This time, he found himself in a cozy little room, reminiscent of the one he had long dreamed of in his childhood. He raised his hands and saw that they had become small and childlike. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was softly tapped. Muhán, are you awake? This voice was eerily familiar yet strangely foreign, for the owner of this voice should not sound so gentle. With a click, the door swung open. Indeed, it was Teacher Zhong who entered, but she was entirely different from his memories, radiantly beautiful, graceful in demeanor, with a loving smile adorning her face. Since you are awake, why not open the door for your teacher? Today is the prayer day at the orphanage, come along. Li Muhán stood frozen, bewildered by the transformation in Teacher Zhang's demeanor. Poor child. Noticing his lack of response, Teacher Zhang knelt down, enveloping Li Muhán's frail form in her arms. Dreaming of your parents again? I am so sorry, dear child. I cannot bring them back to you, but I, as your teacher, will be your mother. I shall remain by your side until you are ready to face everything alone. The woman's figure reappeared beside Li Muhán. I can sense the joy and tranquility within your heart. You cherish this feeling, and I can enhance it further. Her hand rested once more on Li Muhán's temple. The scene shifted again, this time to a modest yet exquisitely adorned living room. The table was laden with mouth-watering dishes, and Li Muhán stood at the entrance, clad in a suit, holding a briefcase. Darling, you are back. A woman's figure peeked out from the kitchen, and Li Muhán was momentarily stunned. It was Gu Ruoshi, appearing more mature than he remembered, yet even more beautiful. Her face aglow with a smile of happiness. You've worked hard, dear. I finished early today to prepare a meal for you. She gently urged Li Muhán to the dining table. Today is your birthday and also our wedding anniversary. You haven't forgotten, have you? With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Gu Ruoshi looked at Li Muhán, who remained dazed, prompting her to call out into the room. Xià Yuè. In a moment, a little girl of 4 or 5 years old dashed out from the room. Happy birthday, dear father. The adorable little girl presented a bouquet to Li Muhán. Why are you standing there in a daze? Your daughter has given you a gift, you should accept it, Gu Ruoshi urged with a smile. Trembling, Li Muhán extended his hand to receive the flowers. The woman appeared beside him, her figure settling gracefully into the chair, and she continued with a smile. I can do even better. I can transform all your regrets and unfulfilled desires into reality. For instance, just as her hand was about to touch Li Muhán's temple again, he slowly grasped her hand. It's not enough. The woman looked at him, somewhat taken aback. Her eyes filled with curiosity. I can offer you a different experience each day, a life brimming with happiness and joy, not merely memories. Just like now. I can provide you with the life you once dreamed of and yearned for. Li Muhán gradually lifted his gaze to the little girl before him. A bittersweet smile gracing his face. Indeed, I almost forgot. Marrying Gu Ruoshi, starting a family, having a child, securing a respectable job, and ensuring a good life for them, this has been my dream for many years. Then you can stay, you can remain here. I will make all of this come true. I can even grant you eternal youth, allowing you to experience this life forever, the woman exclaimed with excitement. Yet, Li Muhán simply shook his head. He released her hand and gently caressed his daughter's cherubic cheek. A dream is merely a dream, and the future you have shown me is not the one I desire. Some futures must be forged through one's own efforts. Turning to face the woman, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Indeed, the dreams you present are exquisite. But alas, I have a place to return to and people awaiting my return. The woman's expression gradually dimmed, her demeanor growing colder. Is that so? You are not one to be ensnared by dreams, are you? Suddenly, Li Muhán felt the formerly warm room plummet in temperature. And the vibrant flowers in his hand began to wilt rapidly. As he looked up again, Gu Ruoxi's form morphed into that of a lifeless corpse. Her shriveled lips parted and closed, her voice icy as she uttered, "You have abandoned us. Father, you have killed us." The little girl, too, had transformed into a creature devoid of eyeballs, her sockets dark and hollow. In an instant, darkness enveloped everything. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in the orphanage of his memories, the dim and foul-smelling corridor. This was the true orphanage of his recollection. A dreadful sound of footsteps echoed ominously. Simultaneously, a hoarse, distorted voice bellowed from the shadows of the corridor, "Li Muhán. Teacher Zhong, the nightmare of Li Muhán's childhood, perhaps this teacher was the true demon." Soon, a massive, twisted figure emerged before him, resembling a grotesque creature stitched together from various corpses, grotesque and repulsive. With one hand clutching an axe and the other wielding a kitchen knife, it approached Li Muhán with heavy strides. Its mouth incessantly uttered Li Muhán's name, each utterance accompanied by a vile spray of viscous slime. "So, this is the image you have always held in my heart, Teacher Zhong," Li Muhán remarked, his expression unyielding. In that moment, a woman materialized beside him. "I can make all of this vanish, you need not endure these nightmares. I can create a better reality for you. Apologies. But there are certain agonies in this world that must be faced," he replied, turning to confront the advancing monstrosity, a faint smile gradually forming on his lips. "I recall a positive soul once stating that the most effective way to dispel fear is to confront it head-on." As the creature loomed closer, it raised the kitchen knife high. "Now is still the time to plead for me to eradicate your nightmares," the woman implored, her voice almost breaking with sorrow. The domain unfolded, and thunderous lightning surged forth. In an instant, the brilliant flashes of lightning tore through the dreamscape, sending the creature hurtling away. The surroundings began to warp, dark clouds gathering ominously above Li Muhán as bolts of lightning struck the ground, rendering the space increasingly unstable. Why can't I remain here? I can undeniably bring you happiness, grant you joy." The woman's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she gazed in confusion at Li Muhán's silhouette. Yet he paid her no heed, his focus fixed upon the creature that had risen once more. Simultaneously, the lifeless form of Gu Ruoxi and a young girl crawled forth, their wails piercing the air as they advanced toward Li Muhán. "It was you who killed us. It was you. Father. Father, don't leave." Li Muhán unfastened the elongated backpack he carried and let it fall to the ground, his hand now grasping the hilt of a black-tongued sword. At the moment his fingers wrapped around the sword's hilt, a tempest of lightning began to coalesce, intertwining with the blade as he slowly drew it forth. The thunder's might enveloped him. Li Muhán's pupils shimmered with a golden glow, and the pendant of his necklace transformed into a mask, covering half of his face. With a swift motion, as the sword of subjugation was fully unsheathed, a tremendous clap of thunder resonated above. "Some dreams must awaken. No, I beg you. Please don't go." The woman had fallen to her knees, her cries echoing as she observed Li Muhán's retreating figure, gripping the sword of subjugation tightly. As the three monsters approached him, the image of Huotian's final strike materialized before his eyes. "All shall be severed." The blade, entwined with lightning, sliced through the air. Where the lightning flashed, all fell silent, the bodies of the three monsters were obliterated into mere remnants. 3 nightmare avatars slain, obtaining fragments of the nightmare's soul. Current restoration level of King Ball's soul, 15. New enhancement power acquired. Even in a normal state, your speed, strength, perception, and mental fortitude will be increased tenfold. Li Muhán slowly turned around, fixing his gaze upon the still weeping woman. The woman's voice was laden with despair, pain, and resentment. She raised her head to gaze at Li Muhán. Why refuse to live in a dream?" Li Muhán offered a bitter smile, though masked. The woman could not perceive his expression. He gradually sheathed his sword, crouching down to address her, because one must always look forward. Yet they need not compel themselves to move ahead, for life had already eluded them. If they could dwell eternally in dreams, why awaken at all? The woman slowly lowered her hand from her face, her tear-stained eyes filled with anguish as she beheld the demon before her. The surrounding environment began to dissolve, transforming into an endless expanse of white. Li Muhán noticed a multitude of vibrant soap bubbles coalescing around the woman. She tenderly cradled the bubbles, as if cherishing her own children. What are these? These are their dreams. The woman gently spread her hands, and countless colorful bubbles began to gather around her. Li Muhán seemed able to glimpse the myriad lives within those bubbles. Some individuals achieved greatness within their dreams, winning the Nobel Prize in Literature, their fame and fortune arriving in a deluge. Yet in reality, he was a talented writer, struggling in obscurity, unable to afford even a meal. Ultimately succumbing to life's pressures and leaving behind a final work that became a source of ridicule. Others commanded storms in the business realm within their dreams, their every gesture capable of influencing the national economy. However, in reality, he was merely a businessman who, after a small venture failed, was driven to suicide by loan sharks. Some were hailed as celestial beings in their dreams, starring in major film productions, basking in fleeting glory. Yet in reality, she was an ordinary-looking individual from a humble background who, after a botched cosmetic surgery due to loans, tragically took her own life. The woman did not deter Li Muhán from peering into these dreamscapes. She even wished to unveil more to the demon before her, but after witnessing bubble after bubble, Li Muhán let out a weary smile and said, "You have woven these beautiful dreams for them, yet now you stand as their greatest obstacle to moving on." Her expression turned tender yet sorrowful, seemingly addressing Li Muhán and the bubbles alike. Why must one reincarnate in this world, enduring all manner of suffering? How many truly navigate life smoothly, seeing their dreams realized? If that is the case, why not remain? I can offer them a beautiful life. You cannot. Li Muhán gently brushed aside the bubbles and approached the woman. No, don't come any closer. Her expression suddenly shifted to one of terror. She looked at Li Muhán as if he were a monster. Why? Why can you be so cruel? Abandon everything. The dreams you just witnessed. They were the lives you once yearned for. Why? Why? Li Muhán let out a cold laugh. Because those are but dreams, one cannot live solely in dreams. The woman trembled as she gazed at Li Muhán. I will not allow you to shatter their dreams. Ultimately, her eyes brimmed with resentment. In the blink of an eye, the pristine white scene was enveloped by darkness, from which grotesque, twisted creatures began to emerge from the blackened earth. Li Muhán understood that these were the manifestations of the dreamer's original nightmares. The bitterness, despair, and suffering had been extracted from the woman's very soul, transmuted into these abominable beings. Do you still not comprehend? Li Muhán grasped the hilt of his sword but did not face the woman. Instead, he turned to the monstrous entities, shouting, "You cannot help them. Your actions are only harming these souls. You will also affect those still living. It is you who lacks understanding. I have woven everything for you. Yet you remain so heartless. You are unworthy. Unworthy of possessing beautiful dreams." As more and more monsters converged, Li Muhán let out a cold laugh. Indeed, I am unworthy of splendid dreams, for everything I desire resides in reality. For those still outside the tower who are buying me time, I must dismantle everything here. I will not allow you to do this. I will safeguard everything here. And I will protect their beautiful dreams. The woman rose to her feet, and countless tendrils of darkness began to envelop her form. Her body twisted further into the darkness, ultimately transforming into an immense, chaotic serpent. Simultaneously, a chilling, dreary voice echoed from the serpent's maw. The realm unfolds, and the nightmare awakens. In an instant, Li Muhán felt the monsters grow increasingly ferocious. Now I finally understand why you can be so resolute, because you are still alive, you possess life, the future, and boundless possibilities. Yet your laughable future will ultimately become the news that will strangle you. This is my world, my domain, the endless nightmare shall consume you entirely. The colossal serpent vanished into the shadows, and the twisted creatures roared as they charged toward Li Muhán. This is indeed more straightforward. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Li Muhán's eyes as lightning began to crackle in the darkness. With a swift motion, the blade of the demon suppressor was drawn once more, and Li Muhán enveloped the blade with the power of thunder. The weapon, already glinting with a chilling radiance, now exuded an even more formidable aura. Undaunted by the horde of monsters, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The blade of the demon suppressor sliced through the darkness, leaving trails of lightning in its wake. Each collision reduced a monster to ashes. No. No. I refuse to accept this. I should not fail. I am the best. My creation is the finest. The fault lies with the readers. With the editors. With the market. With this world. With each monster he felled, the relentless echoes of twisted rage and despair reverberated around Li Muhán. Why? Why? We are in the same business. Why can others succeed while I am left with only failure? Why is my work superior yet they refuse to even glance my way? Why? I will not accept this. Sobbing softly, I too yearn to become a star, to be cherished and in the spotlight, to be the center of attention. Why does my appearance seem to deteriorate despite my attempts at transformation? Why must I be the one to suffer? Why is the world so unjust towards me? Li Muhán remained silent, quietly bearing the weight of these negative emotions within his heart. He did not let them disturb his peace, rather, he felt a profound sorrow. I shall not critique your dreams, for without enduring another's suffering, one cannot advise them towards goodness. I lack the right. Yet, all your discontent and despair should not become the shackles that bind your souls. If you seek an outlet, Li Muhán stood firm against the encroaching monsters, suddenly directing the venerable demon suppressor towards the sky. Come at me. Consider me the source of all evil. Bring it on. The monsters descended into a frenzy. A tide of creatures threatening to engulf Li Muhán. At that moment, a flash of lightning erupted, radiating from the very center of his encirclement, dispersing countless bolts of electricity. The monsters touched by the lightning were reduced to ashes, alongside their endless pain and unfulfilled dreams. One by one, the bubbles began to shatter. Those still caught in their beautiful dreams were compelled to confront reality, facing their failures and the stark truth of a future forever lost. As the thunder subsided, Li Muhán knelt, gasping for breath, feeling as though his body was on the verge of collapse. Yet, the ordeal was not over. As he shattered the bubbles, a colossal serpent emerged from the darkness. No, no, no. Do not harm them any further. The serpent opened its maw, plunging at Li Muhán. The youth did not flinch or evade. The thick, demonic tail steadied him against the impending attack, and he gripped his blade firmly before him. Taking a deep breath as the black serpent approached, Li Muhán noted a significant number of soul fragments harvested. Current restoration level of Baal soul, 30. Current domain level elevated to Plague. Domain name, Thunderous Abyss. Domain radius, 3. Domain level, Plague. Within the Thunderous Abyss, along with the previous domain powers, new abilities await. In this realm, your strength, speed, mental fortitude, recuperative ability, and concentration are enhanced by 30-fold. Here, your command over lightning is elevated, allowing you to manifest it as tangible weaponry. Furthermore, you may designate one weapon as your essence, transforming it into a divine artifact capable of harnessing the full force of thunder. Li Muhán exhaled slowly, the golden light in his eyes intensifying, while the venerable demon suppressor in his hand transformed into a blade forged purely of lightning. Thunderous Abyss, the unfold. The domain, once filled with the roar of thunder, fell into silence in that instant, though it was but the calm before the storm. Then, a countless thunderclaps seemed to respond to an unseen power, converging into shimmering swords of blinding gold that darted through the stormy clouds. At the moment when the colossal serpent, engulfed in darkness and chaos, was about to devour Li Muhán, all the swords appeared to have found their mark, subtly pointing towards the dark wave rushing towards him. I shall consume your pain. I shall devour your despair. I shall engulf your life. I will ensure you live eternally within a beautiful dream. Why can you not comprehend? Li Muhán sighed softly. Everything shall rest in slumber within the dream. In that dream, you will become a part of me. I shall cherish you, love you. I will provide you with all that you desire. At last, the darkness loomed before Li Muhán. The giant serpent opened its enormous maw, which seemed to conceal a black hole brimming with an endless abyss of darkness. Yet, within the depths of that abyss, Li Muhán glimpsed the exquisite dreamscape woven for him by the nightmare. In that realm, he could rectify all regrets, reclaim all that was lost, even reunite with his parents. Truly living a blissful life. But what of it? If all of this were merely a dream, then it was time to awaken from this reverie. With a mighty strike, The demon subduing general unleashed his power once more. Thunder reverberated across the heavens, then the swords that traversed the darkness lunged towards the serpent. All shall be severed. Boom. Countless bolts of lightning rent the serpent's form asunder, dispelling the infinite darkness. With each shattering of a dream bubble, her soul departed. No, no. As the serpent's body was torn apart, a woman emerged from within, weeping and wailing as she reached for the fragmented bubbles. No, please, do not leave. Then, Li Muhán witnessed soul after soul emerging from the shadows. Despite the woman's desperate attempts to grasp them, the souls seemed to have come to a profound understanding. Once the grand dream had shattered, each face bore a trace of melancholy, signifying a longing for the broken dreams and a resolute severance from the earthly ties of this life. Thank you, but the path ahead is ours to tread. Sister. Thank you. Thank you. They smiled as they bid farewell to the girl, and one by one, they dissipated into the ether. The woman knelt, reaching for one after another in vain. At last, she grasped a soul's hand tightly. Do not depart, I implore you, do not leave me. I can still do better. Tears streamed down her face. Yet, the soul did not meet her gaze, instead regarding Li Muhán with a look of pride. This lad, he is strong, is he not? The soul grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained by time. As for Li Muhán, he stood frozen upon seeing the soul. He yearned to rush forward, to convey a multitude of thoughts, but just as he took a step, the soul slowly raised a hand. You are worthy now. With those words, the soul began to gradually fade away. No, no. The woman, engulfed in despair, felt her soul fading away in its final moments. The man gazed at Li Muhán and softly remarked that last strike was quite splendid. The remnants of her soul eluded her grasp, darkness dissipated, and all ephemeral bubbles shattered. Every spirit found its rightful destination. Li Muhán, momentarily stunned, lifted his gaze to the luminous specks left in the wake of the dissipating souls. His sorrow transforming into unwavering resolve. Thank you, Captain. As tranquility returned, Li Muhán, weary yet resolute, sheathed his blade and staggered to kneel beside the woman. Whether human or otherworldly, none can dwell in dreams. Those illusions you cherish are but fragile bubbles, ultimately mere fleeting fantasies. I apologize. The woman's attire, now tattered, mirrored her pallid complexion as she lowered her head, disheveled hair veiling her eyes. I merely wish to grant everyone a beautiful conclusion. This is their final resting place. Forgive me, perhaps it is I who has been ensnared by nightmares all along. As she spoke, Li Muhán noticed the ground where the woman sat gradually morphing into a dark, swamp-like abyss. I was born of darkness, nurtured by nightmares, feeding on anguish. Yet I desire not to inflict suffering upon anyone. Even in death, these souls are haunted by their nightmares, tormented by the obsessions of their former lives. The darkness began to envelop the woman, and she slowly raised her head, her tear-stained eyes reflecting a hint of remorse as they met Li Muhán's gaze. I am the one who truly belongs in this nightmare. I am sorry. Li Muhán quietly observed as the woman was gradually consumed by darkness. And thank you for preventing me from committing a grave error. What will become of you? Li Muhán inquired. To return to the nightmare. To embrace the suffering that is the very essence of my existence, the burden I must bear. A nightmare, nourished by human anguish and dread, yet aspiring to bestow upon humanity a sweet dream. From this perspective, she had already defied the laws of her nature. What awaited her was retribution. She would endure an eternity of torment, hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, until the agony shattered her completely, bringing an end to her suffering. The darkness had consumed half of the woman's form, and with great effort she raised her head to look at Li Muhán. Your eyes are exquisite. I am truly grateful that you allowed me to behold such beauty in my final moments. The nightmare then slowly closed her eyes, awaiting the chaos and darkness to drag her into the abyss. Just as the shadows threatened to envelop her neck, that tremendous force suddenly bound her, pulling her from the depths of darkness. The woman opened her eyes in confusion, and in an instant she was forcefully yanked from the clutches of darkness. Did I not say you could leave? Li Muhán regarded her coldly, a robust demonic tail ensnaring her waist, holding her aloft. Why? The woman, perplexed, could not comprehend why this demon would choose to save her. The actions you previously undertook have contravened the relevant regulations set forth by the special administration. Having erred, You must face the consequences, which are not for you to dictate. Li Muhán grasped the tattered collar of the woman, fixating his gaze intensely into her eyes, demanding an answer. Regardless of the challenges one encounters, humanity must persevere, and you, too, must accept the repercussions of your misdeeds. Do not think to cower in the shadows. You weeping wretch. A weeping wretch? Is it not true? How many times have you wept before us? Crying, crying, crying. Do you know anything beyond weeping? Under Li Muhán's fierce stare, the tears suddenly welled up in the nightmarish woman's eyes. I'm sorry, she whimpered. Or please, don't cry. Do not weep. I'm truly sorry, but I cannot help it. I am just so prone to tears. Meanwhile, circumstances outside the tower shifted. Just as the incense stick extinguished, Huang Zizai had prepared to command Xià Yuè to annihilate all souls when an unexpected turn of events transpired. One by one, the souls began to transform into specks of light, dissipating into the night sky. Master, what is happening? Yu Linglong inquired, turning to Huang Zizai in confusion. Huang Zizai. The monk and Sasha all exhaled in relief, while for the first time, her smile graced the face of Taoist Huang. Haha, this lad has truly succeeded. Lin Zhe leaned against the car, yet it seemed that all circumstances lay well within her grasp. She observed the myriad of glowing specks soaring beneath the night sky, her smile softening further. Not bad, that qualifies as satisfactory. Subsequently, she handed her coffee cup to a staff member from the Supernatural Management Department before entering her vehicle. Director Lin, are you departing? With everything resolved, surely your department will not require me to oversee the aftermath. No, we wouldn't dare, Director Lin. Thank you for your hard work, safe travels. As the vehicle drove away, the massive doors of the tower slowly creaked open. Everyone anxiously watched the dark interior of the tower until a demon emerged into view. Captain Li. You are remarkable. Huang Zizai was the first to speak, giving Li Muhán a thumbs up. Yet, he quickly fell silent before he noticed that Li Muhán's demonic tail was entwined with a person, a ragged young girl. Amitabha. So this is the anomaly. The monk clasped his hands in prayer, seemingly relieved. All present were astonished. Not only had Li Muhán accomplished his mission, but he had also captured this anomaly. Xià Yuè approached Li Muhán, scrutinizing the still sobbing girl, and remarked, "This is a nightmare. I'm so sorry, truly sorry." The nightmare continually apologized upon seeing anyone, while Li Muhán appeared utterly exhausted. After releasing the nightmare onto the ground, he turned to Huang Zizai and asked, "Are those souls all safe?" "Rest assured, lad, perhaps one or two have escaped, but the Supernatural Management Department will handle the aftermath," Huang Zizai reassured him, patting Li Muhán on the shoulder. Still masked, Li Muhán exhaled a breath of white vapor, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him. "This nightmare has been entrusted to you, but do not harm her. Regarding this incident, I must report." Before he could complete his sentence, he collapsed to the ground. The panicked cries of the crowd echoed in Li Muhán's ears, yet he found himself too weak to respond. At this moment, he could only allow his consciousness to sink gradually, until he felt himself make contact with the ground. He had inexplicably arrived at the Temple of Baal. Raising his gaze towards the throne, he discovered that Baal was watching him. This seemed to be the first time Baal had actively looked at him. Li Muhán propped himself up and stood. "Human, come here," Baal commanded slowly, raising a hand and beckoning with his fingers. Li Muhán's body began to ascend the steps uncontrollably, approaching the throne. "Brother, I am quite tired at the moment. Could we perhaps discuss matters another time?" Li Muhán longed for sleep. Baal supported his chin with his hand, and the youth's strikingly handsome features were accentuated by the glint of mischief in his golden eyes. "I did not anticipate that you could indeed restore my soul." "No need for thanks." Li Muhán yawned. "Perhaps through you, that I might witness even more intriguing events, human." Baal slowly rose to his full height, towering over Li Muhán with a slender form that belied any weakness. "If possible, call my name." Upon hearing Li Muhán's words, Baal tilted his head slightly, his smile growing more mischievous. "There is only one human who may utter my name. King Solomon." The name of the ancient king of Israel surfaced in Li Muhán's mind. Before Li Muhán could respond, Baal's finger gently pressed against his forehead. "Huh? Are you about to tell me this is the last time?" Li Muhán gazed in confusion at Bale's actions. Perhaps you will become the second human whom I permit to call my name. Suddenly, Li Muhán felt a surge of power flow into his body, a clear indication of his strength being enhanced. It was Bale who infused him with this power. You may depart now. With a flick of his finger, Bale sent Li Muhán's consciousness spiraling backward once more. However, this time, as he slipped into unconsciousness, Li Muhán struggled to give Bale a standard international gesture. In the medical ward of the Special Administrations Department, Xià Yuè had been vigilantly watching over Li Muhán's bedside for 3 days. During this time, many had come to visit him, Lin Ziyu, Su Shui, and even in Chi from the 7th Squad, Huang Zizai, Yuling Long, the monk, and Sasha from the 9th Squad, and Lin Zhe had also dropped by several times. Yet Li Muhán remained in a deep coma. Rest assured, all his bodily indicators are normal, he is merely exhausted. A few more days of rest will see him awaken, she reassured Xià Yuè. Yet, Xià Yuè remained silent, choosing to hold her tongue until Li Muhán stirred. If he were to remain unresponsive, someone must bear the consequences. The nightmare, which had been captured and confined by the special administration, would be the first to feel the wrath of Xià Yuè. Gradually, Li Muhán awoke from his slumber, his gaze settling upon the unfamiliar ceiling. Still somewhat dazed, he turned to see the drowsy figure of Xià Yuè beside him. A feeling of unreality washed over him. Was it possible that everything that had transpired, including his confrontation with the nightmare and the liberation of those tormented souls, had merely been a figment of his imagination? Xià Yuè stirred, sensing movement, and as she opened her eyes to find Li Muhán awake, tears welled up in the usually aloof vampire girl's eyes. Startled, Li Muhán felt a pang of anxiety in his chest, pondering how the nightmare had transformed Xià Yuè into such a pitiable and endearing girl in his dream. I thought you would never awaken, she exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Momentarily taken aback, Li Muhán inhaled the familiar scent of her shampoo wafting from her hair. This nightmare was rather adept. Even recognizing the brand of my shampoo, he mused, believing this to be a dream. Thus, being held by Xià Yuè elicited little reaction from him. What did you say? Xià Yuè asked, her brow furrowed in confusion, while an insidious thought crept into Li Muhán's mind. Since this was merely a dream, perhaps he could indulge in whatever whims he desired. What are you implying? She tilted her head in innocence. The girl was simply too adorable, and at that moment, Li Muhán resolved to abandon all pretense. Ha! Look at you, vampire. You've met your match. In reality, you are so obstinate, yet here in my dream. You must obey. Have you lost your mind? Xià Yuè gazed at him with concern. Prepare yourself, Li Muhán declared as he pinched her cheek. Ha ha ha, so soft. I've been wanting to do this. Oh my, your skin is so tender. Do you enjoy sucking blood? Allow me to grant you that pleasure. Xià Yuè's expression gradually turned cold. Stop it, she protested, her words slightly garbled as Li Muhán continued to tease her, unperturbed by her indifference. You dare to scold me? I'll show you. He playfully tapped her cheeks, but upon noticing her detached demeanor, he suddenly grew perplexed. Huh? Why have you changed back to your real self? What happened to that sweet girl? Change back? You have one chance to explain yourself, Xià Yuè replied coldly. Do you dare to threaten me? Guru Roshi bore me a child in this dream, and you should at least give me 5. He retorted, eager to assert his dominance. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the medical department, a nurse and a doctor were engaged in light-hearted conversation. That girl in the room on the 3rd floor is truly stunning. Indeed, they must be lovers. Absolutely. Just look at the worry in her eyes. Only a lover would display such concern. How wonderful. I wish to fall in love as well. Ideally, with someone as adorable as her. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the 3rd floor, followed by a man's anguished scream. Oh! I sent this a dream. It can't be real. Help. Someone, please. As they continued, they witnessed Li Muhán, clad in a hospital gown, tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic roll, and upon hitting the ground, he let out a piercing scream before dashing towards the exit. What did you just say? Whose child did you father? At that moment, Xià Yuè appeared at the top of the staircase. Upon seeing Li Muhán flee, a glimmer of crimson flickered in her eyes. In the next instant, she had already sent the frantically running Li Muhán crashing to the ground with a swift kick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I meant it was a dream. A dream. Oh. So you wish to bear a child with her? Already dreaming, are we? No. It's a nightmare. A nightmare. The nurse and doctor stood dumbfounded as the nurse chuckled wryly and turned to the doctor, saying, do you still wish to pursue romance with such a lady? Never mind. I'd rather live a few more years. Upon hearing the news of Li Muhán's awakening, Lindsay arrived at the medical department of the special administration. Humming a little tune while carrying some fruits. She gently pushed open the door to the ward. Her initial intention was to commend Li Muhán for his efforts. However, upon seeing the figure on the bed, swayed like a mummy with a leg encased in plaster, her smile faltered. My apologies, I seem to have entered the wrong ward. Are you a new specimen from the Cultural Relics Management Division? Finally, she managed to utter those words. Woo. Woo. 4 nests. It's me. Xià Yuè. Save me. Upon noticing Lindsay's entrance, the mummy began to struggle. Lindsay was utterly perplexed by the utterances. It's alright being a mummy. Having been dormant for so long and then excavated by the Cultural Relics Management Division, it's only natural to feel disoriented. I shall return to check on you later. With a smile, Lindsay waved at the mummy and exited the ward. Just as the door closed, Xià Yuè's figure emerged from where the door had blocked her view. With an enigmatic smile gracing her face, she observed the thrashing mummy on the bed. Oh. Still seeking salvation. It seems my efforts were not sufficiently ruthless. Woo. Woo. Indeed. This mummy was Li Muhán, transformed into this state after being soundly beaten by Xià Yuè, who evidently had no intention of letting him off easily. The young girl slowly revealed her sharp fangs, licking her lips as she approached the bed. Meanwhile, Lindsay, having stepped into the corridor, began to feel a sense of unease. Room 305, I did not take a wrong turn. She retraced her steps and glanced at the sign hanging by the door. Captain of the 7th Squad, Li Muhán. With that, she opened the door once more. Li Muhán, what on earth is going on? Speak up. Whose child? Woo. Muyu. None. Muyu the sea lion. No child. Who told me you had a child with her? Now you deny it. Just so happens. I'm feeling a bit peckish, then a little blood-sucking could be rather painful. Woo. Woo. Xiaobin. Xiaobin, help. Ultimately. With Lindsay's explanation, Xià Yuè reluctantly accepted Li Muhán's claims about the nightmare. However, she soon turned away in anger over another matter. So, your dream is to marry her and have children. In the past, Lindsay was unwrapping the bandages from Li Muhán's face when I heard him mention the old times. I quickly pinched him sharply and shot him a glare. Li Muhán seemed to grasp the situation and hastily corrected himself, saying, back then, I was young and foolish, I now consider those matters as part of my dark history. Xià Yuè appeared to still be annoyed. Ultimately, it was Lindsay who acted as the peacemaker. Alright, enough of this nonsense. With the special administration backing us, this fellow is under your watch 24/7. If not, I'll have him executed immediately. Li Muhán looked at Lindsay with a puzzled expression, prompting Lindsay to glare at him again. Oh, yes. Execute me if I leave your side. Xià Yuè slightly turned her head, pouting in annoyance as she asked, are you really going to drain my blood? Damn it, that's even more terrifying than execution. Eventually, Lindsay explained the subsequent developments to Li Muhán. The 9th Squad and the Special Administration had completed their aftermath work. As for the nightmare that Li Muhán had brought out, I could scarcely believe such an ancient creature still existed if I had not witnessed it myself. Do nightmares really cry so easily? Li Muhán inquired. Lindsay pondered for a moment and shrugged. I haven't encountered other nightmares. If even Lindsay hasn't seen one, then this creature is truly rare. The thought of that nightmare, on the verge of tears just from a single glare, was rather amusing. What is her current situation? She has already been placed under the supervision of the Special Administration, with the file number 1508. Generally, as long as the anomalies haven't caused significant casualties, The special administration does not resort to extreme measures after capturing them, considering they have existed for such a long time. Especially nightmares, which seem to originate from another dark matter realm, existing even longer than humanity itself. Moreover, given that this nightmare acted with good intentions, crafting dreams for those wronged souls, the Ninth Special Administration has also spoken on her behalf. According to the Venerable Daoist Wang Zizai, even demons have feelings, as long as they are not indiscriminately slaughtering innocents. It is not unreasonable to grant them a chance at life. Upon hearing this, Li Muhán felt a sense of relief. He was genuinely concerned that the nightmare would be captured and executed by the special administration, rendering his efforts to rescue her from the darkness futile. She seems to care about you. During her solitary confinement and interrogation, she cried continuously, but as soon as your name was mentioned, she stopped and asked where you were. Oh, even a nightmare is so concerned about you. Li Muhán instantly sensed the unfriendly gaze from beside him. Hey, Director Lin, let us talk about something else. Anything but her. Alright then, let us discuss Xià Yuè. She has already submitted a request to transfer to the 7th squad. What? Absolutely not. Reject it firmly. Li Muhán hurriedly waved his hands, having already heard the girl beside him taking deep breaths to maintain her composure. Rest assured, I have already declined. Even if I were to acquiesce, Huang Laoda would not release them. For this reason, Xià Yuè has once again locked herself in her room, refusing to emerge. When you have a moment, do pay a visit. Lindsay sensed a palpable aura of menace. After clearing her throat, she hastily changed the subject. Oh, by the way, someone is coming to see you shortly. Another expert. Xià Yuè could no longer contain herself and let out a cold laugh. Hey, do not misunderstand. Lindsay quickly grasped Xià Yuè's clenched fist, which was trembling with barely suppressed fury. For the sake of Li Muhán's safety, she needed to clarify her words. The visitor is Director Chong from the Special Administration Bureau of Tianhai City. Director. Li Muhán could scarcely recall, as Lindsay was merely the deputy director. He had never laid eyes on the actual head of the Special Administration Bureau. An esteemed figure is coming to see me. He scratched his head, perplexed. Lindsay had already removed the bandages from Li Muhán's body and noticed that his wounds were healing at an astonishing pace, even though he had yet to activate his domain. This observation led her to a speculation: could it be that this lad's level has actually risen in such a short time? Although beings from other realms or combatants from the Special Administration Bureau can indeed enhance their levels through cultivation, it typically requires a significant toll. For instance, monstrous beings may cultivate by devouring humans or stealing souls, while deities gather faith to strengthen their divine essence. Members of the Special Administration Bureau, on the other hand, can fortify themselves through a specialized training system. Yet none of these methods could yield evolution in merely a few days. However, Lindsay chose to keep her thoughts to herself and smiled as she spoke. You are now the captain of the 7th squad. You have assumed a leadership role. And considering the substantial trouble you have resolved for the Supernatural Management Department, it is only natural for him to personally commend you for bringing back such a rare entity. Li Muhán nodded slightly, though a sense of nervousness lingered within him. He could be said to harbor a degree of anticipation. What might the director of the Special Administration Bureau be like? Would he resemble the characters from Tales, reserved, profound, exuding an aura of formidable charisma? Or perhaps, akin to Lindsay, who, with her enigmatic demeanor and ever-present card-playing smile, was a paragon of beauty? At that moment, Li Muhán was startled by a furious roar from outside the door. Damn it, I told you, I am on leave today. I will not handle any work. Where is Lindsay? Where has she gone? The voice grew increasingly closer. Are you kidding me? Am I afraid of that woman? I am merely giving her some leeway. She is but one woman, surely I wouldn't just slap her away. You think I am bragging? Fine. Next time you come over, I will beat her in front of you, so she understands the director's authority. Enough. I will not waste any more time with you. I still need to visit my subordinates. Enough of your nonsense. I am not playing games. I am genuinely going to check on them. Then a nurse's voice could be heard. Director. This is a hospital, please keep it down. How many times must we repeat this? As Li Muhán observed. The smile on Lin Zhe's face had become rigid, with the corners of his mouth twitching incessantly. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was kicked open with a resounding bang. Where is everyone? Where are the members of the 7th team? Li Muhán was startled as a tall, nearly 2-meter tall middle-aged man swaggered into the room. Ha ha ha. You must be Li. The man was about to speak when he caught sight of Lin Zhe sitting by the bedside. Lin Zhe slowly rose, turning to face the man. His forehead veins bulging, yet maintaining a smile as he said, the director's authority. Care to show me now? Cold sweat instantly broke out on the man's forehead. I was just joking, Director Lin, good morning, good morning. Thank you for your hard work. How many times have I told you? You must knock before entering. Yes, I was wrong, my apologies, the man stammered. Then hurry and get out, come back in properly. Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. The tall, robust man immediately bent over and exited, gently closing the door behind him. Li Muhán stood there, dumbfounded. What was happening? That man addressed Lin Zhe as the director. And Lin Zhe referred to him as director too. Was he the head of the Tianhai Municipal Special Administration Bureau? So these two called each other by their titles. Knock, 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 the door was rapped upon again. Come in, Lin Zhe said coldly. The door opened. And another man entered, bowing and grinning sheepishly. Good morning, Director Lin. Director, how many times have I told you? You represent the entire image of the Tianhai Municipal Special Administration Bureau. Stop behaving like a child, causing a ruckus every day. Lin Zhe let out a helpless sigh, taking on the role of a parent as he began lecturing the man. Yes, you are absolutely right, hehe. So, is this the young man here to take over for Ho Tion? The man shifted his gaze to Li Muhán. Hello, Director, my name is Li Muhán. Li Muhán finally managed to collect his thoughts and hurriedly greeted the man. All right, enough of your nonsense. Oh, is that Xià? I've heard you've fallen for a human. It seems to be true. Just as the man was about to continue, he was halted by another piercing glance from Lin Zhe, prompting him to cough awkwardly. Ahem, yes. I am the director of the Tianhai Municipal Special Administration Bureau, you may call me Xià. The man straightened up, looking down at Li Muhán. Li Muhán understood now that the eccentric middle-aged man before him was indeed Xià Yuè, the director of the bureau. Oh dear, this nightmare is truly cruel. Look at how badly it has battered our captainly goodness, with such slender arms and legs, aren't you afraid of breaking him? Xià Yuè remarked dramatically, eyeing Li Muhán's still unwrapped bandages. I did that, Xià Yuè interjected coldly. Xià Yuè was taken aback, glancing between Xià Yuè and Li Muhán. Then suddenly leaned in close to Li Muhán and whispered, Kid, why are you crazy? You chose such a fierce woman. In a sudden flurry of motion, Lin Zhe and Xià Yuè executed a simultaneous side kick, propelling the towering man out of the hospital room. He let out a pained yelp as he collided heavily with the corridor wall. Director. Say that again. This is a hospital. Keep your voice down. Came the nurse's furious outburst, unable to endure any longer. Don't listen to him, his mind is a bit. Lin Zhe gestured towards his head, shaking it disapprovingly. Li Muhán twitched at the corner of his mouth but nodded slightly in response. In recognition of your contributions during this mission, oh what a hassle. 10 minutes later, the bruised and battered Xià Yuè stood before Li Muhán, offering him words of commendation. Just as he contemplated giving up, Lin Zhe's cough prompted him to regain his composure. In acknowledgement of your exemplary performance during this mission, Captain Li Muhán of the 7th Squad. For some unknown reason, Li Muhán instinctively responded with a yes. On behalf of the Tianhai City Special Administration Bureau. On behalf of humanity. On behalf of the Ho Xià Nation. I present to you the most sincere gratitude. Li Muhán's excitement grew, the money was coming, the money was coming. Applause. Xià Yuè initiated the clapping. And Li Muhán fell silent, pondering, is this really it? Lin Zhe could no longer contain himself, seizing Xià Yuè's tie and demanding, where's the bonus? You've got to be kidding me. So much money. Did you spend it all on games? Well, not all of it. The rest was used to tip female streamers, Xià Yuè replied firmly. After all, they called me their esteemed protector. Li Muhán had never seen Lin Zhe so hysterical. She was on the verge of tears. Ultimately, Lindsay helplessly pulled out his phone, and soon Li Muhán had the notification from her own device. Your Alipay has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Consider it a personal bonus from me. I'm sorry I can only offer you this much. Lindsay said, his gaze filled with boundless regret. And no worries, Director Lin. You've always taken such good care of me, we really don't need to. Exactly. Look at Captain Li. So reasonable. Money is just an external matter, let us just. Suddenly, the glass on the third floor of the hospital shattered. Followed by a scream as a 2-meter-tall brute was hurled from a room on the third floor. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the first hospital in Tianhai City, Zhao Qinquan fixated intently on his phone screen. It displayed a video of Gu Ruoxi and her mother fleeing from the Yuehua apartment. Followed shortly by another clip of Li Muhán and 3 young women escorting a middle-aged man out of the apartment. That must be Gu Ruoxi's father. This despicable woman. Has she returned to seek out that monster again? Damn it. What a wretched creature. Observing his cousin's frenzied behavior, Zhao Dazhuang felt perplexed. Brother Kuan. Who is this man that even you can't deal with? Shut your mouth. It's all because of this woman. Fine. Since my father won't let me lay a hand on him, then I'll take it out on this bitch. Also, find out who these girls around Li Muhán are. Damn it, why is he always surrounded by such beautiful women? Alas, brother, this is quite inappropriate. It is against the law. Damn it, if I tell you to go, then go. Furthermore, first, bind the parents of that wretched Gu Ruoxi. Dazhuang. Heed my words, your cousin would never treat you unfairly. Aren't you heavily in debt? Here, take this card. Once the matter is resolved, I shall have further rewards for you. With that, Zhao Qinquan thrust a card into Zhao Dazhuang's hand. Zhao Dazhuang gazed at the black card, gritted his teeth, and with a resolute heart nodded. On a Sunday, under overcast skies, in a commercial district near Xià Yuè Mountain in Tianhai City, the area thrived due to the influx of tourists to the scenic spot. Not only had a commercial street been established, but an old street, replete with antique charm, had also been constructed, along with hot springs and other ancillary industries. It could be said that this was a vital component of Tianhai City's economic foundation. A slender man clad in a black coat, donning a baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses, stood out conspicuously on the street. Passers-by couldn't help but murmur about him. Mom. Look at that brother, he seems so strange. The youth was acutely aware that his attire was overly ostentatious. He quickened his pace, traversing the commercial area until he reached a secluded alley. This must be the place, he thought, pulling out a note and following the address to a small house at the alley's end. As his hand grasped the doorknob, his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. With a click, the door swung open. In that instant, a familiar scent wafted from within, the aroma of smoke mingled with rubber and leather, reminiscent of childhood visits to a dark internet CF. Amitba, Master Li, you have finally arrived. How is your injury healing? Please understand, I am currently under supervision, my family has a guarantor. And it is not easy to come out. Inside the room were 5 computers, 4 of which were occupied. Li Muhán quickly settled at the unoccupied terminal. Present were the monk Xiongya from Team 9, the Daoist Huang Zizai, and Yuling Long. The peculiar figure, of course, was Li Muhán himself. He removed his cap, mask, and sunglasses, swiftly entering the room and shutting the door behind him. Apologies, it took some time to escape the watchful eye of my family member. At that moment, Li Muhán noticed a familiar face beside him, though not a member of Team 9. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Wait, Lin Chi. The petite girl in sportswear, sporting a baseball cap, was indeed In Chi, the scout from his own Team 7. Enough chatter, quickly log in Area 1, let us take down that Yasuo. Master In. That is not a passerby, it's Director Chong Yu. Anyone who cannot play offline is a passerby. Besides, he knows nothing of competitive gaming. He spends his days playing nonsensical mobile games and watching female streamers, and he plays Yasuo so poorly that he still shows off his rank at 021. Hurry up. A voice crackled through the headset. Huh? What is going on? Wait, did I just get eliminated? You rascals, before he could finish his sentence, he was already expelled from the team. In-Chi cast a sidelong glance at Li Muhán, her tone remaining as indifferent as ever. Are you coming or not? Come on, I never expected you, In-Chi, to be an enthusiast of sports as well. As Li Muhán expressed his surprise, he logged in. You are our pillar of support, Li, you must not offend her. Initially filled with skepticism, Li Muhán was utterly astounded once the game commenced. This petite player specialized in jungle roles, and to sum it up succinctly, her territory was her own while the enemy's jungle was also hers. Furthermore, her ability to capture opponents was astonishingly precise, and she effectively commanded the entire game. Truly, she deserved the title of Scout. Her aptitude for seizing opportunities and controlling the battlefield was unparalleled. Amitba, if you continue to engage me in banter, I shall not hold back. The monk, Xià Yuè, was a quintessential figure with a fierce gaze. He appeared benevolent but was unyielding when it came to reprimanding others. His speed in typing insults surpassed his gameplay by 100-fold. Huang Ziza was merely a slacker in the top lane, managing to sustain himself as a tank purely by chance. As for Yuling Long, could you please dismount from me? Li Muhán felt as though he were playing a solo lane, for Yuling Long had clung to him like a cat throughout the entire match. Just as the battle reached its peak intensity, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Huang Ziza was the first to dive under the table, shouting, "Alas! We are not gambling. We are aspiring esports youths." Rather than thinking of hiding, Li Muhán was ready to chastise Huang Ziza for his shamelessness. But upon turning to see who had kicked the door open, he was left dumbfounded. "Is this the meeting you mentioned with the Special Administration Bureau?" Xià Yuè stood at the door, her icy gaze fixed on Li Muhán. "Amitba, Captain Li, this I sent you right, is it? Didn't you say everything was resolved?" Li Muhán was drenched in cold sweat. He had indeed deceived Xià Yuè by claiming that there was a meeting today at the Special Administration Bureau. How had his seemingly flawless ruse been uncovered? "You promised me that today you would accompany me for ice cream." Xià Yuè approached Li Muhán step by step. "Amitba, this internet session ends here, Captain Li, may we meet again under better circumstances." Xià Yuè was the first to exit the room. "Or, it's not about gambling. Just a false alarm. I'll take my leave now. Farewell, Xiaoling Long. But I still want to play." "You can play nothing. Does this wretched cat have any gameplay? Come with me." "Humph, master, your clumsy stone merely crashes into the gaps between 5 players, is that gameplay? Still talking back? Come along. You shall return and copy the Dao De Jing 100 times. Woe is me. Abuse." Huang Ziza half-dragged, half-pulled Yuling Long out of the room. In the end, only In-Chi remained. She activated her most adept skill, concealing her presence, and continued to maneuver her character through the canyon. "Allow me to explain. Xià Yuè, the meeting has already concluded, which is why I was playing with them for a while, preparing to return home. Xià Yuè called me 10 minutes ago and informed me that you deliberately came out without my knowledge. Is there anything else you wish to say?" "What? Xià Yuè." Li Muhán recalled the bitterness in Xià Yuè's tone when he was expelled from the team. So this fellow, unable to play the game, resorted to petty revenge. At this age, how can one still behave like a child, reporting on others? "Listen to me, Xià Yuè. I am hungry." As Xià Yuè slowly entered the room, her pupils transformed into a blood-red hue, her lips slightly parted, revealing sharp fangs that glimmered ominously. "Wait. Not here. Hold on." Xià Yuè lunged at Li Muhán, gently licking her lips before suddenly sinking her teeth into his neck. "In-Chi. Help. Save me. Your captain is in danger." Victory was achieved. In-Chi single-handedly defeated 5 opponents and ultimately won the game through a clever tactic of sneaking into their base, flashing a joyful smile. In his dying moments, Li Muhán gazed at In-Chi's smile, realizing that this child could indeed smile so adorably. "You rascal," Xià Yuè muttered, suddenly intensifying her grip. In-Chi shut down the computer, packed her bag, and cast a final glance at the bloodied Li Muhán before sneering and departing the room. Soon, only Li Muhán's agonized cries echoed through the space. Half an hour later, in the office of the Deputy Director of the Special Management Bureau of Tianhai City, a barely conscious Li Muhán was dragged onto the sofa by Xià Yuè. Could you two refrain from being so wild, especially during the day? Even Lindsay found it hard to maintain his composure upon witnessing the scene. He brought it upon himself. Xià Yuè licked the bloodstains from her lips, angrily turning her head away. Lindsay sighed and spoke to Xià Yuè. Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to dismantle the esports room of Team 9. I've also dealt with that inept director Chong. How did you handle it? Li Muhán inquired curiously. I had all his figurines smashed. Li Muhán silently cheered within. Chong Yu truly reaps what he sows. However, it would be wise not to provoke this vampire further. Li Muhán. The reason I summoned you is that there is a new mission. I know you've only just taken a week off, but there is no choice, after all. You are the captain. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. With that, Lindsay slid a stack of documents onto the table in front of Xià Yuè. Despite his displeasure, Li Muhán found no words to counter. He picked up the stack, glanced through it, and then furrowed his brow. The case of the missing children from the Mashi orphanage? Li Muhán murmured, reading the title on the document. Orphanage. His mind swiftly began to flash back scenes from his past at the orphanage resurfacing vividly in his thoughts. In that orphanage, shrouded in darkness where survival hinged upon a relentless struggle for a mere morsel of food, Li Muhán spent his childhood. He had previously encountered the haunting specter of his childhood nightmare, Teacher Zhong, during his time in the abyss. In truth, Teacher Zhong was not as imposing as he seemed. Rather, to the young Li Muhán, he appeared barbaric and ferocious, embodying a terrifying image. The police were not involved in this case, or rather, to speak honestly, whether this incident truly occurred remains a matter of speculation. Could it be that the information was fabricated? For all, including the children of that orphanage, exhibited no awareness regarding their missing peers, as if those individuals had never existed at all. Memory erasure. Li Muhán raised his gaze to meet Lindsay's, who seemed to grasp his unspoken thoughts and hastened to clarify, this was not perpetrated by our internal personnel. I have conducted a thorough investigation. Though the method by which Lindsay conducted her inquiry was unclear, her words held a degree of reliability, prompting Li Muhán to refrain from further questioning. Then how did we come to know of this? If no one has noticed, then the case of the disappearances should not exist, Li Muhán articulated his reasonable doubt. Lindsay nodded in agreement, stating, the report regarding this matter came from an anomaly within the Special Administration Bureau, file number 590. She happened to be one of the teachers at the orphanage and was the only one to notice the student's absence. Li Muhán silently acknowledged this information with a nod. Xià Yuè cast an eager glance at Lindsay, as if imploring, let me go, let me go. However, Lindsay, with a hint of regret, addressed Xià Yuè. Celia, you have other responsibilities concerning Hattie. No, Xià Yuè's head drooped in disappointment. Lindsay sighed, adopting a tone akin to comforting a child. No matter how one views it, Hattie is a dispatched personnel from the Northern Special Administration Bureau, and you share the most interaction with her. Furthermore, both of you belong to the disaster class, only you can keep her in check. Thus, during this period, accompany her around Tion High City, ensuring she does not cause any trouble. I do not wish to see that foolish wolf. Xià Yuè turned her head away, expressing her discontent. Is that so? Lindsay narrowed her eyes slightly, feigning regret as she continued, I intended to assist you. It seems Hattie has taken quite an interest in Li Muhán. If allowed to roam freely, she might uncover a great deal about him. Li Muhán looked at Lindsay in bewilderment, as if to say, why am I being dragged into this again? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Xià Yuè abruptly stood up. Where is that foolish wolf? I will send you the location immediately. I entrust this to you. Without further ado, Xià Yuè departed Lindsay's office, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Li Muhán, filled with trepidation, turned to Lindsay and inquired, is this feasible? You are sending a gas canister to monitor another gas canister. Lindsay appeared remarkably self-assured. She lifted her coffee cup, stirring it as she replied, rest assured, as long as these two powder kegs are kept apart from fire, they shall not ignite. But what if there is a fire? Lindsay took a sip of her coffee, gazing at Li Muhán. You are about to embark on a mission, there will be no time for igniting fires. Li Muhán was rendered speechless, pondering why Lindsay was so fond of gossip despite his reliability. The following noon, He drove with Xu Yuè and Inchi to the Martian Welfare Institute located in the northern suburbs of Tianhai City. It was a nostalgic feeling. After Captain Hua Tian's departure, he had thought that their Team 7 would disband. The intercom in the car crackled with Lin Xiu's voice. "Don't speak yet. You're distracting me from driving." Li Muhán gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the road ahead. The orphanage seemed close. Yet it was situated in the outskirts, and they spent over an hour caught in traffic in the city on this weekend. For someone like him, a novice driver who had just obtained his license and rarely drove, maintaining steadiness was paramount. Thus, the journey that should have taken 3 hours stretched into 5. Speeding on the highway, he felt the disdain from countless vehicles that overtook him. Even Xu Yuè, with her good-natured demeanor, couldn't help but show her impatience. Nevertheless, Li Muhán maintained his usual demeanor, shaking his head and reciting, "My driving instructor always said, once the door is shut, safety is assured, once the engine roars, fortune awaits. Never drive in anger." Xu Yuè felt like cursing but ultimately swallowed her words, settling on a single, "fine." Perhaps accustomed to Captain Hua's decisive manner. The slower pace of their new captain was evident from his driving. Lin Chi's phone had run out of battery from playing games. Several times, Li Muhán caught a glimpse of the petite girl in the back seat, glaring at him with resentment through the rearview mirror. "Can't this car charge?" Inchi finally exclaimed. "It can't. This model is too old," Lin Xiu replied. "Why not request a new vehicle?" Inchi inquired. My driving instructor said. "It doesn't matter if the car is old, as long as it runs. Similarly, it doesn't matter if a girlfriend is few, as long as she is gentle and considerate." Inchi shot Li Muhán a look of incredulity before Lin Xiu interjected, sighing, "Hey, you know how Captain Hua drives. Even a tank in his hands would likely be totaled in a month. Just being granted this old clunker by Director Lin is already generous." This car truly deserved the title of an old vehicle. It was probably older than Li Muhán himself, rumbling ominously after a while, and there was no air conditioning inside. Cold, Xu Yuè and Inchi wrapped themselves in blankets. "Captain, according to the navigation, we should have arrived an hour ago. Why are we still on the highway?" "Don't worry, I'm looking at the map. We'll exit the highway in half an hour." "My goodness, you and Captain Hua are truly two overkind. Neither can outshine the other. My instructor also said there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Driving without caution can lead to tragedy." "Shut up." Xu Yuè and Inchi shouted almost in unison, startling Li Muhán, causing him to nearly lose control of the steering wheel as the car swerved abruptly, alarming the vehicles behind him. An hour and a half later, the vintage car finally shuddered to a halt before the gates of the picturesque Woodfar orphanage, nestled amidst a surrounding forest. Observing the serene beauty of the orphanage, Li Muhán couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In comparison to where he had spent his childhood, this place seemed nothing short of paradise. "Let me negotiate with the director," Xu Yuè said to Li Muhán as they awaited the staff to receive them after disembarking. "Huh? Why?" Li Muhán inquired, puzzled. Could it be that Xu Yuè feared he might inadvertently offend someone with his words? That seemed unlikely. Perhaps it would be wiser to be concerned about Inchi instead. "Well, it's a long story. I have some connections to this orphanage, so I should be able to provide you with pertinent information," Xu Yuè explained. It dawned on Li Muhán, perhaps Xu Yuè had once been an orphan here. How poignant, he thought, feeling a newfound affinity for the seemingly cheerful young woman. However, as they were ushered into the director's office, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Miss Su, are you here to inspect the orphanage? Why didn't you inform me in advance?" "Look, I wasn't prepared at all," a middle-aged woman exclaimed with utmost deference, particularly emphasizing the word inspection, which made Li Muhán feel he had misjudged the situation. As Lin Xiu explained through his earpiece, this orphanage was funded by Xue Jie's family, making her the principal shareholder. Goodness, Li Muhán thought, all prior warmth towards Xu Yuè dissipating in an instant. A class enemy. An unequivocal class enemy. Meanwhile, Inchi seemed entirely indifferent to the ongoing conversation. Upon entering the office, she began to survey her surroundings, as if already in mission mode. The group had not disclosed their intentions for the visit. They were merely leveraging Xu Yuè's identity to conduct a routine inspection of the orphanage's operations. And the director remained unsuspecting. Subsequently, the director guided the three of them on a tour of the orphanage. The facility comprised two buildings, one was 3-stories tall, with the first and second floors designated for the children's classes and crafts, while the third floor housed the dormitories. The other building served as the dining hall and staff quarters. Currently, the orphanage employed 2 chefs and 3 teachers, catering to a total of 25 children. Among the 3 teachers, one was an individual under the supervision of the Special Management Bureau. The trio consisted of Teacher Zhou, who taught academic subjects, Teacher Wang, who instructed arts and crafts, and Teacher Zhong, responsible for the children's physiological and psychological well-being. Prior to their arrival, Li Muhán had already acquired intelligence indicating that the individual with dossier number 590 went by the name Zhou and was the reporter of this incident. As they passed by a classroom, the children were engaged in their lessons, with a young woman in a white turtleneck sweater standing at the podium. She was tall, and while not conventionally exquisite, possessed a certain intellectual beauty. The director opened the door and addressed the teacher at the podium. "Teacher Zhou, these are leave." The teacher interjected coldly before the director could finish her sentence. The director appeared accustomed to this treatment and, with a polite smile, excused herself, retreating from the room. "I apologize, this week, the teacher's demeanor is quite strict, and the children seem to be rather intimidated by her." A few understood her nature, yet as they departed, they stole glances at the teacher through the window. After visiting the orphanage, the group returned to the office. "I'm sorry, Miss Su. I was unaware of your visit. The children are currently in class." "That's quite alright, let them focus on their lessons without interruption. However, headmaster, may I take a look at the student roster?" Su Shue's inquiry momentarily caught the headmaster off guard. "Ah. Yes, of course." She turned and retrieved a ledger from her drawer, handing it over. "Here is the roster of the children." The trio examined the orphanage's children's manual. Most of the children were aged between 5 to 10. Having lost their parents to unfortunate accidents, it was evident that the orphanage provided commendable care, as the children in the photographs were bright smiles of happiness. "Headmaster, has the number of students always remained at 58? Su Shuè inquired. The headmaster hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. "Indeed, Miss Su. Since the arrival of the last 2 children 3 months ago, the count has remained unchanged. You were present at the welcoming ceremony for those 2, were you not?" Su Shuè nodded slightly, recalling the event. If her memory served her correctly, then no children had indeed gone missing. "Thank you for your assistance today, headmaster. We shall take our leave now." As they were about to depart, the headmaster suddenly called out to Su Shuè. Miss Su." "Yes. Is your visit related to that rumor?" "Rumor?" The headmaster hesitated momentarily, then eventually confided the rumor about the missing children. "Have you heard about it?" asked the headmaster. "How could I not be aware? I am unsure who spread such nonsense, it is utterly ridiculous. All our children are safe here," asked their headmaster. "Would I not know if any were missing?" The headmaster appeared quite aggrieved, perhaps having faced much scrutiny lately. "Rest assured, headmaster, if the children are indeed safe, the rumors will soon dissipate," Su Shuè reassured her before they departed. However, Li Muhán did not drive far. He simply took a detour and parked the car at a corner not far from the orphanage. "What are your thoughts, ladies?" Li Muhán asked as he turned to Su Shuè and In Chi, who were seated in the back. "On the surface, this orphanage appears quite legitimate. And there are no signs of abuse towards the children," In Chi responded. "I have known the headmaster for quite some time. Although she was not the original headmaster, she has certainly dedicated herself to this place," Su Shuè added. "Then it seems we must have a conversation with that Sholing," Li Muhán remarked, simultaneously contacting Lin Ziyu through the communication channel. "What have you discovered on your end?" Lin Ziyu sighed, seemingly a bit disheartened. "No useful clues were uncovered. I have accessed the registry of new arrivals at this orphanage multiple times, and there are no discrepancies, the number remains steadfast at 58. Li Muhán nodded thoughtfully when, at that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unknown number. Upon answering, a cold, emotionless female voice intoned, "I know where you are. I will come to find you in 2 hours. The call was abruptly terminated. Li Muhán felt puzzled. How did Zhou acquire his number? Xu Yuè had mentioned that she could directly contact the Special Administration Bureau, so it was not surprising that she could obtain Li Muhán's phone number. Since the other party was seeking them out, they felt a sense of calm. Did you fund the construction of this welfare institution, Sister Yuè? Li Muhán inquired, glancing back at Xu Yuè. It was built by my family, but I was responsible for the oversight and operation throughout the process. However, I joined the Special Administration Bureau a month after its completion, and I left the management to others. Upon hearing her response, Li Muhán couldn't help but reflect on the vast chasm of social class. Some individuals contribute to charity through blood donations, while others construct entire orphanages. Nonetheless, acts of kindness, regardless of their scale, deserve commendation. Shouldn't the oddity be where an anomaly is employed here? Inchi remarked, glancing at her phone, which she had just revived after charging in the director's office. Xiao, one shouldn't speak of others in such a manner. Some anomalies pose no threat to humanity and are permitted to seek employment, Xu Yuè countered, but Inchi merely scoffed. This is precisely why individuals like Xià Yuè exist. In terms of attitudes towards anomalies, Inchi shared the early sentiments of Huotian, believing that all anomalies should be confined for the safety of humanity. During this period, Li Muhán had learned some information, realizing that many anomalies under the jurisdiction of the Special Administration Bureau were striving to integrate into society, engaging in various occupations, albeit under strict supervision and periodic inspections. Conversely, those anomalies deemed unsafe and lacking sponsors would be absorbed into the Special Administration Bureau, such as the nightmare that Li Muhán had previously brought back. It was rumored that it had now been assimilated, though Li Muhán had not inquired about its specific department. Those anomalies classified as highly dangerous would be contained in specially designated facilities. The Special Administration Bureau of Tianhai City was already subterranean, and beneath it lay a residence specifically constructed for anomalies. This place housed those who could not be released, deemed too dangerous yet unable to be dealt with otherwise. Let us wait until we meet the person, Li Muhán interjected, sensing an impending argument between Xu Yuè and Inchi. Over the next 2 hours, the trio analyzed the situation while in the car. The child was likely missing. Anomalies possess acute sensory abilities, capable of stealthily abducting children from humans. Yet, they could not elude Zhou gaze. The question remained, why did Zhou not intervene, but instead seek assistance from the Special Administration Bureau? The only plausible explanation was that she could perceive the situation but was powerless to prevent it. Certainly, aside from this conjecture, another possibility emerges, one that is rather ominous. This orphanage has fallen under the control of an entity known as Zhou, who has taken the children away. However, a contradiction arises, if her actions are clandestine. Why then does she report to the Special Administration Bureau? 2 hours later, a young woman clad in a white turtleneck sweater and a black coat approached the vehicle. She gently tapped on the window, prompting Li Muhán to open the door and allow her to take a seat in the passenger seat. Once seated, the woman lit a cigarette, and Li Muhán promptly lowered the window for her. She was presumably Zhou, appearing to be in her mid-20s, with fair skin and a demeanor that exuded quiet intellect. Her gaze was remarkably cold, although she could not rival the beauty of figures like Xià Yuè or Xu Yuè. She was still striking in her own right. However, she appeared somewhat haggard, dark circles under her eyes suggesting a sense of profound loss, as if shrouded in a pall of shadows. Hello, Li Muhán greeted her. Zhou slightly turned her head, casting a glance at him, and replied in a frosty tone, "You are Captain Li of the 7th team, correct? I am Zhou, file number 590. I shall be direct. There are issues with this school, and I kindly request that you investigate it tonight." She tossed a set of keys to Li Muhán, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Investigate tonight? Are you suggesting we sneak in?" Xu Yuè interjected. Zhou did not respond to Xu Yuè but instead produced a photograph and handed it to Li Muhán. "This is a group photo of the students I have preserved." Upon receiving it, Li Muhán's scalp prickled with unease. The photograph differed from the one in the director's office, as it depicted 60 children. The 2 boys standing at the far edges were absent from both the director's album and the news images that Lin Ziyu had uncovered. What is going on? Xu Yuè found herself momentarily at a loss, unable to reconcile her memory with the photograph before her. In her recollection, there were only 58 students. Yet upon closer inspection of the 2 children in the image, she suddenly recalled, "I remember now. These 2 children are the new students who enrolled 3 months ago. Li Muhán was taken aback. So, there truly are 60 students here. What sort of entity possesses the power to distort our memories so thoroughly? Zhou let out a cold laugh. If it were that formidable, I wouldn't be susceptible to its influence either. It can indeed deceive to a certain extent. But only within the confines of this orphanage. At that moment, Lin Ziyu's voice crackled through the intercom. However, the records I have accessed indicate only 58 students. I was not present at the scene, so I should not have been misled. Zhou exhaled another smoke ring and replied nonchalantly. Check if there are any modification records in the website's backend. Zhou's words jolted Lin Ziyu into clarity. It was surprising that someone so astute could overlook such a detail. Indeed, she merely needs to deceive the inhabitants of the orphanage and replace all existing records with new ones. As Lin Ziyu meticulously scrutinized the backend code, he discovered that this information had already been altered. With the confirmation of missing children, the group began inquiring further into the matter with Zhou. My initial sense of something amiss arose 2 months prior when the 2 newly arrived children would come to me daily, weeping and lamenting that at night a shadow loomed by their beds, grinning silently, motionless. Was it sleep paralysis? I initially entertained this notion, for the scientific explanation of sleep paralysis suggests that immense pressure on the body compresses the nerves. I provided daily psychological counseling until one day I noticed he had ceased seeking me out. Li Muhán had previously perceived Zhou as a rather austere figure, one whom students would hesitate to approach, however. She now appeared rather amiable. I thus inquired with other classmates, yet they all wore expressions of bewilderment. Assuming the children were unaware, I approached the director, only to be informed that no such child had ever existed. This revelation seemed exceedingly strange. Overnight, aside from Zhou, it was as if no one in the orphanage had ever recognized this child. Such a feat could not possibly be accomplished by a mere human. It must be the work of something otherworldly. As she spoke, Zhou retrieved a handcrafted clay figure from her pocket. What is this? Li Muhán inquired. This is a clay figure made by that child during a handicraft lesson at the orphanage, which he later gifted to me. Such an unsightly creation, I cannot fathom how one could part with it. Although her words were rather harsh, Li Muhán noticed a barely perceptible gentle smile on Zhou's face as she gazed at the clay figure. Xià Yuè took the figure for a closer examination. While somewhat crude, it was evident that the child had poured his heart into its creation. Did he sculpt you? Xià Yuè asked. Zhou paused momentarily and then shot a glare at Xià Yuè. Am I truly that ugly? Zhou appeared disinclined to join the others in their investigation. I have no obligation to seek out those children, that is the responsibility of your special management bureau. I wish you good fortune. After stamping out her cigarette on the ground, Zhou waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. Could it be her doing? Li Muhán pondered aloud, watching Zhou's departing figure. Is she embezzling and then reporting herself to alleviate suspicion? He continued his analysis, glancing at Xià Yuè and In Chi. What do you think? That is rather peculiar, In Chi remarked. The 2 missing children share a common trait. Before their disappearance, they both sought out Zhou. Xià Yuè interjected, echoing In Chi's observation. Indeed, I too noticed this aspect. Zhou's solitary testimony cannot be taken at face value. With the cautionary tale of Xià Yuè in mind, Li Muhán was certainly hesitant to draw premature conclusions. Yet, at that moment, Lin Ziyu spoke up. It should be impossible. Why? The others queried in unison. I have just submitted an inquiry request to the Archives Department to retrieve the records of Zhou, classified as anomaly number 590. With the prototype being the Guhuo bird. The Guhuo bird is a mythical creature from Chinese folklore, first mentioned in the Xuanzhongji. It is also known as the Heavenly Emperor's Maiden and is referred to as the Night-Walking Woman. Its most distinguishing feature is its resplendent plumage and an extraordinary fondness for children. Although the Guhuo bird is unable to bear offspring, it harbors a profound affection for children, often adopting abandoned infants as its own. Viewed from this perspective, it indeed appears to be a creature that poses no threat to children. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the Guhuo bird lacks the ability to ensnare hearts with its charm. Lin Ziyu ultimately concluded that there is likely another anomaly within this orphanage. The Guhuo bird, I recall, Was a friendly companion for novices in a certain game I once played. Countless fledgling players have thrived thanks to it. Truly deserving the title of a nurturing figure for all beginners, remarked Li Muhán, only to be met with mockery from Inchi. Apologies, my childhood belonged to the Shikigami. Li Muhán cursed internally at the stroke of bad luck. He briefed Lindsay on the situation, affirming that the orphanage had indeed become a site of missing children. Further investigation tonight was imperative. Infiltrating the orphanage is no trivial matter. If discovered, the societal repercussions could be severe. And the collective erasure of memories can inflict considerable harm upon the human psyche, Lindsay stated, exhaling smoke through the video call. However, given the urgency of the situation, I shall permit this incursion, but do not falter, Li Muhán. This is your inaugural mission as a team leader. Show me your capabilities. Complete this task with minimal disturbance to the children. Li Muhán, if the opposing party refuses to cooperate, you are permitted to take action, but do not harm the children. Understood. After hanging up, Li Muhán felt a twinge of confusion. I heard Captain Hong Zizai of the 9th team mention that our 7th team handles staff operations. Why does it seem like we are playing detectives? Perhaps it is due to our lack of anomalous members previously, and now, given that you, Muhán, have just taken charge. Director Lin wishes to provide you with some practical experience, Su Shuè replied with a smile. While it is framed as practice, it concerns the lives of 2 children. Li Muhán felt the weight of responsibility keenly. As dusk descended, the once picturesque forest grew ominously dark, and the orphanage nestled within it extinguished its lights, casting an eerie shadow. Can we not apply for an official investigation? Su Shuè's voice trembled slightly. Li Muhán was nearly dozing off when Su Shuè's words roused him. Huh? Sister Shuè, are you afraid of ghosts? Su Shuè seemed unperturbed, responding candidly. Yes, I'm sorry, I have been frightened by supernatural phenomena since childhood. Muhán. You must be a demon, right? You shouldn't fear ghosts, should you? Li Muhán chuckled ruefully. Am I truly a demon? If anything, I am merely a vessel for demonic influence. Bol merely resides within his own body. He is not dead, so what makes him a demon? Nevertheless, to reassure Su Shuè, he offered comforting words. Rest assured, Captain Huotian once protected you, now I shall take up that mantle. Inchi let out a cold scoff. Neither affirming nor denying Li Muhán's words, while Lin Ziyu and Su Shuè were moved, showering him with a flurry of sentimental expressions. Li Muhán scratched his head, contemplating that while Su Shuè could be excused for her emotionality as a pampered young lady, it was puzzling why the impetuous Lin Ziyu would join in with such fervor. Moreover, once they stationed at the headquarters of the Special Management Bureau, what was there to fear? To his surprise, Lin Ziyu had something to say. Captain, you may not realize, but certain entities thrive on isolating individuals. They can do harm even through a mere phone call. Li Muhán's lips twitched, considering whether he should disconnect Lin Ziyu's communication channel. After further analysis, the group found themselves at a standstill, unable to uncover any leads. To avoid detection, they refrained from using headlights, huddling in the pitch-black confines of the vehicle. In the winter forest, the biting cold at night made the 2 young women in the back seat shiver uncontrollably. Just as they managed to doze off, Li Muhán's snoring disturbed their rest. Inchi kicked the back of the driver's seat, startling Li Muhán, who instinctively jerked upright, only to bang his head against the roof of the car, grimacing in pain. After enduring such clumsiness, they finally held out until about 11:30 p.m. when Li Muhán roused Su Shuè, who had only just fallen asleep. Please let me sleep a little longer, she pleaded. To his surprise, Su Shuè appeared adorably charming upon waking, igniting a mischievous impulse within Li Muhán. However, the sharp glare from Inchi quickly brought him back to seriousness. Ahem. It's time to move out. The trio opted against driving, instead stealthily approaching the back door of the orphanage on foot, their faces turning pale from the cold. Is it just me, or is it extraordinarily cold? Li Muhán stammered through chattering teeth. Perhaps it's due to the forest humidity, Su Shuè shivered in response. All 3 were bundled up in coats, hats, and masks, appearing less like investigators and more like a family of northeasterners returning home for the new year. Yet, Inchi stood out, though clad in a bulky winter coat. She wore strikingly thin attire below. Li Muhán glanced at her legs, startled, and exclaimed, "Goodness, girl. Are you really wearing sheer stockings in this frigid weather?" Inchi shot him a fierce glare and briskly walked ahead, choosing not to respond. Ahem, Muhán. Those aren't Xià stockings, they are thermal leggings made from cashmere from the Tigris Mountains, which are both warm and conducive to movement, Xià Yuè quietly clarified for him. With that, Li Muhán understood it was a thoughtful choice for mobility, while he himself was bundled up like a dumpling. If a scuffle were to ensue, the sight of a demon clad in winter apparel would indeed be somewhat comical. A few individuals cautiously approached the welfare institution, while Li Muhán was initially wary. Attempting to evade the surveillance cameras, Xià Yuè boldly strolled directly beneath one. Fear not, Director Lin has arranged for a power outage in this vicinity tonight. The cameras will not capture us, Xià Yuè assured. Li Muhán marveled at the formidable capabilities of the special administration, which seemed almost omnipotent. The trio reached the rear entrance of the welfare institution, and as Li Muhán prepared to unlock the door with a key, a sharp crack echoed as the key broke upon insertion. Damn it! Li Muhán exclaimed, his heart sinking. The frigid weather had rendered the key brittle. And now a shard remained lodged within the lock. What now? He trembled in inquiry. Step aside, the Inchi commanded, pushing past him. From her waist pouch, she retrieved a pair of iron pliers and effortlessly snipped the lock. Impressive. Next time we play Rainbow Six, you're on my team, Li Muhán praised. Only to be unceremoniously kicked inside by Inchi. The group stepped into the orphanage's backyard. What had appeared warm and serene by day now exuded an eerie atmosphere. Every flower, blade of grass, and tree seemed to come alive, watching the trio with invisible eyes. Upon reaching the main building's entrance, Li Muhán voiced his concern. This lock isn't compatible, we have no key. What should we do? To his surprise, it was Inchi again who produced a flat, elongated tool from her bag and crouched down. She struggled to maintain her grip on the cold ground while working. After a few moments of fiddling, a satisfying click resonated, and the main door swung open. Fantastic. Simply marvelous. Li Muhán exclaimed, only to be shoved into the orphanage's main building once more. Keep your voices down. I've checked. The security patrols every 2 hours. Be silent when the flashlight beam is on, and Lin Xiu cautioned through their earpieces. Also, what is your status? Have you entered the interior? My temperature monitoring equipment indicates you were at -10 degrees earlier, and now it reads -20. No, wait, this indicates the presence of dimensional energy. Goodness. I suspected something was amiss, Li Muhán replied. Could it be due to the forest? What forest? It's only November, and it's -20. I'm not sure. He continued, but Muhán, you don't seem too cold. Perhaps you should remove your coat. Dude, are you trying to kill me? The group now comprehended that the frigid temperature was a consequence of an otherworldly entity activating a dimensional realm. This left only one possibility. It seems this malevolent presence is aware of our arrival and has prepared a surprise party for us. At this moment, the three individuals gradually made their way deeper into the main building. Under the shroud of darkness and cold, the interior of the building took on an ominously eerie atmosphere. To put it bluntly, I felt as if I were in a morgue. Li Muhán took the lead, while Xià Yuè, gripped by fear, clung tightly to his arm. Please. Hush, don't utter such words, she urged. Are you two all right? Are we here to investigate spirits or to solve a case? Lin Xiu couldn't help but scoff. This kid. Can we bring him along next time to the front lines? He really ought to learn to stand on his own. Next time, he could handle an investigation solo. Hey. I'm part of logistics. Finally, the two of them, trembling, ascended to the second floor. During the day, this place would have been filled with the joyous laughter of children and the sounds of reading lessons. But now, each classroom felt as chilling as a mortuary. This peculiar domain was rather frightening. Li Muhán shivered as he illuminated the path ahead with his phone's flashlight. He refrained from activating his domain for fear of disturbing the children. They could not use the domain command this time, as they had no way of knowing what this anomaly truly was. If the domain command was set up around the orphanage, it could potentially pull the children into another space. In any case, we must first reach the third floor to ensure the children's safety. The communication devices had malfunctioned, and their phones were entirely useless. Lin Xiu could no longer provide them with support. Now, the two could only rely on themselves, cautiously advancing forward. As long as they could capture that anomaly, Li Muhán and Xu Shui could activate their domain 2 against 1. They should not lose under such circumstances. At this moment, Li Muhán had removed his coat and wrapped it around Xu Shui, who appeared so frozen that she could barely speak. Just as he turned to cover her with the coat, he froze in place. A chill ran down his spine. What is wrong, Muhán? Xu Shui, noticing his expression, suddenly felt anxious as well. Sister Shui, Li Muhán lowered his voice, as if fearing that some entity might overhear their conversation. How many of us came this time? How many? Xu Shui was taken aback, then pondered for a moment before responding, we came as 2, Xiu is logistics. With you, there are 3 of us total. 3 people. Li Muhán was stunned, but upon deeper reflection, it did seem accurate. Wait. A strange sensation coursed through Li Muhán's body. 3 people. Only 3 in Team 7. Sister Shui, I recall that both the back and front doors of the orphanage are locked, right? Li Muhán inquired. Xu Shui, trembling, nodded in agreement. Yes, they are locked. The key that Guo Huanyo gave us, I remember, was broken, correct. Indeed, as the door to the backyard swung open, it abruptly snapped shut. Li Muhán and Xu Shui both seemed to sense something amiss, yet that feeling lingered on the tip of their tongues, elusive and unuttered. To put it crudely, it felt akin to an intense moment of inspiration being abruptly interrupted, leaving them both in discomfort. Sister Shui, perhaps you can unlock it. Me? How could I possibly do that? Muhán, can you? Li Muhán shook his head in response. Thus, both were left in a state of exasperation. So who unlocked the door? Then? Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Muhán's eyes suddenly sparkled with a flicker of golden light. Fully Minjuan, activate. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his domain, controlling its extent much like the first time he had torn through the borders of the narrow kingdom. Now, however, his domain merely enveloped himself and Xu Shui, with arcs of lightning forming a protective barrier around them. In that instant, both appeared to awaken from their stupor, recalling a vital detail. Oh no. Sister Shui. Our 7th team has 4 members. I remember now. We came here with 3 people. They turned in unison, but beyond the encroaching darkness, there was not a single trace of another soul. Where is In Chi? Just then, a peculiar noise echoed from the restroom situated between the 2 classrooms. Xu Shui gasped, instinctively clutching Li Muhán's arm and letting out an adorable whimper. That sound from the restroom didn't startle me, but your scream nearly sent me over the edge. Initially, Li Muhán intended for Xu Shui to remain behind while he ventured into the restroom alone, but she believed that in horror films, separation was a grave mistake, and those who wandered off would inevitably face peril. Thus, she followed him into the men's restroom. Do we really have to check, Muhán? It could just be a mouse or something. Mice lack such strength. Although the domain shielded them, the palpable atmosphere of terror was not so easily dispelled. Li Muhán cautiously pushed open its stall door, with Xu Shui pressed tightly against his back, murmuring prayers while keeping her eyes shut. Sister Shui, we are dealing with aberrations, not spirits. What good will your prayers do? With the protection of his domain, Li Muhán, now partially transformed into a demon, felt no fear of the cold. Nonetheless, he refrained from shedding his pants in front of Xu Shui. After all, dignity must be preserved. Didn't you encounter a ghost in that tower before? Perhaps this is similar. That was different. There was a nightmare at play. At last, they reached the final stall, only to find it locked tight, suggesting that someone might indeed be inside. Li Muhán raised his hand and knocked on the stall door. Is anyone there? Yes. A faint, ethereal female voice responded. It's here. The ghost of the restroom. Xu Shui shrieked and clung to Li Muhán's back. Sister Shui, Sister Shui. Oh no. You stepped on my tail. Calm down. Ouch. Li Muhán lost his balance due to Xu Shui's antics, causing his head to collide forcefully with the door of the stall. Adorned with a single demon horn, the impact created a gaping hole in the door, leaving his head trapped inside while his body remained outside. Had a child wandered into the restroom at that moment, the sight could have left an indelible scar on their psyche. However, the true misfortune lay with the occupant of the restroom. Already terrified, upon hearing the familiar voices from outside, she initially wished to scream for help but, out of consideration for appearances, merely uttered a quiet warning. Just then, the door suddenly ruptured, and a head protruded, wearing a mask and sporting a horn. This sight sent the poor woman within the restroom into a fit of terror, causing her to faint on the spot. Wait, is that Chi? Li Muhán recognized the figure hidden in the restroom. Just as he intended to inform Xià Yuè outside, the girl began to exert her strength. Muhán. You must come out. You'll be devoured. Your brain will be feasted upon by zombies. I'm here to help. Xià Yuè tugged at Li Muhán's tail, attempting to pull his head from the door. No. Ouch. Sister Yuè, that hurts. Li Muhán braced himself against the door while Xià Yuè yanked at his tail, causing his neck to repeatedly collide with the jagged opening. Chi slowly opened her eyes, and upon witnessing the scene, she fainted once more. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit corridor on the second floor, a figure clad in a black trench coat and hood began to twitch at the corners of her mouth. Is this the Special Management Bureau? It feels more like a troupe of comedians. Perhaps I have overestimated this group. A wicked smile crept across her face. After extricating his head, Li Muhán explained to Xià Yuè that Chi had succumbed to unconsciousness from fright. Xià Yuè promptly carried Chi out, meticulously examining her pupils and overall condition. She's fine, just scared senseless. Who would have thought that Chi was afraid of ghosts? Xià Yuè contemplated, saying, perhaps it was your frightful appearance that scared her, but ultimately refrained, considering Li Muhán's dignity. Subsequently, Li Muhán carried Chi on his back while he and Xià Yuè sought a classroom to rest momentarily, waiting for Chi to regain consciousness. After approximately 10 minutes, the girl finally opened her eyes. You awake? The first sight she beheld was Li Muhán's half-demon visage, adorned with a mask. In a sudden reaction, she swung her fist, striking him squarely on the jaw. The force sent the already altered Li Muhán hurtling backward, flipping in midair 3.5 times before crashing against the blackboard. Chi, calm down, with us. Xià Yuè quickly approached, enveloping Chi in a comforting embrace. Just now, you suddenly disappeared, and I. Chi, now drastically transformed, resembled a frightened kitten, trembling in Xià Yuè's arms. Li Muhán, propped against the desk, stood up and rubbed his injured jaw, marveling at the strength of the blow. Though currently in a demonic form, the pain was excruciatingly palpable. A mere punch from this girl would likely spell doom for an ordinary individual. The realm of the aberrant seemed to possess the power to influence memory or perception. Once Chi had calmed somewhat, Li Muhán began to analyze the situation before him. Furthermore, there existed a force capable of creating such a frigid environment and rendering individuals instantly invisible. This anomaly could prove quite formidable, Xià Yuè added. Achoo! At that moment, Chi unexpectedly sneezed, prompting Li Muhán to notice her huddled in the chair, incessantly rubbing her legs. It seems your tigress goat is no longer of use. Li Muhán blurted out without thinking. Both girls cast him a frosty glare. I apologize. What are you all planning to do? Don't come over here. Wait. A minute later, having already relinquished her thick cotton coat to Xià Yuè, Li Muhán found herself stripping off her thermal pants to drape them over Chi. They appeared somewhat oversized, but it would suffice for warmth. Xià Yuè watched as Chi rolled up the pant legs several times, feeling both affection and concern. Have you considered my feelings? Li Muhán, clad in a sweater and only wearing boxers below, now presented a comically endearing sight in his otherwise imposing demonic form. It wasn't that he felt cold. Thanks to the powers of the domain, Li Muhán could maintain his body temperature with electrical energy. Yet, the image was undeniably amusing. Oh. Muhán, your boxers are quite stylish, very dapper indeed, Xià Yuè remarked, snapping a picture with her phone. Hey. No. Delete that. Hurry, delete it. Oh, come on. Let me enjoy it a bit longer, don't be shy. At that moment, the creaking sound of the classroom door being slowly pushed open startled the group, drawing them together. Behind me, Li Muhán, forgetting his attire, positioned himself protectively in front of the two girls, his hand reaching for the weapon concealed behind him. However, stepping into the classroom was a striking young woman clad in professional attire. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" she inquired, eyeing them warily. "Oh, hello." "We are." Li Muhán began to step forward to explain, but was halted by Xià Yuè grasping his wrist. "Something's off," she cautioned him. Then turned her gaze toward the young woman. "Who are you? Why are you here at the orphanage so late?" I am a teacher at this orphanage," the young woman replied. "A teacher?" The group exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered. "We haven't seen you in any of the orphanage's group photos. Who exactly are you?" Li Muhán was poised to draw his weapon, yet at that moment the young woman slightly raised her head, a strange red glimmer flashing in her eyes, causing Xià Yuè's pupils to contract ever so slightly. "Oh, I recall now. There seems to be a dance instructor who has recently taken a leave of absence due to family matters. Is that you?" "Indeed. I have resolved my family affairs and returned this evening." "You must be Miss Su. I heard the dean mention your visit to the welfare home today. I arrived rather late and did not have the pleasure of meeting you earlier. I must apologize for speaking so loudly just now." The woman turned her gaze towards Li Muhán, who was partially transformed into a demon, and a hint of confusion crossed her face. "Oh. These tails and horns are merely props. Halloween is approaching, and we are rehearsing a performance for the children." Xià Yuè, quick to react, promptly explained to Li Muhán. To prove her point, as she even pinched one of his tails. "Are you really rehearsing in such scant attire? That must be quite taxing for you," the woman remarked, casting a glance at Li Muhán's shorts, an awkward smile gracing her lips. Yet Li Muhán remained puzzled and leaned closer to Xià Yuè, whispering, "Is that true? I distinctly recall the dean mentioning that this welfare home only had." "Yes, that is correct. I remember clearly. She has been preoccupied with family matters these past few days, which may have led the dean to overlook her. I also recall that Lindsay showed us a photograph featuring this person," Chi added. With this revelation, Li Muhán felt reassured. "Oh, I see now. In that case, let us depart together. There seems to be an issue at this welfare home." Li Muhán released his grip on the demon-suppressing hand and, with a look of ease, began to approach the woman. "An issue? Very well. Since you are Miss Su's friend, I shall accompany you." However, just as Li Muhán reached the woman, he suddenly raised his hand and seized her throat, lifting her off the ground. "Muhán, what are you doing?" she gasped, struggling. "You, let me go." Xià Yuè, think carefully. If this woman is truly a new teacher, how could she inform you, the benefactor, about her leave of absence? Do you have her contact information? Xià Yuè froze momentarily, then began to stammer an explanation. "I recall her as do not forget the abilities of this anomaly, Sister Yuè. Do not easily trust your memory here." Li Muhán then turned his attention back to the woman. "It is freezing here. You comment on my attire, yet you seem no better off, miss. Aren't you shivering? Help me. Muhán, perhaps you should release her for now. Let us clarify the situation first." Suddenly, the bolt of lightning erupted from Li Muhán's hand, striking towards the girl he held. Xià Yuè and Chi stood frozen in shock, taken aback by Li Muhán's swift action. They worried about the possibility of mistakenly harming an innocent, but the next moment revealed that Li Muhán's hand was empty. Instead, at the classroom entrance, the girl had completely transformed. She now wore a sultry smile, 3 tails protruding from beneath her skirt, and atop her head, a pair of fox ears unmistakably adorned her. It appears that the Special Management Bureau possesses some capabilities after all. I shall no longer find myself bored. She delicately licked her lips, gazing at Li Muhán with an intensely seductive look. This woman had ceased her pretense. Li Muhán and the others, no longer needing to be polite, returned to their senses, while Xià Yuè was suddenly gripped by fear at the ephemeral memories she had just experienced. This entity was undoubtedly powerful, possibly of a plague-level class. Chi was also prepared for battle. Upon hearing the mention of a plague, the woman couldn't help but scoff. Plague? How utterly insulting. For I was once a 6-tailed fox. Had I not been injured by that wretched vampire, I would not be hiding in this place. Now, I have finally cultivated 3 tails again. Once I absorb the essence of these children, I shall return to my peak form. Xià Yuè drew a pistol from her waist and warned Li Muhán. Be cautious, she is an entity that has escaped the Special Management Bureau, file number 215. The six-tailed fox. Wait, the vampire. Could it be that the one who injured her was Xià Yuè? Xià Yuè nodded. At that time, Miss Xià Yuè had just joined the Special Management Bureau and was dispatched to a village on a mission. The men in that village seemed enchanted by a woman, murdering their wives and treating her like an empress. Hearing their conversation made the woman even more exhilarated. You know that vampire? Let me tell you. You would do well to surrender. The six-tailed fox, the one standing before you, is the vampire's boyfriend. If you harm him, then, before Xià Yuè could finish her warning, a chilling claw swept horizontally towards them. Watch out. Li Muhán swiftly raised his hand to unleash the demon suppression technique. The fierce cold nearly engulfed the thunder. He fought desperately against the claw, but the woman suddenly turned, sweeping her tail. With a resounding crash, Li Muhán was sent flying. This was the second time he had crashed into the blackboard, and this time he broke through it, landing in the second classroom. Muhán. Xià Yuè was about to fire her weapon, but it suddenly froze solid in her hands. Inchi's agile sidekick was slightly evaded by the six-tailed fox, who then seized Inchi's ankle and slammed her down fiercely. After falling, Inchi immediately felt numbness in her captured foot. Looking down, she saw that her entire right foot had been encased in ice. No, this is impossible. This is no longer the power of a plague-level entity. Xià Yuè could already feel the cold intensifying as a blizzard seemed to envelop the entire orphanage. Indeed, I am quite powerful. Imagine for yourselves. Perhaps my current strength could even reach the level of a natural disaster. A natural disaster. This cannot be. Xià Yuè was frozen, unable to move an inch. Her mind began to envision. If indeed this fox spirit before her were of disaster level, then cease your imaginings. A voice rang out from outside the window. And then a fierce wind howled, shattering the glass in all the classrooms. Her strength is not formidable, it is your perception that holds power. This fox spirit merely excels at beguiling the heart, allowing you to behold the illusions of your own making. The voice continues to emanate from outside the window. Yet the source remains unseen. Following the gust of wind, Xià Yuè gradually sensed that the surroundings were no longer as frigid. You wretched avian creature. Yet they are beyond salvation. You cannot rescue them, nor can you save those children. The fox demon cast a cold glance outside, then suddenly raised her hand, clawing fiercely towards Xià Yuè's neck. In that fleeting moment, a streak of lightning suddenly shot from the adjacent classroom. The blade meant to quell the demon grazed the fox spirit's cheek, leaving a slender trail of crimson. Upon reflection, when you possessed 6 tails, you could not best Xià Yuè. Now, with merely 3 tails, what are you attempting to achieve? Li Muhán emerged from the breach he had created, his upper body bare. Moreover, given the commotion we have caused, the children above remain undisturbed, indicating that all that transpires is not of this reality. Am I correct, Vixen? He pointed at the fox demon, the mocking grin gracing his face. How dare you mar my visage? Were you not so invincible? Restore it yourself. And is this not your domain? Simply imagine your beautiful form, and all shall be well. Or do you find that within this realm, your own perceptions hold no validity? With a resounding thud, Li Muhán's fist collided with the fox demon's face, sending her sprawling to the ground, rolling several times before crashing against the wall. Infuriated, she screamed. Why? Why strike my face again? The fox demon was driven to madness, frantically extending her claws, but as she attempted to rise, Li Muhán leapt high and stomped her face. Not again. She shrieked, her cries echoing as she flailed her claws in the air, only to grasp at nothingness. Li Muhán landed behind her, seizing the fox's beautiful long hair and yanking her back to the ground. He then positioned himself atop her and raised his fist. What do you intend to do, human? Wait. It took me ages to cultivate my face to this perfection. Please. Wait. Li Muhán responded with a barrage of punches that fell upon the fox demon's visage like a hail of bullets. Each strike sent her body quaking, instilling dread in Xià Yuè and Inchi, who could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the fox demon. Stop, cease this. After a relentless flurry of fists, Li Muhán lifted his hand, revealing the fox demon beneath him, reduced to a state resembling that of a battered pig. Her mouth agape. With scarcely any teeth remaining and tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "I concede. I surrender. Please, stop. Upon reflection, your abilities are indeed formidable. Had it not been for that voice which just alerted me, I might have truly envisioned you as a powerful anomaly akin to Xià Yuè. Now, tell me. Where are those two missing children?" The fox demon's visage was as ghastly as if it had been stung by a wasp. She slightly parted her lips and then suddenly expelled a breath of icy air, which directly enveloped Li Muhán's face. Oh dear. A sneak attack. How dishonorable. By the time Li Muhán wiped away the chill, the fox demon had already fled outside the classroom. Trying to escape, are we? Humph. He seized the enchanted blade. Fujiang Zhen Emo, and pursued her. Shuejie, please take good care of Inchi, I shall chase after her. However, as he rushed out into the corridor, he found no trace of her. Cautiously wielding his blade, he searched room by room. Just as he reached the stairwell's corner, he collided with another figure. "Oh. You startled me. Who are you?" The newcomer seemed equally startled by Li Muhán. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the dean. "Dean? What brings you here? Are you the gentleman who accompanied Miss Su today? Why have you not left yet, and why are you not dressed properly? You've removed your trousers. And wielding a blade, your behavior is utterly disgraceful." Li Muhán scratched his head, embarrassed to have been seen by the dean. He hastily concealed the blade behind him. "I apologize, Dean. I am searching for someone." "Who are you looking for? You must leave at once. Otherwise, I shall call the police." To avoid causing a commotion, Li Muhán forced a smile and agreed, all right, I will take my leave." Yet, as he turned, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Sighing, he remarked, "Such a beautiful girl, why did she flee so swiftly? I merely wish to behold her beauty once more, alas. It seems I am destined never to see her again." To his surprise, the dean's face flashed at his words. "Sir, do you truly feel that way? Am I beautiful?" "Indeed," Li Muhán replied, his smile transforming into something sinister. "You are exceedingly beautiful." He then struck with his blade. At the moment the blade descended, the dean staggered backward but still suffered a wound to her chest. "Mr. Li. Why would you wish to kill me? Do not feign ignorance, old fox. You may conceal your tail, but you cannot disguise the foul scent that clings to you." Li Muhán raised his enchanted blade. A faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the dean. Realizing there was no point in denial, the dean slowly bowed her head, emitting a chilling laughter. "I truly underestimated you, demon. You disgust me as much as that vampire does. Had I been at my peak, how could I have allowed you to overstep your bounds?" As the dean gradually transformed back into the form of that pig-headed girl, Li Muhán could hardly suppress a chuckle but still remarked, "Are you implying that even if I were to defeat you now, you would not concede?" "Of course. At my zenith, I possessed 6 tails. Now, I am reduced to but 3. Even if you win, I shall never submit. I will absolutely not disclose the whereabouts of those 2 children." Li Muhán scratched his head, seeming somewhat troubled as he spoke. "Well, very well then." With that, he slowly lowered his raised hand, the blade gliding gently across the floor. And then the fox demon observed as Li Muhán closed his eyes. "What are you planning to do?" the fox demon inquired, her confusion palpable. In the next moment, however, her pupils began to constrict, and her face gradually transformed back into that of a beautiful maiden. What are you doing?" "Firstly, I will restore your appearance, and now I shall help you regain your power." Li Muhán remained with his eyes shut, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, the girl's body began to undergo transformation. She trembled, her lips curling into a sinister smile. My power, my power." Ultimately, her tail sprouted into 5 distinct appendages. "Is this sufficient?" Li Muhán asked, still with his eyes closed. "Not enough, not enough, not enough. I require more. More. I desire greater strength." The girl's screams echoed in his ears. prompting Li Muhán to click his tongue in annoyance. Fine then. He continued to envision the fox demon's might, exerting great effort to imagine her formidable essence. At last, the sixth tail of the fox demon emerged. Although merely temporary, the revival of her peak power brought tears of joy to her eyes. At last, my power. I can once again feel my strength. A tear rolled down her cheek. Is this sufficient? Li Muhán slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the woman before him. Now several times larger than before, he felt no surprise, for this was precisely the form he had envisioned for the fox demon at her zenith. Human. Human. Do you see it? My might. This is the true me. The fox demon roared at Li Muhán, implying that if she were to defeat him in this state, there would be no room for excuses. Defeat me. With just you. Even if I were to face that vampire again, I would never lose. Enough of your prattle. I simply asked, if you were to lose, would you willingly surrender those two children? The fox demon bent slightly, narrowing her eyes as she regarded Li Muhán. Her face had morphed into that of a fox, revealing sharp teeth. Of course, human, should you triumph over me, I shall grant you any request you desire. Li Muhán gradually raised his weapon to déjeunement. It is settled then. With a fierce roar, the fox demon unleashed a tempest of ice and snow, charging toward Li Muhán. Fulimenjuan. Li Muhán placed his hand upon the blade, and with a mighty shout, the thunder that had enveloped him surged outward in an instant. Excellent. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Human, you are quite strong. But still not enough. The icy winds expanded, and the fox demon's form approached Li Muhán. A gigantic fox claw emerging from the blizzard, aiming to strike him fiercely. Li Muhán suddenly raised his blade to counter, but was struck down to a half-crouch by the creature's claw. Ha ha ha. How do you like that, human? Behold my power. How does it feel? Not bad. Li Muhán replied, kneeling with one hand gripping his sword while the other caressed its blade. Thunderbound. Countless bolts of lightning began to converge upon the enchanted blade. And with a resounding roar, the fox demon was repelled by the electric force. Yet, she emerged unscathed, her gaze filled with mockery as she regarded Li Muhán. You have aided me in regaining my strength, though only for a fleeting moment. The taste of this power has left me insatiable. All the children in this orphanage shall become my sustenance, yet it is still not enough. I crave more. I shall become the true nine-tailed celestial fox. One must admit, she is indeed formidable. Li Muhán gradually rose from the ground, his eyes fixed on the fox demon with no trace of fear, but rather a hint of a smile. But this is where it ends. No wonder you are so easily vanquished by Xià Yuè. What did you say? I said, your abilities are just about spent here. The smile on the fox demon's face twisted into a grimace, then her entire form transformed into a colossal fox cloaked in ice and snow. You are quite an intriguing human. I truly wish to keep you by my side, to serve me eternally. I must decline, my companion is quite sensitive to scents. And you carry too strong an aroma. I shall gracefully refuse. Li Muhán chuckled, gripping the hilt of his enchanted blade. Then I shall send you to your demise. The fox demon let out a furious roar and charged at Li Muhán, who closed his eyes. He began to envision the final battle of Huotion, that last strike, and the golden-armored giant that materialized behind him. Lightning began to gather around him as the fox demon's frost gradually encased his legs in ice, creeping ever upward. I will crush you to pieces. The fox demon opened her massive jaws and leapt high to bite down on Li Muhán. In that fleeting moment, Li Muhán abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils radiating a golden light, and behind him, a silhouette composed of lightning emerged. This figure was not enormous, matching Li Muhán's stature, and bore no golden armor, yet Li Muhán wore a victorious smile. Transfigure. He bellowed, preparing to swing his tongue sword. The lightning figure, embodying Ball, also wielded a thunderous long sword, mirroring Li Muhán's every move. Finally, Li Muhán lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the fox demon now mere moments away, and unleashed his strike. All shall be severed. Baal's manifestation mirrored the action in unison. The two blades of thunder converged, swiftly overpowering the fox demon's storm. No. Wait. What is this power? Air. The fox demon sensed something amiss, but it was too late to flee. The thunder and lightning began to counteract the tempest. Ultimately, all the ice and snow ceased, and the ice encasing Li Muhán shattered in response. The fox demon reverted to its three-tailed form, plummeting from the air to the ground. Impossible, this cannot be. I am at my peak. The fox demon struggled to crawl on the ground, yet a gleaming tongue knife was thrust into the earth before her. Startled, the fox demon shrank back. Do you yield now? Li Muhán crouched before the fox demon. His gaze tinged with a sense of weary amusement directed at this cunning creature. I yield, human, no, a demon. You are powerful, as formidable as that vampire. That is still an exaggeration, Li Muhán replied, scratching his head. The thought of Xià Yuè's terrifying power left him shivering, rendering him nearly incapable of resistance. When I was merely a small fox, my mother was slain by humans, her skin flayed. Thus, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for humanity. I yearn to grow strong, so that I may survive. Li Muhán sighed, regarding the fox demon. Yet what you are doing now is not survival, it is inflicting harm upon others. How does your current behavior differ from that of the humans who killed your mother? What do you know, a human? You have always grown up in comfort, while I have lived in perpetual fear. I never know when danger might strike. I do not intend to preach lofty morals, nor will I admonish you to forgive humanity. One cannot counsel another to be virtuous without experiencing their suffering. But at least you had a mother, you felt her warmth. To me, the word mother is as chilling as your icy demeanor. Li Muhán's words momentarily stunned the fox demon. Enough of this. Let us wager, relinquish the children you have taken. At that moment, the fox demon lowered her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Do you still not understand, human? What? I did not abduct those children. Li Muhán's mind erupted in confusion. Not her. The disappearance of the two children. I merely assisted that woman in erasing the memories of those at the orphanage. As for where she took the children, I cannot say. That woman. A chilling thought crept into Li Muhán's mind. If this matter was not the doing of the fox demon, then it could only be. That woman intends to use the Special Affairs Bureau to eliminate me, allowing her to monopolize all the children in this orphanage. What a clever scheme. Suddenly, from the dark corridor, an unknown projectile surged forth, piercing the fox demon's chest. Damn it, she cursed, her body slowly collapsing backward. Li Muhán discovered that the object embedded in her chest was a feather. He swiftly drew his weapon, casting a wary glance toward the direction from which the feather had come. In the depths of the darkness, footsteps began to echo ominously. You should finish her off quickly. Emerging from the shadows, Zhou Ling's eyes glimmered with an icy detachment, a palpable aura of lethality emanating from her. Is this matter under your command? Did you abduct those two children? I will not harm them, Zhou Ling said with an icy tone. I merely wish to provide them with a home. And I will become their mother. The Guhuo bird possesses another characteristic. Li Muhán suddenly recalled something Lin Ziyu had mentioned earlier. They tend to seize others' children and raise them as their own. From a certain perspective, such beings are inherently unsafe and should not be allowed to engage in child-related endeavors. The management of the special administration is utterly chaotic. Li Muhán cursed as he raised his blade toward the Guhuo bird. While the fox demon beside him was not dead, she spoke weakly, her breath faint. Human, be cautious, that woman possesses a strange power. She is quite formidable. In truth, Li Muhán had already sensed it. The Guhuo bird was at the level of chaos, yet the aura she now emanated was clearly at the level of annihilation. This reminded Li Muhán of Zhou Zhigua, a being that, despite being of chaotic level, had displayed powers of the chaos level while battling Huotian. The Guhuo bird before him was similar. They had acquired extraordinary strength in a short span, which was undoubtedly abnormal. At least, Li Muhán had not encountered such a phenomenon in any previous files from the special administration. Enough, close your mouth and rest, he said. The temperature around them had returned to normal, indicating that the fox demon's domain had been lifted. She now lay weakly on the ground. Although her wounds were frozen, she remained quite feeble. Li Muhán did not expect her to participate in the battle. I have no desire for conflict with the special administration. My only target is this fox demon. Zhou Ling advanced step by step toward Li Muhán. She could be considered a target of your mission. So hand her over to me. Our objective is to abduct the children, which means that at present you are my sole target. Li Muhán stood protectively in front of the fox demon, causing Zhou to furrow her brow slightly. She then sighed. It seems there is no other way, human. No sooner had she spoken than Zhou suddenly spread her arms wide. In that moment, her hands transformed into vibrant wings, shimmering with a lively glow under the moonlight. A fierce wind swept in, shattering all the windows in the corridor as shards of glass surged toward Li Muhán. He swiftly raised his hand. Conjuring a barrier of lightning before him, the glass shards fell like raindrops, striking the lightning shield with a series of crisp sounds. The clash of lightning and wind produced a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Li Muhán frowned deeply, the force was overwhelmingly tyrannical. And it seemed he had expended too much energy during his battle with the fox demon. Now, the lightning within this domain was insufficient to enable him to transform once more. Is this the power of an annihilation level being? Hey, human. Enough. Just hand me over. The fox spirit discerned that Li Muhán had reached his limits, thus she grasped the edge of his trousers and exclaimed, "Stop. Do not tug at my trousers. Enough. Remain quiet behind me." Startled by the near loss of his trousers, Li Muhán's concentration faltered, creating a slight breach in his barrier, through which shards of glass surged in, lacerating his cheek. "Damn it. Do not hinder me," he shouted. "I intended to sacrifice myself with good intentions. What is your attitude?" In that instant, as Li Muhán struggled to maintain the barrier, another surge of power from a different realm suddenly unfurled. The realm, a 0-point space, was activated. With a sharp sound akin to a sniper rifle, Zhou body tilted unexpectedly as a bullet pierced her chest with unerring precision. At the end of the corridor, Xià Yuè crouched on the ground, wielding a sniper rifle, her eyes devoid of emotion, as if she were utterly detached. Zhou gazed at her chest, feeling no pain. She raised her hand, a feather soaring towards Xià Yuè's position. However, as the feather was launched, another bullet from the sniper rang out, accurately piercing the feather while simultaneously creating a hole in Zhou's abdomen. "In my domain, nothing, regardless of speed, can evade my gaze," Xià Yuè stated calmly. Just as Zhou was about to speak, another surge of power unfolded behind her. The realm, a zone of slaughter, was unleashed. From the shadows, two daggers silently pressed against her throat, an occurrence she failed to perceive even as an entity of her obliteration level. Sister Shui Din Chi. Li Muhán was taken aback, witnessing the two women's domains up close for the first time. Their arrival altered the tide of battle. Yet, Zhou remained unresponsive. Glancing at Xià Yuè in the distance, then at Li Muhán, before her gaze lowered to the daggers at her neck. "Do not move," Din Chi commanded coldly. "You are far too weak." Zhou let out a chilling laugh, then spread her wings wide, summoning a tempest of feathers and fierce winds. Din Chi aimed to sever Zhou's throat, only to realize that the figure before her was no longer Zhou. It was a creature with the head of a bird and the body of a human. She exerted force on her dagger, yet could not pierce the feathers of this avian humanoid. Again, the bullet from the sniper whistled through the air, yet still failed to penetrate the feathers of the creature. "Now, it is my turn," Zhou proclaimed, flapping her wings vigorously as a storm of feathers and winds surged towards everyone. At that moment, a door at the end of the corridor swung open. "Mama!" A small boy emerged, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Instantly, all the winds and feathers vanished. Zhou reverted to her human form, disregarding Din Chi behind her, then calmly approached the boy. "Mama, I had a nightmare and cannot sleep," the boy said. Casting a look of distress at Zhou, however, transformed her previously frosty demeanor. She knelt down gently, caressing the boy's head. "Do not be afraid, my dear. Mother is right here." Shortly thereafter, another child emerged from the room. "Mother, why is it so noisy? Who are these people?" he inquired, pointing at Li Muhán and the others. "It matters not, my children, we must depart from this place." "But mother, where are we going? We have friends here." Gu Huanyao tenderly gathered the two children into her embrace. "Mother will introduce you to many more friends, we shall always be together, and I will forever protect you. As long as I am with mother, I can go anywhere." "Me too, I love mother the most." Xià Yuè dispelled the barrier, and the sniper rifle in her hand vanished. Muhán, those are the two missing children, she whispered as she approached Li Muhán. He nodded. Observing the scene with a sense of unease, it seemed that the children genuinely believed Gu Huanya was their mother, trusting her implicitly. This woman has manipulated my power, completely distorting these children's perceptions. How despicable. The fox demon, with Li Muhán's assistance, struggled to stand. Gu Huanya turned to face Li Muhán and his companions, then bowed. I merely wish to provide these two children with a home and shall not bring any further trouble to the Special Administration Bureau. Where did your power originate? Li Muhán inquired coldly. That is part of the transaction, but I cannot disclose it. However, I urge you to recognize the current situation. It is I who have granted you a path of survival. Please do not seek your own demise. As she uttered the last words, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Li Muhán understood that her power was indeed formidable, and he was not in a position to confront her directly. You cannot escape, Gu Huanya, Inchi stated icily. Perhaps, Gu Huanya mused. Stroking the heads of the two children, her gaze suffused with affection. But not today, esteemed members of the Special Administration Bureau. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. An unseen force is quietly altering the very fabric of this world. Soon, all your records may no longer serve as reliable references. Why do you not simply tell us who is behind these actions? Li Muhán pressed. That is part of the transaction. I am sorry. Farewell, everyone. With that, Gu Huanya spread her arms, her hands transforming once more into wings, enveloping the two children in her embrace. A fierce gust of wind surrounded them, and when it subsided, Gu Huanya and the children had vanished without a trace. As the first light of dawn illuminated the earth, the Mushon Welfare Institute appeared to revert to its original state. The events of the previous night seeming as unreal as a dream. Following the resolution of the turmoil at the Welfare Institute, the personnel from the Special Administration Bureau promptly arrived to take control of the situation. Li Muhán felt a twinge of concern. After all, the two children had been taken, and Gu Huanya was nowhere to be found. More troubling still were the ominous words she had spoken. There are those quietly altering the fabric of this world, from the enigmatic creatures of the Zong Nation to the Guhua bird. Their powers have been significantly augmented, undoubtedly presenting a potential peril. However, Lindsay merely smiled to reassure Li Muhán. This world is in a constant state of transformation. Humanity evolves as do the extraordinary beings among us. Rest assured, the Special Administration Bureau will manage everything adeptly. As for those two children, the Guhua bird will not inflict harm upon them. They have already lost their parents, and perhaps the Guhua bird can provide the affection they so desperately lack. Such reasoning serves only as self-comfort. The failure of the mission is an undeniable reality. The fox spirit insisted on meeting Li Muhán as she was escorted into the vehicle by the Bureau's personnel, and Li Muhán acquiesced to her request. Hey, human. Why did you save me back then? She inquired. Huh? When that woman was attempting to silence you, why did you intervene? Li Muhán scratched his head, offering a wry smile. I didn't think too deeply about it. I just felt you might not be entirely malevolent. I asked Director Lin. And it seems that when you occupied that village, you merely bewitched those men. As for what Su Shui said about them murdering their wives and daughters, that is not the case. It is likely the fox spirit altered their perceptions. But why would you do such a thing? Well, it would make me appear more formidable. Wouldn't it? One cannot deny that despite being a fox spirit of several centuries, your mentality resembles that of a naive child. The fox spirit turned her head in a half, yet she cast a furtive glance at Li Muhán. Human, this time I concede to you. I will abide by the regulations of the Special Administration Bureau and practice diligently under surveillance. If there is a next time, I shall not falter. Li Muhán nodded. Upon witnessing the somewhat weary yet still beautiful fox spirit being led away, he remarked with a smile, but I find you most enchanting as you are now. Perhaps you should forego practicing. The fox spirit's face flushed slightly, her lips parted as if to utter something to Li Muhán, but ultimately it transformed into a simple retort. Go to hell, you detestable human. And with that, the vehicle departed. Li Muhán was left bewildered by the unexpected insult, scratching his head in confusion. Lindsay sighed, patting Li Muhán's shoulder. Could you refrain from garnering favor with these extraordinary beings? The Special Administration Bureau is not your harem. Meanwhile, at Tianhai University, Gu Ruoxi adjusted her makeup in the restroom, and upon confirming her flawless appearance for the day, she resolved, I will seek you out just this once. If you ignore me, I shall never grant you another chance to redeem yourself. She spoke to her reflection as if rallying her own spirit. She then proceeded directly to Li Muhán's class, only to learn that he had taken a leave of absence that day. Muhán has been frequently absent lately. His attendance is nearing a critical low. In the hallway, Luo Yang, confronted with Gu Ruoxi's inquiry, appeared perplexed. Honestly, when you two initially broke up, he was genuinely despondent. But it seems he has recently been more buoyant than ever. Luo Yang was well aware of Gu Ruoxi's transgressions against Li Muhán. As a brother, his current remarks were merely intended to provoke her. Indeed, Gu Ruoxi was incensed. She could hardly fathom how Li Muhán could thrive without her. Could it possibly be due to that wayward girl, Xià Yuè? Surely, he must have been bewitched by her, for that woman was only after his wealth. Luo Yang scoffed disdainfully. Miss Gu, do not presume that everyone must revolve around you. Old Li has wronged you not, it was you who forsook him first. Now he has found someone new. If you truly regret your decision, you ought to humbly apologize to him, although I doubt you have any chance left. You. Gu Ruoxi's cheeks flushed crimson with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for words to retort. At that moment, amidst the whispers echoing in the corridor, a tall figure approached them. Forgive the intrusion. Both turned to regard the speaker and were momentarily stunned. For the individual before them was none other than the recent sensation, the transfer student from the north, Hati.